Ling Yi traverses into the world of Dragon Ball, but finds himself in the body of a feeble farmer. Before him, Raditz raises his hand and obliterates him into fragments. However, this unexpected turn awakens the death fusion system within Ling Yi, enabling him to replicate the racial talents of the Saiyans. Yet, despite possessing godlike abilities, he finds himself reluctant to engage, primarily due to myriad reasons, including system rewards. He merely wishes to meander along the main storyline, indulging in leisure. Strangely, his mere presence inadvertently strengthens his foes. Thus, he is reluctantly thrust onto the path of savior. His character gradually transforms from a self-serving opportunist into a hero intent on rescuing his comrades. Various goddesses from the Dragon Ball universe, for a multitude of reasons, slowly find themselves enamored with him. Chapter 1. Awakening the Saiyan Talent. I am Ling Yi, and I have traversed into the world of Dragon Ball. According to the conventions of time travel, every traveler should possess various abilities or awaken a system that enhances their combat power every second. When I heard the phrase, "You have traversed into the world of Dragon Ball," I had already envisioned how I would punch Suin Wukong, kick Vegeta, marry Bulma, and ascend to the pinnacle of life. But what is this situation? At this moment, Ling Yi, clad in farmer's garb, holds a hunting rifle, the barrel emitting black flames. Before him, Raditz effortlessly catches a bullet in one hand and slowly presses the button on the power level detector. Beep, beep, beep. So, it turns out to be a weakling with a power level of only 5. As he speaks, Raditz raises his right hand, and a sphere of light gradually forms in his palm. What the hell? Is this it for my traversal system? Where is my golden finger? Say something. Ling Yi shouts in despair, but the only response he receives is the whistling of Raditz's energy blast. Boom! The purple explosion erupts. Unsurprisingly, Ling Yi is blasted into countless shards. A time-wasting insect. Ling Yi's consciousness rapidly blurs, echoing with Raditz's last words, his vision freezing at the moment Raditz turns to soar into the sky. Just after arriving in the Dragon Ball world, did Ling Yi perish like this? His consciousness sinks swiftly into the dark ocean, and after an indeterminate period, a sound akin to a precision instrument, a beep-beep, resonates in his mind. Detecting host life signs have ceased. Talent ability Death Fusion activated. Initiating resurrection procedure at the original location. Detecting source of damage. Source confirmed. Saiyan, purebred. Commencing replication of racial talent. Talent warrior ethnicity, S-class, successfully adapted. Host activates the system for the first time, receiving a novice gift package, which includes Skill Wukong Shu *1, Base Combat Power *300. As the emotionless mechanical voice resonates, Ling Yi's body swiftly reorganizes and heals as if time were reversing. Before long, he lies intact in the same spot. Ah ha ha ah! Initially gasping for breath, he suddenly bursts into wild laughter. I knew it! I knew it! It's impossible not to grant a time traveler a golden finger. What difference does it make if I came to die? Ha 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 ha! He laughs maniacally as he gazes at the control panel that hovers in midair, which he had not noticed before. Death Fusion allows the host to resurrect at the original location upon death, invulnerable to death, but not to pain. Upon resurrection, the host can fuse with the racial talents of the being that killed them. Current fusion talent, battle ethnicity, S-class. Racial trait, the more one battles, the braver one becomes. Upon resurrection or healing from near death, combat prowess will significantly increase. Racial ability, 1, Super Saiyan, inactive. When the host battle power reaches a certain level, there is a chance to awaken the legendary Super Saiyan. 2. Upon reading the system introduction, Ling Yi felt a wave of relief wash over him, for this was not a diluted talent, but a fully fledged combat ethnicity. That question mark must refer to the god of Super Saiyans, and the ability to fuse talents from other races. Could it mean? At this thought, Ling Yi could not help but burst with excitement. In an unconscious reaction, he inadvertently sent a nearby tractor flying. Meanwhile, Raditz, who was searching for Kakarot, found the counter on his face unexpectedly fluctuating without warning. 302? Kakarot. The numbers on the counter caused Raditz to halt in his tracks, scanning the surroundings for the source of this power. Strangely, the moment he stopped, the mysterious source of power vanished without a trace. Is this cursed device malfunctioning again? After tapping the counter twice, Raditz muttered to himself and continued in the direction he had originally intended. On the other hand, Ling Yi, although shocked by his initial fusion performance, remained clear-headed. He understood that with his current level of power, he was utterly incapable of confronting Raditz. Thus, he quickly concealed his energy. At this moment, there are two choices. One is to follow the plot and defeat Raditz alongside Sun Wukong. The second is, well, let's just go with the first. The second choice would indeed involve provoking Raditz to the point of being killed a few times, after which Ling Yi's power would surpass Raditz. It appeared that the second option was evidently quicker and more effective, significantly enhancing his battle power. Yet he still opted for the first for two reasons. The first reason was the line of small text at the bottom of the system panel. The system will score the host based on the completion of the main storyline. The closer the outcome of significant events aligns with the original plot, the higher the score, and various rewards will be given based on this score. This implied that adhering to the storyline was indeed the best choice. Furthermore, Ling Yi was inherently a person who often slacked off. He could not predict the consequences of arbitrarily altering the main plot. What if the enemy obliterated the Earth before he had a chance to grow stronger? He would be left to suffer meaningless deaths in space. The second reason pertained to the damned characteristic of this talent. Immunity to death, but not to pain. The sensation of being shattered into pieces still lingered vividly in his memory. The thought of it now made him feel nauseous, a sensation he had no desire to endure a second time. Thus, he secretly resolved that, unless absolutely necessary, he would not seek death willingly. However, at present, he had one unavoidable reason to die. The Namekian talent seems quite appealing as well. The ability to enlarge at will, Ling Yi mused, stroking his chin. The ability to grow at will is indeed the dream of every man. With that thought, Ling Yi gritted his teeth. Damn it, let's do it. Having organized his thoughts, he immediately rose and, using the still awkward flight technique, headed toward the uninhabited island where Wukong and the others were engaged in battle. Chapter 2. Is no one interested in my opinion? Ling Yi exerted every ounce of strength, soaring towards the deserted island. Surveying his surroundings and confirming that Raditz and the others had yet to arrive, he descended. Casting a glance at the crater where the spaceship lay, he swiftly sought refuge behind a massive rock positioned opposite the pit. He resolved to observe the unfolding events, planning to emerge at the last moment when Goku intended to engage in a mutual demise. Cautiously fixating on the sky, it was not long before he spotted Raditz returning with Gohan in tow. After securing Gohan within the spaceship, Raditz awaited the arrival of Goku and his companion. Moments later, two energy signatures descended, their tails trailing behind them as they landed on the island. Upon touching down, Goku and his companion shed their gravity gear, their fierce aura swelling instantaneously, their battle power evidently soaring to 500. Although Raditz was taken aback, he remained disdainful, for his own combat prowess reached an impressive 1,500. The ensuing melee was immediate, the staggering disparity in their fighting capabilities rendering Raditz's assault on Goku and his friend akin to an adult striking a child. All attacks were met with unyielding resolve, and energy blasts were effortlessly deflected. Eventually, the narrative progressed to the moment when Piccolo concentrated his special beam cannon. Raditz maintained his scorn until the spiraling wave of energy surged towards him, instinctual fear prompting him to instinctively evade. Everything had unfolded with remarkable ease thus far. The next scene would involve capturing the tail, a twist, and then a surprise attack, culminating in Gohan's timely intervention. Ling Yi contemplated this in his mind. However, that ill-fated special beam cannon pierced through Raditz's shoulder, crashing directly into the massive rock where he had sought concealment. With a resounding explosion, the rock shattered, and dust filled the air. Ling Yi, maintaining his crouched position, found himself fully exposed before the onlookers. Coughing and waving his hand to disperse the dust, he felt all eyes fixate upon him. His mind momentarily faltered, and he managed to muster a smile that was more pain than jovial. I came here to relieve myself. Do you believe me? He stammered, awkwardly scratching his head in an attempt to deflect the situation. Yet, the only response he received was Raditz's furious roar. A swarm of insects has dared to injure my shoulder. In a fit of rage, Raditz unleashed a barrage of energy blasts. Faced with the rapid assault, Ling Yi and his companions had no choice but to unleash their energy and evade. The counter displayed 302. At that moment, Raditz realized that the sudden appearance of the insect was none other than the farmer he had just slain. The power he had mistaken for a malfunctioning counter was, in fact, his own. Though astonished, he reminded himself that no matter how numerous the insects, they were still merely insects. Alone, Raditz faced the trio of Ling Yi and his companions, creating an overwhelming force. Quick, grab his tail. Seize his tail. In a moment of desperation, Ling Yi shouted at Wukong, "Do you think I'm blind? Raditz roared in fury upon hearing these words, tightly wrapping his tail around his waist, leaving no room for error. Observing this, Ling Yi inwardly scoffed, pondering why he and T heard the original plot schemes. Though frustrated, he had no choice but to seek an alternative strategy. However, Raditz seemed determined to deny them any opportunity. With increasing ferocity, he sent Ling Yi and his companions flying one by one. As Ling Yi landed, he felt a sudden sweetness in his throat, and uncontrollably, he expelled a mouthful of blood. Meanwhile, Wukong and the others, though battered, fared better than he did. Being the weakest of the three, Ling Yi suffered the most severe injuries, and it wouldn't be long before Raditz would strike him down. Dying at his hands would yield no rewards, and should he defeat Raditz later, he wouldn't be able to grow stronger. Ling Yi's mind raced. He had to find a way to steer the plot back on course, not for any reason other than to gain power. Yet, Raditz showed no intention of granting them a moment's respite. After merely a second's pause, he surged toward the trio. As Raditz drew near, a sudden inspiration struck Ling Yi, and he shouted to Wukong, "Quick, grab his thigh and let him kick you a few times." Huh? Wukong was momentarily bewildered by this command. Beside him, Piccolo's expression darkened further. "Hurry up, don't dawdle, or we'll all be defeated." Though confused, the simple-minded Wukong followed Ling Yi's instructions. He rushed towards Raditz, swiftly wrapping around his thigh. Raditz halted, thrashing violently to dislodge him. "Let go, you pest! Release me!" He bellowed in anger, but Wukong's grip was as unyielding as if it were welded. Meanwhile, Piccolo began gathering energy for his special beam cannon. Realizing the threat, Raditz resorted to high-speed movement, attempting to smash Wukong into the ground. Boom! 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 After enduring countless impacts, Wukong could no longer withstand the onslaught, and Raditz hurled him forcefully into the earth. In a fit of rage, Raditz pursued Wukong, mercilessly trampling down upon his chest. Simultaneously with Ling Yi's thoughts, there was a resounding explosion from the pit where Gohan was located. Boom! Do not bully my father. With Gohan's leap, the counter on Raditz's face continuously flickered, ultimately settling at 1356. What? Before he could process the shock, Gohan, filled with fury, collided violently with Raditz's chest. The unleashed potential of Gohan caused him to fall into a deep slumber immediately after the strike. Now was the moment. Ling let out a fierce shout as he charged towards Raditz. Simultaneously, Goku, whose body had collapsed, sprang back to life. Together, they ensnared Raditz firmly in place, one in front and the other behind. "Piccolo, Uri," Goku shouted urgently. "But you will die too," Piccolo retorted. Hearing this, Goku merely smiled calmly. "Ha ha! Are you really reluctant to part with him? Reluctant? This is precisely what I have longed for. You can accompany this bastard to hell," Piccolo roared, unleashing a blast of energy towards Raditz. "Isn't anyone going to consider my opinion?" Ling Yi, in silent disbelief, held on to Raditz while internally screaming, as he took the full force of the energy beam, the special beam cannon. Chapter 3. I choose that old man Beep. Host detected to be pierced by Namekian Piccolo's special beam cannon. Talent death fusion triggered. Successfully fused racial talent. Namekian level. Unlocking traits. Body manipulation. Consumes energy to control the size of limbs, regenerating damaged limbs and organs. Unlocking abilities. Magical creation. Capable of conjuring clothing, weapons, and other items out of thin air. Namekian assimilation. The assimilation ability of the Namekians, possessing immense potential. Beep. Due to the host possessing both Saiyan and Namekian talents, a subtle change in physique has occurred, raising base combat power to 800. Beep. The warrior bloodline has been activated, significantly enhancing power, raising base combat power to 1600. The chilling notification jolted Ling Yi back to awareness. He chuckled softly, and upon opening his eyes, disregarding the pain of being pierced, his first action was to access the control panel to see if he could enlarge himself. Upon clearly seeing the instructions on the panel indicating the possibility of growth, he couldn't help but emit a mischievous laugh. Following the sound of his laughter, he distinctly felt 3 gazes fixated upon him. Turning slowly, still wearing a sly grin, he noticed Goku and Raditz lying on the ground, blood pooling around them, while Piccolo extended a clawed hand towards Raditz. "You all continue. Pay no mind to me." Ignoring the trio's astonished stares, Ling Yi swiftly leaped aside, lowering his head to observe his fingers, which were gradually enlarging. Cough, cough, cough. The peculiar atmosphere among the three was disrupted by Raditz's cough. "Where was I in my previous statement? You mentioned that your comrades would come to avenge you in a year." Piccolo, with a green visage, cautioned Raditz. Ah, they are countless times stronger than I am. When the time comes, not only you, but all of humanity will perish. They will even use the Dragon Balls you speak of to resurrect me. Ha ha ha. With cold sweat adorning his brow, Piccolo concluded Raditz as fate, then turned his serious gaze toward Ling Yi, his mind evidently lost in contemplation. Simultaneously, in a distant frontier of the cosmos, Raditz lay lifeless. A worthless fool, slain by a being with a combat power of less than 1,000. Vegeta and Nappa sat upon the corpse of an alien, gnawing on its severed arm. Shall we head to Earth? Nappa inquired of Vegeta. In response, Vegeta, his expression devoid of emotion, replied nonchalantly, before his demise, that fool mentioned something intriguing. Dragon Balls, correct? Ah, he claimed they could grant any wish. Should we use them to resurrect Raditz? With a dismissive snort, Vegeta continued, such a useless creature is of no consequence to me. I desire the Dragon Balls to grant me immortality, allowing me to relish in the thrill of battle indefinitely. Oh, what a splendid idea. Shall we depart once? Nappa asked eagerly. No, wait, Vegeta commanded, pausing thoughtfully. In the footage Raditz transmitted, there appeared to be an intriguing individual who, despite being pierced through, did not succumb. After a moment's reflection, he concluded, let us return to the base first. This venture must be executed flawlessly. On Earth, at a deserted island, Master Roshi and the others, in search of Goku, had arrived at the shore. Observing Goku's lifeless form, they were engulfed in sorrow. Goku Krillin wept, rubbing Goku's body, when suddenly, Goku's figure began to fade away. Humph! Piccolo scoffed. It seems you need not worry. That old deity must have intervened somehow. With a swift motion, he summoned Gohan from Master Roshi's grasp into his own. This little one shall be trained by me. In a year, he will become an invaluable asset in battle. No way. How could Goku's child fall into your hands? Krillin shouted at Piccolo. Unfazed, Piccolo retorted, you wretched little man. Would you like me to end your life right now? The atmosphere grew tense, teetering on the brink of hostility. Yet, just as both sides bristled with tension, Ling Yi's bizarre laughter drew the attention of the group once more. He gazed down at his own form, his smile growing increasingly radiant and unsettling. Witnessing this grin, Bulma shuddered, then, with a look of disdain, directed a question toward Piccolo. Is this fellow your companion? Why is he so repulsive? Ahem! Piccolo cleared his throat, an unprecedented expression of awkwardness crossing his face. The fellow inexplicably appeared over there, claiming he had come merely to relieve himself. At this point, Bick contemplated for a moment, ultimately refraining from revealing Ling Yi's peculiar resurrection ability. He could indeed become a significant force a year hence. I shall leave that to you all. Huh? Upon hearing this, Bulma gasped, her expression seemingly conveying her reluctance to associate with such a bizarre individual. However, when she caught sight of Ling Yi's handsome visage, enhanced by his newfound strength, and the gradually inflating areas of his physique, her demeanor shifted dramatically. Ahem, handsome. She approached Ling Yi with a coy tone. This single utterance of handsome jolted Ling Yi back to reality. He turned to find Bulma gazing at him with fervent admiration, while others wore expressions of varied complexity. Handsome, would you care to visit my home? Before he could ponder the peculiar expressions on their faces, he was met with Bulma's invitation. Bulma inviting me to her home. This was a dream come true. Initially, he contemplated concocting an excuse to slip away, but as he mulled over it, his thoughts took a sudden turn. I wish to stay at that old man's place for a while. Ling Yi pointed decisively at Master Roshi, his expression resolute, clearly having made up his mind. Upon hearing this, the enthusiasm on Bulma's face instantly waned. What? Am I, a vibrant young beauty, not preferable to an old man? She flushed, hands on her hips, shouting at Ling Yi. No, no, no. A beauty like you is undoubtedly the dream of every man. It's just that I recently heard about a formidable enemy set to invade Earth in a year. I wish to train under Master Roshi to better protect everyone. After this exchange, Bulma's anger dissipated, replaced by a glimmer of admiration in her gaze towards Ling Yi. Ha ha ha, I never imagined that after all these years, my legend would still resonate in the world. Young man, come along with me. I shall surely train you to become a powerful martial artist. Ling Yi outwardly expressed noble intentions, echoing Master Roshi's sentiments. Yet inwardly he pondered. That woman, Lan Shi, seemed destined to vanish after this plotline. I must secure her first before heading to Bulma. Chapter 4. If you truly feel guilty, lend me some. Thus began the journey of training under Master Roshi. However, his approach seemed rather distinct from that of others. Ha ha ha. Good morning, Master Rashi. Master Rashi glanced at the bandage adorning Ling Yi's head. Did Lan Qi strike you again? Ha ha. I was caught peeping at her while she bathed yesterday. Ling Yi scratched his head. Let us not discuss that, Master Rashi. I brought you something good. Upon hearing something good, a radiant light shone in Master Rashi's eyes, one that even sunglasses could not obscure. Then, hurry and bring it out. I've been eagerly awaiting it. Certainly. As Ling Yi spoke, he retrieved a magazine from his pocket, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he began to peruse it alongside Master Rashi. It was almost unbearable to think that, in merely a year, they would be confronting such formidable adversaries, yet the two remained so leisurely. Nearby, Krillin, adorned with his turtle shell, was throwing punches while engaging in a light-hearted exchange with Yamcha. Ah, isn't that just like our master? But I must admit, I'm quite intrigued by that magazine. Krillin sighed, a look of despair crossing his face as if he believed the world was truly coming to an end. Tian Shenhan, you should chime in too. What will we do a year from now? Tian Shenhan, however, remained silent, simply continuing to throw punches, his eyes reflecting an inscrutable intensity. Sigh. One mute, two jesters, and a former demon. Who knows when Goku will return? A year from now, will it be me facing the music? As he contemplated, a thought bubble appeared above his head, revealing two grotesque extraterrestrials tormenting him mercilessly. Oh dear, he uttered, instinctively placing a hand on his forehead, his expression contorted in pain. Time for dinner, everyone. Come back to eat. The cheerful call from the blue-haired Launch broke the concentration of the busy group. Here comes Launch. What delicious meal have you prepared today? I absolutely adore your cooking. Ling Yi exclaimed, rushing over to Launch with flattery. You only know how to flatter. Does your injury from yesterday still hurt? Launch gently brushed her fingers over the bandage on Ling Yi's head. It doesn't hurt anymore, Launch. It was just a minor injury. But it would be even better if you could refrain from hitting me next time. You still want there to be a next time? Launch shot him a playful glare, though her gentle caress did not cease. Sometimes, I don't even understand myself. I just inexplicably lose control of my temper. I've often found myself in trouble because of it, and it has indeed been a burden. Before she could finish her comforting words, a unique turtle island buzzed in front of Launch's nose. Ashul. That was the moment Ling Yi dreaded, as Launch delivered a swift kick. Clatter. Why is there so much chatter? Get inside and eat, all of you. Her authoritative shout sent shivers down everyone's spine, including Tian Shenhan, and they obediently retreated to the Kame house. Wow, delicious. This is so good. Launch's cooking is simply the best. At the dining table, Ling Yi's chopsticks flew about as he savored his meal, chattering away. In stark contrast, the three seated across from him appeared to lack any appetite, their chopsticks untouched. Aren't you all hungry? Noticing their disinterest, Ling Yi inquired with confusion. At this, Krillin slammed his hands on the table and stood up. Ling Yi, I don't know what you're thinking. With less than a year remaining, we are on the cusp of confronting extraterrestrial beings even more terrifying than Raditz. I cannot fathom why you remain so unperturbed. At this point, his voice faltered, tinged with a hint of emotion. If we do not rise to the occasion, all of humanity shall perish. I, for one, cannot bear the thought of it. Having spoken, he hoisted the turtle shell onto his back and turned to leave. Meanwhile, Yamcha and the others silently followed Krillin's lead. In an instant, only the complex expression of Ling Yi remained at the table. That evening, during a rare nocturnal outing, Krillin ventured to the seaside for some relief. After a moment of enjoyment, he caught sight of a figure in the moonlit waters. Was that Ling Yi? Beneath the moonlight, Ling Yi stood bare-chested, cradling the turtle shell between his palms. He assumed a firm stance, gathering his energy, and with a sudden force, brought the shell crashing down upon his own head. What? Krillin was baffled by Ling Yi's actions, yet he could distinctly sense the overwhelming power emanating from Ling Yi's hands, far surpassing their own. Have I misjudged him? Has he been training in this manner all along? But can this truly be considered training? And what of his formidable aura? Could it be that he refrains from training during the day to spare us the discouragement? Despite his inner turmoil, Krillin chose not to disrupt Ling Yi, silently retreating to the turtle hermit's abode instead. The following day, at the dining table, Ling Yi continued to eat heartily as usual, observing Ling Yi's unchanging demeanor. Seemingly unaffected by any prior events, Krillin could no longer contain himself. Ling Yi, I apologize for misunderstanding you. I witnessed your dedication last night. You are far more diligent than any of us. I was in the wrong. I'm truly sorry. With that, Krillin bowed deeply to Ling Yi. At that moment, Ling Yi had a large rice ball stuffed in his mouth, with a few grains clinging to his lips. Struggling to swallow, he stared blankly at Krillin for a moment before breaking into a cheeky grin. If you truly feel sorry, perhaps you could lend me some money to buy a magazine. I'll spend all my earnings from delivering milk. You. Krillin had not anticipated Ling Yi's response. His face flushed crimson, as if steam were billowing from his bald head. I have misjudged you yet again. Just as Krillin angrily yelled at Ling Yi, Master Roshi approached them. Children, I have nothing left to teach you. Remaining here serves no purpose. It is time for you to leave. What? Ling Yi's expression changed drastically. Master Wu Tian, I cannot leave you. There is still much for me to learn. I cannot lead you astray. You must go to Master Karen if you wish to find any further growth. Master Karen? Indeed. Master Roshi received Ling Yi's recount. The only way for you to progress is to ascend the Kirin Tower, seek out Master Kirin, and have him baptize you with the sacred water. Am I truly unable to remain by my master's side? Ling Yi lamented, clutching Master Roshi's leg in despair. My mind is made up. You must depart. Upon hearing this, Ling Yi finally relented and followed Krillin and the others towards Kirin Tower. However, he couldn't help but question. Why is it that I cannot use the sacred water? Master Kirin, with narrowed eyes and devoid of emotion, replied, because the corruption in your heart is too deep. The sacred water cannot accept someone like you. What? Chapter 5. The young man has quite the discerning eye. Is it truly impossible? Indeed, it is not permitted. Not even tiny bit? No, but I just want to give it a try. Give up, will you? Ling Yi circled around Master Kirin, his lamentations spilling forth. Yet, Master Kirin remained as unyielding as a stubborn turtle, refusing to relent. Curse this old cat for being so obstinate, Ling Yi thought furiously, but he was left with little choice but to concede. Then, grant me some senza beans. He frowned, extending his hand impatiently toward Master Kirin. That is also out of the question. What? So, someone with corruption in their heart cannot even consume senza beans? Not exactly. It's because, as he spoke, Master Kirin pointed his staff towards the nearby Yachirobe. He's consumed all the senza beans. It will take 6 months before they can be grown again. At this revelation, Ling Yi felt as if struck by lightning. That fatso! He roared, charging towards Yachirobe, seizing his cheeks with both hands. When it comes to fighting, you don't contribute at all. When it comes to senza beans, you devoured plenty. Spit them out. Hey, what is wrong with this lunatic? Yachirobe cried out, struggling. But no matter how hard he tried, he could not escape Ling Yi's grasp. After tormenting Yachirobe for half a minute, Ling Yi, in a fit of frustration, slumped down at the edge of Kirin Tower, unable to drink the sacred water and knowing it would take 6 months for the senza beans to be cultivated again. He thought 6 months to grow, 6 months to grow. Wait, suddenly, a spark ignited in his eyes as he leaped back to Master Kirin's side. Old cat, why not share the cultivation technique for the senza beans with me? I could grow them myself, and then I wouldn't have to worry about anyone stealing them. As he said this, Ling Yi shot a glance at Yachirobe. Yet, the response he received was still Master Kirin's squinting eyes. No, this is a technique unique to the immortals. You are merely immortal. I cannot teach it to you. Oh, come on. If this won't work and that won't work, old cat, you are pushing me. Ling Yi thought desperately, his eyes scanning the surroundings until they landed on a finely crafted jar. In an instant, a lewd expression returned to his face, and he hurriedly approached the jar before him. What a beautiful vessel this is. This must be your prized possession, he remarked as he lifted the jar, casting a glance at Master Karen. To his surprise, despite the depravity lurking within, your taste is commendable. Indeed, this is my treasure collection. What do you intend to do with it? Upon hearing the word collection, he raised the jar high above his head and brought it crashing down onto the ground. The sound resonated. Clank, crash. Oh dear, how clumsy I am. He chuckled, tapping his head while sticking out his tongue. The onlookers were momentarily petrified. While they had witnessed shamelessness before, such audacity was unprecedented. Meanwhile, Ling Yi observed that Master Karen remained unresponsive, prompting him to leap toward another jar. Stop. Seeing Ling Yi's actions, Master Karen finally snapped to attention, pointing his staff at Ling Yi and bellowing. Yet, Ling Yi paid no heed, raising the jar once more and slamming it down heavily. Then came the cacophony. Clank. My luncheon meat. Clank. The bathwater I had set out to dry. Clank. The cat food from 82. A human and a cat, thus chased from the outer hall to the inner sanctum. The sounds of shattering pottery and piercing screams intertwined in a chaotic symphony. At last, Ling Yi's hand reached for the final jar, filled with dried fish. Meow. The ever-composed Master Karen finally lost his temper, launching a kick aimed at Ling Yi's chest. It was done, as he calculated in his mind. At the moment Master Karen's strike was about to connect with his torso, Ling Yi let down all defenses. The kick successfully pierced through Ling Yi's chest. Blood gushed from the gaping wound, and his consciousness rapidly faded. In his final moments, his vision froze on the figure of Klin rushing toward him. Ding! Host detected to have been slain by Earth Master Karen. Talent Death Fusion activated. Successfully fused racial talent. Cat Sage level. Unlocking traits. Celestial physique significantly enhances perception and control over energy, making the body more agile and light. Unlocking abilities. Techniques for cultivating celestial beings. A method for growing beings that satiate hunger and fully heal wounds. Ding! Due to insufficient level of Cat Sage physique. Physical fusion cannot be triggered. Base combat power remains unchanged. Ding! Bloodline of the warrior tribe activated, greatly enhancing combat power. Base combat power increased to 5,600. Ling Yi is dead? Master Karen, how could you kill Ling Yi? He is a vital asset for the year to come. Klin, with a face full of sorrow, cried out while cradling Ling Yi's lifeless body. Beside them, Carlin wore a puzzled expression. That shouldn't be. I just controlled the force of that kick, didn't I? Yamucha and Tenshinhan remained speechless, silently observing. Ling Yi, Ling Yi, how could you be so, oh my. Before the words could fully escape from Kobayashi's lips, Ling Yi suddenly screamed and jolted upright, startling him into releasing his grip and flinging Ling Yi away. Huh? An earthquake? Ling Yi landed heavily on the ground, grumbling as he stood up, only to turn around and behold 3 faces marked by shock, along with a cat that kept glancing back and forth at its own hands. Oh dear, what a blunder. He realized with dismay that this ability of resurrection, even in the world of Dragon Ball, was utterly astonishing. In his moment of anger, he had forgotten to concoct a proper explanation before executing his plan. Ling Yi, you were dead, weren't you? How are you? How are you alive again? Before he could devise a strategy, Krillin's trembling voice reached him first. Oh well, this is, he chuckled awkwardly, attempting to buy himself time with a diversion. However, the eager inquiries from the others left him no room for contemplation. With no other option, he plopped down onto the ground. Listen, you all mustn't be frightened. His sudden action drew everyone's attention, holding them in rapt silence. Krillin stammered, You can go ahead, we aren't afraid. Very well, Ling Yi replied, settling cross-legged on the ground, one hand resting against the side of his nose. Propping up half of his face, his voice gradually growing solemn. In truth, I am a zombie. Chapter 6, The Most Important Thing, Zombie. Upon hearing this, Krillin's bald head instantly bristled. He leapt behind Yamucha, peering out with half of his shiny dome, gazing at Ling Yi in terror. A zombie? An android? I remember Goku mentioning a friend named 8 who is also a zombie. Yamucha pondered, resting a hand on his chin. Is that really how it is? You don't bite, do you? Upon hearing Yamucha's words, Krillin managed to calm down a bit, though his voice still trembled. Of course I don't bite, my friend. We've been together for so long. If I were to bite anyone, wouldn't you have been my first victim? Ling Yi rolled his eyes, exasperatedly addressing Krillin. All right. Ha ha. At this, Krillin chuckled, though the laughter was undeniably awkward. Well, this can be seen as a good thing, right? In a year, we'll have a fighting force that can't die. Even if we can't win, at least we'll have a glimmer of hope. Yes, exactly. This puts us in an invincible position. Ha! Krillin and Yamucha joyfully clasped hands and leaped in excitement. However, Tianjin Fan's expression remained tense. You could be revived, but can you survive in the universe? You have hit the nail on the head, Ling Yi replied solemnly. Huh? What do you mean? Krillin asked, looking bewildered. Raditz once stated that Goku's mission was to eradicate all life on Earth, and Goku is the weakest warrior of their clan. Is there a problem with that? Ling Yi took over Tianjin Fan's words, explaining Krillin's confusion. This means that even the weakest member of their clan can annihilate all humans on Earth, which suggests that those with far greater power than Raditz could indeed destroy the planet. Destroy the Earth? That's a joke, isn't it? How could that be possible? He is not joking. Master Karin, who had remained silent for a while, finally spoke. I don't know much about the Saiyans, but they do possess the capability to destroy the Earth. At this point, Master Karin tossed a bottle to Krillin. This is the ultra-divine water. If you drink it, it will enhance your physical condition for a while. Once the effects take place, Master Karin pointed with his staff to the sky. You should ascend to find the gods. Oh, by the way, he turned to Ling Yi. If you wish to secretly drink some, I'll 1T stop you, but the consequences of drinking this are twofold. Either it will have no effect, or you will lose something of utmost importance. After speaking, Master Karin departed, leaving everyone behind. Something of utmost importance? Ling Yi pondered it. Could this old cat be trying to deceive me? In the original text, the ultra-divine water causes extreme suffering. What else could he make me lose? With that thought, he reached out to Krillin. Give me some too. Huh. But Master Karin said it would make you lose something very important. Are you sure about this? Krillin asked, puzzled. Ling Yi, however, wore a resolute expression. In this critical moment for Earth's survival, is there anything more important than the lives of my companions? Regardless of what I might lose, I, Ling Yi, must accept it without hesitation. Huh. I never expected you to have such resolve. Krillin chuckled awkwardly and poured a cup for Ling Yi, taking the ultra-divine water. Ling Yi gazed at the calm surface of the liquid, but felt a chill run down his spine. Here goes. He thought fiercely and downed the ultra-divine water in one go. The others began rolling on the ground. Yet Ling Yi stood still. Huh? I don't feel anything. Could it really not have taken effect? He contemplated, but the next moment, a euphoric sensation surged within him. This feeling lightened him, bringing immense comfort. As if he were about to soar into the clouds, and with the rise of this sensation, he could distinctly feel his physical condition transforming. The old cat truly deceived me. How could a chosen one like me find the divine water ineffective? He whispered with a smirk that was both lewd and oddly comforting. Yet at that moment, a peculiar sensation surged within him. Subsequently, the desires concerning women that had occupied his mind began to dissipate rapidly. Huh? What the hell? After a brief hesitation, Ling Yi's heart roared in protest. You must cease this at once. A world devoid of women is incomplete. A man who does not cherish women is no man at all. This has always been Ling Yi's creed. If that essence were to vanish, he would no longer be himself. Nevertheless, the divine water showed no inclination for reason, swiftly devouring the desires within him. Was there truly no recourse? His mind raced, eyes scanning the surroundings until they finally settled on the window by the wall. Almost simultaneously with his gaze towards the window, he propelled himself forward with the swiftness of a lifetime, leaping unguarded into the void below. Beep. Host death detected. Death type, suicide. Fusion effect inactive. All unactivated states reset prior to death. Beep. Combat talent triggered. Basic combat power elevated to 10,200. The thunderous noise roused Klin and the others, who soon beheld Ling Yi, a large bump on his head, flying back in from the window, muttering something as he soared. It's all right, it's all right. Ling Yi, what happened? How did you come back through the window? And what about that bump on your head? Ha ha ha. Ling Yi managed a bitter smile, curling his lips. It's nothing. Nothing at all. This is merely a side effect of the divine water. Huh. So, does that mean the divine water is effective for you? A momentary look of confusion lingered for 2.5 seconds before Klin excitedly rushed towards Ling Yi. Well, that's not entirely accurate. However, Ling Yi's words halted Klin in his tracks. Huh? Can there be side effects if it hasn't taken effect? Cough, cough, cough. Ling Yi awkwardly cleared his throat and quickly shifted the topic. Let's not discuss this. We must hurry to the temple. Time is short and the task is heavy. Let's move quickly. Oh, although the others were perplexed, they followed him, soaring towards the temple. With your qualifications, I can send you to Planet King to train alongside Goku. What do you think? Upon hearing the Celestial's words, everyone eagerly turned their gaze to Ling Yi. Yet, Ling Yi bowed his head in contemplation for a moment before resolutely shaking his head. I shall not go. Chapter 7. I aspire to be the finest cook in the universe. Time rewinds to the moment the group first set foot in the temple. Following tradition, they needed to capture Mr. Bobo before they could meet the deity. Klin and the others took turns, even collaborating, but it took quite a while before they successfully apprehended Mr. Bobo. However, when it was Ling Yi's turn, he simply gazed quietly at Mr. Bobo, his toes barely twitching. In less than a quarter of a second, he appeared behind Mr. Bobo. The unique physique bestowed upon him by the cat, Immortal, granted him unexpected advantages. His extraordinary sensory perception and agile control over his body allowed him to execute such a swift movement without causing the slightest disturbance in the surrounding air. Mr. Bobo uttered a sound of confusion, and then a hand rested upon his shoulder. What? No, it's impossible. After all our efforts to capture Mr. Bobo, Ling Yi managed to seize him so effortlessly? The trio of Krillin stood by, utterly astonished. Then came the earlier scene, where the deity made an appearance, inquiring if Ling Yi wished to travel to King Kai's planet. The outcome was evident to all. Do you know King Kai? He is the sovereign of your realm, possessing unparalleled strength. Even Goku would learn numerous advanced techniques under his tutelage. He is indeed formidable. If you train alongside Goku there, your progress will undoubtedly be rapid. Those two Scions will not stand a chance against you. I see. In response to the deity's persuasion, Ling Yi cooperatively displayed various reactions. His expressions so genuine that it seemed as though he was truly moved. Well, it appears you are indeed enlightened. So what is your answer? I shall not go. Thud. Everyone tumbled over in unison. The deity, rising again, momentarily lost his composure. Were you toying with me just now? His head swelled in size as he bellowed at Ling Yi. Not at all, dear deity. I assure you, I have my reasons. I simply cannot go to King Kai's planet at this time. Ling Yi replied earnestly. His resolute tone and earnest expression suggested he possessed a legitimate reason. Upon hearing this, the deity sighed deeply. Very well then, perhaps you could train in the hyperbolic time chamber. That suggestion, however, prompted Ling Yi to hastily shake his head. No, no, no. That's not necessary. What do you truly wish to do? The deity's confusion only deepened. Well, suffice it to say, the hyperbolic time chamber, will be of great use to me in the future, but I cannot enter it just yet. At the mention of the chamber, a sly smile crept across Ling Yi's lips, which did not go unnoticed by the others, who wore expressions of disbelief. Are you truly intending to use it for training? Coughing awkwardly at the deity's remark, Ling Yi replied, in any case, I have my plans. You likely do not possess what I need at the moment. So I shall take my leave. He then exchanged farewells with Krillin and the others before soaring down to the lower realms. Hey, Ling Yi, Krillin called out in confusion. Yet at that moment, he could not conceive of a better training location, so he chose to remain with the others. In contrast, the other individual flew away without a backward glance, heading straight for the residence of the world's richest heiress, Bulma, of the Capsule Corporation. Ling Yi, what brings you here? Upon hearing of Ling Yi's visit, Bulma joyfully emerged to greet him. She met his presence with a smile, her gaze sweeping over him with palpable excitement. Sister Bulma, may I stay at your home for a while? Of course, come in quickly. I'll ask my mother to prepare some delicious food. Without inquiring into the reasons behind his request, Bulma warmly ushered Ling Yi inside. By the way, Sister Bulma, can your Capsule Corporation create a gravity device? Ling Yi inquired as they walked. With a proud demeanor, Bulma patted her chest and replied, certainly. Such things are easily within our capabilities. Tell me, do you want a 10-fold or 20-fold increase? I desire 100-fold. 100-fold? At his words, Bulma halted, resting her chin on her hand in contemplation. That is indeed possible, but given our current technology, it would take about half a month to construct. That's wonderful, Ling Yi exclaimed, feigning surprise as he grasped Bulma's hands. Half a month is more than sufficient. Thank you so much, Sister Bulma. Bulma's heart fluttered at his touch. Oh, it's just a small matter, a small matter. By the way, do you still have a Dragon Ball radar at home? Huh, we have plenty of those. The scene shifted. On the eve of the gravity device's completion, Ling Yi successfully gathered all 7 Dragon Balls. In a desolate mountain range, he summoned the Eternal Dragon. Come forth and express your wish. The dragon's majestic voice resonated throughout the mountains. Without hesitation, Ling Yi pointed and declared loudly, I wish to become the finest cook in the universe. At this proclamation, the air seemed to freeze momentarily. Beep, beep, beep. You summoned the dragon to make such a wish? How utterly absurd. The system, rarely vocal, chimed in, although its tone remained cold. The content of its words revealed that Ling Yi had amused it. You know nothing. In the world of Dragon Balls, being a great cook is the most valuable skill. He retorted passionately to the system, which fell silent, leaving the atmosphere steeped in an unusual tension. Can the dragon truly fulfill this wish? Ling Yi's voice broke the dragon's stupor. Of course. It's quite simple. The dragon, beads of cold sweat forming on its forehead, glimmered with a red light in its eyes. Your wish has been granted. With that, the dragon's form rapidly vanished, and the 7 Dragon Balls scattered across the land. Ling Yi then set off back to Bulma's home, prepared to embark on his journey of training. Time quietly flows by, and in the blink of an eye, a year has passed. Chapter 8. The Unsettling Delay of the Science. On November 3rd, 762 in the Age of the Gods, after a year of rigorous training, Ling Yi's combat power has reached a terrifying 35,200. At this moment, he felt confident that he could easily defeat not only Vegeta, but even Dodoria. However, seated in the Turtle Hermit's house, he was nervously biting his fingers. Why were they late? What was happening? They should not be delayed. Inside the Turtle Hermit's abode, the closed-circuit television displayed the time, which had already surpassed midnight, while in the original narrative, Vegeta and the others were expected to arrive around 11:45. This inexplicable shift in events cast a heavy shadow over Ling Yi's mind. Anxiously, he stood up and began to pace back and forth within the room. The others were already engulfed in the oppressive atmosphere of the impending invasion, and Ling Yi's actions only added to their unease. "What is wrong, Ling Yi? Is something the matter?" Lan Shi asked tremulously, but Ling Yi offered no reply, merely muttering to himself. "Not here yet. Why haven't they arrived? This shouldn't be happening. Not here. What's not here? Aliens?" Bulma interjected with a puzzled expression. "Perhaps they just need a little more time to arrive. And who knows, they might even have encountered something along the way and decided not to come. Ha ha ha." She laughed to convince herself. Yet, before her laughter could fully fade, Ling Yi sensed it. Two exceptionally immense energies were rapidly approaching Earth. In merely 2.5 seconds, they had landed on the planet. These two energies lingered for less than a quarter of a second before swiftly moving in a particular direction. It was at this moment that the television report finally arrived, delivering news that shocked Ling Yi once more. Two unidentified spheres had crashed to Earth, and an entire nation had vanished. A nation? Ling Yi vividly recalled that in the original story, that being had only destroyed a small city. How could it possibly be an entire nation? Could it be Vegeta? Or perhaps, a more terrifying thought swiftly crossed his mind. With no time to spare for farewells, Ling Yi dashed out of the Turtle Hermit's house and leapt into the air, flying towards the battleground island. "Ling Yi! Ling Yi!" The two women chased after him. Once outside, Bulma produced a capsule and conjured a jet, intending to accompany Ling Yi. However, the Turtle Hermit called out to them. "The enemy is far too powerful. Our presence would only hinder them. It's best for you to stay here and not become a burden." Upon hearing these words, the two women fell silent, but the worry etched on their faces remained unabated. Upon arriving at the battlefield, Ling Yi witnessed the moment the cultivator self-destructed. The cultivator remained unchanged from the original work, easily resolved by the furious Nakaba. However, Ling Yi's expression bore no semblance of ease. He fixed his gaze intently on Vegeta and his companion, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Truly, they were a bunch of ineffectual beings. "Nakaba, why don't you entertain them for a while?" he commanded. "Oh, and keep that Namekian behind. I still require his insights regarding the Dragon Balls." Understood. With that, Nakaba surveyed the crowd and began to unleash his energy. In an instant, the ground trembled violently, as if on the verge of splitting apart. After a brief moment, having gathered his energy, Nakaba vanished and reappeared behind Tien. His speed was astonishing. None of those present, save Ling Yi, could discern his movements. What? Before Tien could react, a devastating blow struck him. In the original narrative, this attack merely incapacitated Tien by severing one of his arms, yet now it obliterated half of his body. Tien was dead, and the brutality of his demise starkly validated Ling Yi's darkest suspicions. How could this happen? Why is Nakaba so much stronger than in the original? The overwhelming aura emanating from Nakaba clearly surpassed that of the original tale, although he still fell short of Ling Yi's current power. Nakaba's battle prowess was conservatively estimated to have exceeded 20,000. This was an entity that the Earth Warriors could not hope to defeat, and yet, there was an even greater threat in Vegeta. The depths of Vegeta's power remained unfathomable. What could possibly explain this situation? At this juncture, not even a combined effort with Goku could secure victory. Realizing this, Ling Yi stumbled upon an even more perplexing revelation. Where was Goku? Given the Saiyans' tardiness, by now Goku should have already traversed Snake Way and arrived at the battlefield. Yet, Ling Yi could not sense Goku's presence at all. What was happening? Why were there so many unforeseen circumstances? Meanwhile, on King Kai's planet, Goku was shouting in frustration. "Why aren't you using the Dragon Balls to revive me?" King Kai, exasperated, hastily connected with Bulma, only to receive a disheartening response. By the time we gathered all the Dragon Balls, they had turned to stone and have yet to revert. Indeed, the Dragon Balls had been used by Ling Yi to wish for the ability to become a chef, an impact he remained oblivious to. Immersed in the gravity chamber, he had long forgotten that Goku needed the Dragon Balls for revival. Returning to the battlefield, Nakaba toyed with the gathered warriors. In the wake of Tien's death, Dumpling, intent on a mutual demise with Nakaba, found himself ensnared in Nakaba's grasp. With a mocking grin, Nakaba tightened his hold around Dumpling's neck. Ugh. Crack. The struggling Dumpling was thus met with a brutal twist that severed its head. Subsequently, his gaze shifted towards Piccolo and his companions. This glance sent a chill down the spines of the three. However, they had no time to react. Nappa materialized behind Krillin and with a swift kick, sent him tumbling into the mountain pass, rendering him unconscious. He then turned his attention to Gohan. "Run, Gohan!" Piccolo bellowed, but his cries were in vain. Nappa's specter loomed before Gohan, who was startled into a series of shrieks. Nappa's hand transformed into a blade, radiating with a gathering brilliance, amidst which faint crackles of lightning danced. "Hurry, Gohan!" Piccolo shouted, yet Gohan's legs had grown weak with terror. The menacing blade sliced through the air towards him, and he could only raise his hands to shield his vision. With a resounding whoosh, the weapon tore through fabric, leaving Gohan in shock as he felt his unscathed body. The joy of surviving was fleeting, as a warm droplet fell upon his face. Confused, he looked up to witness a scene that rendered him speechless. There stood Piccolo, cleaved in two from his left shoulder to his right hip by Nappa. Ling gasped, staring at the horror before him, an event entirely alien to the narrative he knew. His mind raced to comprehend the situation, but Vegeta's ensuing words drained him of any remaining clarity. "I told you not to kill that Namekian." His furious roar sent a shiver through Nappa, who bowed respectfully, akin to a chastised child. "I truly apologize, Lord Vegeta. He rushed at me, and I had no choice." "Humph," Vegeta scoffed, turning away from the battlefield. "Let us depart. There are no Dragon Balls here, nor is there any purpose in lingering. Let us head to Namek." "Huh? Oh, what about these people? Them?" A cold smile crept across Vegeta's lips. "Eliminate them all, and let this planet be destroyed as well." His indifferent words carried no emotion, as if recounting a trivial matter. "Oh, what a splendid idea." With that, Nappa leaped into the sky, gathering energy into a massive blast. Vegeta incessantly pressed buttons on his communicator, seemingly summoning their ship. The energy in Nappa's hand swelled, unleashing cataclysmic power. "You pests! Ha ha ha!" He cackled, ready to unleash the destructive wave, when suddenly, a figure crashed down upon him. Suspended in the air, Ling's eyes blazed with fury, his entire being brimming with resolve. He fixed a piercing stare upon Vegeta below. "I cannot allow you to wreak havoc any longer." Chapter 9. The Playful, Fragmented Nappa. With a resounding crash, Nappa emerged from the rubble, gazing vacantly at the spot he once occupied before swiftly leaping to a position near Ling Yi. So there is another insect of somewhat greater strength? A pity, though. You have arrived too late, for I have already dispatched your companions. Ling Yi paid no heed to Nappa's taunts, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon the figure of Vegeta below. "You insolent fool," Nappa bellowed, his fury igniting as he charged towards Ling Yi. "How dare you look down on me?" Suddenly, Nappa's movement halted, as he distinctly felt a hand deliver a sharp slap to his face. Yet, Ling Yi remained motionless, his eyes still locked on Vegeta. Only now did his left hand rest upon his right wrist, while his right hand continued to swing. Confused, Nappa took a step forward. Smack! The crisp sound of a slap echoed once more, but Ling Yi remained undisturbed. "By the heavens, I refuse to accept this." Undeterred, Nappa lunged at Ling Yi, only to be met with a barrage of slaps echoing in rapid succession. Nappa flailed helplessly, unable to perceive the source of this assault. Eventually, Ling Yi ceased his onslaught, lightly shaking his bald head. "Pathetic, don't embarrass yourself." Vegeta commanded Nappa to halt, his piercing gaze scrutinizing Ling Yi. Though he was uncertain of the rationale, it was evident that this individual was clearly of Earth, yet his arms could extend like those of a Namekian, delivering the preceding slaps. "He is toying with you." Ling Yi's actions were swift, so rapid that Nappa could not discern them, but to Vegeta, they appeared in slow motion. Each extension of his arm and angle of his slaps were crystal clear, despite the absence of any discernible air pressure from strikes. "This is bad," Ling Yi thought to himself, realizing the extent of Vegeta's strength. He had anticipated Vegeta to be formidable, but not to this degree. What he had believed to be a temporary ruse was effortlessly seen through by Vegeta. "I cannot allow this to continue," he resolved, determining that he must swiftly eliminate one opponent to minimize his energy expenditure. With clarity of purpose, he quickly adjusted his stance and began to gather energy, a torrent of power surging forth from his being. Beep, beep, beep. As Ling Yi's energy escalated, the counters on Vegeta and Nappa's devices began to rise. "No, it's impossible. How could an Earth insect possess such formidable battle power?" Before Ling Yi, the terrified Nappa had already let out a fearful roar. Yet the stoic Vegeta remained unfazed, coldly observing Ling Yi. With a final, resounding shout, Ling Yi was enveloped in a radiant glow. The numbers on their counters halted at 46,800. This was Ling Yi's utmost power. "How could this be? The destruction of Earth cannot possibly surpass my strength." Naba, unwilling to accept reality, charged at Ling Yi. However, Ling Yi merely cast a cold glance in his direction. With a thunderous crash, Naba, who had just lunged at Ling Yi, found himself crashing heavily into the ground. This time, Ling Yi did not linger. The moment Naba was propelled away, he shot forward, closely following Naba's descent. The air was filled with explosive sounds as Ling Yi's strikes against Naba created shockwaves. Vegeta, standing nearby, kept his gaze locked onto Ling Yi, his expression remaining surprisingly relaxed. After several rounds, Naba could no longer move, collapsing to the ground while clutching his abdomen and crying out, "I surrender! I surrender! Don't kill me! I can persuade Lord Vegeta to leave Earth. Please, don't kill me." Upon hearing this, Ling Yi paused, not out of compassion, but rather due to uncertainty regarding how to handle Vegeta, who he knew would not come to Naba's aid. The cold-blooded nature of Saiyans was well known, and Vegeta in this moment was no exception. However, Ling Yi pondered what Vegeta might do should Naba perish. Perhaps sparing him would truly allow Naba to convince Vegeta? With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Ling Yi cautiously approached Naba, willing to entertain even such a flimsy rationale under the weight of Vegeta's oppressive presence. Yet, it was clear that Naba was overwhelmed and had lost his wits. Fixated on Vegeta, Naba reached Ling Yi's side, but at that moment, the seemingly surrendering Naba suddenly surged forward, ensnaring Ling Yi's body with a fierce grip. Ha ha ha! How foolish to believe such words on the battlefield. Vegeta, quickly deal with him. Naba roared in delight, yet Vegeta remained motionless, coldly observing him. You worthless fool! How dare you claim to be a warrior? You have tarnished the pride of the Saiyan race. Who gave you the authority to command me? Vegeta's words struck Naba with shock, and his actions ignited Ling Yi's fury. With a ferocious shout, Ling Yi broke free from Naba's grip and, in a swift motion, severed Naba's left arm. This is for Tianjin on. Naba clutched his severed arm, retreating in desperation. Yet how could he possibly evade Ling Yi's relentless pursuit? Tear! The anguished cries echoed. This was Piccolo's right arm. This belonged to Yamcha, his left leg. And this was Jiaozi's, his right leg. Ultimately, Ling Yi tightened his grip around Naba's throat. Vegeta, save me, please. Naba gazed at Vegeta, his eyes filled with despair. However, Vegeta remained coldly indifferent, showing no inclination to intervene. This is the price you pay for your treachery, Ling Yi bellowed, throwing Naba's head at Vegeta's feet. At that moment, Vegeta's expression finally shifted. A chilling smile graced his lips, and a spark of battle intent ignited in his eyes. It seemed that Earth still held reasons worth preserving. Chapter 10. The unprecedented despair of the potent Vegeta. Vegeta's words sent a shiver of cold sweat down Ling Yi's spine. Could we not leave Earth intact? Is your objective not the Dragon Balls? Now that they are gone, can you not simply depart? He inquired cautiously, though his body remained poised for combat. Vegeta scoffed derisively. Originally, that was an option. But you have slain my subordinate. How could I leave without taking action? Ling Yi felt no remorse, for he understood that Vegeta was spinning tales. Had he not intervened, Earth would have already been reduced to ashes, and Naba, merely an inconsequential pawn. Is there no room for negotiation? Despite recognizing Vegeta's deliberate provocation, he felt compelled to probe further, as he lacked confidence in overcoming his foe. But there is one more thing. What is it? Vegeta's statement ignited a flicker of hope in Ling Yi. However, Vegeta slowly extended a finger towards his own face. If you kill me, I can no longer destroy Earth. You are mocking me, Ling Yi shouted in fury. Yet Vegeta merely clapped his hands before his chest, laughing heartily. Ha ha ha, you caught on to that, did you? His arrogance was palpable, leaving Ling Yi feeling utterly powerless. Do you have any further questions? If not, shall we commence our battle? Vegeta's laughter ceased, replaced by a fervent expression, an embodiment of a Saiyan's innate thirst for combat. Ling Yi, however, raised a finger to halt him. One last question. Raditz, before his demise, claimed he would arrive on Earth before noon a year from now. Why have you arrived late? Ling Yi was aware that Raditz had never uttered such words, and he held no interest in the rationale behind the matter. Discussing reasons in the face of predetermined outcomes was inherently futile. However, he felt compelled to act in this manner, for he sought to buy time. His mind still fancifully envisioning the possibility of Sun Wukong's resurrection, hoping he might attempt the spirit bomb once again. Indeed, to this day, he remained unaware that Sun Wukong would never return due to his wish to become a chef. Vegeta, recognizing the delay, was indifferent. The overwhelming pressure of absolute strength bestowed upon him an unprecedented confidence, which led him to genuinely follow Ling Yi's words in explanation. When Raditz perished, a segment of footage was transmitted back. He lightly tapped the counter on his face. Within this footage was a figure who, despite being destined to perish alongside them, inexplicably revived after being pierced. Such a phenomenon of resurrection was exceedingly bizarre. Thus, in preparation, I and Nappa engaged in extensive training. At this juncture, Vegeta's expression shifted slightly, and he turned to Ling Yi in shock. In retrospect, that person must be you. What? Is everything happening now because of me? A question that previously held little significance now stirred tumultuous waves within his heart. He believed he had been sufficiently cautious, yet unwittingly altered the original course of events. Upon recognizing him, Vegeta resolved to cease any further dialogue, unleashing a fierce aura as he charged towards Ling Yi. Even before his arrival, the force of his presence sent everything in his path careening away mercilessly. This overwhelming pressure jolted Ling Yi's thoughts back to reality. Faced with Vegeta's truck-like assault, he could only leap into the air in a panic. However, Vegeta's power far exceeded his own. In Ling Yi's line of sight, Vegeta, having missed his strike, slowly lifted his head and smirked mockingly at him. The image before his eyes remained unchanged, yet he suddenly suffered a heavy blow from above. Vegeta seemed to revel in the thrill of torment, each strike landing in a position from which Ling Yi could not evade, yet he refrained from using his full strength. Thus, the two engaged in combat, or rather, it was Ling Yi who endured a one-sided beating. He was pummeled from the sky into the mountains, then from the mountains into the water, and subsequently kicked back into the air. Ultimately, it appeared Vegeta had grown weary of the game, delivering a powerful kick that sent Ling Yi crashing down. Upon landing, Ling Yi felt a warmth in his throat, and an uncontrollable spout of blood erupted forth. What now? I to perish? No, at this level, I would need to die 2 or 3 times to catch up to him, and resurrection is not instantaneous. If he were to obliterate the earth during my revival, it would all be in vain. Instinctively, Ling Yi clutched the spot on his chest where he had just been struck, feeling beneath his palm, aside from his own flesh, something granular rolling about. What was this? He joyfully retrieved an item from his possession, revealing the mystical beings he had cultivated over the past year. To avoid disrupting the progression of the original tale, he chose not to distribute the magical beans among the crowd, instead opting to carry them with him. This solitary decision infused a faint glimmer of hope into the atmosphere steeped in despair. How could he have forgotten them? Ling Yi roared internally as he retrieved a magical bean and swiftly consumed it. In an instant, a surge of vitality coursed through his body, restoring all his injuries. Renewed with confidence, he charged once more towards Vegeta. However, Ling Yi was still Ling Yi, and Vegeta remained Vegeta. The vast chasm of power between them could not be bridged by a mere magical bean. With a thunderous crash, 2.5 seconds later, Ling Yi found himself back in the large pit he had just emerged from. Undeterred, he consumed another magical bean. Again, yet another crash echoed. Once more, he cried out in frustration. I shall exhaust you today. The relentless battle continued. Finally, after countless attempts to rise again, Ling Yi's hand froze as it reached for the bag, realizing only a single magical bean remained. Gritting his teeth, he consumed this last bean and surged toward Vegeta once more. Yet the outcome remained unchanged. He was once again cast into the pit. Was this truly the end? He murmured despairingly, gazing skyward. At that moment, despite the few tears in his battle attire, Vegeta's overall presence remained unyielded. However, he was becoming increasingly exasperated by Ling Yi's persistence. He looked down at Ling Yi with disdain, letting out a cold scoff. Be grateful for your tenacity. You have succeeded in provoking me. Allow me to show you what true hell looks like. As he spoke, a glowing orb materialized in his hand. Though modest in size and not overwhelmingly violent in energy, the mere sight of it sent a shiver down Ling Yi's spine. I refuse this fate. Even if I must perish, I do not wish to be trampled by a monkey, he fervently declared, and to his astonishment, an unprecedented power erupted from within him. With his battered body, he hurtled towards Vegeta, then sank his teeth into the base of Vegeta's tail. Release me, you wretch. While the warrior race was accustomed to the trials of battle, Ling Yi's actions did not strip Vegeta of his strength, yet they undeniably caused him some discomfort. Shatter! 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 Vegeta hurled the energy sphere into the air and seized Ling Yi by the hair, yanking him upward. With a tearing sound, Ling Yi let out a pain scream. Ultimately, Vegeta pulled him down, but Ling Yi stubbornly clung to his own severed tail. Cursed wretch! Fueled by rage, Vegeta thrust his hand through Ling Yi's chest. Ding! The host has been detected as being killed by Saiyan Vegeta. The system detects that the host possesses Saiyan bloodline. Fusion effects are ineffective. The combat prowess of the warrior race bloodline has been triggered, resulting in a substantial enhancement, with base power elevated to 70/400. Huh! What use is this meager increase in strength? Upon regaining consciousness, Ling Yi's first sight was the figure of Vegeta, gathering the ultimate flash in the sky. At that moment, the notification of power augmentation felt like an affront to him. Despairing, he gazed at the heavens, contemplating surrendering to the cosmos as a mere specter, resigning himself to defeat. Yet, as if by fate, his aimless eyes chanced upon the artificial moon recently cast by Vegeta. Thump, 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 thump. The sight of the moon set his heart racing. Simultaneously, a question mark under the Saiyan talent on his system panel began to materialize. Racial ability. 2. Great Ape Transformation. Chapter 11. Out of Control. Ling Yi's Tragic Past. Ah, my head aches, where am I? Have I perished? Among the rubble, Krillin shook his head and murmured to himself. He dislodged the debris from his body and rose slowly, only to be frozen in astonishment once more by the scene before him. Is that a Saiyan? Wait, no. Before him stood a colossal ape, flailing its arms wildly, while Vegeta darted about in frantic evasion. Not a Saiyan, then is this monkey? Goku? But Goku's tail was long gone. It's Uncle Ling Yi. Just then, Gohan, who had appeared beside him unbeknownst, offered clarification. Having been petrified by fear and thus not engaging in battle, Gohan had witnessed the entire transformation of Ling Yi into a great ape. Ling Yi? How is that possible? Isn't Ling Yi a human from Earth? How could he transform into a great ape? Krillin exclaimed, but upon seeing the resolute expression on Gohan's face, he reluctantly accepted this harsh reality. Equally astounded were Bulma and others watching the live broadcast in the Kame house. Ling Yi has transformed into a great ape? How could this be? Bulma cried out. She had only witnessed the great ape form during her youth when Goku transformed, and since Goku had been confirmed as a Saiyan, did this imply that Ling Yi was as well? As this thought crossed her mind, an even more pressing concern arose within her. I must hurry. Ling Yi will lose consciousness in his great ape form. With that, she disregarded Master Roshi's protests and leapt aboard the jet outside. She could accept death, but she could not bear the thought of her beloved perishing by his own hand, nor could she stand idly by while he threatened the destruction of Earth. Seeing this, Master Roshi ceased his attempts to dissuade her and, alongside launch, followed Bulma onto the jet. What is our great hero, the center of everyone's attention, Ling Yi, experiencing at this very moment? The scene shifts back to the instant Ling Yi gazes upon the artificial moon. The rhythmic thumping echoes in his ears, drowning out all other sounds. All he can discern is the frantic beating of his own heart. Gradually, the luminous moonlight becomes shrouded in crimson, and the world before his eyes transforms into a sea of scarlet. Yet the imagery shifts swiftly, the vivid red instantly replaced by darkness, from which a distant point of light emerges. The light approaches rapidly, or perhaps it is Ling Yi who draws near to it. Ultimately, a brilliant white light inundates his vision, compelling him to instinctively shield his eyes with his hand. Then, a sharp clap resonates in his ears, accompanied by the enraged roar of a man. What is this? The man's voice snaps him back to reality, and, as he removes his shielding arm, he is confronted with the sight of his father assaulting his mother. Beside him, his younger self stands witness to this harrowing scene. In the next moment, a sudden sound punctuates the air as his mother, wielding a fruit knife from an unknown source, plunges it into his father's abdomen. From that day forth, the 7-year-old Ling Yi becomes an orphan. He gazes silently at the unfolding drama. Despite his youthful self cowering in a corner, his own expression remains devoid of emotion. In his memory, his mother withdraws the knife from his father's body. Simultaneously, his father, who had been facing away, painfully turns towards them, blood uncontrollably gushing from his wound, spraying towards the two Ling Yis. Just as the blood threatens to reach him, the scene flickers. A youthful girl clad in a white dress stands before Ling Yi. Wang Nan. The appearance of this woman stirs something within Ling. Wang Nan, his first love. She had once been a ray of light in his bleak existence. Without her, he might not have survived to this day. As these thoughts cross his mind, the scene transitions once more. A sharp-tongued, middle-aged man stands before him, brandishing a stack of documents and berating him mercilessly. Turning around, he encounters Wang Nan, her expression a complex mix of emotions, watching him from the office doorway. Witnessing this, pain etches itself onto Ling Yi's face. He already anticipates what the next scene will reveal. As if on cue, the imagery shifts yet again, and, unsurprisingly, he finds himself kneeling in anguish, with Wang Nan before him, regarding him with disdain for a long moment before turning away without a backward glance. Overwhelmed, the present Ling Yi can no longer contain himself. He rushes to kneel beside his younger self, and in a synchronized manner, both figures extend their arms skyward, crying out in unison. Why is it that this world does not permit the existence of harems? He discovered it while seeking the technician Wang Nan. The scene did not change. This was the final image embedded in Ling Yi's memory. In his moment of fury, a blaring truck, completely out of control, sped towards a nearby fire hydrant. The metallic knob that erupted from the hydrant struck the streetlight beside him with unerring precision. The streetlight, toppled by the immense force, crashed down upon the vending machine behind him. Subsequently, the malfunctioning vending machine spat out a bottle of Coke, which clattered down and struck him on the back of the head. The screen then faded to black. Enshrouded in darkness, Ling Yi was utterly bewildered, completely unaware of his current situation. Am I dead? Yet, even in death, shouldn't a system revive me? Or have I transcended into the cosmos? But why are there no stars, and I can still breathe? Hello? Is anyone there? Where am I? Contemplating this, he tentatively shouted, yet the surrounding silence remained unbroken. No one responded. Thus, he wandered through this void of darkness. 10 years, 20 years. He felt as though time had stretched into 4 or 5 decades. Is there anyone? Someone, even a cat or dog would suffice. The prolonged silence was driving him to the brink of madness. Just as his sanity teetered on the edge of collapse, he heard a voice calling his name, Ling Yi. A woman's voice drew his attention. He scanned his surroundings but saw no one. Yet the voice grew closer. Who could it be? Mother? Unlikely. Wang Nan? That didn't seem right either. Could it be Shaoli? He rifled through the women in his mind until he finally discerned. Is that Bulma's voice? The words slipped from his lips, and in that instant, the darkness before him rapidly receded, revealing a blood-red battlefield. Chapter 12. Manipulation, the terrifying power of the great ape Ling Yi. Upon regaining consciousness, the first figure Ling Yi beheld was Bulma, drenched in rain. Soon after, Krillin, Gohan, and others came into view. Finally, he fixed his gaze upon the panting Vegeta before him. Everyone appeared unchanged, except for Vegeta, who looked inexplicably more disheveled. Yet, Ling Yi sensed a subtle disquiet. For where did this unease emanate? He pondered this peculiarity, his arm instinctively reaching to support his chin. But in that very moment, as he lifted his arm, he noticed a furry mass. His arm had become covered in hair. After a brief moment of astonishment, he gasped, looking down at his body, realizing he was entirely fur-covered and devoid of clothing. He finally comprehended that the previous sense of discomfort stemmed from the fact that everyone had shrunk, or rather, he himself had grown larger. Upon swiftly clarifying the situation, the feelings of powerlessness within him dissipated entirely, replaced by an unprecedented confidence. Taking a stance, Ling Yi unleashed a punch into the air before him. The force generated by this strike compelled Vegeta to adopt a defensive posture, pushing him back several meters. A smile crept onto Ling Yi's lips as he swiftly followed up with 2 more punches and a kick, then turned to Vegeta. Warm-up concluded. Let us commence the next round. Despite his words, his body remained still, hands clasped in a fighting stance. Meanwhile, Vegeta was drenched in cold sweat, his expression one of grave seriousness, striving to present no hint of weakness. He fixated on Ling Yi, slowly advancing, when suddenly, Ling Yi's figure began to blur before his eyes. Simultaneously, a menacing presence loomed behind him. What? Vegeta exclaimed in alarm, hastily turning around. Behind him, Ling Yi maintained his posture, arms crossed, regarding him with a mocking gaze. Damn it! Perhaps his pride had been wounded. Vegeta shouted defiantly and launched a punch at Ling Yi, yet this blow met only an illusion. Where is he? Where? He scanned his surroundings desperately. Yet again, Ling Yi's figure materialized behind him, a teasing smile adorning his face. Hey! All of Vegeta's attacks fell short. Ling Yi appeared like a specter, consistently manifesting behind Vegeta, each flicker of movement intensifying the mockery in his smile. How dare you toy with me? I'm the proud prince of the Saiyans. Finally, unable to endure any longer, Vegeta unleashed his full energy and struck fiercely at Ling Yi. Smack! This time, Ling Yi did not evade. Instead, He met the punch squarely with his face. Proud prince of the Saiyans? Your strike lacks power. Following his words, the grin on Ling Yi's face grew more audacious. Now, is it not my turn? No, that cannot be. That was my full strength. Vegeta was momentarily stunned by the scene before him. However, even a fleeting lapse in focus was a perilous threat in this moment. Before he could finish expressing his astonishment, he felt an immense force crashing down upon him. He quickly adjusted his stance, bracing for the impact of landing. However, before that could occur, he was struck hard in the ribs on his right side. Subsequently, he was tossed around like a mere plaything in the air by Ling Yi. Is this truly Ling Yi? He has managed to dominate that formidable Saiyan. Nearby, Bulma and the others were equally astonished by the unfolding spectacle. Everyone was momentarily stunned, but soon a fervent chorus of cheers erupted from the atmosphere team. Go, Ling Yi. You're truly amazing, Ling Yi. I love you, Ling Yi. Yet, amidst the jubilation, Ling Yi paused in his actions, a bashful smile spreading across his face as he scratched his head. This very gesture afforded Vegeta a fleeting opportunity, and he delivered a fierce kick to Ling Yi's abdomen. Focus! Bulma's irate voice startled the crowd into silence, bringing the cheers to an abrupt halt. How careless of me, Ling Yi murmured, shaking his head amid the debris. He then soared to stand before Vegeta, declaring, the game is over. Now, I shall exert all my strength to defeat you. At this moment, Vegeta was akin to a flickering candle in the wind. His battle suit lay in tatters, and he cradled his clearly broken left arm with his right hand. His battered visage bore the marks of his struggles, with a prominent swelling above his left eye. However, he had no time to dwell on his days. As soon as he comprehended Ling Yi's words, he coughed up blood and fell heavily to the ground. The sound of his landing echoed in his ears, but he possessed not an ounce of strength left to resist. Relentless blows rained down upon him like a torrential downpour, and his consciousness began to blur. In a haze, he recalled the days spent on planet Vegeta, when he was the celebrated and proud prince of the Saiyans. Yet, as the scene shifted, chaos supplanted grandeur, and a cold man emerged before him. He was conscripted under this man's command, while his noble father, the proud Vegeta, remained silent. In that moment, he realized that only absolute power could truly conquer all. He then followed that frigid man into battle, plundering planets across the cosmos. Yet one fateful day, he learned of the destruction of his homeland, planet Vegeta. He had believed himself to be devoid of sentiment, immune to emotional upheaval, but upon hearing this news, he anxiously gazed toward the direction of his home. At that moment, it was that cold man who offered him solace, the very one who had conquered them, now seemingly his last bastion of support. But still, it was his homeland that had been obliterated by that very man. A roar of fury erupted within Vegeta's heart, and his body surged with an unprecedented power. He unleashed a fierce outburst, causing Ling Yi to stagger back a step. Then, he leaped into the air, his hand shimmering as energy coalesced. Damn pests. May you and this wretched planet become mere dust in the cosmos. Chapter 13. Rewards Granted. King Kai Fist. Vegeta's expression grew increasingly menacing, the energy he was accumulating becoming more frenzied. With a thunderous shout, he unleashed the final flash towards Ling Yi on the ground. It was over. He was doomed. I haven't even had a girlfriend yet. Please, no. Krillin and Master Roshi huddled together, while Bulma, holding launch with one hand and Gohan with the other, silently whispered Ling Yi's name. Yet, in contrast to the panic surrounding them, Ling Yi appeared remarkably composed. He gazed at the sky, where Vegeta hovered, his thoughts a mystery. As the radiant light of the final flash drew ever closer, he remained motionless. Finally, at the moment the final flash was about to strike Ling Yi, Bulma cried out his name in despair. At that instant, Ling Yi slowly extended his arms, seemingly prepared to withstand the devastating blast. With a resounding boom, the shockwave toppled everyone around. When they regained their footing, the sight before them left them breathless. Ling Yi had firmly caught the final flash with outstretched hands, retreating only half a step. Moreover, as his backward motion ceased, he began to advance, gradually pushing the energy blast back toward Vegeta. No way! Vegeta roared, increasing his power output yet again, but it was all in vain. Suddenly, Ling Yi quickened his pace and soared towards Vegeta, still holding the final flash aloft. Undeterred, Vegeta continued to amplify his strength. A deafening explosion erupted amidst the swirling smoke. When the noise subsided, a dark figure began to descend from the clouds, followed by a massive silhouette landing heavily. Thud, thud, thud. The moment Ling Yi touched the ground, he felt an unusual sensation, and his body began to shrink gradually. Once Vegeta lost consciousness completely, the artificial moon in the sky vanished, allowing Ling Yi to revert to his normal form. However, as he returned to his human shape, an overwhelming fatigue struck him, forcing him to collapse onto the ground, unable to move. Fortunately, Vegeta had completely succumbed to unconsciousness, momentarily alleviating the threat facing Earth. Ling Yi, Krillin and the others called out, rushing towards him. Upon seeing Ling Yi's limp form, Bulma and Launch enveloped him in a tight embrace. What happened, Ling Yi? Are your injuries serious? Did you defeat that alien? Yes. Ling Yi, how do you feel? Is there any pain? Should we rush you to the hospital? The two women flanked him, their softness pressing unreservedly against his face. Hey, it seems you're fine now. Indeed, we need not concern ourselves any longer. However, our concern was met with Ling Yi's lewd grin, prompting both women to deliver a forceful reprimand to him. Rising in unison, they fiercely declared, "Oh, how could you possibly be fine?" Ling Yi, witnessing their reaction, began to wail in exaggerated pain, lamenting his elbow, his knee, and his lower back. What is wrong? Are those areas all painful? Upon hearing this, the two women returned to assist him. Yet his response was, "These places aren't hurting at all." "I believe a moment of self-reflection is in order," one remarked. Indeed, the other concurred, as they unceremoniously tossed him back onto the ground. In stark contrast to the women's protective instincts, Krillin approached Vegeta with a singular, unadulterated purpose. Tentatively, he approached the Saiyan, confirming that Vegeta was indeed incapacitated, and summoned a key sphere that floated menacingly in his palm. You fiend. Wait, don't kill him just yet." As Vegeta was on the brink of destruction, Ling Yi's thunderous shout interrupted Krillin. "Why not? Our comrades have all been slain by him." Krillin shouted in confusion, tears welling in his eyes. His outburst momentarily stunned Ling Yi. Why? He pondered. What was my rationale for stopping him? I am neither Goku nor a battle maniac. I wish to marry Bulma. Killing Vegeta should bear no consequence for me. Yet, something within me suggests that Vegeta must not die, for his demise would lead to complications beyond my control. However, he could not articulate this to Krillin, as such reasoning lacked any persuasive power. Desperately, he searched for clarity, his gaze darting about, his mind repeatedly overturning every argument. Ultimately, his wandering eyes settled upon Gohan. Gohan, Piccolo, Namek. Suddenly, he grasped the crux of the matter and shouted at Krillin, "Our allies are gone, and Piccolo is dead. Thus, the Dragon Balls are rendered useless." But that Saiyan and his companion mentioned something about Namek. They stated that Piccolo is also a Namekian, implying that this Namek might still harbor Dragon Balls. At this revelation, astonishment spread among them, and the key sphere in Krillin's hand dissipated. "So, you mean we must rely on him to find a way to save our comrades?" Krillin sank to the ground, feeling utterly drained, murmuring to himself. "Indeed, this is our sole recourse." Krillin let out a frustrated roar, striking the debris at his feet with a powerful punch. Yet his gaze no longer fell upon Vegeta. He understood that Ling Yi was correct. This villain before them was their only hope for rescuing their fallen companions. However, what shall we do if he recovers and continues to launch assaults against us? At this juncture, the most seasoned Master Roshi spoke up, his words piercing straight to the heart of the matter, causing the spirits of everyone present to tighten once more. "Indeed, what shall we do then?" Krillin, his face ashen, cast a grim glance at Ling Yi, his words trembling on his lips once again. This dilemma weighed heavily on Ling Yi as well. Even in his current state, devoid of his great ape form, he still lacked the confidence to conquer Vegeta. Just then, the belated notification from the system chimed in. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully resolving the crisis Saiyan invasion. Completion level. A. Reward. Basic combat power increased by 100,000 points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating the unbeatable enemy Vegeta beyond expectations. Reward. King Kai Fist." Chapter 14. Departure for Namek. Completing a mission? This system not only possesses a fusion mechanism, but also tasks. Ling Yi's heart surged with excitement. This unexpected gain was evidently more delightful than the rewards he had anticipated. However, upon opening the system panel, he found only the bloodlines he had fused with, devoid of any displayed tasks. Could it be? Are all the main storyline arcs part of a singular mission? And what does this rating signify? Does accumulating a certain score allow me to return to reality with the powers of the Dragon Ball universe? Ling Yi pondered, and just as this thought emerged, the chilling notification echoed once more. Indeed, as long as you achieve a rating of A in all storylines, you shall be able to return to reality with your abilities. Wow, system, why did you not reveal this delightful news sooner? Ling Yi mused, with his understanding of the plot. Achieving the requisite score seemed entirely within his grasp. Yet the system's next utterance doused his enthusiasm with cold water. This is indeed a fortunate circumstance, but it is an undertaking that is absolutely unattainable for you now. What? Why is that? Did I not perform admirably on my first task? This is because... What? Goku has yet to be resurrected? Indeed, when the Dragon Balls were found, they were already petrified, and we had not made any wishes during the past year. Piccolo had also been slain, leaving Goku unable to return to life in the short term. The scene shifted, revealing Ling Yi, bound in bandages, lying on Bulma's bed. At this moment, he finally comprehended why the system stated that he would be unable to achieve a rating in the next storyline. It was because Goku would not be present. In the Saiyan invasion arc, Goku's absence did not significantly alter the trajectory of the narrative. He still learned the King Kai Fist and Spirit Bomb. And thanks to Ling Yi's maneuvering, the deceased main characters remained largely consistent with the original tale, enabling Ling Yi to attain an A rating. However, without Goku in the Namek arc, it would be impossible to achieve a full rating, for without him, he could not transform into a Super Saiyan. Damn it, why must I cook that dish? Upon hearing this, Ling Yi could no longer contain himself. He raised his bandaged hand and struck his own face several times with considerable force. This unexpected action startled Bulma, who was nearby. What are you doing, Ling Yi? Why are you suddenly hitting yourself? Stop it. Your wound might reopen. She hurried over, grasped his arm, and tenderly rubbed his face. The warmth of her hand brought Ling Yi some semblance of calm. He thought to himself, well, I suppose this isn't so bad. Even if I remain in the Dragon Ball world, I have Bulma and the others by my side. It may be a bit perilous, but there are still Dragon Balls to grant wishes. Ha ha ha. The mere thought of wishes caused a rather mischievous expression to involuntarily surface on his face. However, upon seeing this expression, Bulma, who had just been concerned for him, did not hesitate to slap him. What is wrong with you, Bulma? Ling Yi, interrupted in his daydreaming, looked at her helplessly. Bulma gritted her teeth and replied, I don't know, but seeing that expression of yours makes me want to hit you. Huh? Ling Yi rubbed his cheek in confusion. Just as he was about to inquire further about Bulma's feelings, a thunderous roar erupted from outside. At that moment, the recently awakened Vegeta was hovering in midair. Damn those pests. I don't need your pity. His expression remained arrogant, and his attitude was still belligerent. Yet, immediately after this furious shout, he inexplicably lost consciousness and plummeted to the ground. In the very spot he had vacated, Ling Yi, wrapped in bandages, floated with his arms crossed. It was indeed his tail, still thrashing about behind him, that had knocked Vegeta unconscious. Yes, the tail, perhaps the question mark on the panel from a year ago, was due to Ling Yi not having developed one at that time. Now, a year later, the tail had grown precisely when he needed it most. One could only say that everything is part of a grand design. Ling Yi gazed at the unconscious Vegeta with a complex expression. Having realized that he could no longer achieve the highest rating, he had formulated his own plans for this journey on Namek. In his own words, he had significant matters to attend to. However, this led to a pressing issue. The endeavors he wished to undertake would inevitably require him to act alone in the unknown dangers of Namek, along with the enemies whose strengths remained a mystery loomed before him. Furthermore, even with Krillin and Gohan undergoing training, the extent of their power by that time was uncertain. Therefore, he found himself in urgent need of a caretaker for Namek. With Goku unable to be revived at present, the power-enhanced Vegeta was undoubtedly his only option. It seemed he had indeed made the right choice in keeping him around. However, it was clear that training him would require considerable effort. With these thoughts in mind, he propelled himself toward the fallen Vegeta. Thus began the preparations for the journey to Namek. Time flew by, and a month later, Bulma tearfully bid farewell to her parents, saying, Dad, Mom, I will miss you. Meanwhile, Ling Yi silently organized his belongings. He carefully retrieved a jar from his backpack, a vessel for cultivating the magical beans. He wrapped the jar delicately in cloth, placed it into a containment capsule, and finally stored it within a universal capsule. After completing this task, he let out a sigh of relief and pulled out a magazine from his backpack to peruse. On the other side, Krillin and Gohan were huddled together in a corner, their gazes fixed intently on Vegeta. As for Vegeta, he was adorned with thick bandages on his head, not from old wounds, but from the recent beating delivered by Ling Yi. True to his nature, even if Ling Yi had truly overpowered him, he would never concede easily. However, Ling Yi's brilliance lay in his ability to not only overpower Vegeta by force, but also to assert, "I will accompany you to Namek, but you must allow me to." At this point, Vegeta paused, a flicker of fervor igniting in his eyes. "Allow me to become the legendary Super Saiyan." Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Ling Yi flashed a broad smile. "No problem. If that is what you desire, you may deliver the final blow to Frieza." With a scoff at this response, Vegeta dismissed the others, no longer engaging with them. As the roar of a spaceship's launch echoed, Ling Yi's journey to Namek commenced. Chapter 15. My battle power is 530,000. In the pitch-black cosmos, a spacecraft with a trailing wing sped through the void. Exclaimed Krillin. "I am astonished by how many techniques you possess, Uncle Krillin." Inside the ship, Krillin and Gohan were engaged in mental training, while Vegeta, arms crossed over his chest, quietly observed the scene. "What a bore. These youngsters delight in such futile endeavors," he muttered to himself, just as Ling Yi emerged from Bulma's quarters. "Ling Yi, take us to train. I wish to grow stronger," cried Gohan. "Yes, Ling Yi, it's been 2 or 3 days since we set out. When shall we commence our training?" In response to their inquiries, Ling Yi scratched his head and offered an awkward smile. Off to the gravity chamber. After saying this, he turned his gaze to Vegeta. "Hey, Vegeta, you should join us as well." "What? Me join?" Before Vegeta could respond, Krillin's trembling voice interjected. "Oomph. How dull. I have no need for your trivial training methods." Vegeta scoffed, turning his head away. "It's better if you don't come," he added with a dismissive air. Ling Yi reached out and pressed down on the playful Gohan, his gaze unwavering as it remained fixed on Vegeta. "Very well, if you choose not to join, so be it. I had hoped to seize this opportunity for training." At this point, he paused momentarily, revealing his characteristic mischievous grin. "I was about to share the secret to becoming a Super Saiyan, but since you're unwilling to participate, I suppose it's of no consequence." With that, he turned his back and led the other two toward the gravity chamber. Vegeta, teeth clenched and fists tightened, glared at the 3 who were slowly entering the chamber. Finally, with a snort, he followed them inside. Once the 4 entered the gravity chamber, Ling Yi approached the control panel. "Prepare yourselves. The initial stage may be somewhat uncomfortable." "Understood," Krillin and the others replied, taking their stances. Vegeta, however, remained aloof, arms crossed disdainfully. Observing Vegeta's demeanor, Ling Yi couldn't help but smirk before adjusting the gravity to 20 times normal. The oppressive weight descended upon them instantaneously. The 2 younger ones succumbed to the pressure within mere seconds, collapsing to the ground. Vegeta, too, lost his earlier bravado, now half kneeling and struggling to rise. Ling Yi, unperturbed and seemingly at ease, strolled toward the trio, arms folded. What lies ahead is a challenge 1,000 times more arduous than this. If you wish to survive, start by standing up from here. How outrageous! Vegeta bellowed, straightening his posture and launching a punch toward Ling Yi. The 2 younger ones, witnessing the commencement of their duel, gritted their teeth and slowly rose from the ground, opting to first test their strength against the overwhelming pressure instead of joining the fray. Gradually, all 3 adapted to the 20-fold gravity, and Ling Yi's one-on-one duel with Vegeta transformed into a 3-on-1 confrontation. Yet, even against their combined assault, Ling Yi maintained a calm demeanor, skillfully evading their attacks while countering with strikes of his own. The trio's speed increased, clearly having acclimatized to the 20-fold gravity. Sensing this, Ling Yi leaped back to the control panel. "Now, let us escalate to 50 times. The 3 of them froze momentarily, though this time they fared much better than at the outset, as none were forced to the ground. Thus, through a cycle of adaptation and increased gravity, the force within the chamber escalated to a daunting 120 times. That will be all for today. Upon reaching 120 times, Ling Yi ceased to increase the gravity, as he could distinctly perceive that the trio had reached their limits, both physically and mentally. As the gravity device powered down, Krillin and the others collapsed, gasping for breath. Ling Yi, drenched in sweat, wearily made his way toward the exit. Wait, however, he had barely taken 2 steps when a voice of Vegeta echoed behind him. You just mentioned, the secret to becoming a Super Saiyan. Vegeta was seated on the ground, not as disheveled as the 2 others, but it was evident he was nearing his limit. Upon hearing his words, Ling Yi suddenly remembered that he had indeed promised to share such information. Therefore, he turned back, crouching beside Vegeta with an air of mystery. one hand cupped over his mouth, as if guarding an earth-shattering secret from prying ears. The secret to becoming a Super Saiyan is... The secret is? It's anger. Huh? At this revelation, Vegeta's expression shifted instantaneously from anticipation to confusion, and then from confusion to fury. Are you mocking me? If merely being angry could transform someone into a Super Saiyan, I would do it right here and now. Hey. Ling Yi waved his hand leisurely. Just let me finish. Anger is merely one factor. Your battle power must reach a certain threshold before anger can facilitate your transformation into a Super Saiyan. Vegeta suppressed his anger, though suspicion still lingered in his eyes. And what level of power must I achieve to transform? At least 3 million. 3? Ling Yi's statement left Vegeta momentarily speechless. 3 million? The highest battle power among us is not even 300,000. Are you jesting with me? In response to Vegeta's skepticism, Ling Yi merely smiled enigmatically, placing a hand on his chest pocket. Rest assured, I have my methods to help you achieve Super Saiyan status when the time comes. With that, he turned and departed without a backward glance, leaving Vegeta standing there, a glint of dangerous intrigue flickering in his eyes. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, a month and a half had elapsed. Ling Yi and his companions successfully arrived on Namek. After a month and a half of training, their battle powers had reached the following levels. Krillin, 36, 800, Gohan, 57, IQs, Vegeta, IQs 64, 000, Ling Yi, 326, 000. The first order of business upon arriving on Namek was to gather the Dragon Balls to resurrect their fallen friend. However, Ling Yi bid farewell to his companions and flew off in a solitary direction. After he departed, Vegeta, failing to uphold his promise, snatched Bulma's dragon radar and followed suit. Where could Ling Yi have gone? The scene shifted to a Namekian village, where Ling Yi stood beside the corpse of a Namekian. Opposite him, a voice boomed. Although I know not where you, Saiyan, have emerged from, allow me to offer you a word of advice. My battle power is 530,000. Chapter 16. The Bloodline of the Ice Demon. Esteemed Lord Frieza, he is but a wild monkey, and your intervention is unnecessary. Sabo placed his right hand elegantly over his chest and bowed towards Frieza. Upon hearing this, Frieza, seated in his levitating chair, cast a sidelong glance at him. Oh, then why don't you assist me in dealing with him? With permission granted, Sabo slowly approached, lightly tapping his left index finger on his power level scanner. It turns out you're merely a piece of trash with a combat power of 5,000. Those of your ilk I have encountered have long since become mere dust scattered across the cosmos. I truly fail to comprehend your audacity in attempting to thwart Lord Frieza. Ling Yi did not respond to Sabo's mockery. Instead, he gently patted Dandy, who was cowering behind him. Go hide further away. You might get caught up in this. Huh? Oh. Dandy obediently scampered off to a distant boulder. Hearing their exchange, Sabo scoffed. You still have the presence of mind to worry about others? In mere moments, you shall become cosmic refuse yourself. Perhaps you should focus on your own plight. Ling Yi remained motionless, simply standing there, gazing at Sabo with an expression of indifference, not even assuming a fighting stance. Stupid monkey. Sabo could no longer tolerate Ling Yi's demeanor and charged at him with a furious roar. However, the moment his foot advanced, he felt a sharp slap across his right cheek. What has happened? Sabo looked at Ling Yi in confusion. Yet Ling Yi remained stationary, showing no signs of having moved. The onlookers were astounded, but only Frieza stroked his chin, murmuring to himself. That Namekian? No, his appearance is distinctly that of a Saiyan. Yet why does his arm seem to stretch? As Frieza pondered, Sabo lunged at Ling Yi once more, but once again, the outcome was unchanged. He was sent reeling back. Damn it! How can a worthless being with a combat power of only 5,000 evade me? He bellowed, unleashing his full energy and charging again. This time, instead of a slap, he was met with a solid punch to his nose. Sabo clutched his nose in agony, and upon removing his hand, he was horrified to see a pool of blood. How dare you mar my beautiful face? I shall kill you, he screamed, his skin rippling ominously. In a mere 2.5 seconds, his visage morphed into that of a toad, his aura noticeably heightened. Rejoice, foolish monkey, for you shall behold my true form. Now, I shall use my utmost power to crush you to death. Sabo boasted with arrogance, yet in his eyes, Ling Yi displayed no hint of fear. In fact, he even smirked slightly. You dare to look down upon me? Sabo charged at Ling Yi once more, this time without any inexplicable obstruction. He soared before Ling Yi, arms raised high, clearly intent on reducing him to nothing more than a puddle of flesh. However, at the moment when he raised his hands, a sharp pain emanated from his abdomen. Glancing at Ling Yi, he was now lunging forward, with his right elbow firmly embedded in Sabo's midsection. The impact was so severe that Sabo let out a cry and spat blood, clutching his abdomen as he slowly retreated, ultimately collapsing to the ground, motionless. Clap, 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 clap. Subarashi, your performance is truly remarkable. I never expected a Saiyan like you to achieve such a feat. Sabo's defeat not only failed to infuriate Frisia, but even prompted him to applaud Ling Yi. As Frisia approached him slowly, Ling Yi finally assumed a stance, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Do not be anxious, Saiyan. I have a keen eye for talent. Since you possess the capability to defeat Sabo, would you consider becoming my subordinate? At this proclamation, the audience was left in shock, with Dandy behind the boulder turning pale with anxiety. However, Ling Yi did not respond to Frisia's inquiry, maintaining his tense posture, even shifting his feet half an inch closer to Frisia. What a pity, a talent like you, and yet I must kill you here. As soon as Frisia's words fell, Ling Yi sensed a fierce gust of wind approaching his face. He barely managed to sidestep the attack, but Frisia delivered a powerful kick to his waist. Yet, he was not merely on the receiving end of a beating, for his combat prowess was comparable to Frisia in his first form. At the instant he was struck, he retaliated with a powerful punch that landed squarely on Frisia's face. In that moment, both combatants found themselves locked in a tug-of-war. Is this wild monkey truly capable of trading blows with King Frisia? Is he really a Saiyan? Have you ever seen such a formidable Saiyan? The intense clash had left the onlookers in awe, with a red-capped onlooker voicing a soul-searching question. Meanwhile, Dodoria's face turned an even deeper shade of red from fright. Yet they were unable to discern the movements of the fighters and could only wait quietly on the sidelines. After a prolonged struggle, the battle began to reach its conclusion. The disparity in power, once a mere statistic, became increasingly apparent as time passed. Gradually, Frisia began to seize control of the situation. Bang! With a swift flick of his tail, Frisia sent Ling Yi crashing heavily into the ground. Frisia's expression remained relaxed, as if this fierce battle had merely served to warm him up. He floated mockingly before Ling Yi, extending a finger to press against his forehead. One more chance, allegiance or death. With a defiant spurt of blood, Ling Yi spat in Frisia's face, but rather than inciting anger, it only elicited maniacal laughter from Frisia. Then perish, disgusting Saiyan. Ha ha ha. Whoosh. A flash of crimson light pierced through the air, and a blood hole the size of a finger appeared on Ling Yi's forehead, causing his body to collapse backward. Big brother, Dandy cried out, rushing to his side and bursting into tears upon seeing him fallen and unresponsive. Frisia then returned to his hovering chair and addressed Dodoria, saying, "You stay behind to handle the aftermath. If you wish, you may eliminate everyone here. The rest shall return with me." Understood, Dodoria replied loudly, a sinister grin spreading across his face as he approached the nearby Tian. At that moment, a familiar system notification echoed in Ling Yi's mind. Ding! Host detected to have been killed by Ice Demon Frisia. Talent death fusion triggered. Successfully fused with racial talent. Ice Demon, level. Ding. The talent Ice Demon reacts subtly with other talents within the host, increasing base combat power by 200,000. Ding. The bloodline of the warrior race is activated, significantly enhancing combat power, raising base combat power to 1,052,000. Chapter 17. Whom will you assimilate? The Grand Elder? Above a desolate island on Namek, a figure soared through the sky, propelled by its tail. Vegeta, having snatched the Dragon Ball radar, was in high spirits. Foolish beings. As the proud prince of the Saiyans, how could I ever heed your commands? He excitedly activated the radar, discovering two nearly overlapping light points not far from his location. Even the heavens wish for me to attain immortality, revealing two Dragon Balls at once. He swiftly altered his course, racing toward the indicated location. However, as he approached, an immense and familiar aura halted him in his tracks. He immediately concealed his energy and stealthily ascended to the summit of a mountain. Damn it, has Frisia beaten me to it? He pondered. And is that Ling Yi? Reaching the peak, Vegeta witnessed the moment Ling Yi was shot down. How foolish to confront Frisia alone. He deserves his fate. He spat disdainfully, but dared not make a sound. Once Frisia had departed, he prepared to leave, deeming the place devoid of significance without the Dragon Balls. Yet, just as he was about to turn and fly away, Ling Yi suddenly rolled over and sprang back to his feet, delivering a single punch that defeated Dodoria beside him. What? Isn't he dead? Vegeta gazed in disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. Just moments ago, Ling Yi had been as lifeless as one could be. Yet now he had not only vanquished Dodoria with a single strike, but his energy had also multiplied exponentially. Could it be? Had he already attained immortality through the Dragon Balls of Earth? Vegeta looked at the Dragon Ball radar in his hand, his fervor reaching its zenith. Ah! He has risen from the dead. As Ling Yi rescued Dandy, the tension had already dissipated significantly. However, when Ling Yi turned to look at him, Dandy still let out a terrified exclamation. Hey, I just saved your life. Is this how you treat me? Ling Yi placed his hands on his hips and spoke nonchalantly. Dandy, regaining his composure, revealed a blush on his green cheeks. I am sorry. It's mainly because of your head. My head? Ling Yi quitted, perplexed, as he touched his forehead and immediately felt something warm. There's a wound on your head, and it's still bleeding. It was then that Ling Yi realized his injury had yet to heal. Why was the healing process taking longer than usual? He pondered silently, wondering if it was due to his numerous deaths or perhaps the location of the injury. After a lengthy consideration, he could not arrive at a conclusion, so he simply shook his head. Never mind. I feel no discomfort. As long as these wounds heal, that's what matters. With this thought, he turned his gaze to Dandy. Is there a great elder among you who can take me to see him? Dandy was taken aback. You? How do you know about the great elder? You shouldn't be an Namekian. Ling Yi found himself in a predicament. Ah, this is a difficult matter to explain. Regardless, I am here to assist you. I just saved your life. Surely, it should not be a problem for you to take me to the great elder for some potential enhancement. You even know that the great elder can enhance potential? Dandy's eyes grew more cautious. Ling Yi truly wished to slap himself. What should have been a straightforward situation had become complicated by his words. After much contemplation, he could only gaze sincerely at Dandy. I cannot explain the matter of the great elder, but I am genuinely here to help you. Given the current circumstances, I truly need the elder's abilities to defeat Frieza. For the fate of both our peoples, please take me to see the great elder. Dandy's expression softened, and as if resolving to make a decision, he nodded decisively at Ling Yi. Follow me. Meanwhile, aboard Frieza's spaceship, the Emperor gazed out the window with a beaming smile. 5 Dragon Balls shimmering beside him. Even the restraint of an emperor could not suppress his excitement at the sight before him. It seemed as if he was not gazing upon the barren lands of Namek, but rather envisioning the radiant galaxy he would conquer after achieving immortality. A series of knocks interrupted his reverie. Kulmin, upon receiving permission, a lizard-like creature adorned with yellow spots entered. Lord Frieza, we have located the next village on a spiraling mountain. Oh, Frieza's eyes brightened to the news. Excellent, informed Dodoria to set off immediately. However, he soon noticed the lizard creature fidgeting awkwardly. What is the matter? Indeed, my lord, the news regarding Mr. Doria has vanished. Upon hearing this, Frieza raised an eyebrow and fell into contemplation for a moment. Inform the village. I shall go personally. At this juncture, Frieza's speech faltered, a dangerous glimmer igniting in his eyes. Summon the Ginyu Force. The Ginyu Force? At the mere mention of this name, the lizard man appeared startled, exclaiming in terror. Is there a problem? Frieza cast a sidelong glance at him, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. No, none at all. The lizard man managed to utter these words, seemingly exerting all his strength. Then why are you not hastening? Yes, esteemed elder, this is Ling Yi, who just rescued me from Frieza's grasp. Inside the room, Dandy introduced Ling Yi to the elder. Ahem, brave young man, I thank you for saving my child. Is there anything I can assist you with? Esteemed elder, Ling Yi hopes you can help him unlock his potential. Before Ling Yi could speak, Dandy took the initiative. Ahem, unlocking potential? No problem. Such a trivial matter is easily accomplished. Come here. However, Ling Yi remained stationary, nervously gazing at the elder. This potential, does it not also have the effect of dispelling malevolent thoughts? The elder inquired, puzzled. What do you mean by malevolent thoughts? Upon hearing this, Ling Yi's expression grew complex. Yet he proceeded to explain to the elder. After learning about the nature of the malevolent thoughts Ling Yi referred to, the onlookers, with the exception of the elder, regarded him with a mixture of confusion and disdain. Ahem. The elder cleared his throat and beckoned to Ling Yi. Not at all. Come here. Reassured, Ling Yi approached the elder, allowing his hand to rest upon his head. As his thoughts began to swirl, Ling Yi suddenly felt a surge of power coursing through his entire being. Once this sensation arose, the elder withdrew his hand, feeling the immense strength within him. Ling Yi felt emboldened for his journey to Namek. Just then, another thought crossed his mind. Slowly, he lifted his gaze towards the elder beside him. Since your time is nearly up, how about you merge with me? Chapter 18:1, 150,000? What did you say? Audacious. Ling Yi's words instantaneously chilled the atmosphere within the room. All the Namekians adopted a combative stance. No, no, no. He hurriedly gestured with his hands. Do not misunderstand. The elder's lifespan is nearly at an end, and a triumph over Frisia, the Dragon Balls are indispensable, hence my proposal. Do not be alarmed, children. I sense he harbors no ill intentions. The elder reassured the others with a wave of his hand, then turned his attention back to Ling Yi. I can sense a trace of Namekian blood coursing through your veins, which explains your desire for assimilation. However, even if we were to merge, the Dragon Balls in their current state would merely turn to stone. You would still need to craft a new set. At this point, the elder paused momentarily. I still possess some strength. It is not so easy for me to perish. Furthermore, if these Dragon Balls can indeed assist you, I may be able to facilitate an enhancement. Upon hearing these words of refusal, Ling Yi was neither surprised nor disheartened, for he recognized this as an inevitable outcome. He merely wished to test the waters. Yet, the elder's eventual concession brought him unexpected joy. He lowered his gaze, deep in thought. An enhancement? In which aspect could it be improved? The Dragon Balls were already approaching perfection. If there were any area that warranted enhancement, it would be. With this thought, Ling Yi suddenly raised his head, excitement shimmering in his eyes as he looked at the elder. Could we increase the number of individuals who can be resurrected by the Dragon Balls? As he spoke, he instinctively swallowed hard, uncertain if such an enhancement beyond the main storyline could be realized. The elder fell into silence for a moment before slowly responding, yes. But we can only resurrect one additional person. That is sufficient. Ling Yi mused inwardly. He then bowed respectfully to the elder. I humbly request that you upgrade the resurrection capacity of the Dragon Balls. Very well, the elder replied, a glimmer of crimson flashing in his narrowed eyes. The next moment, he declared, done. The Dragon Balls can now resurrect 2 individuals. Upon hearing this, Ling Yi bowed once more. Thank you, elder. Do not mention it. You two are fighting for Namek, the elder responded, gesturing with his finger as the Dragon Ball hovering above him floated toward Ling Yi. Take this. I hope it proves beneficial. And Dandy, you will accompany him. Utilizing the Dragon Balls requires a guide. Yes, Dandy acknowledged, and together they departed. On their return journey, Ling Yi could not help but reflect on how seamless everything had gone, and to his surprise, he had also attained a level of enhancement. His spirits soared to the highest heights, prompting him to hum a tune unconsciously. Come one, come all, to see the Dragon Balls. Come one, come all, to see the green of Vegeta. Oh. Beside him, Dandy, observing Ling Yi's relaxed demeanor, anxiously inquired, Are you certain everything is all right, Mr. Ling Yi? That fellow has just recently killed you. Rest assured, Ling Yi waved dismissively at Dandy. I am confident of my victory. As he spoke, he reached towards the pocket of his chest. Seeing Ling Yi's nonchalant attitude, Dandy's expression grew more concerned. However, as a healing-type Namekian, he felt powerless to intervene and could only follow closely behind Ling Yi. The two traversed numerous mountains, drawing near to join Gohan and the others. Yet at that moment, Ling Yi felt an unusual sensation. Aside from Gohan and Krillin, there were 3 formidable presences even stronger than the 2 of them. Among these individuals, however, there is no sign of Vegeta. What could this mean? Were these 3 energy signatures? Is it the Ginyu Force? Where has Vegeta gone? The essence of Ling Yi's intention in bringing Vegeta along was to counter the Ginyu Force. Given the uncertainty regarding the Ginyu Force's enhancements, an equally strengthened Vegeta would be the optimal choice. But wait, has that scoundrel abandoned us? In a state of urgency, Ling Yi instinctively quickened his pace, contemplating that since he now possessed the opportunity for a high-level assessment, he must not allow Gohan and the others to perish here. Otherwise, all would be in vain once again. Upon traversing the final mountain, he was greeted by the sight of Gohan and his companions engaged in battle with Riku. Yet, unlike the dire predicament depicted in the original narrative, they managed to hold their ground and even exchange a few blows with Riku. Nevertheless, the palpable disparity in combat prowess was evident, and they were still being pressed hard. In the midst of this intense struggle, Gohan slipped and began to topple to one side, just as Riku's enormous fist came crashing toward him. However, a surge of energy sliced through the air, interrupting Riku's assault and capturing everyone's attention. Ling Yi, you've returned. Unde Ling Yi, Krillin exclaimed excitedly, his eyes gleaming with hope. After steadying himself, Ling Yi gently set down Dandy, who had been tucked under his arm, and turned to Krillin. Krillin, Where is Vegeta? Upon hearing this, Krillin's expression darkened with rage. That bastard snatched the Dragon Ball radar and just left. He didn't harm you, did he? Huh? No, he didn't. A sigh of relief escaped Ling Yi. He recognized the gravity of his error. He had misjudged the world he inhabited as a mere fictional realm, where each individual possesses their own distinct character. To project the transformations from the anime onto Vegeta was a grave mistake. At this moment, Vegeta had yet to experience, nor would he ever receive, the warmth of family. He was the quintessential Saiyan prince, driven solely by self-interest, while Ling Yi had foolishly placed him alongside Bulma and others. This realization filled him with dread. The coveted opportunity for a high-level assessment had nearly slipped away due to his naivety. A nameless fury surged within him, yearning to be unleashed. Gradually, he approached Riku, stating, "You, unfortunately, have drawn the short straw. My temper is rather volatile at the moment." Riku paused momentarily before bursting into laughter alongside his companion. "Jisbat. Ha ha ha. Heys. Did you hear what this foul monkey just said? He is unlucky, ha ha." Hearing such an amusing Saiyan after so long, let me gauge his battle power. "Oh, do hurry, for I can hardly contain my desire to crush him." Geetzi smiled as he activated his battle power counter, but soon his smile froze on his face. 1,500,000. What? What did you say, Geetzi? I didn't hear clearly. Lycum looked at Geetzi in confusion, but he happened to meet Geetzi's terrified expression. "Run, Lycum. His battle power is 1,500,000. Huh? Upon hearing this, Lycum gazed blankly at Ling Yi, only to be met with a powerful elbow strike from Ling Yi. Chapter 19. The Pride of Vegeta. Hey, Gohan, can you feel that? I can feel it, Uncle Krillin. Uncle Ling Yi's energy is overwhelming. Krillin swallowed hard. This isn't just strong. It's a bit terrifying. In their eyes, Ling Yi's arm was embedded in Lycum's face. Yet, Lycum, struck by the blow, did not retreat or scream. He simply fell straight down without even the inertia of the impact registering. This indicated that Ling Yi not only possessed immense power, but also had achieved unparalleled control over himself. Geetzi and Bat, upon witnessing Lycum's grievous injury, immediately erupted with fury and fled towards the base. Ling Yi merely cast a glance in their direction as they ran. And then, in a flash, he returned with their lifeless bodies. Ling Yi is incredibly powerful. Now we must gather the Dragon Balls and revive our companions. Krillin and the others laughed as they ran towards Ling Yi. However, Ling Yi's brow was furrowed in concern. "What's wrong, Ling Yi?" Seeing this, the two slowed their pace. Ling Yi did not respond immediately. Instead, he pondered for a moment before looking at them with a serious expression. The situation may be a bit troublesome. The two were left bewildered by his words. "What trouble could there be, Ling Yi? You're already so strong. Can't we gather the Dragon Balls in no time?" Ling Yi forced a smile. "I initially thought so too, but Vegeta has betrayed us and stolen our only Dragon Ball radar. And the Ginyu Force has likely informed you that their master, Frieza, is even stronger than I am. Significantly so. All right." Krillin immediately wilted, the joy that had clouded his mind dissipating as he recalled the Dragon Ball radar. "So what should we do now?" He looked helplessly at Ling Yi, his mind void of any ideas. Ling Yi glanced at Dandy beside him, observing the Dragon Ball he held, and gradually formulated a plan. "We can only take a gamble. Frieza's spaceship base." The four of them were stealthily scouting. After confirming that Frieza was indeed absent, they cautiously approached the base. "Ling Yi, even if we want to lure Vegeta, can't we just use this Dragon Ball in our possession? Why do we have to come to such a terrifying place?" Krillin trembled, his face pale. Ling Yi continued to survey the surroundings while explaining. "All the Dragon Balls of Namek are located within the village, yet a solitary Dragon Ball unexpectedly appears in the wilderness. Do you not find this peculiar? The only solution now is to mingle this orb with several others at Frieza's base, thus ensuring that Vegeta does not grow suspicious." You do have a point, but at this moment, Krillin anxiously glanced around. "If Frieza is here, would we not be in dire straits?" "Fear not. I am quite confident he is absent. However, there is indeed a troublesome individual within this base that requires our attention." With that, the group made their way to the rear of the base. Sure enough, upon arrival, they discovered Ginyu training his team in the art of combat choreography. Ling Yi suppressed his energy to a minimum, gesturing for Krillin and the others to remain silent as he stealthily approached Ginyu. The latter remained oblivious, continuing to direct his team in their movements. "This won't do. You need to raise your left hand a bit higher, and you, lower your right foot." "Ginyu-sama, we are running out of time," one of the team members began, but suddenly his expression changed dramatically. Geiginu-sama. Jinyu, however, displayed a look of approval. Yes, exactly. That expression is, before he could finish his sentence, Ling Yi swiftly snapped his neck. The remaining subordinates were unable to scream, as Gohan and his companion swiftly rendered them unconscious. At this juncture, Ling Yi, relying on his memory, located the pit where Frieza had buried the Dragon Balls, burying the one he held within it as well. He then instructed everyone to lower their energy and hide nearby. Indeed, shortly thereafter, Vegeta arrived with a panicked demeanor. After surveying the area for a moment, he excavated all the Dragon Balls. Witnessing this, Ling Yi signaled to the others, firmly locking onto Vegeta's energy signature and following him. Vegeta, now bearing 6 Dragon Balls, made his way to a cavern. He meticulously observed his surroundings, ensuring that no one was watching before entering. Moments later, he emerged into an open space holding 7 Dragon Balls. Ha 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 ha! At last, I shall attain immortality. Frieza, and that damn Ling Yi, you will all pay for this. From this day forth, it shall be the reign of Lord Vegeta. After his laughter subsided, he gazed down at the Dragon Balls. Quick, Dragon Balls, grant my wish for eternal life. Huh? Has it been granted already? I feel nothing. He muttered to himself. Just then, a sense of danger surged from behind him. As he turned, Ling Yi delivered a powerful kick to his lower back. This strike was executed with precision, designed to incapacitate Vegeta without delivering a fatal blow. Once Vegeta regained his footing, Ling Yi inhaled deeply and approached him slowly. Then bang! He delivered a heavy punch directly to Vegeta's face, subsequently lifting him effortlessly off the ground. Why have you done this? Ha 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 ha! With his face covered in blood, he let out a defiant laugh. Weakly, he raised his left hand, extending his thumb toward himself. I am the proud prince of the Saiyans. How could I ever be at your mercy? Ling Yi questioned perplexed. In response, Vegeta unleashed a frantic roar. You know nothing. All I have left is my dignity. Do you comprehend the feeling of seeing your most revered person trampled underfoot? Do you understand the despair of witnessing your homeland being destroyed by another, while you are forced to serve him? He continued, at this moment, the most vital thing for me is to transform into a Super Saiyan. I must vanquish Frieza and become the strongest in the universe. Only then can I reclaim my true self. Ling Yi remained stunned for quite some time after hearing these words, before posing a crucial question to Vegeta. Then why did you only steal their Dragon Radar and not kill them? Vegeta snorted dismissively. It doesn't matter to eliminate those who are irrelevant. Besides, he trailed off, suddenly shouting at Ling Yi, if you intend to kill, then do it. Why all this unnecessary chatter? You must have felt indebted to Bulma's family during your recovery, which is why you refrained from killing them, right? A trivial excuse, Vegeta remarked, turning his head away. After confirming that Vegeta still possessed a shred of compassion, Ling Yi tossed him to the ground, then retrieved a senza bean from his pocket and pressed it into Vegeta's mouth. Having completed this act, he turned his back and walked towards Dandy and the others, loudly declaring, I am a man of my word. I promised I would help you become a Super Saiyan, and I shall do just that. Just watch and see. Chapter 20, The Wrath of the King. On Namek, at the Grand Elder's residence, a gaping hole had been created. Inside, Frieza stood before the Grand Elder, having dispatched all the guards, one hand gripping the barely conscious Nail. Grr, you must be the leader of this planet. Hand over the last Dragon Ball, and tell me how to make my wish. The Grand Elder remained silent, sitting quietly. You old fool. Don't you care about the lives of your people? Frieza tightened his grip on Nail's arm, eliciting pained cries. Yet the Grand Elder still did not speak. You wretched old man, Frieza growled, red light gathering in his eyes. Stop. If the Grand Elder dies, the Dragon Balls will vanish, and you will never achieve your wish. Frieza spat in response, halting his actions. However, he released Nail, tossing him to the ground, then ruthlessly stomped on Nail's chest. The agonized screams echoed throughout the chamber. What a heartless parent, willing to watch their child endure such torment rather than disclose the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls. Frieza relentlessly trampled on Nail, his gaze fixed on the Grand Elder. Alas, cease this, I implore you. After what seemed like an eternity of torment, the Grand Elder finally sighed. Please, Grand Elder, do not, Nail pleaded, but in the next moment, he was kicked aside by Frieza. Oh ho ho, had you done this sooner, your child would not have suffered so greatly. Now, reveal to me the location of the Dragon Balls and the method to make a wish. The Grand Elder remained silent for a moment before speaking. The Dragon Balls are not in my possession. Their precise location is for you to discover. As for making a wish, it requires you to be on Namek and to speak your desire before the Eternal Dragon. The The Grand Elder paused momentarily. You have already slain the last Namekian on this planet, aside from myself, so your wish can never be fulfilled. Oh. Frisia chuckled upon hearing this. Dear Grand Elder, if I simply bring the Dragon Balls to you, couldn't you grant my wish? After a brief silence, the Grand Elder stammered, I seem to be a bit forgetful in my old age. I cannot recall the incantation to summon the Eternal Dragon. Frisia's expression darkened with irritation as he coldly retorted, It appears you have become useless to me. With that, he concentrated a crimson energy in his hand. The universe is vast. I shall take my time searching for Namekians on other planets. Just as the crimson energy was about to be unleashed, the sky suddenly darkened. In an instant, thunder rumbled, and a colossal green lizard appeared at the horizon. What is that? Frisia questioned, puzzled, while the Grand Elder let out a chuckle. Hee. It seems Dandy and the others have successfully summoned the Eternal Dragon. Is that the Eternal Dragon? And one surviving Namekian? You vile old fool, you dared to deceive me. Frisia bellowed, then sped towards the direction of the Eternal Dragon. Come forth and state your wishes. The authoritative voice of Purunga resonated through the clouds, reaching Ling Yi and the others. Dandy, tell Purunga to revive Goku and Piccolo, who perished on Earth. Oh, Dandy did not inquire further, merely acknowledging and turning to Purunga. Bobo, Goku, Bobo, Piccolo, Bobo. After uttering a string of incomprehensible phrases, a flash of red light flickered in Purunga's eyes. Very well. Your first wish has been granted. You have 2 wishes remaining. Is this truly the Eternal Dragon? Are you going to use the second wish to make me a Super Saiyan? Vegeta, having regained his senses, approached Ling Yi's side. No. Becoming a Super Saiyan does not require the dragon's assistance, and the dragon lacks such power. Vegeta refrained from further inquiries and seated himself nearby. Dandy for the second wish. Teleport both Goku and Piccolo to Namek. Why send those 2 worthless beings here? To their demise? Vegeta could no longer contain himself and questioned loudly. I have my own plans, Ling replied, casting a glance at Vegeta. This is the key to your becoming a Super Saiyan. Oomph. Upon hearing this, Vegeta fell silent, merely snorting in disdain and turning his head away. The crimson light flickered in Purunga's eyes once more. Your second wish has been granted. Now, quickly state your third wish. Krillin looked around in confusion. They've already been sent? How come we don't see them? They must have been transported to another region, as long as they VE arrived. That's sufficient. Dandy, for the third wish. You despicable lot. Just as Ling was about to articulate the third wish, the enraged Frisia arrived. Is it too late? Ling whispered to himself. Initially, he believed that since the storyline had changed, he might be able to voice the third wish. But now appeared that it was not so simple after all. Frisia, with a cold expression, landed before the group and immediately recognized Ling. Is it the Saiyan I just killed? What is he doing here? Moreover, he adjusted his power level monitor. Has my battle power risen to 1.5 million? A fleeting surprise crossed his face before a chilling smile emerged. He glanced at Purunga and then at Dandy beside Ling, coldly stating, You over there, Namekian brat? I'll grant you a chance. Wish for me to become immortal through the dragon, and I shall spare you. Dandy remained silent, shrinking behind Ling and shaking his head. What a pity. I shall have to kill everyone present. What nonsense are you spouting? Your energy is clearly inferior to Ling's, yet you think you can eliminate us all? Auxili, juste boasting. Krillin and the others, unaware of the gravity of the situation, mocked him, while Ling and Vegeta had already assumed a defensive stance, beads of cold sweat forming on their brows as they gazed at Frisia. What's wrong, Ling? Shouldn't you be able to handle him with ease? Has he suppressed his energy? Krillin asked in confusion, but his query was met with Frisia's thunderous roar. With a shattering of his battle armor. Frisia crossed his arms, his body began to swell, and in no time, he transformed into his second form. Yet, his roar did not cease, nor did his movements change. Gradually, the back of his head began to protrude, and his face became sharper. He opted to directly transform into his third form. Once this form stabilized, he finally ceased his actions and gazed at everyone. So, who shall I begin with? Chapter 21. The Gathering of Warriors, as Ling Yi's extraordinary maneuvers commenced. A terrifying pressure enveloped the entire scene in an instant. What on earth has caused his aura to surge so dramatically? Krillin's face turned ashen, and he collapsed onto the ground. Gohan trembled uncontrollably, rendered speechless. After uttering his words, Frisia surveyed the crowd, and a glint of red light flickered in his eyes. With a resounding boom, a moderate explosion erupted at Ling Yi's feet. In the wake of this explosion, Dandy, who stood beside Ling, was engulfed in black smoke and fell backward. Thus, you can no longer utilize the Dragon Balls to escape, can you? This action left everyone astounded, not only due to the obscurity of his attack, but also because this madman, upon realizing his wish could not be fulfilled, decisively eliminated the only one who could articulate it. How ruthless! This is the Cosmic Emperor Frieza. Ling Yi mused inwardly, despite having watched the Dragon Ball series countless times. It was only in the presence of Frieza that he truly felt the despairing sense of powerlessness. Even if you wished for everyone to escape, you insisted on resurrecting two worthless beings. Now, splendidly, aside from your immortal self, everyone else is doomed to perish. The words immortal being struck Ling Yi momentarily dumb. How did Vegeta know about his immortality? He could not fathom it, and before he could ponder further, Vegeta charged at Frieza with a fierce roar. Vegeta! Ling Yi's expression morphed into one of exasperation, and he too lunged at Frieza. He could not allow Vegeta to fall. If Vegeta were to die now, their plan would become exceedingly difficult to execute. The two engaged Frieza in a chaotic melee, and the sound of their clashing attacks reverberated through the air. Hey, Gohan, can you see their movements clearly? Krillin inquired gravely as he rose to his feet. I can see a bit, Gohan replied. Then let us join in, Gohan. Even that Saiyan named Vegeta is fighting with all his might. For the sake of everyone's fate, we cannot remain idle. Krillin's gaze was resolute, his fists clenched tightly. Witnessing Krillin's demeanor, Gohan's expression hardened with determination. Understood, Uncle Krillin. The two inhaled deeply, adjusted their stances, and plunged into the fray. With the addition of Krillin and Gohan, the battle reached a stalemate. Though they could not make a decisive impact, their sudden magical flashes or energy slashes could momentarily distract Frieza. Not to mention Krillin's occasional solar flare aimed directly at Frieza's eyes. Damn insects! Yet a move is still a move. Frieza, thoroughly irritated, let out a thunderous roar, swiftly evading Ling Yi and Krillin's attacks, and darted towards Gohan. Gohan, he is too fast. I can't keep up. Confronted with the rapidly approaching Frieza, even Gohan, hearing Krillin's call, found himself unable to react. Behind Frieza, Ling Yi had already unleashed his utmost speed, yet he still couldn't catch up. As Frieza's fist was about to strike Gohan, despair washed over him. Is this truly the end, King Kai? Boom! Before Ling Yi could finish his thought, a green figure materialized before Gohan, intercepting the blow. Uncle Piccolo! Gohan exclaimed in surprise upon recognizing the figure before him. Hearing Gohan's voice, Piccolo turned, a look of satisfaction gracing his features. Heh, Gohan, you've grown stronger. His timely arrival was indeed fortuitous, and it appeared he had already assimilated with Nail. Everything seemed to be progressing favorably. Ling Yi silently acknowledged this, stepping alongside Piccolo. The two simultaneously released their energy, the combined force of their million-power auras delivering a potent surge of encouragement to Krillin and the others. Perhaps, just perhaps, we can actually win, Gohan, Krillin said excitedly, waving at Gohan. However, Vegeta scoffed at him dismissively. Foolish one. Do you truly believe this is Frieza's full strength? Without waiting for Krillin to respond, he charged into the fray, joining the battle. Perplexed, Krillin observed the battlefield. With Piccolo's involvement, the tide had indeed shifted significantly, even gaining an advantage over Frieza. Why then? Did Vegeta make such a remark? He found himself puzzled, yet he dismissed the thought and joined the fray. Indeed, Frieza began to falter, even being driven into the ground on several occasions. The situation seemed to be evolving favorably. Yet at that moment, Ling Yi heard a voice. Bulma? What are you doing here? Boom! Bulma's shout distracted Ling Yi, resulting in a fierce kick from Frieza that struck him squarely in the chest, sending him crashing to the ground. Ling Yi, are you alright? Bulma rushed over, helping him up, her eyes filled with concern. Bulma, weren't you supposed to be hiding in a cave? How did you end up here? Ling Yi asked, bewildered, while Bulma pointed behind her. There was an earthquake over there, and while escaping, I encountered Goku's spirit. He brought me here. At that moment, Goku peeked out from behind Bulma. Hey Ling Yi, long time no see. I saw you at King Kai's. You're really impressive, defeating even someone like Vegeta. And he turned his gaze skyward toward Frieza. Is that Frieza? Incredible. Just sensing his energy makes me tremble with excitement. I can't wait to face him. Only you would find exhilaration upon encountering Frieza, Ling Yi thought. Looking at Goku's bright expression, his heart filled with both joy and resignation. At that moment, Frieza unleashed a surge of energy, sending everyone crashing to the ground. He then descended slowly, his expression seething with rage. Well done, insects, you have truly provoked me, though I would prefer not to resort to such measures. In light of your relentless efforts, I shall show you what true hell looks like. With a maniacal laugh, he began to intensify his power, and cracks began to appear on his face as his aura escalated. Witnessing this, Ling Yi hurriedly handed a sizable pouch of senzu beans to Goku and called out to Vegeta. Hurry, Vegeta! There's no time. Come here, and I will enable you to transform into a Super Saiyan. Upon hearing this, Vegeta, clutching his left rib, flew over. Are you serious? How do we do that? Ling Yi pulled him alongside Goku and instructed the two, you must begin attacking each other, but refrain from killing one another. When you reach a state of near death, consume a senzu bean. Ling Yi then turned to Bulma. Do you still have the power level scouter that Raditz left behind? Huh? Yes, I have it, Bulma replied. Good. Keep an eye on their power levels. As soon as they reach 3 million, call for me. Chapter 22. The Arrival of the Saiyan Duo. I understand. You intend to exploit our near-death recovery to enhance our power levels. Good thinking, but Vegeta gestured toward Frieza, who was in the midst of transforming. Do you really think he will grant us that opportunity? I can hold him off for you. Just focus on your transformation. Ling Yi responded, earning a scoff for Vegeta. You think you can hold him off? Do you even comprehend the magnitude of his ultimate form's power? Before Vegeta could finish, Ling Yi's aura shifted dramatically. A swirling red energy enveloped him as his power steadily increased. What? Kaioken? How do you know Kaioken? That SA technique I've honed for quite some time. Could be that you. Goku exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. Then a look of realization crossed his face. Are you a KO? Clearly, he is a Saiyan. You fool. Just look at his tail. Goku's extraordinary lack of perception elicited a sarcastic retort for Vegeta. It seemed that whenever these two met, they shared an amusingly peculiar chemistry. Ling Yi thought to himself as his energy reached its zenith. 40 times Kaioken, the pinnacle of my abilities. His previous maximum had only been 20 times, but after merging with the Ice Demon S talents, his power level skyrocketed to 40 times, indicating that the physical strength of Frieza S race must be comparable to that of the Saiyans. Piccolo. At this moment, Ling Yi waved to Piccolo, who approached upon hearing his call. What is it? Piccolo inquired. Ling Yi approached Piccolo, mysteriously placing a hand beside his mouth. I'll go intercept Frieza. Those two will engage in self-harm to boost their combat power. However, Goku has some character flaws. If he cannot bring himself to truly harm Vegeta, then you must assist him. Huh? Oh, understood, Piccolo replied, momentarily taken aback but still acquiescing. Receiving confirmation, Ling Yi nodded at Piccolo and then turned his gaze towards Frieza, who was in the midst of transforming. With a power level of 60 million, he realized that he was currently on par with the original Goku, possessing nearly 50% of Frieza's battle strength. He pondered whether he could endure long enough, but this was the only course of action he had left. At that moment, Frieza's transformation concluded. To prevent Frieza from indiscriminately firing lasers, he charged forward and engaged in combat with Frieza. Meanwhile, Goku and Vegeta commenced their self-inflicted damage plan. Alright, you go first, Vegeta, Goku said, assuming a stance. Vegeta merely scoffed in response, raising a hand to unleash a wave of energy that struck Goku. Ugh! Goku immediately spat blood, his life hanging by a thread. He hastily consumed a senzu bean, and as it took effect, his muscles swelled impressively, and his aura intensified significantly. Is this the power-up a Saiyan receives when on the brink of death? He mused, leaping into the air and feeling the surge of strength within him. Alright, it's your turn. His thoughts were interrupted by Vegeta's call, prompting Goku to quickly assume his stance again. Okay, here I come. As he spoke, he threw a punch at Vegeta, but upon impact, the air around them seemed to freeze. Haven't you eaten enough? Put some effort into it, Vegeta remarked, slightly leaning back without sustaining any real damage. My apologies, I'll try again, Goku said sheepishly, only for his second punch to similarly knock Vegeta to the ground without inflicting any serious injury. What on earth are you doing? Vegeta shouted angrily as he approached Goku, who still wore an apologetic expression. I'm sorry. You don't appear hostile, and your energy doesn't seem malevolent. So I instinctively can't bring myself to strike truly hard. You fool, are you planning to let everyone die here? Vegeta's reprimand was abruptly cut short as a green claw pierced through his chest. Quick, give him senzu bean. Huh? Oh, Piccolo, observing Goku's actions, spoke calmly. Goku, I don't care what your personality is like. You two are bearing the hopes of everyone. Even if you resist, You must set aside your naivety now. Everyone's lives depend on you. Do you understand? Looking at Piccolo's serious demeanor, Goku suppressed his smile. He responded heavily and was subsequently sent flying by the revived Vegeta. After rising, Vegeta unleashed another energy wave at the fallen Goku. Get up, you worthless fool. We don't have much time left. The duo finally found their rhythm. But Ling Yi was already struggling against the relentless Frieza. In a fit of rage, Frieza did not toy with Goku as depicted in the original narrative. Instead, he unleashed his full might with every strike. The force trembled his insides, and the lethal precision of each blow reminded Ling Yi of the terrifying power of the Cosmic Emperor. He had to remain utterly vigilant, for a moment's lapse could lead to his demise. Are you not ready yet? Ling Yi gritted his teeth and inquired of Bulma after absorbing another blow. 120,000. Excellent. Just a few more and we should be set. He silently congratulated himself. However, their exchange caught Frieza's attention. Vegeta and the others are there? Whatever they are doing, I must thwart it. Frieza muttered, charging toward Vegeta and his companion. Damn it, run, Vegeta! Ling Yi shouted as he pursued Frieza, but the latter's speed was insurmountable. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't keep up. Damn it, you two hurry. Seeing this, Piccolo roared and charged at Frieza. Yet, Frieza was still too powerful. With a mere flick, he sent Piccolo crashing to the ground, immobilized. Just as Frieza was about to reach Vegeta and the others, an energy blast struck his back. The impact was minor. It gave Frieza the sensation of being stung by a mosquito just as he was about to unleash his own attack, and an infuriated glance revealed Gohan, his face resolute. At that moment, Krillin appeared before Gohan. Solar flare. As the brilliance erupted, Frieza clutched his eyes in agony, wildly firing energy blasts in all directions. Well done, Gohan and Krillin. Ling Yi shouted excitedly at the pair, then swiftly flew to Bulma's side to shield her from the stray blasts. Just as he positioned himself in front of Bulma, her exhilarated voice rang out. 170,000, 250,000, 3 million, 3 million. Chapter 23. The Fourth Transformation of the Cosmic Overlord. 3 million already? How are we supposed to transform into Super Saiyans? Vegeta clenched his fists and shouted at Ling Yi. Yet, Ling Yi disregarded him, instead bellowing as he charged toward Krillin. Be careful, Krillin. His speed was astonishing. Before anyone could comprehend the situation, he shot an energy wave at Krillin's feet from a hidden angle. In the cloud of dust stirred by the blast, he knocked out the bewildered Krillin. As the dust settled, he cradled the fallen Krillin, his expression filled with sorrow and fury as he gazed up at Frieza. Frieza, you scoundrel. How could you have killed Krillin? Frieza, the Cosmic Emperor who had just regained his sight, displayed a look of confusion. Yet, Ling's tone was so piercing and his expression so sincere that it led Frieza to believe that he was indeed responsible for Krillin's demise. Just as he was about to issue a mocking retort, suddenly, Krillin. Cutscene. Goku let out a furious shout, his muscles bulging, and a golden aura enveloped him as he transformed into a Super Saiyan. What is this? The Super Saiyan? Vegeta murmured, observing Goku's remarkable transformation. At that moment, Ling appeared before him unexpectedly, and then, slap! A crisp sound echoed as a resounding slap landed on Vegeta's face. You worthless fool! Can't you even transform like this? Vegeta was momentarily stunned by the fiery sensation on his cheek. How dare you insult me? Cutscene. Vegeta, too, transformed. Ha, finally! Seeing this unfold, Ling sighed in relief. You are now Super Saiyans. Go forth and defeat Frieza. With that, he turned and walked towards Bulma. So this is the Super Saiyan? Vegeta slowly clenched his fists, feeling the power coursing through him. Meanwhile, Goku could no longer contain himself and charged towards Frieza. Witnessing this, Vegeta's expression was complex, yet he gritted his teeth and followed suit. One sought vengeance for a fallen friend. The other bore the weight of a grudge against an entire race. Neither wished to forfeit this chance to vanquish their foe. Thus, they rarely united in their quest. Although the path was fraught with hurdles, the outcome remains favorable. Ling smiled as he returned to Bulma, only to find her consumed with grief and anger. You can still smile? Krillin is dead. He can no longer be revived with the Dragon Balls. Ling paused momentarily, but before he could explain, Gohan returned, cradling Krillin's lifeless form. Uncle Krillin isn't dead. He is just unconscious. With that, he placed Krillin down and soared towards Piccolo. What? Not dead? Bulma approached Krillin with uncertainty, checking his pulse. Upon confirming that he was indeed alive, she pondered for a moment before looking at Ling. You're quite the trickster. Cough, cough, cough. Ling awkwardly cleared his throat twice. Well, this is merely a temporary measure, a stopgap. Wait, where did you learn the term trickster? Bulma walked over to Ling, pinching his arm. You always call me that, so I took the time to look it up. I never imagined you would use such a term to describe me. Ling winced at Bulma's pinch, but, upon hearing her words, managed a sheepish laugh. Haha, well, let us focus on the battle. Such high-stakes confrontations are a rarity, haha, Bulma let out a dissatisfied hum, yet still indulgently linked her arm with Ling Yi's. On the battlefield, the fight had escalated to a fever pitch. One Super Saiyan was already proving to be a formidable opponent for Frieza, let alone two. The duo harbored immense animosity towards him, delivering each blow with tremendous force, which ultimately turned the tide in favor of Frieza's relentless beating. With a resounding crash, Frieza was sent crashing into the ground, the tremendous noise rousing Krillin from his stupor. His head throbbed painfully. Shaking it, he approached Ling Yi. Are we dead? Is this hell? Oh, Bulma, you're dead too? Dead? Nonsense. Look over there, Bulma pointed. Following her indication, Krillin beheld two figures radiating golden light. Is that Goku and Vegeta? How they transform like this? Their energy is so powerful. Dad, they've become Super Saiyans. Just then, Gohan, cradling Piccolo, flew back into view. Super Saiyan? Is this what a Super Saiyan is? They're incredible. How do they achieve this? Ling Yi quickly interjected, anxious that someone might unveil the truth. It's a long story, so just watch for now. When the time is right, I'll explain everything in detail. All right, Krillin replied, ceasing his inquiries, while the others cast disdainful glances at Ling Yi. As the sky gradually brightened, the figure of Purunga vanished into the ether. The Grand Elder must have perished, he remarked, turning to Bulma. Contact Master Roshi and the others. Let them use the Dragon Balls to resurrect the good people of Namek. But the communication devices are in the cave and are no longer operational, Bulma replied. Oh, I can't believe I forgot about that, Ling Yi muttered. Just then a hearty voice echoed from the sky. I can assist with the message, came the voice of King Kai. Upon hearing it, Ling Yi waved at the sky. How reassuring, King Kai. Roar, roar, wait for my good news. After this, King Kai fell silent. Gohan puzzled then asked Frieza, has he really perished? Why is there no sign of movement? Hearing this, Ling Yi's thoughts crystallized. Could it be true? Has he truly been vanquished so easily? This seems too smooth. The enemies of Namek showed no signs of heightened combat prowess. It appears Vegeta's situation was indeed an anomaly. Elated, he thought that soon they could use the Dragon Balls to resurrect the Grand Elder and the others, and then with Purunga's help, return everyone safely to Earth. This journey to Namek had proven surprisingly uncomplicated. With that thought, he joyfully called out to Goku and Vegeta in the sky. Hey Goku, Vegeta, check if he's really dead. We're heading back. His words lingered on the tip of his tongue, and his expression instantly darkened. Not just him, but everyone present, except for the unconscious Piccolo and the oblivious Bulma, displayed looks of horror. The source of their dismay was unmistakable. Oh ho ho, a Super Saiyan? It appears to be nothing extraordinary. Amidst the swirling dust, Frieza emerged slowly, his skin radiating a faint green luminescence, emanating an aura that was exponentially greater than before. Chapter 24. The Near-Death Super Saiyan. The chilling presence of Frieza struck Ling Yi's chest like a heavy blow. How could such a pivotal moment turn so effortlessly awry? It was at that moment Ling Yi comprehended the gravity of the situation. The difficulty had been thrust upon him, hadn't it? Moreover, this sensation likely indicated a power akin to that of Cell's second form. With this thought, Ling Yi swiftly darted toward Cade and the others, shouting, Gohan, quickly bring Dandy's body over. Huh? Oh. Gohan, momentarily frozen by Ling Yi's command, snapped back to reality and flew towards Dandy's lifeless form. Frieza watched this scene unfold. But being a member of the proud and arrogant Ice Demon race, coupled with his absolute dominance over the battlefield, he regarded Ling Yi's efforts with disdain. His gaze returned to the three Saiyans as he slowly extended his arms, palms facing forward, stepping forward with his right foot, placing it half an inch in front of his left, striking what he believed to be an elegant pose. I acknowledge your excellence, dear warriors. It has indeed been a long time since I felt pain, so this shall be your reward, a true, profound despair. His tone was utterly devoid of emotion, as though this was not a declaration of victory, but rather an established fact, a tangible, despair-laden future. You, how could you have become so strong so suddenly? That should have been your full power just moments ago. Vegeta exclaimed, drenched in cold sweat and disbelief. Oh ho ho, Speaking of which, I must thank you, dear Vegeta. Frieza replied mockingly, his left hand forming a circle with his index finger and thumb, resting it against his lips. It was perhaps over a year ago that you suddenly requested a training chamber. I pride myself on being attentive to my subordinates, so I was somewhat aware of your situation. Nevertheless, you truly surprised me, Vegeta. As he spoke, Frieza gradually approached Vegeta. You have made rapid advancements. Coincidentally, at that time, rumors of my annihilation of planet Vegeta were circulating among the ranks, which prompted me to exert a little extra effort myself. It seems that effort has borne fruit. By the time Frieza finished his statement, his left arm had draped over Vegeta's shoulders, their heads nearly touching. As if he were a parent encouraging a child. The atmosphere thickened to a freezing point, with everyone watching the scene unfold with a complex mix of emotions. Especially Ling Yi. Frieza's words, though seemingly flattering toward Vegeta, held a truth only he was aware of. It was all due to him. Vegeta's state was hardly better. He appeared to be engulfed in self-doubt, allowing Frieza to embrace him without resistance. Vegeta, Frieza spoke again, do you know? I have watched you grow, and my feelings for you run deeper than for any of my other subordinates. It is precisely for this reason that, at this point, his tone suddenly turned icy. It truly saddens me. With a swift motion, Frieza's knee struck Vegeta's abdomen, sending him crashing out of his Super Saiyan form, clutching his midsection as he fell. The signal for battle was sounded. Upon Vegeta's collapse, Ling Yi and Goku erupted with energy, advancing on Frieza from either side. Yet, the tyrant did not budge. He merely extended a finger to either side in response to their ferocious assault. A deafening explosion erupted from his fingertip, and to their horror, Ling Yi and Goku realized they could not advance even a fraction against the slender barrier. Undeterred after their initial failure, they swiftly adjusted their stances and unleashed a flurry of punches towards Frieza, all of which were effortlessly deflected by that single finger. A smirk graced Frieza's lips as his gaze remained fixed on the fallen Vegeta, while continuously parrying their attacks. He nonchalantly lifted his right foot and placed it upon Vegeta's head, applying a slight pressure. Vegeta, who had been unconscious, was jolted awake. He struggled against his predicament, but no matter how he fought, his head remained immobile. Stop struggling, Vegeta. The power of a Super Saiyan is utterly insignificant. As he spoke, Frieza abruptly withdrew his arms. Ling Yi and Goku, caught off guard, lost their balance and lurched forward. In that fleeting moment, Frieza transformed his finger into a palm and delivered a swift chop to the two warriors. The impact sent them crashing down, stirring up a cloud of dust. Simultaneously, Frieza lifted his foot from Vegeta's head. One after another, he sent them flying with a series of kicks, pursuing Vegeta's airborne form closely. Goku was thrown into a nearby body of water, where he remained submerged, while Ling Yi was fortuitously kicked back towards Bulma. Ugh! A spurt of blood erupted from him, eliciting a scream from Bulma. Are you alright, Ling Yi? Is Earth still not safe? We might all perish soon. Ling Yi did not respond to Bulma's inquiry. Instead, he fixated on the battered Vegeta, shouting towards the heavens. North Kai. They should have already gone to do it. Just wait a little longer. Just wait a little longer. What nonsense is this waiting? Vegeta is on the brink of death, and no one here can withstand even a single blow from Frieza. He cried out in agitation towards the sky, only to attract Frieza's attention. That Saiyan over there has been doing something quite peculiar. It's rather annoying, Frieza murmured, then ensnared Vegeta's neck with his tail. With his free left hand, he unleashed a deadly energy beam towards Ling Yi. The swiftly approaching energy filled Ling Yi with dread. Should he be struck, his demise would be inevitable. Although he possessed the ability to resurrect, in such circumstances, death was decidedly an unwise choice. If he were to be reborn and Frieza had slain Piccolo and the others in the interim, it would all be over. I must evade it. Ling Yi contemplated. But Frieza's recent attack had been overwhelmingly powerful. After struggling a few times, he was engulfed in excruciating pain and had no choice but to utilize the talents of the Ice Demon to construct a protective shield before him, attempting to deflect the impending assault. However, as this thought materialized, Bulma, seemingly sensing the impending danger, abruptly pushed him aside. The deadly beam struck Bulma squarely. At that moment, darkness enveloped the hearts of all present, even as the skies above Namek remained bright. Chapter 25. I will return alive. Ling Yi's declaration of victory. Bulma. The intense emotional upheaval caused Ling Yi to momentarily forget his own pain. He swiftly rose to Bulma's side, helping her to her feet. Why save me? Bulma's complexion was ashen, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of her mouth, a charred hole perforating from her right shoulder blade through to her left chest, smoke still wafting from the wound. She did not speak, merely trembling as she extended her left hand slowly towards Ling Yi's face. But this hand faltered in midair. Falling helplessly, Ling Yi hurriedly grasped her hand, pressing it against his own face, yet all he felt was an icy chill. Bulma's pupils dilated. Ling Yi's eyes reflected this scene, but his mind was flooded with memories of the past years spent with Bulma. Why? We have only known each other for a year. The very mother who had accompanied him for 7 years would choose to abandon him in a moment of crisis. Wasn't it true that even Goku would push others forward in times of danger? The new colleague he had taken such care of would also throw him under the bus when trouble arose. Moreover, I have not only you, I also have Lan Chi. The woman who professed to love him for a lifetime would still leave upon learning of his visit to the technician. A strange emotion suddenly surged within his chest. The sensation felt both eerily familiar and strikingly novel, as if it were something he had yearned for yet never truly possessed. He quietly embraced this emotion, which, though seemingly out of place, prompted him to contemplate its essence. Time slipped away unnoticed until, in a sudden moment of clarity, he realized, is this what it means to be loved? At that instant, the sky of planet Namek darkened. Meanwhile, Ling Yi's gaze underwent a profound transformation. Cough, cough, cough. In his arms, Bulma abruptly coughed twice, her eyes regaining focus. Nearby, Dandy also rose, a puzzled expression adorning his face as he regarded his hands. The Dragon Balls reappeared in the sky. Witnessing this, Ling Yi gently lifted Bulma, making his way towards Dandy. Dandy, make the last wish with the Dragon Balls. To send everyone back to Earth except for Frieza. Ling Yi paused momentarily before adding, and anyone other than myself. Taken aback by this request, Dandy struggled to comprehend the situation, having just returned to life. However, Bulma, cradled in Ling Yi's embrace, protested vehemently. What did you say, Ling Yi? Why won't you return with everyone? If you stay here, you'll surely die. Her voice trembled with emotion, tears brimming in her eyes as she clutched his collar. Yes, Uncle Ling Yi, you will die if you remain here. Let's all go back together. Indeed, Ling Yi, although the hope may be slim. What if we devise a new plan once we return? Gohan and Krillin chimed in anxiously. Faced with their urging, Ling Yi refrained from disclosing his intentions, instead fixating on Frieza in the sky. Even if we return to Earth, it won't be long before Frieza comes after us. At that point, it won't just be a matter of 1 or 2 lives lost. But if you die, he will come to Earth anyway. Rather than delay him for a few seconds, it's better for everyone to return. You might live a little longer, and we can face death together. Upon hearing this, Ling Yi lowered his head, offering Bulma a reassuring smile. Who said I'm going to die? Rest assured, I will return alive because I am confident of my victory. Dandy gazed blankly at the scene. The phrase confidence of victory had echoed from Ling Yi's lips countless times, each instance stirring unease within him. Yet this time, a sense of inexplicable reassurance washed over him. I understand now, Mr. Ling Yi. He nodded earnestly, then, speaking in the Namekian language, articulated his wish to the Dragon Balls. Witnessing this, Bulma burst into tears, her frail form clinging tightly to Ling Yi's neck. Ling Yi, you must come back alive. I will wait for you. Ling Yi gently patted her back, soothing her with the promise, don't worry, I will definitely return. Ling Yi, called Krillin. Unle Ling Yi, exclaimed Gohan. With a swift motion, the scene unfolded. After a poignant farewell, the crowd vanished in a flicker of light. Ling Yi raised his gaze towards Frieza in the sky. Moments ago, the appearance of Vegeta had captured Frieza's attention. He stared blankly at the dragon, pondering why it had reappeared after its recent disappearance. Suddenly, Vegeta, ensnared by Frieza's tail, vanished as well. Soon after, the dragon followed suit and disappeared. In that instant, Frieza comprehended the situation. This spectacle was undoubtedly the handiwork of that chattering Saiyan. Enraged, he turned his gaze towards Ling Yi, who had just lifted his head. Their eyes met. It was you. Wasn't he it? Facing Frieza's wrath, Ling Yi displayed no sign of alarm. Instead, he wore a relaxed smile. Now it's just you and me. Come on, son. Come to finish me off. With a swift motion, Ling Yi vanished. The group was transported back to Earth. Bulma, still in the pose of being cradled like a princess, stumbled to the ground upon their return, her words interrupted. The gathered individuals exchanged bewildered glances, particularly the Namekians, who appeared utterly confounded. In their memories, they had clearly perished. They had encountered the king of hell, and some who had died earlier had even ascended to paradise. Yet in an instant, they found themselves back at the very spot of their demise, only to be whisked away to an unfamiliar place. Uncertain of their situation, they soon spotted a crucial figure, the Grand Elder. The group quickly surrounded him, and he summoned Dandy to explain their circumstances. After a thorough explanation, the group began to grasp their predicament. At that moment, the Grand Elder called forth a slightly older Namekian. I have little time left. Namek needs a new leader. And you, with your extensive experience, shall lead us henceforth. The Elder attempted to voice more, but the Grand Elder silenced him. You must utilize your abilities to aid our benefactors on Namek. With those final words, the Grand Elder placed his hand upon the man's head and then peacefully passed away on the spot. A wave of sorrow swept through the Namekians. Meanwhile, the atmosphere among their benefactors was equally grim, as everyone was lost in concern for Ling Yi. Do you think Ling Yi can return alive? Krillin asked, offering a rueful smile to the others. All present hung their heads in silence, faces etched with worry, except for Bulma, whose gaze was resolute. She wiped away her tears and clenched her fists tightly. He will come back. Ling Yi will definitely return. Chapter 26. The Power Beyond the Story. An unprecedented transformation? In the vastness of the universe, the stars shimmered brightly. Even in the vastness of the seventh universe, it is nearly illuminated by countless stars. Yet, in a remote corner of the North Galaxy, a peculiar void has emerged, one that is incessantly expanding. In the darkness, the cacophony of countless energy collisions reverberates, while the surrounding celestial bodies are swiftly obliterated by the tremors. You bothersome creature. At this moment, in the desolate expanse of the cosmos, the enraged king clutches Ling Yi's hair with one hand, while the other relentlessly strikes his face. His demeanor suggests a complete disregard for Ling Yi's life or death. Indifferent to whether his actions constitute murder or mere desecration, he merely seeks to unleash his blows. But what has led to this scene? Let us rewind to the moment when everyone had just departed from planet Namek. At that time, Ling Yi rested his right hand upon his left arm, extending a single finger toward Frisia, beckoning him forward. With this series of gestures complete, he focused his energy. Come, you coward, attempt to kill me. With barely a moment's pause, a resounding explosion erupted as the furious king, unyielding to trivialities, unleashed a wave of energy that shattered Ling Yi's form. Alert! Host has been slain by Frisia, the Ice Demon, Form 5. The Ice Demon talent is present. Fusion effects do not activate. Alert! The bloodline of the warrior race has been triggered, significantly enhancing combat power, elevating base strength to 1.8 million. After receiving these notifications, Ling Yi regained his vision. He noticed Frisia had not flown far, and, seizing the opportunity, he hastily pursued. Stop right there, you little imp. Alert! The bloodline of the warrior race has been triggered, significantly enhancing combat power, elevating base strength to 2 million. Baldy, don't you dare flee. Alert! The bloodline of the warrior race has been triggered, significantly enhancing combat power, elevating base strength to 6 million. You insufferable wretch. Alert! The bloodline of the warrior race has been triggered, significantly enhancing combat power, elevating base strength to 1 million. Alert! Host combat power has reached the required threshold. Super Saiyan form unlocked. Ling Yi once again closed the distance to Frisia. However, perhaps due to his acerbic tongue, Frisia refrained from merely attacking. Instead, he gathered a death ball and hurled it directly at planet Namek. With a thunderous explosion, planet Namek vanished in an instant from the cosmos. As Frisia observed this devastation and turned to depart, an inexplicable sense of danger suddenly gripped him from behind, its source unsettlingly peculiar. This sensation compelled Frisia to swiftly pivot, yet he found nothing there. Nonetheless, the feeling of peril clung to him tenaciously. Confounded, he bowed his head in contemplation. At the moment he lowered his head, he caught sight of Ling Yi, who was stealthily lurking behind him. He was momentarily taken aback, for this scene exceeded his understanding. In his recollection, Saiyan's were incapable of surviving in the cosmos. Yet, this monkey before him, though marred with countless wounds, evidently displayed no signs of asphyxiation. Moreover, why was his hand still performing an odd gesture? Frisia gazed at Ling Yi's incomplete gesture, pondering curiously. Just then, realizing he had been discovered, Ling Yi let out a thunderous roar, 1,000-year kill. Subsequently, he swiftly raised his clasped hands. Thus, the initial scene unfolded with a series of explosive sounds. Boom, 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 boom. After a considerable time had elapsed, whether due to exhaustion or frustration, Frisia ceased his assault, furrowing his brow as he scrutinized Ling Yi. Why did you do that? The disfigured Ling Yi remained silent, gradually extending his bloodied right hand, trembling as he raised it before Frisia. Smack! A crisp sound reverberated through the air. This inexplicable action left Frisia momentarily stunned for 2.5 seconds, before he erupted with unprecedented ferocity. You filthy insect! Boom! Ding! The warrior's bloodline has been triggered, significantly enhancing combat power. Base combat strength elevated to 5 million. You wretched garbage! Boom! Ding! The warrior's bloodline has been triggered, significantly enhancing combat power. Base combat strength elevated to 560,000. Boom! 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 Ding! Ding ding! You cursed fiend! Once I slay you, I shall eradicate your loathsome companions as well. Time flowed without measure, and it remained unclear how many times Ling Yi had met his demise. However, when Frisia's fist finally connected with Ling Yi's face, the long static system prompt finally manifested a different response. Ding! The warrior's bloodline has been triggered, significantly enhancing combat power. Base combat strength elevated to 15 million. Ding! The system detects that the host's death count has surpassed the threshold, resulting in chaotic phenomena within the bloodline. Ding! The system detects that the host's demon of ice talent has fused too deeply with the warrior's bloodline, leading to uncontrollable phenomena. The host is now presented with two choices. Option 1. Choose to relinquish either talent to prevent the occurrence of uncontrollable events. Option 2. Continue the bloodline fusion, extremely dangerous, with a high probability of sustaining irreversible trauma and a small probability of either talent becoming obsolete or a minuscule probability of successful bloodline fusion, resulting in an unknown ability that is extremely uncertain. Bloodline fusion? Unknown ability? Upon hearing the prompt, Ling Yi pondered in astonishment. It seems as though this is almost a singular choice. Opting for the first option, despite the forfeiture of a talent, guarantees a lack of error. Presently, all that is required of me is to be slain by Frisia a few more times, after which I shall transform into a Super Saiyan and vanquish him. As for the second option, it appears nothing short of a pitfall, with a high probability of incurring irreversible trauma. Only a fool would choose such a path. Yet, I select the second option. As the roar of indignation echoed within me, the chilling notification rang out once more. Host has selected option 2, a truly foolish decision. Talent fusion continues. Fusion progress at 6%, 7%, 8%. Ling Yi listened in astonishment to the system's commentary. It was his first encounter with the system's assessment of him. As the countdown persisted, an unbearable pain began to surge through his body, at times feeling as if he were being scorched by searing flames, and at others, as though ensnared within an icy chamber. These sensations surged and writhed within him, as if they sought to rend his very being asunder. Gradually, the agony rendered him immobile. At that moment, Frisia, observing Ling Yi before him, noted that he had finally ceased his struggles and thus loosened his grip, allowing him to drift freely in the vast expanse of space. He silently watched Ling Yi until he vanished completely from his sight. After what felt like an eternity, did the bothersome monkey finally perish. Frisia spat in disdain and turned away without a backward glance. However, he had scarcely traveled a short distance when he was suddenly struck by a fierce surge of murderous intent emanating from below. He hastily looked down, only to behold a scene that left him utterly astounded. In the diagonal view before him, Ling Yi was slowly ascending. The wounds that had once marred his body had vanished entirely, and his visage was restored to its former glory. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. What truly astonished Frisia was the inferno of blue flames that engulfed Ling Yi. Chapter 27. Host, please provide a name. Fusion progress at 98%, 98%, 100%. Congratulations, host. Fusion successful. You have indeed stumbled upon extraordinary fortune. Fusion talent simulation commencing. Characteristics about to be determined. Ding. Fusion characteristics confirmed. A brand new talent generated. Talent. Unnamed level. Racial traits. 1. Battle-hardened. Following resurrection from death or near-fatal recovery, combat prowess will be significantly enhanced. 2. Exceptional aptitude. Combat power escalation occurs at a rate exceeding that of ordinary beings by several multiples. Current multiplier. 5. 3. Cosmic entity, capable of traversing freely within the cosmos. 4. Bloodline fusion. A miraculous product born from the fusion of dual bloodlines. Subsequent deaths and fusions of talents above this will not yield separate talents, but will instead directly merge into the bloodline. Unnamed, enhancing bloodline limits. 5. The restructuring of bloodlines. A miraculous product born from the fusion of dual bloodlines. significantly enhances the host's physical resilience, thereby substantially increasing the probability of future bloodline fusion. Current probability 50. Racial abilities 1. Super Saiyan activated. When the host's combat power reaches a certain level, there is a chance to awaken the legendary Super Saiyan, resulting in a power enhancement of 50 times. 2. Ice Evolution not activated. Not applicable to humanoid beings. 3. Great Ape Transformation activated. On the night of a full moon, a Saiyan with a tail can evolve into a great ape, enhancing combat power by 10 times. 4. Unnamed activated. A miraculous product born from the fusion of dual bloodlines. A transformation that transcends miracles, increasing in power alongside the enhancement of the host's bloodline strength. Current power enhancement 100 times. Ding. Talent generation complete. As this talent has never appeared in the Dragon Ball narrative, the host must name it themselves. Please provide a name for the talent and its abilities. Upon hearing this, Ling Yi slowly opened his eyes. At that very moment, a surge of blue flames erupted around him. With the emergence of the blue flames, the various injuries on Ling Yi's body rapidly dissipated. Stabilizing his descent, he gazed at his hands and slowly clenched his fists. Is this the power of bloodline fusion? However, as he sensed the burgeoning energy within him ready to explode, Ling Yi found himself in a quandary. Naming it is such a hassle. I even chose the simplest number for my own name. Indeed, his name was changed by himself after his mother passed away. He was originally called Ling Yi. Forget it. I'll just name it the Bloodline of Roan and Super Ling Yi. I can't think of anything else. Given that the host struggles with naming, the system can provide reference options. No need, this will do. New talent named Bloodline of Roan. New trait named Super Ling Yi. Please confirm. Confirmed. Confirmation complete. Talent naming successful. After the talent name was finalized, Ling Yi's expression transformed. The unexpected excitement faded from his face, replaced by a serious demeanor infused with a fierce killing intent. Frieza stared in astonishment at the blue warrior before him. Whether it was fortunate or unfortunate at this moment, he had not fully mastered the method of gauging an enemy's strength through their aura, and his power counter had turned to dust along with Namek. Thus, even though he sensed that the Saiyan before him was different, he could not ascertain how much stronger they had become. Nevertheless, he did not care, for in his perception, no one could defeat him in this form. If one had to be mentioned, it would not be a person but a purple cat. With this thought, his astonished expression shifted to one of fury. The specter of defeat lingered. He roared, and a massive energy sphere, several times larger than his death ball, materialized in his hand, but instead of launching it, he continued to infuse it with energy. Ling Yi observed the luminous orb gradually expanding, remaining motionless. After a considerable duration, a radiant mass comparable to a small planet materialized. Once formed, this orb began to voraciously absorb its surroundings, resembling a miniature black hole. Frieza gasped for breath, his gaze fiercely fixed on Ling Yi. This is the full extent of my power, a gift from you. The entire northern galaxy shall accompany you to your grave. Prepare to apologize to them in hell. With that, he hurled the glowing sphere towards Ling Yi. In an instant, it seemed as though everything was being drawn in by an invisible force. Even the blue flames enveloping Ling Yi danced uncontrollably toward the orb. Yet, Ling Yi remained still, arms crossed, silently watching as the orb approached. Frieza, undeterred, continued to exert force upon the sphere. After 2.5 seconds, he distinctly felt the energy projectile collide with an object. He scoffed, ready to mock, but the anticipated cataclysmic explosion did not occur. Instead, upon contact with Ling Yi, the energy sphere inexplicably halted. Frieza, taken aback, attempted to apply more force, but then witnessed an astonishing sight. After a brief pause, the luminous mass suddenly accelerated towards Ling Yi, diminishing in size as it flew, ultimately vanishing entirely. Ling Yi stood at the very spot where the orb had dissipated, his blue flames still swirling vigorously. He raised an eyebrow and gazed at Frieza, exhaling a puff of white mist. And no, it's impossible. You absorbed my ultimate death ball? Frieza exclaimed in fear, pointing at Ling Yi. Yet, as his finger extended, Ling Yi vanished from sight, reappearing directly before him, grasping his arm firmly. Let go. Frieza struggled, but found himself utterly unable to break free. In a fit of rage, he kicked out. Bang! The attack struck Ling Yi's cheek with a sound akin to metal clashing. Remarkably, Ling Yi's head did not even shift. He merely furrowed his brow, staring at Frieza, the murderous intent in his eyes coalescing like water, slowly oozing forth. Faced with this scene, Frisia, though astonished, remained defiant and attempted another kick. However, boom. Ling Yi's fist connected with his abdomen. Ugh. The Cosmic Emperor doubled over like a shrimp, his aura significantly diminished. But it was not over yet. Boom, 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 boom. Ling Yi's fists followed in rapid succession, each strike powerful enough to force Frisia out of his fifth form. Blood now lined the Emperor's lips, and his eyes glazed over. Growing dim. Witnessing this, Ling Yi transformed his fist into an open palm. Slap. With a resounding slap, he struck Frisia. Chapter 28. Instant Transmission, an Unexpected Destination. The king was jolted awake by the blow. In his dazed state, the first sight that greeted him was the terrifying gaze of the Azure Warrior. Feeling the firm grip around his wrist, he finally recognized the vast disparity between himself and his opponent. Unwilling to accept this, for he had been the strongest of his kind since birth, having earned the title of the Cosmic Emperor over decades. How could he now be at the mercy of a Saiyan? Yet, he was no fool. He understood that he was beyond redemption in this moment. The ferocious Cosmic Emperor found himself pleading for mercy from Ling Yi. Spare me, and I promise not to trouble your friends. I can even offer you 10 planets, if you let me go. Ling Yi silently observed the scene. He knew that Frisia's plea was merely a tactical maneuver, for in the original tale, Frisia had ambushed Goku after being saved by him. However, he could not kill Frisia here. For the sake of the narrative's progression and his own rating, he had to release him. Yet, this process would not be without its discomfort for Frisia. With his thought, he raised an eyebrow and displayed a mocking smile at Frisia. Upon seeing this expression, Frisia froze momentarily, then let out a terrified scream as the sensation of his body being torn apart overwhelmed him. Ling Yi held in his hand what was left of Frisia's right arm. You wretched creature, you filthy monkey of the cosmos. The intense pain brought back the king's vengeful visage. Yet Ling Yi remained silent, merely watching him with amusement, casually discarding the severed arm into the abyss of space. He encased his palm with energy and directed his gaze toward Frisia's waist. Ryup. The Cosmic Emperor was abruptly bisected. After enduring excruciating pain, Frisia succumbed to unconsciousness once more. Ling Yi finally spared him, marking the conclusion of the Namekian crisis. However, a new dilemma arose. How do I return to Earth? Although he was swift and capable of flying through the cosmos, the location of Namek was never disclosed in the original narrative, and the whereabouts of Earth in the Dragon Ball universe remained an enigma. Furthermore, after the explosion of Namek, he, like Goku, had lost contact with King Kai. At that moment, he floated in the vast emptiness of space, utterly bewildered, uncertain of his next course of action. Just then, the system notification arrived belatedly. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully resolving the crisis of the Cosmic Emperor Frisia. Calculation of completion underway. After system assessment, though there is a slight deviation in the host's main storyline completion, the overall outcome remains similar and has not significantly impacted the subsequent plot. Therefore, it is comprehensively rated as level. Reward. Basic combat power increased by 10 million. Congratulations, host, on your extraordinary defeat of the unbeatable enemy Frisia, earning the reward. Fusion technique. This result was anticipated. Upon learning that Purunga could resurrect 2 individuals, Ling Yi confidently deduced that he would attain a top-tier rating. However, to his surprise, the exceptional reward was the fusion technique, a skill that seemed rather overpowered for the forthcoming chapters. Yet, I should focus on how to return, rather than the strength of this skill. He felt a surge of restlessness, but in the next instant, an unexpected voice shifted his mood. Congratulations, host, on exceeding the mission objective, unlocking Vegeta's Super Saiyan form ahead of time, and receiving the reward. Instant transmission. Roaring, he exclaimed. I knew letting that brat transform first was the right choice. Ha ha ha. Now, all problems seemed resolved. He merely needed to locate their energy signatures. He expressed his excitement, and then closed his eyes to search for the auras of his companions. However, the North Galaxy was still vast, and, after a prolonged search, he could not detect Goku and the others. Just as he contemplated changing direction to try again, a peculiar energy signature caught his attention. What is this? Could it be? Am I really able to find him at a time like this? He muttered in astonishment, before swiftly disappearing from his location. Time flew by, and 3 months later, on Earth, the group used Purunga's first 2 wishes to resurrect Yamcha and the others. They then attempted to bring Ling Yi back. However, it was futile. The man named Ling Yi was still alive and had refused their summons. Purunga's authoritative voice resonated through the clouds. Upon hearing this, everyone was utterly astonished. followed by joyous celebration. Bulma's eyes brimmed with tears. During these 3 months, she had been in constant anxiety. Finally, upon learning that Ling Yi was alive, she burst into tears of relief. Krillin, Yamcha, and the others comforted her, while Goku and Vegeta, upon receiving the news, exchanged glances and then walked side by side into the training room. Thus, the group used their final wish to transport the Namekians to a habitable planet. The aftermath of the events on Namek was entirely resolved. Meanwhile, where was our protagonist Ling Yi? The scene shifted to a yellowish-brown planet surrounded by a ringed satellite. The planet's surface was marked by mountains and craters. The distant view of the desolate yellow landscape was enhanced by the relentless sandstorms. In stark contrast to the yellow mountains was the vibrant green of the craters. While green typically symbolizes life and hope, the lakes on this planet seemed to defy that notion. The rocks rolling down from the mountains hissed as they touched the water, suggesting that green could also signify acidity and despair. In such an extreme environment, this planet is teeming with countless colossal beasts. It is evident that to humanity, this world is nothing short of a Death Star. The scene gradually zooms in on a tranquil surface of water, where a massive creature is leisurely drinking. Suddenly, with a thunderous roar, the water erupts violently. From his body of water, which seemed utterly inhospitable to human life, 2 figures unexpectedly emerge, engaged in a fierce battle. They clash from the depths of the water to the ground, and then soar into the air. The energy released from their colliding fists reverberates, causing the very planet to tremble. All the creatures appear to be gripped by a profound terror, hastily seeking shelter in caves. The swirling sands seem to strike against an invisible barrier, creating a bizarre, sandless zone within 100 meters radius. After a prolonged struggle, the 2 adversaries separate, standing face to face atop 2 mountain ridges. At this moment, as their rapid movements cease, their faces come into focus. One of them is unmistakably Ling Yi. The other is, "Hey, we should head back, Broly." Chapter 29. The legendary Super Saiyan. The morning sun illuminates every corner of the planet Wampa. At 5 o'clock, even the storms that have existed since the planet's formation take a brief respite for 20 minutes. The endless colossal beasts also choose this time to cease their conflicts, relishing in their rare moments of leisure. For Broly, this undoubtedly represents an optimal hunting opportunity. As sunlight filters through the cave entrance and touches his eyelids, he abruptly awakens. Swiftly resolving his physiological needs, he embarks on his hunting journey. Hunting is an art, knowing where to find particular prey, understanding their flavors, discerning which are exquisite and which are unpalatable. All of this requires extensive experience, honed through time and action. Broly is clearly well-versed in this discipline. He moves with the swiftness of the wind, darting past the endless beasts without a glance, focused solely on his path ahead. Eventually, he slows his pace at a mountain pass before a lake. Cautiously navigating through the rocks, he quickly spots his primary target for the day, an enormous beetle. This beetle, named Huangchong, is entirely yellow, hence Broly's nomenclature. Despite its name, if any locals from Guangdong were present, they would undoubtedly exclaim. For this creature is nothing less than a giant cockroach magnified hundreds of times. Yet, upon seeing this fearsome creature, Broly cannot help but salivate. After years of relentless trials, he is now utterly convinced that the Huangchong is the most delectable delicacy on this planet. Following his extensive hunting endeavors, the population of Huangchong has dwindled to the brink of endangerment, and he had not spotted one for several days. Yet today, fortune smiles upon him. Upon contemplating this, he wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth and stealthily approached the yellow insect. This particular creature, known for its remarkable speed and acute awareness, posed a challenge even for Broly. Only when within a 10-meter radius could he hope to capture it through sheer force. Fortunately, years of experience in hunting had granted Broly a deftness that allowed him to close the distance to within 20 meters with ease. At that moment, the yellow insect was still relishing the tranquility of the morning, sipping water while its antennae twitched, a sign of its instinctual danger perception. Yet, it remained oblivious to Broly's presence lurking behind. 19 meters, 18 meters, and once more the drool betrayed Broly as it dripped down. 15 meters, 14 meters, his pupils constricted, his breath locked onto the yellow insect. 12 meters, 11 meters, he had assumed a stance, ready to pounce with just one more step. Finally, 10 meters. Broly pushed off the ground with all his might. However, at that very moment, whoosh, this wretched place is where Broly resides. With a sudden thud, Ling Yi, having just teleported into the vicinity, barely registered his surroundings before feeling an overwhelming force strike him from behind. The powerful impact sent him sprawling to the ground. And amidst his fall, he thought he heard a peculiar sound, something akin to an insect. Oh no, have I interrupted something? Wincing, he propped himself up, only to be met with a bewildered expression from Broly. Broly, is that really you? Ling Yi exclaimed with delight as he approached Broly, who remained frozen in shock. Observing the scene, Ling Yi waved his hand in front of Broly's face. Broly? But in response, he was met with Broly's furious roar. What's wrong with you? What are you doing? Ling Yi mumbled in confusion, but before he could finish his thought, Broly lunged forward, swinging a fist at him. After missing his target, Broly continued to advance, throwing punches while shouting, "My breakfast!" For Saiyan, food is of paramount importance, second only to combat. Ling Yi's sudden appearance had disrupted Broly's meal, and the mere loss of sustenance was enough to incite his frustration, especially considering it was a rare delicacy. The more Broly dwelled on it, the angrier he became, his strikes growing increasingly forceful. Yet, Ling Yi was unaware of the chaos he had inadvertently caused. He believed Broly was merely reacting to the presence of another person. This cannot continue, he thought. I have no choice but to subdue Broly for the moment. As he deftly evaded Broly's onslaught, he quickly resolved to calm him down before offering an explanation. With determination, he transformed into a Super Saiyan. The sudden shift left Broly momentarily stunned. Seizing the opportunity, Ling Yi, without any sense of martial ethics, swiftly maneuvered behind Broly. With a swift motion, he struck the back of Broly's neck with a precise chop. As a result, Broly collapsed forward. At that moment, Ling Yi released his Super Saiyan form. Apologies, Broly. I shall explain later. He reached out to lift the fallen Broly. However, just as his hand was a mere millimeter away, Broly's body trembled, and suddenly, his muscles expanded dramatically, releasing torrents of green energy. The once rainless planet Wampa was illuminated by lightning, and the colossal beasts around startled like frightened felines, cowered on the ground, paralyzed with fear. As this extraordinary phenomenon unfolded, Broly slammed his palm into the ground, propelling himself upward. This is troublesome, Ling Yi thought, observing the eerie whiteness in Broly's eyes, realizing the gravity of the situation. Without hesitation, he transformed into Super Ling Yi, intending to strike with greater force to render Broly unconscious. He swiftly positioned himself behind Broly again, but this time, instead of a chop, he brought his palms together for a devastating blow. With arms raised high, he unleashed an overwhelming surge of energy. With a thunderous roar, his fist, imbued with boundless power, descended ferociously. However, before the blow could connect, Broly abruptly turned, meeting the impact with his forehead. What? My full force strike was deflected like this? Ling Yi was struck with terror, yet his fists continued to rain down upon Broly. Remarkably, Broly not only remained steadfast, but his expression remained unchanged. This is impossible. Each strike could have annihilated Frieza. Ling Yi gasped in horror, but just then, Broly made his move. With a resounding crash, Ling Yi felt an excruciating pain in his abdomen, and then darkness enveloped him. Chapter 30. Why does your arm extend? As Ling Yi plummeted slowly, Broly displayed a cruel smile. He swiftly pursued, delivering a knee strike forcefully into Ling Yi's abdomen. Yet this was not the end. At the moment of impact, Broly clasped his hands together, emulating Ling Yi's earlier gesture, and unleashed a powerful punch against the now airborne Ling Yi. With a resounding boom, this strike drove Ling Yi deep into the ground, the collision with the rocks causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. But Broly was not finished. He quickly descended beside Ling Yi, raised his right foot, now as thick as a cement pipe, and stomped down hard upon Ling Yi's back. Boom! 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 With relentless force, Broly showed no intention of halting his assault. Meanwhile, Ling Yi lay completely still, offering no resistance. Each powerful strike upon his back resulted in a spurt of blood, yet his eyes remained closed, as if he had already succumbed to death. Time passed unmeasured, and a thick aura of despair enveloped planet Wampa. Broly continued to trample over Ling Yi's form. However, after lifting his foot once more, a voice echoed from a distant mountain pass, calling out, "Hey Broly, why haven't you brought back breakfast yet?" Upon hearing his father Paragus' voice, Broly paused mid-motion. Not only did he refrain from bringing his foot down, but his massive frame quivered as his inflated muscles began to visibly contract. Regaining his senses, Broly gazed around in confusion. Paragus' voice resonated again. Broly. Reminded of his mission, Broly scanned the area, but there were no colossal creatures in sight. If I can't catch any bugs, Dad and I will go hungry, he thought, glancing at the unconscious Ling Yi beneath him. After a moment of contemplation, he grasped Ling Yi's ankle and began to drag him toward home. He resolved to consume this creature that had frightened away his prey. What the hell, where am I? Ling Yi murmured as he awoke, the evening glow warming his face. He lay on the ground, shaking his head, struggling to rise. But his body felt as if it had been crushed by a steamroller, every inch aflame with pain. You're awake, unknown Saiyan, a middle-aged man's voice pierced his thoughts. Turning to the source of the voice, he found a weathered face, adorned with a beard, almost touching his own. Paragus, who had been stranded on this planet with Broly for over a decade, had initially intended to scold the returning Broly upon seeing his diminutive figure. However, upon noticing the tail protruding from the boy's backside, Paragus' pupils dilated, and the reprimand lodged in his throat. After confirming that this Saiyan was indeed alive, the two remained in silent anticipation until dusk. Startled by this sudden visage, Ling Yi felt a surge of alarm as he beheld Paragus' intense countenance, evoking a visceral sense of impending violation. He instantly disregarded his physical agony, leaping to his feet and distancing himself by 2.5 meters. What do you want? He exclaimed, his voice laced with agitation, clutching his own body defensively. Paragus was equally taken aback by Ling Yi's reaction, but in his desire to escape this cursed place, he extended his hand in a gesture of reassurance. Do not be overly excited. You must be a Saiyan, just as we are. Our spaceship is damaged, and we have been stranded on this planet for over a decade. As he spoke, Paragus' tone grew tinged with bitterness. In this wretched place, we are deprived of proper sustenance and restful sleep. Not only must we remain vigilant against sudden natural disasters, but we must also be constantly wary of the colossal beasts that lurk nearby. Where's your spaceship? Let us hasten our departure from this dreadful locale. Upon uttering these words, Paragus' hand eagerly rested on Ling Yi's shoulder. It was then that Ling Yi fully grasped the situation before him. The individual standing there was Broly's father, and both he and Broly were ensnared on this planet, seemingly unchanged from the original narrative. Perhaps I could utilize instant transmission to bring them back? No, that could potentially disrupt the unfolding storyline in uncontrollable ways. With this thought, Ling Yi turned his gaze toward Broly. Hey Broly, shall we step outside for a little spar? Broly appeared taken aback by this suggestion. But you just lost, didn't you? Ling Yi chuckled in response. That last bout did not sit well with me. With that, he pushed aside Paragus' arm and strode toward the cave entrance. Now is not the time for sparring. Our priority is to leave this place, Paragus exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Yet, seeing that both Ling Yi and Broly were resolutely moving forward, he let out a long sigh and followed suit. At that moment, the planet of Wampa had plunged into darkness. On a planet with such extreme conditions, the temperature fluctuations between day and night must be significant. The biting cold wind, laden with particles of sand, lashed against them like daggers. Nevertheless, Ling Yi and Broly remained impervious to the harsh environment, poised and focused, their gazes locked onto one another. Suddenly, Ling Yi propelled himself forward, charging toward Broly with remarkable speed, closing the distance in an instant. However, Broly did not falter. Instead, he raised his right hand and delivered a powerful punch aimed directly at Ling Yi. In the face of the oncoming blow, Ling Yi swiftly halted, grounding himself with a stable stance, and extended both hands outward to absorb the impact of the punch. He then transformed his palms into claws, grasping Broly's wrist, and, utilizing Broly's own momentum, executed a swift maneuver that sent Broly careening away. Off balance, Broly quickly adjusted his position in midair, but just as he shifted even slightly, Ling Yi was upon him, his fists descending like meteors. Helpless, Broly crossed his arms defensively in front of him, attempting to shield himself with his muscular forearms. Observing this, Ling Yi let out a light laugh, extending his arm with astonishing reach to circumvent Broly's defense, landing a flurry of punches to Broly's back. Broly cried out, struck by the barrage and plummeting rapidly towards the ground. Ling Yi did not pursue his advantage, but instead quietly waited on a rocky outcrop for Broly to rise. After a brief interval of 0.25 seconds, Broly flipped over, yet instead of attacking Ling Yi, he posed a question that had been weighing on his mind. Why do your arms extend? My father said you, like us, are a Saiyan, but my arms do not stretch. Upon hearing this, Ling Yi felt a surge of excitement. Finally, someone, unlike that Namekian, had inquired about this matter, a question he had longed to address. Internally, he roared with joy, yet he maintained an expression of enigmatic profundity on his face. With one hand on his hip and the other pointing at Broly, he declared, "Since you have sincerely asked, I shall generously enlighten you. For the sake of the universe, it is not that I am merely delaying the narrative." Observing Broly's puzzled expression, Ling Yi cleared his throat and proudly exclaimed, "The reason my arms can extend is that I am a rubber man who has consumed the rubber fruit." Chapter 31. I will take you away from here, a promise for 1 year. "Oh, what is the rubber fruit?" Broly exclaimed, his excitement palpable at Ling Yi's whimsical claims. Ling Yi relished this state of affairs, nodding in satisfaction as he prepared to explain the principles of the rubber fruit. However, Broly's next remark nearly caused him to stumble. "That rubber fruit sounds delicious." He quickly regained his balance to avoid the embarrassment of such a moment, then covered his face and shouted, "Brother, do you have anything in your head besides food?" At Ling Yi's outburst, Broly scratched his head, appearing to ponder seriously, yet his response was rather unexpected. "I also know about fighting and using the restroom." As he spoke, the hand that had just scratched his head was raised high above, as if responding to a teacher's inquiry. Witnessing this, Ling Yi felt utterly deflated, finally grasping the meaning of casting pearls before swine. Meanwhile, Paragus, observing the scene, grew impatient. "Have you two finished your antics? The immediate priority should be to leave this wretched place rather than debating what tastes good." By the time he finished this proclamation, Paragus was already breathless. His appearance suggested that life on this planet was far from pleasant, perhaps explaining his urgent desire to depart. Yet, Ling Yi responded to his outburst with a lewd grin. "I can indeed take you away from this planet, but not just yet." Upon hearing this, Paragus became even more agitated. "Why not? If you could take us away, why not leave immediately?" "Calm down." Ling Yi, who had just moments ago been comforted by Paragus, now found himself offering him consolation in return. "I shall not beat around the bush. What I require is a formidable opponent to hone my skills. And your son Broly is precisely the candidate I seek." "This is sheer nonsense," Paragus exclaimed, waving his hands dismissively. "To what extent do you wish to train? To become the strongest in the universe? How long must such training take?" Upon hearing Paragus's probing questions, Ling Yi raised a finger. 1 year. Grant me 1 year. And after that, regardless of my level of mastery, I shall depart from this place with you and your son." At these words, Paragus's demeanor softened slightly, yet skepticism lingered in his eyes. "How can I trust you? I have yet to even see your spaceship." This posed a conundrum for Ling, for he possessed no spaceship and had not anticipated that this weary old man, worn down by the trials of Wampa Star, would pose such a question. After a moment of contemplation, inspiration struck him, and he closed his eyes, seeking the energy signatures of the surrounding planets. Paragus watched in confusion, utterly unaware of the intentions of this young Saiyan before him. Just as he was on the verge of expressing his impatience with a tirade, Ling Yi's figure vanished from sight. "What?" Paragus gasped and rushed forward, but before he could take more than a few steps, the recently vanished Saiyan reappeared at his side. The suddenness of this occurrence startled him so profoundly that he fell to the ground. Just as he was about to voice his grievances, he noticed Ling Yi extending a hand toward him, and within his palm lay something that left him utterly astonished. Ling Yi smiled as he presented his hand, revealing a delicate flower, a sight utterly impossible to find on Wampa Star. At that moment, Paragus found himself believing Ling Yi's claims. Let us now return to 3 months later. At this juncture, Ling Yi and Broly had just completed their training. He waved at Broly, calling out loudly, "Hey, it's time to head back, Broly." "Oh," Broly replied, then soared off in a particular direction. In a short while, he returned, hoisting a massive yellow insect. The two flew side by side, engaging in lively conversation about various topics that piqued their interest. Broly spoke incessantly of battles, insects, and food, while Ling Yi conversed about women, subjects Broly found perplexing. Yet he relished their discussions. In contrast, his father Paragus rarely engaged him in conversation, and when he did, it revolved around spaceships and similarly uninspiring topics. As was their custom, the two returned home with their bounty. Paragus had already kindled a fire, eagerly awaiting their return. "Oh, a yellow insect. It has been ages since I savored such a delightful treat," he remarked, gazing at the enormous creature Broly carried. As he spoke, he directed Broly to divide the yellow insect into several pieces. Subsequently, he picked up the largest segment and placed it upon the enormous stone slab that he had preheated. The moment the yellow insect made contact with the slab, an unpleasant, fishy odor was instantly released. Ling Yi frowned at the scene before him. Even after 3 months, he still found the sustenance of this planet rather unpalatable. Silently, he retrieved a senzu bean and consumed it, leaning against the stone wall as he commenced his midday respite. Meanwhile, Paragus and Broly eagerly indulged in the moment the yellow insect began to change color. Ling Yi closed his eyes, listening to the sounds of their hearty consumption. If it weren't for the increasingly unbearable stench surrounding him, he might have even questioned whether the yellow insect was indeed a delicacy. He relaxed quietly, but just as he was on the verge of drifting into slumber, he felt something poke at his face. What was that? He murmured as he opened his eyes. Before him stood the innocent-faced Broly, extending a yellow insect's arm towards him, its yellow-green, foul liquid gradually solidifying, perilously close to dripping onto his face. Startled, he jumped up. Yet, Broly continued to gaze at him with an innocent expression. "Try it, it's delicious," he exclaimed. Faced with Broly's earnest invitation, Ling Yi could only manage a wry smile. "You enjoy it. I'm not hungry." "Really? But since I moved here, I haven't eaten anything." Seeing Broly's naive face, Ling Yi had no choice but to turn his head away, feeling somewhat guilty. It's fine. I have my own methods." "You eat. Don't mind me, truly." Upon hearing Ling Yi's words, Broly ceased his insistence and returned to the stone slab to feast once more. Before long, the time for their midday rest had elapsed, and the afternoon training was about to commence. However, this time, faced with Broly's eager anticipation, Ling Yi did not act immediately. Instead, he called out to him from a distance. "Broly, can you transform into that state you exhibited when I first arrived, the one where you suddenly grew larger?" Chapter 32. The Clash of Legendary Powers? The Doom of Planet Vampa? "But if I transform like that, I might lose control. I'm afraid I could accidentally harm you." Broly replied candidly to Ling Yi's inquiry. However, Ling Yi maintained a relaxed demeanor, assuring him, "Don't worry, I've become stronger now and won't be harmed by you." Upon hearing Ling Yi's call, Broly revealed an innocent smile. "Then here I come." As the words left his mouth, his innocent smile swiftly morphed into a menacing and fearsome expression. In an instant, the surrounding environment began to undergo a dramatic transformation. Dark clouds, which should not have appeared on planet Vampa, now loomed ominously above them. Crack! As a bolt of lightning descended, a pale green aura suddenly erupted from Broly's form. Gradually, the hue deepened, and his muscles swelled with formidable might. Witnessing this spectacle, Ling Yi refrained from underestimating the situation and instantaneously transformed into Super Ling Yi. Blue flames enveloped his being, and his energy surged exponentially. Traditionally, the emergence of these blue flames signified the completion of Super Ling Yi. Yet this time, Ling Yi did not halt his progression. With a resounding cry, he leaned forward, his hands clasped at his waist, unleashing a powerful roar that amplified his energy once more. Alongside this burgeoning force, every muscle in Ling Yi's body expanded significantly. At last, as he released one final roar, his energy stabilized, and his physique grew to match that of Broly before him. Stage 2 of Super Ling Yi, the legendary form. As Ling Yi completed his transformation, his gaze locked onto Broly's pale eyes, and in the next instant, a thunderous explosion reverberated at the midpoint between the two warriors, as if the very fabric of space were being torn apart. Then came a series of resounding clashes. The two figures danced through the air, devoid of any technique, relying solely on sheer, unbridled strength. Both fighters seemingly abandoned all defense, landing blow after blow upon each other's faces, neither showing any intent to evade. As their relentless assaults continued, their energies swelled rapidly. Their strikes transcended mere local impact, sending tremors throughout the entire planet of Wampa, shaking it violently. Thunder rumbled ominously. The ground cracked, and tsunamis surged forth as colossal beasts burrowed deep into the earth in search of sanctuary. "This cannot continue. Wampa will be obliterated," Ling Yi murmured, quietly employing his skills. Just then, the tide of battle shifted. Broly's fierce punch unexpectedly struck nothing but air, and simultaneously, he felt a series of 3 heavy impacts to his abdomen. Bent over in confusion, he lifted his head, only to be met with Ling Yi's massive fist. Struck squarely in the face, his already fraying sanity snapped, and his aura surged once more, intensifying dramatically. In an instant, he leaped into the air, arms raised high, conjuring a colossal energy sphere above him. "By heavens, if this continues, Wampa will surely perish," Ling Yi exclaimed, hurling several energy blasts at the airborne Broly. However, at that moment, Broly appeared impervious to pain, his movements unbroken as he maintained his stance, grinning menacingly at Ling Yi. "Is this guy's head made of iron?" Ling Yi thought, realizing that he had no choice but to escalate the conflict. He murmured in frustration, then brought his hands together in a lotus formation at his waist. As he executed this motion, he began to speak softly. A faint azure aura materialized within his palms. Countless tendrils of this delicate blue energy coalesced, forming a luminous orb of cerulean light. This orb suddenly expanded, enveloping Ling Yi's hand. As he uttered the word power, he thrust his palm forward, unleashing a wave of blue light that surged swiftly toward Broly. At that moment, Broly had also completed his energy sphere, and with a flourish of his hands, he hurled a green orb enveloped in dark lightning in Ling Yi's direction. The instant the blue and green waves collided, it felt as though time itself stood still. 2.5 seconds later, a resounding explosion erupted, accompanied by a shockwave that obliterated everything in its path. Rocks and debris, as well as the waters of the lake and the creatures within, were all propelled skyward by the ferocity of the impact. The sky over planet Wampa darkened further, transforming from a mere scattering of lightning to a tumultuous display that engulfed the entire firmament. The planet trembled violently, fissures appearing across its surface. The indigenous titans of this world ceased their struggles, succumbing to unconsciousness amidst the chaos. It was a scene reminiscent of an apocalyptic event. This spectacle jolted Paragus from his slumber. He hastily emerged from his cave, bewildered by the unfolding scene. Just as he pondered the sudden demise of the planet, he turned to see Broly hovering above. "Broly, are you intent on destroying this planet?" he shouted in desperation. Broly, caught off guard by his father's voice, trembled momentarily, his expression contorted with anguish. Gradually, his muscles began to shrink, and black pupils emerged in his eyes. Ling Yi, still channeling his energy, suddenly felt a lightness in his hand, and Paragus's voice reached his ears. "This is bad," he thought, hastily retracting his strength, but it was too late. The Kamehameha wave tore through the green energy sphere, striking Broly squarely. A deafening explosion resonated, accompanied by a blinding flash of light. Broly's body plummeted toward the ground. Observing this, Ling Yi swiftly flew forward to catch him, checking for his breath to ensure he was still alive. In the distance, Paragus rushed toward them. "I hope to never let things escalate to this point again." Upon confirming Broly's survival, Ling silently contemplated, while his left hand retrieved a senza bean from his bosom and placed it into Broly's mouth. The figure of the transcendent being has since faded from the realm of Planet Vampa. Time passed, and soon the appointed day arrived. Can this truly succeed? Paragus, with a hand resting on Ling's shoulder, inquired nervously. Ling remained silent, yet offered a reassuring expression, subsequently closing his eyes to seek out the energy signature of Earth. Seconds ticked by. As they remained trapped in this dreadful place, Paragus grew anxious. "Hey, what are you doing? You've been silent for a while now. Can we actually—" Yet before he could finish, Ling abruptly opened his eyes. "I found it." In an instant, the three vanished from Planet Vampa. Chapter 33. Frisia descends upon Earth. The mysterious gray-haired youth. Is danger imminent? Year 762 of the age. A colossal spaceship approached Earth. As the vessel drew closer, an immense and malevolent pressure enveloped every warrior. "I came house," Krillin remarked. "What is that?" "I can't be mistaken." An unknown waterfall, Tien Shinhan questioned. "What is that?" Even from this distance, the pressure is suffocating. Near Capsule Corporation, Yamcha exclaimed, "What kind of monster is approaching Earth?" And an unknown glacier, Piccolo pondered. "Such a thing can happen." At Bun's Mountain, Ling mused, "What is this energy? What is he doing? Why hasn't he killed that fiend?" Vegeta touched his neck, feeling the suffocating sensation from Namekr's surface. He abruptly flung open his door, intent on confronting his fears, just as Goku and his son stepped outside next door. "You feel it too, Vegeta?" "It must be him," Goku stated gravely. Beside him, Gohan mirrored his father's expression. "Of course, I can unmistakably sense that energy. It belongs to Frisia." The three ascended together, soon reaching a cliff. To their astonishment, they discovered they were not the first to arrive. Uncle e Piccolo, Gohan, momentarily forgetting his fear, rushed towards the familiar green figure. "Ah, Gohan, you all made it," Piccolo remarked, offering a rare smile, though it vanished upon seeing Vegeta, who scoffed and ignored him. Goku approached, engaging Piccolo in conversation. "Hey, Piccolo, do you think we can survive this?" "Humph," Piccolo replied with a cold scoff. "To be blunt, we're all doomed." Hearing this, Vegeta clenched his fists, glaring at Piccolo. "How dare you underestimate me?" At that moment, a voice echoed from the horizon. "Hey everyone, has Uncle Krillin and Uncle Tianjin fan joined us yet?" Gohan waved in greeting. However, the newly arrived individuals had no time to reminisce. Vroom vroom, a jet gradually approached, landing beside the gathering. Oh dear, everyone is here. Take your time, launch. Bulma extended her hand to assist launch from the aircraft, and shortly after, Yamcha leaped out as well. You foolish woman, what brings you to a place like this? Vegeta remarked disdainfully, pointing at Bulma. Upon hearing this, Bulma shot him a glance. Huh, why shouldn't I be here? I even died once on Namek, so I consider myself a warrior now. Bulma paused, her gaze toward Vegeta taking on a teasing quality. But don't forget that you still. Yet before she could finish her sentence, Piccolo's thunderous voice interrupted her. Enough noise. They have arrived. A massive spaceship suddenly pierced through the clouds, coming into view and descending toward a low area in the distance. Here we are, Earth, Dad. Frieza stepped out of the spaceship, while King Cold observed the surroundings with keen interest. Is this the Saiyan you mentioned, Frieza? He should not be here yet. I do not sense his energy. As they spoke, the duo had completely exited the spacecraft, followed closely by their subordinates. Energy? Is it the method you Earthlings use to detect combat power? King Cold paused, then turned to Frieza. What do you plan to do next, Frieza? Will you wait for him to return? Hearing this, Frieza turned back with a cruel smile. Of course not, Father. My purpose here is to annihilate all Earthlings. However, if he returns after I have finished, that would be even better. Oh, King Cold raised an eyebrow, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. That is quite a good idea. You truly are my son. In response, Frieza did not engage further, but instructed his subordinates. Everyone, go and eliminate every Earthling without leaving a single one alive. Understood. A red lizard-like soldier replied, leaping into the air, but within 0.25 seconds. His body was cleaved in two, falling to the ground. At that moment, a gray-haired boy appeared mysteriously before Frieza's army. I didn't expect that within a year, we would face that terrifying being again. Meanwhile, midway up a cliff, Krillin, carrying Bulma on his back, climbed while muttering in despair. Hearing this, Goku above chuckled. Ha ha, yes. Who would have thought that just after being revived, we're facing death again? His demeanor earned him several disapproving looks from the others, with Bulma being particularly candid. How amusing. In the past, I perceived you as merely somewhat slow-witted. Yet now it appears you truly differ from the average individual. However, her blatant sarcasm was met with Goku's earnest expression. Do I not resemble a normal person? Compared to me, Piccolo appears far more peculiar. This left everyone in utter silence, even Gohan displaying an awkward demeanor. Thus, they continued their ascent. Upon reaching the summit, Gohan eagerly sought a suitable vantage point to observe Frieza's forces. Behind him, Krillin followed suit. Indeed, is it Frieza? It seems Earth is truly on the brink of destruction. Hearing Krillin's words, the others gathered around. At that moment, Piccolo's ears subtly twitched. This is bad. They intend to annihilate all the Earth's inhabitants. What? Everyone was struck with horror, save for Vegeta, who coldly observed the scene. How infuriating. Gohan was seething with rage, nearly charging forth, but Vegeta swiftly kicked him back. You little brat, if you wish to perish, I won't stop you, but your recklessness could bring about my demise as well. He chastised Gohan, who remained obstinate in his expression. Gohan, yes, right. For now, we must simply observe. After all, we have the Dragon Balls, and the Earthlings can be revived. Upon hearing Piccolo's words, Gohan finally subdued his expression and despondently sat aside. However, at that moment, what? Who is that? A boy with silver hair was confronting Frieza's army. Krillin's exclamation once again captured everyone's attention. Yet, upon closer inspection, both Goku and Vegeta were taken aback. Is that a Super Saiyan? Vegeta, did you not claim that only a few of us Saiyans remained? How has another Super Saiyan emerged? Vegeta did not respond to Goku, as he too was bewildered. This individual was not only a Saiyan, but also evoked a sense of familiarity within him. He turned away to contemplate, but before he could gather his thoughts, Krillin interrupted. That silver-haired boy is about to be killed by Frieza. Chapter 34. Who is that? A character that should have vanished from the narrative? I have come to slay you, Frieza. At this moment, Frieza, momentarily taken aback, could not help but laugh upon hearing the boy's declaration. Ha ha. I did not quite comprehend your meaning. Did you just assert that you intend to kill me? Faced with Frieza's derisive inquiry, the boy revealed a confident smile. There is more than one Super Saiyan. HM? Upon hearing this, Frieza's smile faded, his mind swirling with confusion. Why is he stating something I already know? Frieza pondered the boy's intent, yet the following word from the lad only served to complicate his expression further. The young boy raised his eyebrows, a smile blossoming more brilliantly than before. A Super Saiyan exists here as well. With that, he bent down and let out a fierce roar. Huh! As the sound erupted, The boy's aura surged, and in a matter of moments, golden waves began to envelop his form, transforming even his gray hair into a radiant gold. With a final explosive shout, his presence stabilized at a formidable magnitude. Is this what it means to be a Super Saiyan? King Cold gazed at the golden-haired boy in confusion, then patted Frisia on the shoulder. Frisia, was it such a creature that defeated you? Frisia offered no reply, merely resting his chin on his hand, lost in contemplation. Noticing Frisia's lack of alarm, the boy felt a spark of doubt rising within him. Nevertheless, his purpose remained singular, to thwart Frisia, and if necessary, to eliminate him. Resolute, the boy drew his sword from behind and charged toward Frisia. His speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, he stood before Frisia, raising his sword high as his spirit peaked. With a fierce swing, he struck down at Frisia. Yet, instead of the anticipated sound of blade meeting flesh, a sharp, resonant clash echoed. A faint green light enveloped Frisia's body, his right hand still resting on his chin, while his left hand slightly lifted. The sound emanating from the point of contact between his hand and the sword. The gray-haired boy's mouth fell agape, clearly caught off guard by the unexpected turn of events. It didn't work? He murmured in disbelief. However, it seemed his strike had not been entirely in vain. Frisia, who had previously been looking down, now raised his gaze toward him. Hoo-hoo, I do not know where you wild monkey emerged from, but allow me to offer you a piece of advice. As Frisia spoke, he began to exert pressure against the sword's edge. I nearly dispatched 2 Super Saiyans like you on Namek. As he uttered these words, the sword in his palm shattered inch by inch. Then, he soared into the air, delivering a kick that sent the gray-haired boy crashing back to the ground, firmly pressing his foot upon the boy's head. Meanwhile, atop the mountain, Krillin watched the scene below, his voice trembling. If this continues, he'll be killed. In his eyes, he witnessed Frisia ruthlessly trampling the young boy, and despite the distance, he felt he could hear the boy's agonized cries. Beside him, Gohan was seething with fury. Although he was a Saiyan, his sense of justice was overwhelming. While he could tolerate seeing others being slain from afar, he could not endure witnessing anyone being tormented before his very eyes. In an instant, Gohan unleashed a formidable aura, ready to rush in and save the victim. However, Krillin seized him by the arm. Let go of me, Uncle Krillin. If we don't save him now, he will perish, Gohan exclaimed. Yet, Krillin showed no sign of relinquishing his grip. Gohan, calm down. If you go now, you won't be able to save him. You will only be throwing your life away. Krillin shouted emphatically. At that moment, Goku, having removed his gravity suit, chimed in. All right, let us go save him. What? Goku? You too? Krillin gasped in terror, turning to face him. However, upon seeing the determination etched on Goku's face, he realized he could no longer dissuade them. Reluctantly, he released Gohan, prepared to follow the group into whatever fate awaited them. Just then, 3 figures abruptly materialized among the crowd. It's been a while, everyone, one of them greeted, waving at the group. The previously tense atmosphere dissipated into jubilant excitement at this salutation. Ling Yi. Upon hearing the long-missed voice, Bulma and Launch rushed to Ling Yi, embracing him from either side. Gohan, suspended in midair, halted in surprise, looking down in delight. All the warriors, except for Piccolo and Vegeta, surged forward, encircling Ling Yi in a warm embrace. You're finally back. I missed you so much. Bulma wept, her tears flowing freely, while Launch, though more composed, had tears glistening in her eyes. Wow, it's been a year, and you all are still so enthusiastic. Ha ha ha. Ling Yi joyfully exchanged pleasantries with everyone. Yet behind him, Paragus displayed a look of shock. Is that Prince Vegeta? Upon seeing Vegeta, Paragus's eyes flickered with resentment, but he quickly masked his emotions and approached Vegeta. As he reached the prince, he unexpectedly placed one hand over his chest and knelt on one knee. Paragus, at your service, Prince Vegeta. His gesture immediately captured the attention of the crowd. Ling Yi then realized it was time to introduce them. Oh, I forgot to mention, this is Broly, and that is Paragus, Broly's father. Turning to Vegeta, he added, Hey, Vegeta, both of them are Saiyans. Hearing this, Vegeta's expression shifted as he scrutinized the pair. Upon noticing their tails, he was convinced that Ling Yi was not deceiving him. Yet he still questioned Ling Yi with incredulity. How is this possible? The Saiyan race was obliterated by Frisia long ago. There should be no other Saiyans left besides us. His words seemed to trigger a switch, instantly pulling everyone from the joyous atmosphere. Let's not dwell on that for now, Ling Yi said as he approached the cliff's edge, pointing towards the valley below. There's a young boy down there, nearly beaten to death by Frisia. We must hurry to rescue him. A boy. Clin's statement left Ling Yi perplexed. He rushed to the cliff's edge and gazed in the direction Clin indicated. Could it be Trunks? Chapter 35. Fortunately, the parallel universe remains unaffected. Trunks? Ling Yi stared in shock at the battered boy below, casting a puzzled glance at Bulma and Vegeta. Yet, upon seeing the concern etched on Bulma's face and the disdain on Vegeta's, a wave of confusion washed over him. What on earth is happening? How is Trunks here? Could it be that in the coming 3 years, Bulma and I parted ways? That seems implausible. Lost in thought, countless possibilities raced through his mind. But before he could make sense of it all, Clin's voice interrupted him. Frieza! Frieza is about to strike. At these words, the warriors erupted in fury, ready to charge at Frieza. However, before they could move a muscle, Ling Yi raised 2 fingers to his forehead and, with a swift motion, vanished from sight. Meanwhile, Frieza extended a hand enveloped in a green aura, looming over Trunks, who lay bloodied and barely clinging to life. Ah, foolish wild monkey. You shall pay the ultimate price for your ignorance, he declared, thrusting his hand down towards Trunks. Yet, with a resounding crash, Trunks' body remained unscathed, while Frieza was sent hurtling backward. Moments later, as he regained his footing amidst the rubble, Frieza's eyes locked onto a figure that haunted his dreams. Ling Yi. With a furious roar, he charged at Ling Yi, his power escalating to unprecedented heights, surpassing even that of his time on Namek. Strangely, however, Ling Yi did not acknowledge him. Instead, he slowly crouched down, rummaging through his belongings. Enraged by this display, Frieza dashed to Ling Yi's front, gathering strength for a powerful stomp. However, as he brought his foot down, it abruptly detached from his leg, flying off to the side. Beneath him, Ling Yi remained unfazed, one hand still searching through his attire while the other formed a knife-like shape, enveloped in a faint aura. This astonishing scene left Frieza's army in stunned silence, with King Cold rubbing his eyes in disbelief. At last, I believe I have found it, perhaps the last one. Alas, I may have indulged a bit too much on Vampa. After much contemplation, Ling Yi extracted a green bean from his pocket and gently placed it into the mouth of the barely conscious Trunks. How dare you disregard me? Witnessing this scene, fury overpowered fear, and Frieza's wrath could no longer be contained. To regain his balance, he levitated slightly, raising his right arm to amplify his already formidable aura, and then unleashed a powerful punch towards Ling Yi. However, as Trunks consumed the magical bean, Ling Yi rose gracefully, and with a hand enveloped in energy, he leisurely swept across Frieza's neck. A sound akin to a burst of blood was heard, and the cosmic tyrant's head was severed from his body. At that moment, the warriors arrived, instantly frozen in disbelief. The revived Trunks happened to witness the scene. Such a powerful Frieza was defeated so effortlessly? Who on earth is this person? Equally astonished was King Cold, who watched as his son was killed with such ease. The once mighty cosmic ruler unhesitatingly fled to his spaceship to save himself. Ling Yi, however, made no attempt to stop him. He merely observed the departing vessel, gauging its altitude before casually launching an energy blast. With a resounding explosion, King Cold's energy vanished. After concluding this act, Ling Yi approached Frieza's severed head. Truly, your race boasts unparalleled physical strength in the universe. Even in your final moments, you remain unyielding? Ling Yi remarked with a hint of amusement. Bloodied and battered, Frieza instinctively attempted to beg for mercy upon hearing Ling Yi's voice. Yet this time, Ling Yi denied him the opportunity. Before Frieza could utter a word, Ling Yi crushed what remained of his head underfoot. Thus, a crisis that instilled despair in all warriors was effortlessly resolved by Ling Yi. Ah, Ling Yi, is that really you? How have you suddenly become so powerful? Krillin exclaimed, rushing over in excitement. Goku, equally exhilarated, chimed in, yes, Ling Yi, you are incredibly strong. I can't wait to spar with you. Vegeta, though maintaining his usual scowl, stole glances at Ling Yi, intrigued. In response to the warrior's inquiries, Ling Yi refrained from a direct answer. Ah, this is a rather lengthy tale. Well, he paused as he noticed Trunks, who appeared utterly bewildered. Rather than concocting a fabricated story to deceive the others, he prioritized addressing Trunks' confusion. Come with me, he said, gesturing for Trunks to follow. After soothing the crowd, he led Trunks towards a secluded gorge. Reluctantly, Trunks followed, still shrouded in uncertainty. Once they reached a quiet spot, Ling Yi turned to Trunks. Your name is Trunks, correct? The moment Trunks stood still, Ling Yi's words astonished him. You? How do you know? In response to Trunks' inquiry, Ling Yi did not provide a direct answer. Instead, he continued, Not only do I know your name is Trunks, but I'm also aware that you hail from the future, and your father is Vegeta, correct? Trunks was left utterly speechless, astonished as this figure, who had never appeared in his memories, gradually unveiled the details of his lineage. Observing Trunks rendered speechless, Ling Yi decided not to frighten him further and posed a question of great significance to him. Do you know me? Trunks, taken aback by the question, slowly shook his head. So, in your world, I do not exist, correct? Witnessing Trunks' reaction, Ling Yi felt a substantial weight lift from his heart. It appeared that matters were unfolding as he had anticipated. He likely resided in one of the many parallel universes of Dragon Ball, making Trunks' appearance less surprising. With this realization, he relaxed and resumed his usual playful demeanor. Oh dear, you startled me. Since that's the case, all is well. As he spoke, he draped an arm around Trunks' shoulder. By the way, shouldn't you be calling me uncle now? Ha! He chuckled while playfully patting Trunks on the shoulder, only to turn and find Trunks still wearing a puzzled expression. Well, reluctantly, Ling Yi began to explain to Trunks, skillfully omitting the fact of his time travel, and recounted the circumstances to him. When Trunks heard that it was highly unlikely this universe would witness his existence, he initially felt exhilarated. But after Ling Yi clarified that a singular universe would not affect other parallel universes, he found peace. I never imagined that such a remarkable person as you would emerge in this universe. It seems I need not worry about the androids 3 years from now. With your capabilities, you will undoubtedly resolve it smoothly. Oh, that's not necessarily the case. Ling Yi murmured in response to Trunks' flattery, his mind racing with thoughts. To achieve a high score in this main storyline, I must refrain from intervening too often. Though it pains me, I can only let everyone endure a few beatings for now. However, this remark reached Trunks' ears. What do you mean, Mr. Ling Yi? Is it possible that the androids in this universe have undergone unexpected mutations, much like Frieza? Upon hearing this, Ling Yi hastily waved his hands. No. That is not what I meant. His mind raced to concoct a plausible excuse to placate Trunks when suddenly, a crucial point struck him. He turned to Trunks with utmost seriousness. Trunks, you did bring the heart medicine for Goku, right? As he said this, his gaze flickered momentarily. Please hand that medicine to me. I will pass it along to you shortly. Chapter 36. House Slave? Lalalalalalalala. After a while, Ling Yi emerged from the canyon, humming a tune, seemingly in high spirits. However, it was peculiar that Trunks did not accompany him. Hey, Ling Yi, why are you alone? Krillin inquired, glancing behind Ling Yi as if expecting the young lad to appear. Oh, he went back, Ling Yi replied, gesturing skyward. Back? Where to? Krillin questioned. His curiosity piqued as he looked in the direction Ling Yi indicated. To Mars? What a strange thought you have, Ling Yi remarked, expressing his disdain with evident incredulity. Embarrassed, Krillin chuckled awkwardly. Ha, that is true, but how could that be? Before he could finish, Ling Yi interjected, he claims to be a time traveler, and he has returned to the future. That is even more absurd than I imagined, Krillin exclaimed, his expression betraying a mix of embarrassment and disbelief. A time traveler? What nonsense is this? Tin, too, appeared astonished at the revelation. Moreover, it was not just the two of them. Every warrior present wore a perplexed expression. Even Piccolo was taken aback. Clearing his throat, Ling Yi commanded everyone's attention. Listen, not only did he say he is a time traveler, but he also shared a most terrifying revelation. Drawing upon his memories, Ling Yi recounted the impending crisis posed by the androids, and upon hearing this alarming news, the group ceased their inquiries about the boy, their expressions turning grave, except for Vegeta, who remained dismissive. What a joke. A brat who appeared out of nowhere. And you're all frightened by his words? Yet, as he finished speaking, the time machine piloted by Trunks materialized before them, only to vanish in a thin air moments later, leaving everyone in stunned silence. However, Vegeta's remarks seemed to spark a thought in Ling Yi, who approached Bulma with a complex expression. He said, poking Bulma gently, then lowering his voice conspiratorially. Where's Vegeta staying now? Upon hearing this, Bulma's eyes widened in surprise, yet she replied in a hushed tone, Oh, he is living at West City, right next to Goku's family. Moreover, she cast a mischievous glance at Vegeta. He can't afford a place of his own. And after making such a mess at my house, I lent him some money to find his own accommodation. Before Ling Yi could respond, Bulma raised her voice playfully. Hey Vegeta, when you plan to repay the 6 million you owe me? It's been almost a year. After saying this, she hid her face behind Ling Yi, chuckling softly. Upon hearing her voice, Vegeta shivered slightly, taking a moment before turning back with a complex expression. I will definitely pay you back in the future. Bulma had heard similar words countless times. She had long ceased to harbor any expectations regarding the matter. Nevertheless, she feigned anger as she approached Vegeta. "Oh, when was that? 10 years or 20? You won't even be able to repay me by the time my child is born, will you?" Although her tone was serious, the corners of her mouth betrayed her amusement. Ling Yi stood by, utterly astonished, nearly dropping his jaw in disbelief. The proud Saiyan prince, reduced to a mere house slave? The stark contrast surged through his mind, and he could not help but burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. As he laughed, he stole glances at Vegeta. "Well, I said I would repay you, and I will." Vegeta roared indignantly before fleeing the scene like a man escaping danger. At that moment, everyone erupted into hearty laughter, suggesting that this scene had played out numerous times before. Seeing this, Ling Yi's anxious heart finally found solace. He slowly walked over to Bulma, draping his arm around her shoulders and guiding her towards launch. Meanwhile, Goku waved to Piccolo, saying, "In that case, we should focus on our training." "Hey, Piccolo, do you want to join us?" Piccolo responded with a cold snort. "Train with Super Saiyans? Not a chance. Is Uncle Oobi coming too?" Gohan cheered in agreement. Upon hearing their conversation, Ling Yi quickly called out to Goku. "Hey, Goku." He stepped closer to Goku, smiling mysteriously. "The skill I just used, the one that vanished in an instant. Do you want to learn it?" "Really?" Goku exclaimed in surprise. "Such a cool skill. Can you really teach it to me?" Ling Yi patted Goku on the shoulder, "Of course. However, it will take a few days. I've been utterly exhausted during this year in the universe and need some rest." "That's fine. Whenever you're ready, just come find us at Capsule Corporation. Vegeta has set up a gravity training device there, and the training effects are fantastic." Hearing this, Ling Yi's mind conjured the image of Vegeta fleeing, and he couldn't help but laugh again. "Ha ha. All right, once I've rested, I will definitely visit you all." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they all departed in different directions. Ling Yi, accompanied by Broly, boarded the jet with Bulma. He was utterly fatigued, so much so that he had no desire to fly. Upon returning to Bulma's home, she went to arrange accommodations for Broly and his son, while Ling Yi followed Launch back to their room. As soon as they entered, he eagerly lunged for the bed, only to be halted by Launch. "You smell terrible," she remarked as she pulled him towards the bathroom. "Go take a shower first, and give me your clothes. I'll wash them for you." Upon hearing Lan Chi's words, Ling Yi finally reacted. He couldn't help but lower his head to take a whiff. Indeed, there was a peculiar odor. There was hardly any place to bathe on Wampa Star. As he spoke, he glanced at the bathroom mirror, where he saw his reflection. His face was unkempt, adorned with a wild beard. He hurriedly removed his clothes and handed them to Lan Chi, then stepped outside to shave and trim his hair. Having completed these tasks, he entered the inner room and approached the filled bathtub, slowly settling into the warm water. The tension in his body suddenly melted away, and an overwhelming sense of fatigue washed over him, leading him to drift off to sleep in the tub. Chapter 37. Two women are equivalent to one transcendent being. In his dreams, Ling Yi seemed to return to Wampa Star. At that moment, he was reclining in a cave, his body feeling as heavy as lead. He attempted to move his arms, but upon realizing he was utterly immobile, he surrendered to the drowsiness enveloping him. Yet amidst the haze, he sensed two figures entering the cave. However, he paid them no heed. After all, nothing on this planet could pose a threat to him, and he was far too weary. So, he turned over and continued to sleep. Nevertheless, these two figures approached him directly, seating themselves on either side. Ling Yi's brow furrowed slightly, sensing something unusual, yet he chose to ignore it, yearning only for a restful slumber. But in the next instant, his eyes widened in horror as he felt the two figures begin to caress him. He jerked his head up, only to be met with a shocking sight. Broly and his son sat cross-legged beside him, their hands incessantly exploring his body. As if that were not enough, upon noticing his startled expression, they leaned closer, pouting their lips in unison. "What the?" Ling Yi shouted, and in a moment of panic, his previously immobile body surged with an unexpected strength. He sprang upright, but just as he did, the scene before him began to distort bizarrely, gradually transforming into Bulma's bathroom. "What?" Ling Yi stared blankly at the unfolding scene. From behind him, Bulma's voice drifted over. "What's wrong, Ling Yi?" Hearing her, he slowly turned around to find both women blushing profusely. They too were devoid of clothing, their bodies submerged in the bathtub, the water rising just enough to conceal their voluptuous forms. Though they were undeniably ample, their abdomens were flat, and their backsides stood pert and firm. Between this fullness and firmness, their waists formed an exquisite curve. His gaze continued downward, skimming over the contours of their bodies, revealing two pairs of delicate, fair legs. While their legs were not particularly long, they bore no excess flesh and were shaped to perfection. At that moment, two beautiful legs were draped over him, constantly caressing him. And only then did Ling Yi realize that everything that had just transpired was merely a dream. He exhaled slowly, but behind him, the two women, already impatient, were unwilling to wait any longer. They pulled him back into the bathtub and kissed his ears, one on each side. Bulma, while kissing, softly murmured, "Do you know how we've spent this past year? We have missed you dearly, Ling Yi." Lan Shi did not speak, but her hands, in unison with Bulma's, slowly ventured downward until their fingers intertwined. Unable to withstand the moment any longer, Ling Yi, despite his exhaustion, wrapped his arms around their shoulders and began to caress them. That night, in his own words, was akin to battling Broly. His entire body ached. By evening, Ling Yi mumbled as he crawled out of bed. The two women had long disappeared, likely preoccupied with their own affairs. He paid little heed to this, his expression blank as he approached the wardrobe, retrieving a casual outfit to wear. With two fingers pressed to his forehead, he vanished in an instant. Morning arrived at Baozi Mountain. Goku and his son, having prepared for training, stepped outside. Beneath the tree, Piccolo had been waiting for quite some time. The distant sounds of the gravity chamber had been roaring for a while. Goku exchanged glances with his son before turning toward the gravity chamber. "Vegeta truly does rise early every day," he remarked, scratching his head in resignation. "He must cherish this peaceful life." Piccolo replied in a flat tone, devoid of expression. However, for Uncle Vegeta, the destruction of the world might be a blessing, as he wouldn't have to repay his debts. Upon hearing this, Goku tapped his hand, pondering, "That is true. So why does he still strive so hard?" Piccolo shot a disapproving glance at Goku and then worriedly at Gohan, as if to say, "Don't let my son become foolish." The three of them continued their idle chatter as they moved toward the gravity chamber. Just as they took a step, a sudden flash appeared. Clad in battle attire, Ling Yi appeared before them, accompanied by Broly. "Ling Yi, you finally arrived," Goku exclaimed with excitement upon seeing him. Ling Yi waved in response, saying, "I apologize for the delay. I was simply too exhausted and needed a few extra days to rest." "Oh, it's quite all right." Goku waved his hand dismissively, his excitement bubbling over. "Are you here today to teach me that particularly impressive skill?" Ling Yi smiled slightly. "No, today we have something else to attend to." He gestured toward Broly behind him, stating, "Today your task is to train with him." At this moment, everyone turned their gaze towards Broly. Despite his imposing stature, the young man's expression radiated an astonishing simplicity, almost as if he were entirely unacquainted with the art of combat. Witnessing this, Gohan and Piccolo exchanged bewildered looks, while Goku, in stark contrast, was brimming with excitement. "Oh, he looks incredibly powerful. Surely, he is a formidable opponent," he exclaimed. Upon hearing Goku's words, Ling Yi revealed a mysterious smile. "Indeed, he is quite strong. He may even surpass me." "What?" Gohan and Piccolo's expressions shifted dramatically at Ling Yi's assertion, especially Piccolo, who found it hard to fathom what kind of individual could warrant such praise from Ling Yi. "Stronger than him? I have never encountered anyone stronger," he pondered. Meanwhile, Goku was already eager to engage. "Oh, is he really that strong? How impressive. Let's have a spar." He assumed a combat stance, but Ling Yi swiftly intervened, scanning the surroundings. "Where's Vegeta? Bring him here as well. You must confront him together, or he might prove lethal." Goku bared his teeth. "What? This guy's that strong?" Gohan, understanding the urgency, replied, "All right, I'll fetch Vegeta." As Gohan made his way to the gravity chamber, Ling Yi turned back to Broly. "Broly, aside from that one restriction, feel free to unleash your full potential. It's perfectly acceptable to defeat them." "Understood," Broly responded innocently. "So, I should engage him just as I do during our practice sessions, correct?" Ling Yi patted Broly's arm, beaming with his signature smile. "Precisely. Treat each of them as if they were me." Chapter 38, Saiyan-style hardcore training. After Ling Yi's words, Gohan emerged with Vegeta in tow. Goku, brimming with anticipation, declared, "Hey everyone, let me take the first shot. If I truly find myself in peril, you can come to my rescue." Gohan and Piccolo remained silent, while Vegeta scoffed, "Do as you wish, but should you find yourself in danger, don't expect me to save you." I understand," Goku acknowledged, gradually advancing towards Broly. The atmosphere grew thick with tension. Although it was deep autumn, steam began to rise from Goku's body. He cautiously approached, meticulously honing in on Broly's presence. Yet, Broly seemed utterly unaffected by the palpable threat, standing upright and gazing at Goku without adopting any stance. Seeing this, Goku furrowed his brow, contemplating, why isn't he even taking a fighting stance? Could he truly be that powerful? Or is it that he simply doesn't know how to fight? A multitude of thoughts swirled in Goku's mind, accompanied by various strategies. Ultimately, however, he resolved to take the most straightforward approach. To hell with it. I'll throw a punch to test the waters. In an instant, the heart moved with the body. In his typical state, Goku appeared before Broly in a flash, swiftly delivering a kick aimed at Broly's face. The impact was solid, yet Broly did not even flinch. Goku, taken back by this, quickly retreated and assumed a fighting stance not far away. Meanwhile, Broly scratched his cheek and turned to Ling Yi, saying, Ling Yi, he is indeed somewhat weak. Can I truly unleash my full power? They will surely perish. Upon hearing this, Ling Yi waved his fist dismissively and replied impatiently, oh, just use it. Even if they do die, I have ways to resurrect them, so worry not. Their conversation was remarkably mundane, as casual as discussing what to have for dinner. Yet, to Goku, this scene was exceedingly galling. How dare they look down upon me? A wave of intense resentment surged through his mind. He immediately drew his hands to his waist, growling fiercely, ha! In a fit of rage, he transformed into a Super Saiyan. This transformation caught Broly's attention, and upon witnessing Goku's change, Broly's expression shifted. His once clear visage grew serious, and he raised his drooping arms to his chest, finally adopting a battle stance against the now transformed Goku. The impending clash was palpable. After a moment of tense standoff, it was Goku, still in his low stance, who took the initiative and stepped forward. The force of his advance shattered the surrounding ground. He propelled himself forward like a bullet, hurtling towards Broly. Yet, Broly remained unmoved, merely drawing back his right arm, as if preparing to deliver a devastating punch upon Goku's approach. Despite the daunting situation, Goku was undeterred. He also drew back a fist, intending to channel his full strength into the strike against Broly. However, when their fists collided, a thunderous roar erupted, and Goku was sent flying backwards like a kite severed from its string. Broly maintained his punching posture, not even shifting his stance. Witnessing this, Vegeta was struck with astonishment. What? This guy's so effortlessly overpowered Kakarot, and judging by his expression, he is clearly toying with him, not even exerting his full strength. Reflecting on this, he glanced at Ling Yi, who was nonchalantly picking his nose. This fellow had been training with such a monster for an entire year. Just how powerful had he become? No wonder he so easily subdued Frieza. In his astonishment, Vegeta could no longer contain himself. He cast a glance at Kakarot, who was slowly rising, his right fist gradually tightening. With an enraged roar, he charged at Broly. This action seemed to signal the others, as Piccolo and Gohan swiftly joined the fray. A 4-against-1 scenario was quickly established, and at last, Broly began to shift under the onslaught of their combined assault. The atmosphere around the Baozi Mountain transformed dramatically, as the clash of the 5 warriors summoned a storm reminiscent of a natural disaster above. Goku and his companions, true geniuses of combat, demonstrated remarkable synergy, forcing Broly into a retreat. For a moment, the scales of victory appeared to tilt in their favor. Yet at that instant, a languid voice interrupted the battle. If you don't unleash your full power, you may very well lose. If you lose today, Broly, then the Char Siu will belong to me tonight. No way. The mere mention of Char Siu acted like a switch, and Broly let out a furious roar, releasing an explosive surge of energy that sent everyone staggering backward. Suddenly, a green light erupted from him. His once black hair transformed into a vibrant green. However, unlike during his time on planet Vampa, his muscles did not swell, and his eyes retained their clarity, indicating he still held onto his reason. Is that Super Saiyan? Vegeta muttered in disbelief. The figure before him could still transform into a Super Saiyan? This meant that he had not even accessed that form before forcing them to use all their strength. As these thoughts crossed his mind, he felt a sudden, fierce blow to his abdomen. Cough cough. Vegeta, in his Super Saiyan state, found himself doubled over, retching from the impact. Then, a series of thunderous sounds erupted. Following the sounds, Vegeta turned to see Goku and the others, all sprawled on the ground. Aside from Goku, none could move, and the only one capable of action, Goku, appeared utterly disheveled. Staring at the scene in shock, he barely had time to process it before. In the next instant, boom, he landed not far from Goku and the others. Broly, still eager to press the advantage, was interrupted by Ling Yi. Enough if you continue. They might truly perish. Stop now, Broly. Upon hearing this, the green aura surrounding Broly dissipated instantly, and his expression returned to its previous innocence. Ling Yi approached the group, tossing each of them a senzu bean. Let us call it day for now. From tomorrow onward, I will bring him to train with you. Be prepared to endure daily bruises. With that, he vanished beside Broly, leaving Goku and the others gasping for breath. Chapter 39. The Androids? In a vast and desolate meadow on Bowsy Mountain, the sound of clashing powers echoed through the air. More than a year has passed since Trunks' council. During this time, the 4 disciples training on Bao Mountain have endured relentless torment at the hands of Broly. They have progressed from struggling to withstand a single blow to engaging in coordinated battles lasting over 30 minutes. Every moment has been forged through blood and sweat. Throughout this year, not only have the 2 from the Kakarot lineage made remarkable strides, but even Gohan has successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan. By the edge of the prairie, Ling Yi leisurely reclines upon a large rock, chewing on grass. His gaze fixed upon the scene where 3 formidable Super Saiyans are assaulting Broly. Beside him, Piccolo stands with arms crossed, his attention equally riveted on the skirmish. Due to the Saiyans' innate talent, Goku and his companions have made astonishing advancements, leaving Piccolo, who is yet to fuse with Kami, struggling to keep pace. Resigned, he has chosen to withdraw from training, yet he still attends daily to observe the battles. Perhaps this combat-oriented Namekian harbors a sense of reluctance. Ling Yi muses, casting a glance at Piccolo's intensely serious expression. At that moment, Piccolo turns to him, declaring, Ling Yi, there's been something I have wanted to ask you. Ling Yi's heart momentarily sinks upon seeing Piccolo's grave demeanor. He instinctively sits up straight, his face betraying the apprehension of a student called upon by a teacher. Cough. What is it? Why so serious all of a sudden? He had intended to respond lightheartedly, but the unwavering intensity in Piccolo's eyes dims his spirits. Could it be that Piccolo has discovered his secret? After all, he is not yet fused with Kami. A thought crosses his mind. If anyone could uncover his origins as a traveler from another world, it would surely be the wise Piccolo, given his enhanced perception and the memories of Kami that might piece together the truth. However, Piccolo's subsequent words take him by surprise. All this time, you've merely brought Broly here to observe, yet you Haven T trained alongside them. Why is that? Upon hearing this, Ling Yi's anxious heart settles, and he resumes a more relaxed posture, his tone regaining its composure. I thought it was something serious. It's not that I don't wish to. It's just that his eyes flicker with a hint of melancholy. There is no room left for improvement. After saying this, he turns his gaze back to the 4 warriors battling in the sky. Though Piccolo remains puzzled, he refrains from pressing further. Indeed, perhaps Ling Yi possesses a confidence born of his current abilities. He murmurs to himself, redirecting his gaze away from Ling Yi. 2 years have swiftly elapsed, and the fateful day foretold has arrived. Hey Goku, Gohan, Krillin, and Piccolo too. On a small island 9 kilometers southwest of South City, Yamcha, Tien Shinhan, and Bulma, cradling her child, along with Launch, wave enthusiastically at the airborne figures of Goku and his companions. Bulma and Launch, have you both already had children? Clint immediately noticed the child in the arms of the 2 women and couldn't help but inquire. Indeed, Bulma and Lanchi exchanged glances, and upon mentioning the children, both revealed gentle smiles. Mine is a boy named Ling Xian, and Lanchi's is a girl named Ling Ma. They were born on the same day. Clint's face was filled with envy. How wonderful. I long for marriage as well. Ling Ma and Ling Xian, such beautiful names. Did Uncle Ling Yi choose them? Gohan gazed at the 2 infants, a pure smile gracing his face. Hearing this, Bulma and Lanchi simultaneously chuckled coldly. That fool certainly lacks such creativity. The crowd expressed their confusion. Lanchi then elaborated with a look of disdain. That idiot, upon seeing his own children, merely remarked, is naming them really that troublesome? Why not just call them Ling Air and Ling San? This moron. At her words, everyone fell silent for 2 seconds, then erupted into awkward laughter. Ha-hee-hee. But speaking of Ling Yi, why isn't he with you? Clint, sensing the peculiar atmosphere, swiftly changed the subject. Him? I have no idea, Bulma replied nonchalantly. He mentioned he had something to attend to this morning and left without Broly. By the way, where's Vegeta? Why didn't he come along? Vegeta, Goku pondered, looking down thoughtfully. We're not sure. He didn't say a word and vanished early in the morning. Let us not dwell on that. Those 2 are strong, and surely won't encounter any issues. Yamcha raised his hands and took a couple of steps forward. The pressing concern now must be the androids. Logically, Two such powerful beings should emit a formidable aura. Yet we've been here for over 2 hours and sensed nothing powerful at all. Indeed, at this, everyone turned to the small island below, which appeared strikingly tranquil, hardly resembling a place poised for catastrophe. Could it be that the boy was rambling? Ling Yi, surely. This news about the androids seems too far-fetched. Yamcha expressed his helplessness, but before he could finish his sentence, a thunderous explosion erupted in the sky nearby. Faced with this sudden turn of events, everyone looked on in shock. Only Piccolo shouted, "Quick, look above." What has he unleashed? Following his voice, they indeed spotted two dark figures darting past towards the city below. Could it be that we cannot sense their aura because they are androids? Gohan's subdued voice reached the ears of the others, and they began to grasp the situation. There's no choice. Let us split up and search. Goku bellowed, charging towards the city, with everyone hastily following suit. Before long, only Bulma and Ling Yi remained atop the mountain. What could they be? Without an aura, how do we distinguish who the androids are? Goku landed on the rooftop of a spherical building, his eyes scanning the surroundings restlessly. He blindly searched for quite some time, yet he found no suspicious individuals. Moreover, the city was eerily tranquil, as though the two dark figures he had just perceived were mere figments of the collective imagination. Just as he was about to begin his clumsy inquiries with passers-by, a sudden realization struck him. Is that Yamcha? Is Yamcha's energy slowly dissipating? At that moment, the other warriors also sensed something amiss and hurried towards Yamcha's location. However, upon their arrival, they were met with the sight of Yamcha, who had a gaping hole in his chest, being carelessly tossed aside by a tall, gaunt figure. Chapter 40. The act is finally complete. Goku gazed at the increasingly weakened Yamcha, his heart filled with anguish. Yet he restrained his emotions and said to Krillin, "Krillin, take Yamcha back." Bulma should have prepared the sins of beans by now. What? Krillin, startled, glanced at Goku and then at the androids, trembling as he approached Yamcha. As he moved, he furtively glanced at the two motionless androids before him, as if fearing they might ambush him. Fortunately, the androids did not seem inclined to attack, allowing him to carry Yamcha back without incident. "Are you androids?" After Krillin had departed, Piccolo, with a grim expression, inquired. "Oh." At this, the lean man raised an eyebrow. "How did you know we are androids?" Furthermore, his gaze swept over the assembled warriors. "It appears you all anticipated our arrival here. Why is that?" "If you wish to know, then inquire with your strength." The group quickly assumed fighting stances, as the tension of battle seemed imminent. "This place is too crowded. If we engage in combat here, many innocents will be caught in the crossfire," Goku remarked to Piccolo, then turned his attention to the androids. "Shall we find a more secluded location to fight?" The lean man paused for a moment before a sly smile appeared on his face. "A secluded place, you say? Very well, but there is no need to leave specifically." A sense of foreboding washed over Goku, and he shouted towards the two. "What do you mean by that?" However, the slender man ignored him, scanning the surroundings, and soon, both he and the stocky android's eyes began to glow red. Goku immediately understood their intent and shouted, "Stop!" Yet the two showed no signs of halting. The red light in their eyes intensified, and it seemed that a laser was about to be unleashed. Suddenly, two hands emerged from behind the duo, blocking their vision. "I advise you not to proceed, or I shall sever your heads," a calm voice emanated from behind the androids, startling them into swiftly jumping aside. The lean man turned in haste, and upon recognizing the figure behind him, his expression transformed into one of shock. "You are Ling? No, is it Ling Yi?" The emaciated man murmured this phrase before regaining his composure, yet he remained visibly tense as he gazed at Ling Yi. "Unle Ling Yi!" Gohan exclaimed joyfully, and upon seeing Ling Yi, the others also exhibited expressions of relief. In that moment, all attention was drawn to Ling Yi. Although he appeared calm and serious on the surface, internally he reveled in the thought of finally arriving in this world. "I have yet to truly put on an act," he mused, "and today I shall finally have my moment. My early rise will not be in vain." A subtle smile crept onto his lips, which he quickly suppressed as he turned his gaze towards number 20. "As an artificial human, you should possess my information and be well aware of my capability to eliminate you. Thus, I advise you to heed his words," Ling Yi stated, nodding slightly towards Goku. Number 20 did not respond immediately. Instead, he inquired gravely, Will you also join the battle?" In response, Ling Yi flashed a grin. "No need for concern. I shall observe for a while, ensuring that this battle retains its suspense." Number 20 pondered for a moment before asking, "If you do not intervene, what do you intend to do?" Ling Yi's smile faded as he replied, "What I intend to do is of no concern to you. Your only path forward is to follow my instructions." Upon hearing this, number 20's eyes shifted thoughtfully, and his expression became resolute as he turned to Goku and the others, saying, "Follow me." Goku and the others exchanged puzzled glances but chose not to question Ling Yi. Over the past 3 years, he had consistently assisted them with various training regimens, leading them to believe that perhaps they were now capable of easily defeating these artificial beings. Gohan thought excitedly, and subsequently joined Goku and the others. The group soared to a remote, uninhabited island. Upon landing, Goku eagerly volunteered to transform into a Super Saiyan first. Meanwhile, number 19 stepped forward, ready to confront Goku. After a brief silence, the two erupted into battle. Ling Yi sat quietly on a nearby stone, observing the scene. It appears number 19 has indeed improved somewhat, yet not by much, he reflected. He noted that, in the original narrative, number 19 had been able to exchange blows with a Goku suffering from heart condition, but now he was being steadily overwhelmed. Fortunately, his energy absorption ability remained intact, preventing him from being outright defeated by Goku. "I suppose I'll wait a while longer," Ling Yi muttered, then shifted his attention away from the fighters to survey his surroundings. After a considerable time, as Goku's breaths grew increasingly labored, number 19, once dominated, began to mount a counterattack. What is happening? Is Goku? Wasn't he just relentlessly attacking the opponent? Observing the peculiar situation, Tien Shinhan inquired of Piccolo, who remained silent, his expression grave as he focused on the two combatants. "Father." "Something seems off," Gohan remarked, his own demeanor equally serious, albeit tinged with a hint of concern. "Father should be significantly stronger than he is now. What does this mean? Has Goku weakened?" Tien pondered. But how could he have suddenly grown weaker? Upon hearing Tien's question, Gohan shook his head, for he too was oblivious to the cause. As the conversation unfolded, Goku in the sky gathered energy for a Kamehameha wave, directing it towards Android 19. However, an astonishing event transpired. Android 19 raised both hands to meet the Kamehameha, and the energy beam simply vanished upon contact with him. "What? How is this possible?" The onlookers exclaimed in disbelief. Could it be? After a brief moment of contemplation, Gohan shouted to Goku in the sky, "Goku, stop using energy blasts. That creature can absorb our energy." Realizing the gravity of the situation, Goku reacted, but it was too late. In an instant, Android 19 darted to Goku's side and delivered a powerful kick, sending him crashing to the ground. The assault continued as Goku plummeted, striking the earth with tremendous force. "Ah!" Goku's anguished cry echoed throughout the battlefield. Chapter 41. Does conscience hurt? Goku's scream ignited a fire within Gohan. He instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan and charged toward Android 19. Yet, after only a few strides, Android 20 intercepted him in midair. "Get out of my way, you bastard!" Gohan seethed, landing a fierce punch on Android 20. Unfazed by the assault, Android 20 attempted to block with a single hand. But Gohan's furious strike shattered the android's arm. "What? Is this little brat really that strong?" Android 20 stared in disbelief at the unfolding scene, then glanced at Goku, who was being mercilessly beaten. Doubt crept into his mind regarding the accuracy of his internal data. But Gohan, driven by the urgency to save his father, offered no time for contemplation. As Android 20 turned away, Gohan quickly closed the distance between them. Bang, bang, bang. 3 successive punches landed on Android 20's abdomen, chest, and head, culminating in a final, powerful blow that drove him deep into the ground. After executing his flurry of attacks, Gohan's gaze returned to the suffering Goku, and he was immediately consumed by rage, preparing to soar into the air to rescue his father. Just then, Android 20's body was suddenly propelled sideways, crashing heavily against a nearby rock. What a disgrace, Kakarot, to be so thoroughly bested by a mere lackey. At that moment, out of nowhere, Vegeta appeared by Goku's side, looking down at him with disdain before delivering a swift kick that sent him tumbling back towards the crowd. Gohan, having calmed down, hurriedly flew back after witnessing his father being kicked away. "Dad, are you all right?" Upon landing, Gohan called out to Goku, but Goku seemed oblivious, clutching his chest and gasping for breath. After hearing Gohan's voice, Ling Yi, who had been hidden for quite some time, finally leaped into view. "What is the matter, Goku? Let me take a look." He approached Goku with a theatrical air, feigning a thorough examination before clapping his hands together. "Oh dear, Goku, you've contracted a rare illness found in the universe." "Huh? What illness, Uncle Ling Yi?" Gohan inquired anxiously. Hearing this, Ling Yi felt a surge of triumph within. He had successfully baited Gohan. He feigned seriousness as he stood upright, shaking his head at Goku. This ailment is known as viral right atrial rupture syndrome, an exceedingly rare disease across the cosmos. I had the fortune of encountering it during my travels. Upon hearing this, Tien joined the conversation, his expression grave. That name sounds quite ominous. Is it treatable? No sooner had he spoken than Ling Yi sighed and shook his head. Alas, once afflicted, it is almost certain death. And the process is agonizing. Most importantly, even if revived by the dragon, the affliction remains, rendering it incurable. As he delivered this line, Ling Yi showcased his acting prowess to the fullest, leaving Gohan and Tien pale with fear, while Piccolo regarded him with a complex expression, pondering his thoughts. However, Ling Yi was oblivious to this scene. All his focus was on Gohan. Noticing Gohan's reaction, he knew the moment was ripe, and he patted Gohan's shoulder. Fortunately, during my travels, I discovered a remedy specifically for this illness. He produced a small blue vial from his chest and handed it to Gohan. Here, take this, Gohan. Hurry back and save your father. We'll be here. Everything will be fine. Gohan hesitated for a moment, but upon seeing the determination in Ling Yi's eyes, his resolve strengthened. He accepted the vial and nodded firmly. I understand, Uncle Ling Yi. I'll leave it in your capable hands. Witnessing Gohan's response, Ling Yi felt a surge of joy within. Yes, yes. The narrative is unfolding as intended. Yet, just as Ling Yi reveled in his success, the long silent system suddenly interjected. Are you truly deceiving them without a twinge of conscience? Ling Yi retorted immediately. What pain? What pain? I'm not withholding treatment. Didn't he receive the medication at this very juncture in the original story? As soon as the words escaped his lips, he helped Goku's son to his feet and waved his hand, expressing gratitude. Thank you, Uncle Ling Yi. It is thanks to your father that we were saved. He deserves our thanks as well. After Gohan departed, Ling Yi turned his gaze towards Vegeta, who was currently delivering a relentless beating to Android 19. Observing this scenario, it seemed that Vegeta's strength had escalated significantly. It was imperative that he devised a plan to rein him in. At that moment, the system interjected. If the host intends to control the trajectory of the main storyline, why bring Broly along for their training? The system's tone remained neutral, yet the content reflected a sense of confusion. Ling Yi chose not to withhold his thoughts, responding candidly. While level ratings were indeed important, survival held greater significance. He had no way of knowing how much stronger the androids might become. Should one prove excessively powerful and harm any of them, it would pose a serious problem. Rather than risking such peril with this group, a more manageable approach seemed preferable. After a brief moment of silence, the system made an unexpected remark. Host, it appears your feelings for this world are deepening. Ling Yi let out a scoff. How could that be? You're out of your mind. But did you not just say that, in comparison to level ratings, the lives of everyone else are more important? This time, it was Ling Yi who fell silent. Meanwhile, Vegeta had reduced Android 19 to a near unrecognizable state, his hands severed and his face caved in. After completing this onslaught, Vegeta spat at the remnants of Android 19 and turned to Ling Yi, asking, weren't there supposed to be 2 androids? Where's the other one? Upon hearing this, everyone immediately glanced towards the site where Android 20 had fallen, but the pit was now entirely empty. What? The guy actually dug his way out? Piccolo was the first to arrive, exclaiming in disbelief. Ling Yi, no longer preoccupied with doubts, soared toward the large pit. Sure enough, upon reaching the edge, he spotted a dark hole at the center of the pit, perfectly sized for a single person to escape through. This fellow is quite clever to have devised such an escape. No wonder he could become a doctor, Ling Yi mused, contemplating his next course of action. Suddenly, an alarming thought struck him. Oh no, Bulma, he shouted, instantly leaping into the air and racing back towards the small island from whence he came. The others exchanged puzzled glances on the ground, uncertain of Ling Yi's intentions, but they followed him nonetheless. Chapter 42, Dr. Gero. On a small island 9 kilometers south of the southern capital. Oh dear, I truly wish to see the androids. What kind of technology could possibly create such beings? Bulma murmured, cradling Ling Xian in her arms. Just as she finished speaking, Krillin appeared, flying back with a severely injured Yamcha in tow. Good heavens, what happened to Yamcha? Bulma exclaimed, and the 2 women rushed forward simultaneously. Upon seeing the gaping wound in Yamcha's chest, Launch instinctively shielded her eyes with her hand. Oh my goodness, how could Yamcha be so gravely injured? Was it the androids? She gasped. Never mind that for now. Did you bring the Senza beans? If he doesn't eat them soon, he will perish. Krillin's gaze flickered anxiously between the two women as he spoke. Oh, Bulma replied, then retrieved a senza bean from her pocket and handed it to Krillin. Hurry, give this to Yamcha. However, this bean was grown by Ling Yi, so I'm not sure how effective it will be. Grown by Ling Yi? Krillin's expression turned quizzical, but he took the senza bean and administered it to Yamcha. I recall him mentioning this to Master Karin, but at that time, Master Karin hadn't given him any. That's beyond my knowledge, Bulma said, her eyes drifting to the side as if recalling something. If I remember correctly, he always had a jar nearby from which senza beans would occasionally emerge. Previously, it would take months to yield one or two, but now it seems they're sprouting daily. As they conversed, Yamcha stirred awake. Ouch, am I still alive? Or have you all perished? His eyes scanned the faces of those around him. How morbid. Bulma slapped Yamcha playfully. We're mothers who have just given birth, for heaven's sake. What nonsense about dying? Suddenly, her tone shifted from irritation to fervor. Did you see the androids just now? What do they look like? Upon hearing her question, both men began to recollect. They appeared quite similar to ordinary humans, except they lacked any life force. Krillin was the first to respond. Yamcha nodded in agreement. Indeed, from an exterior standpoint, they bore no difference from regular humans. Their descriptions ignited a spark in Bulma's eyes. They resemble ordinary humans? What level of expertise would it require to achieve such a feat? As she pondered, her eyes darted around, and she produced a capsule, tossing it into the air. With a boom, the capsule transformed into a jet plane. Bulma swiftly boarded the aircraft and turned to Krillin and Yamcha. I made my decision. I must see this for myself. What? Don't be foolish, Bulma. You could be killed. Yamcha's face was etched with concern. Yet, Bulma remained unfazed. I'll just take a distant glance. Nothing will happen. Besides, you two will protect me, won't you? Upon hearing this, Yamcha took a step back. I think I'll pass. With my current strength, I cannot ensure your safety, and I have no desire to experience that terrifying sensation again. You are truly lacking in courage. Bulma remarked with a furrowed brow, then turned to Krillin. What about you? Don't you wish to join us? Krillin shivered at the thought, initially wanting to refuse. But Bulma's voice floated to him. You wouldn't let two defenseless women and a baby venture into such a perilous situation alone, would you? Observing Bulma's melancholic expression, Krillin could only let out a long sigh. Alas, it is indeed you. However, we agreed to only take a distant glance. That's splendid, Krillin. I knew you would be the most reliable, Bulma exclaimed with joy, before turning to Launch. Launch, please wait here with Yamcha. I shall return shortly. Oh, very well, replied the blue-haired Launch, offering no further comment. Thus, the two embarked on their journey aboard the jet, eager to witness the androids. Meanwhile, Ling Yi was anxiously searching along the route etched in his memory. Damn it, I got so caught up in my own bravado that I forgot Bulma would come to see the androids. Given their current state, no one else can handle them. With that, he increased his speed, but at that moment, a violent explosion erupted in the distant mountain pass. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Ling Yi pushed his speed to the limit, racing toward the epicenter of the explosion. Upon landing, he indeed found Bulma soothing the crying Ling Xian, while Krillin stood nearby, nervously patting his chest. Are you both all right? Ling Yi rushed toward them upon witnessing the scene. Hearing his voice, Krillin turned around, his expression easing. Ah, Ling Yi, you're here. I was just thinking we might be killed by that android. However, Ling Yi bypassed Krillin entirely, rushing straight to Bulma's side. Are you all safe, Bulma? Huh? Bulma responded, startled. Krillin scratched his head, feeling somewhat overlooked. So, I really don't matter at all? Oh dear. Bulma continued to comfort Ling Xian until she finally turned her attention to Ling. Oh, Ling Yi, we're fine, thanks to Krillin being here. She smiled, though her gaze remained fixated on Ling Xian. Seeing this, Ling Yi's anxiety subsided, and he then turned to Krillin. Krillin, you're unscathed as well. That is truly wonderful. Huh. Krillin chuckled dryly, looking at him with a hint of resignation. Thank you for noticing me. Ling Yi smiled as he approached, ruffling Krillin's bald head. Oh, don't say that. I do care about you. During their exchange, Vegeta and the others arrived in succession. Where are the androids? Vegeta landed, clenching his fists as he inquired. Before anyone could respond, Bulma interjected with confusion. Is that the android you all were talking about? But isn't that Dr. Gero? At her words, astonishment spread across the faces of everyone but Ling Yi. Dr. Gero? That guy is Dr. Gero? But he is entirely mechanized. Krillin gazed at Bulma in bewilderment. I cannot say. Perhaps he has altered himself, Bulma replied. As the group conversed, another figure approached from the distance, soaring through the air. Everyone's here. The young man landed swiftly, greeting them, though his expression was grave. Trunks? Had you come from the future again? Upon recognizing the newcomer, Piccolo was the first to speak. Ah, it's that boy from back then. So your name is Trunks? In response, Tien also greeted him. However, the boy merely nodded in acknowledgement, his expression laden with concern as he hastened towards Ling Yi. Mr. Ling Yi, what on earth is happening? Have the androids undergone some kind of mutation? What exactly were you battling just now? Chapter 43, Androids 17 and 18. Well, this is indeed quite problematic, but it is difficult for me to explain, Ling Yi replied, scratching his head with an awkward smile. Their conversation piqued the interest of others nearby. Piccolo, with his green visage, stepped forward and asked, what do you mean? Those two beings we just fought, are they not androids from the future? As he spoke, he glanced at Trunks and then at Ling Yi, his expression filled with confusion. Upon meeting Piccolo's gaze, Ling Yi averted his eyes slightly, feeling a twinge of guilt. Trunks, on the other hand, appeared fearful as he began to speak. The androids I remember were a pair of twin youths, one male and one female. The male sported long black hair that fell to his shoulders, while the female had a similar hairstyle, albeit in a golden hue. He paused momentarily, his expression growing more menacing. Their personalities are exceedingly brutal. They derive pleasure from killing. During their initial emergence, the entire southern city fell within a mere 3 hours. Upon hearing this, Krillin rested his chin on his hand, gazing upward as if trying to recall something. Twins, you say? Now that I think about it, when Dr. Gero fled, he mentioned something about Android 17 and 18. At this revelation, Trunks excitedly grasped Krillin's shoulders. Those two merciless androids are indeed androids 17 and 18. Piccolo pieced together the information and spoke slowly. So, it follows that his escape was likely to release androids 17 and 18. Upon hearing this, Vegeta scoffed. Humph. It seems that androids 17 and 18 must be even stronger than those two androids we just encountered. He then turned to Bulma. Hey, since you can recognize him, you must know where his lab is located. Contemplating for a moment, Bulma replied, the lab? I believe it's in the mountains to the north. There were reports of strange caverns found there, filled with machinery. Excellent. Vegeta clenched his fist tightly, a smirk gracing his lips. Then we shall proceed to that lab. Are you planning to find the lab first and destroy those two androids? Piccolo regarded Vegeta with mild astonishment. However, Vegeta cast a scornful glance at him. I would never engage in such a cowardly act. I intend to release those two androids and defeat them with my own hands. Absolutely not. Trunks shouted vehemently at Vegeta. Although you have all grown stronger, we are still unaware of the peculiarities occurring on your side. Moreover, Androids 17 and 18 are unlike the artificial beings you have encountered. They are truly terrifying. After being chastised, Vegeta's irritation grew palpable. He pointed a finger at Trunks, exclaiming, you insolent brat, even though you have come to assist us, do you believe that grants you the right to shout at me? His gaze turned even more menacing. I intend to release both androids, and the more you caution me about their dreadfulness, the more resolutely I shall proceed. With that, he soared northward without a backward glance. Observing this exchange, Trunks cast a bewildered glance at Ling Yi, only to find no intention to intervene from the latter. He hastily pursued Vegeta. After their departure, Piccolo surveyed the remaining companions and spoke solemnly. We should depart as well. I firmly believe we must eliminate those two androids at the earliest opportunity. Ling Yi, what are your plans? Huh? Me? Lin Yi was taken aback by Piccolo's sudden inquiry, but pondered for a moment before responding. I must first escort Bulma and the others back. Their presence here is perilously risky. Once I ensure their safety, I will seek you out. Upon hearing this response, Piccolo smiled knowingly. Very well, Krillin, Tien, let us be on our way. The three of them exchanged farewells and ascended into the sky, while Ling Yi remained behind, lost in thought. In a shadowy cave to the north, a visibly anxious Dr. Gero surveyed his surroundings to ensure he was not being followed before his figure slowly vanished into the dark entrance. Upon entering the cave, Dr. Gero activated the lights within the laboratory. After a brief flicker, the entire interior was illuminated. The laboratory was not particularly spacious, measuring merely a few dozen square meters. It was cluttered with an array of bottles and jars. Dr. Gero scanned the room and proceeded to the wall, where he picked up a remote control with a solitary red button. After completing this task, he gazed at the two massive containment pods in the corner of the lab, a glint of ferocity flashing in his eyes. Even if releasing you does not resolve the predicament, at the very least, you must eliminate Goku, Dr. Gero muttered as he approached the containment unit. He hesitated for 2 seconds before seemingly steeling himself, pressing down firmly on the green button. With a hiss, The containment pod expelled a white gas, and the white lid tilted aside. As the cover fell to the ground, a black-haired youth slowly rose from within the chamber. "Dr. Jero, you have awakened me," the boy greeted politely, though his eyes discreetly flicked toward the remote in Dr. Jero's hand. Hearing this, Dr. Jero's face lit up with surprise. "Number 17? You are number 17, correct? Your courtesy towards me is quite remarkable. Of course, for you are my biological father," number 17 replied with a smile, nodding at Dr. Jero. Witnessing this, Dr. Jero was filled with joy and hurried to another containment chamber. Pop! The same sound, the same method of opening the chamber. Yet this time it was a golden-haired girl who emerged. She cast a glance at the remote control, then at the smiling number 17, and instantly understood, bowing gracefully to Dr. Jero. "Good morning, Doctor." Such a scene only heightened Dr. Jero's delight. He reached out and patted 18's shoulder. "It seems you too have been repaired. You now recognize and respect your biological father. Naturally, after all, you created us." Number 17 took a step toward the remote control, mimicking 18's bow. "Wonderful. This surely means we can eliminate Sun." However, just as Dr. Jero began to express his thoughts, number 17 swiftly snatched the remote control from his grasp. "What are you doing, number 17? This action caused Dr. Jero's expression to undergo a complete transformation, his earlier smile replaced by sheer terror. Number 17, observing the scene, commented coolly, "This must be the controller for regulating our energy." With that, he slowly exerted pressure, and before Dr. Jero's horrified gaze, the controller disintegrated into dust. Chapter 44. The inferior Saiyans in a remote mountainous region of the north. The warriors were diligently searching for Dr. Jero's laboratory. Alas, the androids are lifeless. At this rate, when shall we find anything? I shall. Krillin muttered gloomily. The group had been searching for quite some time, yet they had uncovered no trace. And the chilly northern weather had even caused the mightiest earthling to sneeze. "Oh dear, I think I should return and fetch some warmer clothing," Krillin said, preparing to turn back. Just then, an explosion erupted not far from him on the mountainside. The deafening roar instantly captured his attention, and without further concern for the cold, he swiftly made his way toward the source of the blast. Upon landing, he found Piccolo already there. "Did you cause this explosion? Have you destroyed the androids?" Krillin waved towards Piccolo, who, however, did not acknowledge him, staring in astonishment at something. Following Piccolo's gaze, Krillin's eyes widened, leaving him speechless. At that moment, Tien and Vegeta also arrived. As the group landed and beheld the scene before them, each face revealed a hint of unease, for what lay ahead was indeed extraordinary. Within the depths of a cavern, Dr. Jero lay in shock. A gaping wound marred his chest, from which protruded a delicate, pale hand. "Old fool. Who told you to tap my shoulder?" "How utterly distasteful," number 18 scoffed, withdrawing her arm. Simultaneously, number 17 delivered a swift kick, decapitating Dr. Jero with brutal efficiency. As his severed head tumbled to the ground beside the warriors, realization dawned upon them, particularly striking Trunks with the greatest force. How could this be? Did they have slain their own father? Although the androids of the future were notoriously ruthless, the act of patricide struck a profound blow to Trunks' moral compass. Yet, despite his severed head, Dr. Jero remained alive, casting a sidelong glance at numbers 17 and 18 as he cursed them vehemently. "Had I known this would transpire, I should have destroyed you two heartless scrap heaps from the outset." However, the duo disregarded his words, their attention captivated by a containment pod lying on the ground. "Old man, have you created other beings?" Number 18 inquired, advancing toward the pod. This incited a panicked outcry from Dr. Jero. "Do not touch that. It is a failed experiment. If you release it, it will kill you both." Upon hearing this, the previously silent number 17 expressed interest. "Is that so? A being more formidable than us? I must see this." With a gesture, he beckoned number 18. Witnessing the unfolding scene, Dr. Jero grew increasingly frantic, attempting to intervene. But before he could utter a word, crash! Number 17 crushed his head beneath his foot. Having completed his grim task, number 17 raised his gaze slowly, offering a polite smile to the assembled warriors. "My sincerest apologies for this gruesome spectacle." With that, he turned and returned to the containment pod, where number 18 had already opened it to reveal a tall man clad in green armor, lying in silence. "Why is he not moving?" number 17 asked, his expression devoid of emotion. "I do not know," number 18 replied in a similar tone. "He was like this when the pod opened, and there are no visible switches on him." Upon hearing this, number 17 displayed a look of disappointment. "Is he broken? What a shame." Just as he turned to depart, The imposing robot suddenly opened his eyes. The awakened number 16 exhibited no extraneous movements, mechanically rising from the pod and silently surveying the group. So he is not malfunctioning, number 17 remarked, his interest rekindled as he approached number 16 to engage in conversation. However, regardless of his inquiries, number 16 remained unresponsive until the mention of Goku prompted him to slowly turn his head towards number 17. Let us go and kill Goku. The cold words emanating from the towering figure elicited a look of astonishment from number 17. You can speak? I had thought you were mute. He jested. Yet number 16 appeared utterly oblivious, lapsing back into silence. At this moment, number 18 spoke up. What should we do? Should we go after Sun Wukong? Number 17 pondered for a moment before shrugging his shoulders. Why not? There's nothing else to occupy our time. Upon hearing this, number 16 seemed to regain his hearing and promptly strode towards the cave entrance. The other two exchanged glances, sharing a resigned smile before following suit. Thus, the trio brushed past Vegeta and the others, as if they were invisible. This infuriated the prince, who immediately dashed after them, bellowing, Hey, you androids over there, is Kakarot all you can see? There's someone even stronger standing right here. In response, the three turned back, their expressions impassive. Number 17 cast a glance at Vegeta and replied coolly, Indeed, we have no interest in you. What? The furious prince was about to erupt, but Piccolo, who had caught up, interjected first. What exactly is your objective? Are you intent on destroying the world? Number 17 scoffed, then shrugged. We're not interested in such matters. Our sole purpose now seems to be eliminating Sun Wukong. Then, can't you refrain from killing Sun Wukong? Krillin trembled as he asked, only to receive number 16's somber response. No, our purpose for being created is to kill Sun Wukong. With that, he continued forward without a backward glance. Witnessing this, number 17 could only helplessly shrug and follow suit. Yet, they had barely taken 2 steps when Vegeta's furious roar echoed again. Stop right there. Who gave you permission to ignore me? This time, before number 17 could respond, number 18 stepped forward 2 paces. Oh, do you wish to play, 18? Number 17 remarked, a hint of surprise in his voice. Yes, I've yet to shake off the annoyance from that old man's earlier touch. And this guy is bothersome too. Upon hearing number 18's words, number 17 retreated a couple of steps, adopting a nonchalant expression. Suit yourself. Seeing a woman sent to confront him, Vegeta couldn't help but sneer. You sent a woman to fight me? Don't say I didn't win fairly later. Number 18, unfazed, merely replied, Less talking, you second-rate Saiyan. Chapter 45, My Apologies. Krillin. In West City, at Bulma's residence, Ling Yi was currently embracing Bulma and Launch, gently descending from the sky. Upon landing, he greeted the two before intending to teleport back to the main force. However, before he could make a move, Bulma's worried voice reached him. Ling Yi, you must be extremely careful. Though you are already quite powerful, I can't shake this unsettling feeling. It's all right, no matter what, I will. Ling Yi spoke nonchalantly, yet upon catching the anxious gaze of the two women, an inexplicable flutter stirred within him. He swallowed the unfinished sentence and, adopting a serious demeanor, addressed them. Rest assured, I shall not perish. Upon hearing his words, the expressions of the two women relaxed. You should hurry, go, and return swiftly, Lan Shi said gently, her face radiating an endless warmth. Ling Yi regarded them earnestly, nodding gravely before vanishing in an instant. The scene flickered as Ling Yi pursued the aura of Klin, arriving at the battlefield. At that moment, Vegeta and Android 18 were locked in an intense clash. Oh, have they been fighting for quite some time already? Ling Yi Musit, suddenly appearing startled Klin, who had been engrossed in the battle, grumbled at him before refocusing on the fight. Indeed, it has been a while, and judging by the current situation, Vegeta is on the verge of victory. Hearing this, Ling Yi glanced toward the battlefield, and indeed, he observed Vegeta dominating Android 18. He scanned the surroundings. Among the warriors, aside from Trunks, whose mouth hung agape, the others wore expressions of mild surprise. Meanwhile, near the androids, Android 16 maintained his usual stoic demeanor, while Android 17 appeared troubled, yet showed no inclination to assist. If this continues, Android May 18th very well be defeated by Vegeta. I must devise a plan, Ling Yi thought, his mind racing, but in the present circumstances, he could not conceive of a viable solution. Just then, Android 16 unexpectedly took a step toward a few small birds nearby. A sudden spark of inspiration struck Ling Yi, and he shouted, pointing at the distanced Android 16. What are you planning to do, you tall one? The attention of the crowd shifted toward Android 16 due to his exclamation. However, at that moment, a thunderous explosion erupted beneath the highway, emanating from Vegeta. Reacting instinctively to the sound, the crowd began to turn, yet before they could act, Ling Yi's voice rang out once more. Hey, you with the long hair, how could you engage in an ambush looking so refined? The audience's gaze once again fell upon Android 17, who stood bewildered, raising a finger to his face and exclaiming, huh? Taken aback by Android 17's response. The onlookers were momentarily stunned, but before they could articulate their thoughts, Trunks charged forward in a fit of anger. The warriors followed his lead, and they beheld Vegeta sprawled at Android 18's feet, who glared at Android 17 with fury. Hey, this is my battle. Why did you interfere? Witnessing this unfolding scene, Tien and Piccolo ceased their deliberations and roared as they rushed toward Android 18, leaving only Klin and Ling Yi on the highway. On the other side, number 17 wore an expression of deep grievance. Nonetheless, he swiftly descended and positioned himself before the two individuals. The scene descended into chaos almost instantaneously, as both sides, fueled by fury, clashed in a matter of seconds. The architect of this turmoil, Ling Yi, observed the unfolding events with a sense of secret delight. Just like that, everything is proceeding remarkably smoothly. Ling Yi silently repeated this to himself, his eyes ceaselessly scanning the dynamics of the battlefield. Not long after Piccolo and the other charged in, one of them received a punch from number 17, rendering Tien Shinhan unconscious on the spot, while Piccolo appeared to be in a similarly dire state. Trunks fared even worse. The Android 18 from his universe was already superior to him, and the one before him was significantly stronger than the original. Thus, within a single exchange, he was left dazed by a slap from 18. As the battle below appeared to be nearing its conclusion, Ling Yi's gaze shifted towards Krillin. Apologies, Krillin, but the rivalry over your girlfriend has always been this way. Do not blame your brother for being ruthless. With this thought in mind, he stealthily approached Krillin from behind. Beneath the road, number 17 had already rendered Piccolo unconscious. Noticing that his opponent was no longer struggling, he released his grip, allowing Piccolo's body to slowly slip from his hands. However, peculiarly, just as Piccolo hit the ground, a bald figure rolled down the slope behind him. Number 17 regarded this scene with bemusement, but did not dwell on it. After all, who would concern themselves with an enemy who had inexplicably fainted? He slowly lifted his gaze, his expression serious as he looked up at Ling Yi. Are you going to fight as well? Upon hearing this, Ling Yi hastily feigned fear, waving his hands in a flustered manner. No, I won't fight. Observing this display, number 17 did not press further, but nodded at 18. And the two ascended to join number 16. The trio of androids gathered in one place, preparing to depart. Just then, Ling Yi pursued them, recalling the inquiry Krillin had posed in his memories. He called out urgently to halt the three. Hey, can't you spare Goku's life? The three turned back, their expressions grave upon hearing his voice. 18 furrowed her brow, slightly tilting her face towards number 17. What does this guy intend? Why is he asking the same question as that bald one before? Uncertain, yet feeling the urgency, number 17 shook his head slowly, his tone heavy. However, at this juncture, he seemed hesitant to continue, closing his mouth. Number 16, unusually silent upon hearing Goku's name, took a defensive stance, his expression suggesting he was bracing for a formidable adversary. Ling Yi, witnessing this turn of events, began to feel perplexed. What is going on? Why is this unfolding differently from the original narrative? Shouldn't 18 come over and kiss me at this moment? Do I need to say more? Contemplating this, Ling Yi was about to speak again, but the trio abruptly turned and swiftly took flight, resembling a retreat from a scene. Alas, where have they gone? Ling Yi quickened his pace, attempting to catch up, yet the figures of the three had already darted far ahead. What is this nonsense? He shouted in frustration, but to no avail. He could only return to the base of the mountain and offer the others some senzu beans. Chapter 46. The Wolf Approaches. In the northern part of West City, beneath a winding mountain road, the group gradually awakened under Ling Yi's ministrations. Oh, my head aches terribly, exclaimed Krillin, immediately clutching his head as he regained consciousness. Tianjin Fan shook his head in confusion, looking at Krillin. I thought you didn't make it here? How did you faint? Could it be that giant? Upon hearing this, Krillin furrowed his brows, his expression suggesting he was trying to recall something. Ugh, I can't remember clearly. It felt as though I were struck by Frisia's elbow. and I just blacked out. At this, he turned to Ling Yi. Ling Yi, you were with me up there. Do you know what happened? Was it that large android who did this? At that moment, as Ling Yi was feeding a senza bean to Vegeta, he heard Krillin's inquiry. Huh, yes indeed. It was him, he replied, momentarily a loss for a better explanation. So he simply echoed Krillin's words. However, just as he finished speaking, a puzzled voice from Piccolo reached him. Is that android really that powerful? Even you couldn't stop him? Ling Yi felt a jolt in his heart. Piccolo's question was quite tricky. Fortunately, none of them had witnessed Android 16 in action, so he feigned a grimace. Indeed, that fellow is incredibly strong. He knocked Krillin out in an instant. I didn't even see his movements. Upon hearing this, Piccolo pondered for a moment and raised an eyebrow at Ling Yi. If he is that strong, why are you still standing? Why are we even entangled in this matter? Ling Yi thought frantically. Shouldn't you be roaring in anger and then soaring to the KO's palace to merge with the KO? Despite his inner turmoil, upon seeing the seriousness in Piccolo's eyes, he could only let out a resigned sigh. I don't know why, but after they knock you all out, they just left without saying a word. Furrowing his brow as he finished speaking, he looked up only to find everyone staring at him with incredulous expressions. What? You don't believe me? Seeing their reactions, he retorted, but was met with a chorus of headshakes. Ling Yi felt wronged. What kind of world is this, where lies go unquestioned, yet the sole truth is met with skepticism? With this thought, he crossed his arms and sat down on the spot. Well, that is just how it is, believe it or not, he huffed, turning his head away in a sulk. Seeing his reaction, the others were convinced to a large extent and fell into a sudden silence. However, this unspoken tension lasted only 2.5 seconds before being shattered by Trunks' unwilling voice. How infuriating! I never anticipated that the androids on your side would possess such formidable strength. Those on my side simply cannot compare, and there is also an unexpected giant among them. Is that so? Yet, it may not be entirely detrimental. Krillin scratched his head and turned to Trunks, saying, according to your account, although the androids on your side lack strength, they are quite brutal. However, those few seem to only have an interest in Goku, which suggests that Earth should remain safe for the time being. Krillin's words seemed to trigger a realization in Trunks, who looked at everyone with a puzzled expression. Speaking of which, why haven't we seen Mr. Goku yet? No sooner had he spoken than Ling felt a sudden chill run down his spine. He quickly approached Trunks, draping his arm over Trunks' shoulders, and awkwardly smiled at Piccolo and the others. Well, I can explain this to him. You all wouldn't be able to articulate it. Ha ha ha. However, just as he pulled Trunks aside, Vegeta, who had been silent for a considerable time, erupted in fury and charged out. Seeing this, Trunks lost interest in lingering and shrugged off Ling's arm, following Vegeta's lead. That left Ling and the remaining four. Once Trunks had departed, Ling let out a long sigh of relief before turning back to Piccolo and the others. What are your plans? His intense gaze remained fixed on Piccolo. We don't have any plans at the moment, Piccolo stammered, unusually flustered under Ling's scrutiny. Beside him, Tien and Krillin shook their heads in agreement. This won't do, surely. The fusion of Piccolo and the Supreme Kai is a necessary step, Ling thought, taking a couple of steps closer to Piccolo. Piccolo, I recall that you and the Supreme Kai are one. If you were to fuse again, would you not become even stronger? Ling's questioning was quite deliberate, and his expression was noticeably awkward. Piccolo quickly grasped Ling's intentions, but shook his head. It would be pointless. If that giant cannot even be defeated by you, then my fusion with the Supreme Kai would be of no benefit. Moreover, the Dragon Balls would vanish after the fusion. It seems to hold no advantages. Upon hearing Piccolo's response, Ling was momentarily rendered speechless. At that moment, Krillin chimed in. That makes sense. It indeed seems unnecessary. Tien lowered his head in silence. Are you truly not willing to give a try? What if your fusion results in immense strength? Ling, unwilling to concede, made another attempt to persuade Piccolo, only to be met with a stern refusal. Reluctantly, he decided to abandon that line of thought for now and seek other solutions later. At this juncture, Krillin spoke again. Since those androids are targeting Goku, should we not relocate him to a safer place? This could buy us some time. That is a valid point. Tien agreed, clapping his hands in affirmation of Krillin's suggestion. Where should we move Goku to? The Kame House? No, let us send him to the Supreme Kai's temple. Piccolo interjected. If we're discussing the safest place, it must surely be the Supreme Kai's temple. As he said this, he glanced at Ling. Upon sensing the gaze of Bick, Ling nodded slightly without uttering a word. Then it's settled. We shall convene at the Temple of the Gods shortly. Observing Ling's reaction, Clint exclaimed with excitement and turned to leave. However, at that moment, Ling called out to him. Wait, Clint, I have a place I would like you to accompany me to. Tianjin Fan, could you retrieve Goku on your own? Tianjin Fan exchanged a glance with Klin, then turned to Ling. Though his eyes reflected confusion, he nonetheless replied, very well, let us reconvene at the Temple of the Gods. Understood, Ling affirmed, and the group concluded their discussion, dispersing in different directions. Yet shortly after their departure, a shadow vanished from a nearby corner, not far from them. Chapter 47, The Vanished Android. In the northern part of West City, within Dr. Jero's laboratory. Ling, why have we returned here? Haven't the androids already left? Klin trembled as he followed Ling, his eyes darting around the surrounding instruments. Ling did not respond to his inquiry. Instead, he silently approached a wall and began tapping it based on his recollection. What are you doing, Ling? Klin asked, puzzled as he walked closer. Before he could take 2 steps, Ling discovered a hidden compartment in the wall that contained a red button. Found it, Ling murmured before pressing the button. Upon activation, the entire laboratory began to tremble violently. What did you press, Ling? Is it a self-destruct mechanism? Shouldn't we run? Klin shouted in a frenzy, turning to flee. However, before he could act, the ground beneath him caved in. Huh, whoa. The incident transpired so abruptly that Klin barely had time to curse before plummeting down. Witnessing this, Ling stepped forward and shouted into the gaping pit. Hey Klin, are you alright? Huh? I'm Fina, Ling. Come down quickly. There's so many things here. Klin's frantic voice echoed back. Without hesitation, Ling leaped down. Upon landing, a dazzling array of canisters unfolded before his eyes. Klin, pale-faced, sat on the ground, pointing at a particular container. Is that a person? At this, Ling followed the direction of his finger, and in the next moment, a chill ran down his spine. Within the canister before Klin lay a grotesquely incomplete human skull. The skull appeared to belong to a man in his 30s, with clear and intact facial features, showing no signs of decay. However, the upper portion of the cranium had been meticulously severed from the hairline, leaving only a brain bobbing in the solution. Yet, this was not the most unsettling aspect. The eyes of the skull were fixated intently on Klin, and, as Ling approached, the pupils shifted to follow him. Alive? It seems this is indeed the case. Upon witnessing the scene, Ling Yi whispered softly before venturing deeper into the laboratory. Wait for me, Klin called out hastily, his heart still racing as he cast a wary glance at the peculiar jar they had just passed. As he noticed the gaze fixated upon him once more, he hurriedly rose to his feet, trailing after Ling Yi in a flurry of panic. As they progressed further, the narrow corridor opened up into a spacious, circular laboratory. At its center stood a colossal, transparent container. Ling Yi spotted the vessel immediately and approached it briskly. However, upon closer inspection, he voiced his confusion. Empty? How could this be? At that moment, Klin caught up, grabbing hold of Ling Yi's sleeve, clearly shaken by the bizarre sights they had encountered along the way. Oh dear, Ling Yi, what kind of place is this? It's utterly terrifying, he trembled. Yet, Ling Yi paid him no heed, instead resuming his search within the container, muttering, this cannot be. At this point in time, he must be here. What are you looking for, Ling Yi? Klin inquired, to which Ling Yi, without turning around, continued his frantic search, saying, I am looking for an android, a green android. A green android? Isn't that the tall one? Klin scratched his head in confusion. No, that android is not humanoid. It may resemble an insect. Ling Yi's movements quickened as urgency seeped into his tone. Hearing this, Klin ceased his inquiries and joined Ling Yi in the search. An insect-like android? Such a thing exists? Klin murmured, casually picking up a jar. Yet, in the next moment, the contents of that jar suddenly shifted, locking eyes with Klin. The unexpected turn of events startled Klin, causing him to scream and hurl the jar away, accidentally toppling a row of containers in his panic. The cacophony attracted Ling Yi's attention. What's wrong, Klin? He rushed over, just as a piece of paper resembling a blueprint fell at his feet, drifting in Klin's direction. What is this? Ling Yi murmured, picking up the paper. It was entirely blue, adorned with a rough sketch of a human figure, accompanied by a multitude of data. However, above this data, a line of differently colored text caught his eye. I have never seen such a perfect physique. Ling Yi read aloud, puzzled, before adopting a look of incredulity. This old fool, does he really need to boast about creating a robot? As he flipped the blueprint over to examine the information on the reverse side, his eyes widened in alarm. Not good, he shouted, seizing Klin and dashing toward the exit. What is the matter, Ling Yi? Aren't you searching for the android? Behind him, Krillin stood in bewilderment, gazing at him. Yet, he did not respond to Krillin's inquiry. Instead, he bellowed, there is no time to explain. Bulma and the others are in peril. You must hurry to the sacred temple and inform Piccolo. If I don't appear with Bulma, steer clear of me. As he spoke, the two burst forth from the laboratory. Although Krillin did not fully comprehend Ling Yi's meaning, he nonetheless acknowledged him and soared towards the sacred temple. Meanwhile, Ling Yi began to search for Bulma's energy signature. The chaotic aura was overwhelming, making it impossible for him to locate her. Frustration mounted as he stomped his feet. The more frantic he became, the more disorganized he felt. A minute had nearly passed, and he was still in the same spot. Just as he contemplated abandoning his instant transmission in favor of flying home, another thought struck him. Wait, there's also Broly. With that, he focused his mind once more, and this time, in a mere 2.5 seconds, he vanished from the spot. In West City, at Bulma's residence, she and Launch were leisurely basking in the sun. In the next moment, Ling Yi materialized beside them. Oh my, Ling Yi, how did you return so swiftly? Have you dealt with the androids? Bulma exclaimed joyfully, rising to her feet upon seeing him. However, Ling Yi did not answer her question. Instead, he countered with another. Bulma, where did I put the jar of Senza beans? The jar of Senza beans? Didn't I store it in the warehouse I cleared out for you a couple of days ago? Bulma replied with a hint of exasperation. Upon hearing this, Ling Yi awkwardly scratched his head. Right, but, where's that warehouse again? Wasn't he the one you chose yourself? Bulma scrutinized him, sensing something was off about Ling Yi today. Just then he flashed a mischievous grin, the kind only he would wear. Oh, I simply forgot. Our house is too large, and the battle with the androids was rather intense. Please take me there quickly. I have urgent matters to attend to. Really, I can't stand you. Are all Saiyans single-celled organisms? Bulma sighed, choosing not to pursue the matter further. She grabbed Ling Yi's arm and led him toward the room. With a creak, the door swung open, revealing a moderately sized warehouse. The shelves on either side were empty, and a thick layer of dust coated the floor. Yet beneath a well-lit window, a pristine jar stood out, incongruously placed there. Upon seeing the jar, Ling Yi's eyes sparkled, and he quickly approached it, picking it up. Then, as if contemplating something, he turned his gaze towards Bulma. Bulma, please come with me, Ling Yi said, stepping closer to her. Furrowing her brow, Bulma replied, You just said it was dangerous over there and told me not to follow. Why do you want me to go with you now? Faced with Bulma's inquiries, Ling Yi displayed a relaxed demeanor, yet his footsteps pressed forward relentlessly. It's not so perilous over there now. And did you not express a desire to observe the androids up close? However, she retorted, did you not just mention that everyone is in a precarious situation, requiring the Senza beans? How can you now claim it's not so dangerous? Bulma's brow furrowed deeper as she began to retreat. Her reaction evidently displeased Ling. Do you not trust me? With my protection, how could you not be safe? Just come with me. Ling Yi's tone grew irate as he posed 3 questions in quick succession, simultaneously quickening his pace and reaching towards Bulma. Observing the unfolding situation, she hurriedly turned to flee. Yet her speed was no match for Ling Yi's. In a mere 0.25 seconds, the distance between them vanished, and Ling Yi's arm was almost upon Bulma's shoulder, a triumphant smile gracing his face. However, just then, boom, the warehouse wall was suddenly shattered by tremendous force, debris scattering across the ground, raising a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, Broly stood before Bulma, his body bristling with tension, eyes warily fixed on Ling Yi. Broly, Bulma called out. Broly? Ling Yi echoed, both astonished. Yet the former's tone was one of delight, while the latter's was filled with apprehension. Bulma edged closer to Broly, peering around him. Broly, something seems off about Ling Yi today. He looks quite strange. He is not Ling Yi. Broly's voice was deep and laced with tension. Though he bears an uncanny resemblance to Ling Yi, my instincts tell me he is not who he appears to be. He is a terrifying monster. His words were directed at Bulma, yet his gaze remained fixated on Ling Yi, his body gradually assuming a battle stance, as if ready to engage in a life-and-death struggle at any moment. Not Ling Yi. Bulma paused, her gaze scrutinizing Ling Yi once more. Indeed, she noted that his expression had shifted to one of a ferocity never before witnessed on his countenance. Humph. Who would have thought you, seemingly dim-witted, would possess instincts far superior to the average person? Ling Yi remarked with a menacing tone, stepping forward once more. This very step compelled Broly to transform into his Super Saiyan form. Ling Yi, unwilling to retreat, instantly transitioned into his Super Ling Yi mode. The atmosphere became suffocatingly tense. Bulma, observing the two, dare not even breathe. Just as she anticipated an imminent clash, the blue flames enveloping Ling Yi extinguished. Never mind, he said, spreading his hands and slowly shaking his head. I have no time to linger here. Consider yourselves fortunate. Upon finishing his words, he pressed 2 fingers to his forehead, and with a swift motion, he vanished without a trace. In response, Broly relinquished his Super Saiyan form. Bulma immediately felt the burdensome weight upon her dissipate, and she sank to the ground, gasping for breath. Ling Yi, despite her debilitating weakness rendering her immobile, murmured the name Ling Yi with a worried expression. Not far from the heavenly temple, a glimmering head, adorned with a tail, was rapidly approaching. Though Krillin did not fully grasp the meaning of Ling Yi's words, he could not afford to be negligent. He propelled himself towards the heavenly temple with unprecedented speed. Everyone, are you all right? He asked breathlessly upon landing. Uncle Krillin, what has happened? Why do you look so anxious? Gohan, who was practicing with Tien Shinhan, paused and inquired, casting a puzzled glance at Krillin. At the edge of the temple, Piccolo and the Elder Kai observed the situation below with solemn expressions, ignoring his presence. Nearby, Goku lay flat on a mattress, appearing to be asleep, showing no signs of illness. Beside him, Chi-Chi and Yamcha were diligently caring for him. Seeing this scene, Krillin felt a significant weight lift from his heart. With a long sigh, he approached Gohan and said, "Honestly, I'm not quite sure what is going on. Ling Yi just took me to Dr. Gero's lab again, claiming he needed to find another android. However, we had located anyone before he abruptly pulled me out, warning that there was trouble and urging me to find you all. He even said something particularly strange at the end." As Krillin settled beside Goku, he continued. He mentioned that if he didn't appear alongside Bulma, I should keep my distance from him. Odd, isn't it? He chuckled lightly, but his laughter faltered as he observed the complex expressions on everyone's faces. What is wrong with you all? He asked, scanning the group in confusion. Yet no one responded to his query. Perplexed, he stood again, exclaiming, "What on earth is happening?" Outside the temple, the others remained silent, while within, a voice slowly emerged. "Ah, Krillin, you truly are slow. I've been here long before you." Chapter 49. I merely wish to request that you all become my hostages. In West City, at Bulma's residence, Ling Yi, having pinpointed Broly's energy, instantaneously appeared in the courtyard. Upon landing, he beheld Broly standing upright. Bulma slumped in a chair wrapped in a blanket, and launched comforting her nearby. His sudden appearance startled Broly, who instinctively stepped back 2 paces, eyeing him warily. However, in the next moment, Broly's nostrils flared, and his imposing demeanor receded. Bulma, seated in her chair, felt a fleeting tension upon seeing him, but upon observing Broly's reaction, she exhaled deeply in relief. Realizing the situation, Ling approached Bulma's side, crouching beside her and grasping her hand. He has already come, hasn't he? Are you both unharmed? Bulma gently shook her head, returning the gesture by firmly holding Ling's hand. No, we are fine. Thankfully Broly was here. Her tone was remarkably calm, suggesting that all was well. Yet, her pale cheeks and almost bloodless lips betrayed her true condition. Witnessing her state, Ling felt a pang of concern in his heart and couldn't help but envelop her in a tight embrace. Caught off guard by Ling's sudden affection, Bulma paused for a moment before gently stroking his back. Do not worry, I am truly unharmed. But who is that person? Why did he take on your appearance? Ling felt a weight in his heart as he sensed her strength through the embrace. Yet he gradually released her, standing up slowly. I cannot say for certain what his intentions are, but one thing I can assure you is that he is an android. Upon hearing this, Bulma's expression turned grave. An android? Created by Dr. Gero? But why does he resemble you? Explaining this is somewhat complicated, but to put it simply, that android was cultivated from my cells, which Dr. Gero acquired by chance. He paused to contemplate, and then inquired of Bulma. When that fellow arrived, did he do anything? If he didn't take you, he must have seized something else. Bulma, visibly agitated, exclaimed, after he arrived, I didn't recognize him and took him to retrieve the sins of beans you planted earlier. As she spoke, her hands clenched tightly, her expression filled with regret. Ling remained silent for 2.5 seconds before placing his hand on Bulma's head, ruffling her hair gently. It's all right. Those can be grown again. What matters is that you are safe. After saying this, he turned his gaze to Broly, his expression serious. Broly, shortly I will take Bulma away from here. Can I entrust you with Lan Shi in this place? Broly, with his innocent eyes, nodded earnestly. All right, leave it to me. Ling smiled and patted his shoulder, then took Bulma's hand. Let's go and confront that being. Feeling the warmth of Ling's hand, Bulma looked up at him, and only then did she notice that he was also gazing down at her. Upon seeing the tenderness and trust reflected in his eyes, Bulma's initial self-reproach transformed into determination. and she nodded resolutely. Yes, let us go. Subsequently, the two vanished from the courtyard. In the celestial temple, a figure gradually emerged from within the hall. As the person's features became fully visible, Krillin finally comprehended the reason behind the complex expressions of the crowd. Ling Yi, he uttered, bewildered by the name that escaped his lips. However, upon surveying the surroundings, he realized that Bulma was nowhere to be found in the divine hall, and an immediate sense of vigilance enveloped him. No, you are not Ling Yi. Who are you? Who else could I possibly be if not Ling Yi? The figure retorted with a smirk, continuing to saunter closer to the onlookers. In response, the crowd had already assumed defensive stances, warily directing their attention towards him. Observing this development, the figure halted his advance, slowly shaking his head. I never anticipated that fellow would divulge such words to you. Had I known, I would have forcibly brought Bulma with me. As he spoke, his aura shifted dramatically, transforming his earlier cunning demeanor into one of fierce intensity. An invisible pressure swiftly enveloped the group. Piccolo was drenched in cold sweat, sensing the impending danger, while Gohan transformed into a Super Saiyan, his expression taut with tension as he prepared for confrontation. Meanwhile, Krillin found himself overwhelmed, collapsing onto the ground. Ha ha ha! The figure, noticing their anxiety, let out a peculiar chuckle. No need to be so tense. I have no intention of killing you. He spoke with an air of nonchalance, yet suddenly he erupted in fury, darting towards Chi-Chi and pressing his finger against her throat. His expression shifted once more to one of malevolence. I merely wish for you all to become my hostages. Upon witnessing this, Gohan's anger flared, ready to charge forward. However, just as he made the slightest movement, the imposter Ling Yi drew his hand even closer to Chi-Chi's neck. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Gohan reluctantly halted, though his aura continued to surge, flickering with arcs of electricity. Oh! The imposter Ling Yi raised an eyebrow at Gohan, his tone laced with amusement. I didn't expect that fellow would elevate your training to such a level in just 3 years. Truly remarkable. At this remark, the spirits of the onlookers plummeted, for they could sense Gohan's formidable power, yet the individual before them displayed an unmistakable disregard for it. The atmosphere became palpably tense. In that moment, Chi-Chi, threatened yet resolute, spoke up defiantly. Gohan, don't worry about me. If you have the strength to defeat him, then go and conquer him. Do not let my life alone dictate your actions. However, before she could finish her plea, a sharp slap echoed across the room. Noisy woman, are you trying to incite your child to his demise? The imposter Ling Yi's hand lingered in the air from the force of the blow, while a trickle of blood appeared at the corner of Chi-Chi's mouth. Mom! Gohan, consumed by rage, could no longer contain the power surging within him. With a resounding shout, his aura exploded dramatically. At this moment, his hair stood upright, and a yellow aura surged forth, spiraling upwards, accompanied by crackling flashes of lightning. Witnessing this scene, the imposter Ling Yi did not hesitate and instantly entered his Super Ling Yi state. The great battle was on the verge of eruption. Chapter 50, the Faux Super Saiyan Gohan versus the resolute fury of Piccolo. Within the Divine Temple, two contrasting auras, one blue and one yellow, rose fiercely into the sky. After a brief standoff, Gohan surged forward, appearing before the imposter Ling Yi in the blink of an eye. With a swift kick, he launched an aerial assault. The imposter Ling Yi, momentarily taken aback, raised his left hand in an attempt to block. However, with a resounding crash, Gohan's powerful strike sent him careening sideways. But that was not the end. As the opponent was propelled away, Gohan quickly pursued, his body suspended in midair, his right arm extended, and with the movement of his arm, a fierce crackle of lightning erupted from his right fist. With a mighty impact, this blow connected solidly with the imposter Ling Yi, sending him hurtling through the Divine Temple below. Remarkable! Gohan, have you truly become this strong? The onlookers in the Divine Temple were left in stunned silence, particularly Krillin, who waved his hands, calling out to Gohan. Yet, Gohan remained oblivious to Krillin's cries. His gaze fixed intently on the hollow space where the imposter Ling Yi had been struck, his expression unyielding and his body tense. For only he understood that, despite landing those 2 hits, they felt as though they had struck an impenetrable metal, sending a reverberation of pain through his fists and feet. Yet, this was not the core of his concern. What truly unsettled him was the expression on the imposter Ling Yi's face upon impact. He was smiling? Gohan murmured to himself, realizing that regardless of one's demeanor, anyone being attacked would not smile. If the opponent smiled, it could only signify one thing. Are you toying with me? With a roar of fury, Gohan formed his hands into a lotus shape, gathering the Kamehameha energy. "What are you doing, Gohan? Are you intent on destroying the Earth?" Krillin shouted in a frenzy, watching the energy accumulate. But Gohan seemed impervious to Krillin's pleas. Once the energy was fully charged, he directed it towards the void in the Divine Temple. "It's over. Gohan has grown stronger, but he has also gone mad. He may not perish at the hands of the androids, but he will surely fall to his own people." As the wave of energy surged forth, Krillin flailed about in excitement, while the others wore expressions of grave concern. Just as the energy wave was about to strike the temple, a dark shadow shot up from the space where the imposter Ling Yi had fallen, raising a leg to deflect the Kamehameha blast into the cosmos. As the blue light dissipated, a collective sigh of relief escaped the crowd. However, before they could truly relax, a far graver situation unfolded before their eyes. The recently downed imposter Ling Yi was seen grasping Gohan's neck with one hand, his previously slender form now grotesquely swollen, resembling a muscular behemoth from a gym. Gohan's hands clutched desperately at Ling Yi's wrist, yet he hopelessly realized that no matter how hard he struggled, he could not budge that arm in the slightest. Reluctantly, he lifted his right foot once more, aiming a kick at his opponent's cheek, but this time, Ling Yi did not even attempt to block it, allowing the strike to connect unimpeded. The sound of impact echoed like a clash of metal, accompanied by Gohan's anguished scream. Not only did his kick fail to produce any effect, but it nearly shattered his own leg. After receiving this blow, the imposter Ling Yi smirked coldly, then flung Gohan down with brutal force. With a resounding crash, Gohan's body embedded itself into the floor of the sacred temple. Upon witnessing this, Piccolo shouted in alarm and rushed toward Gohan. However, before he could make a move, the imposter Ling Yi had already landed before Gohan, forcing Piccolo to halt, his eyes burning with rage as he watched the unfolding scene. The imposter Ling Yi, after landing, regarded Gohan with a sinister smile but remained silent, instead pointing to the other side of his face with a finger conveying a message of disdain. Gohan instantly grasped the implication, and with a furious shout, he lunged to kick the opposite cheek. Yet the result mirrored the previous encounter. The same sound, the same scream, and the same immobility. This exemplified the absolute disparity in strength. It would not be diminished by your fury. "Do you understand, kid?" The imposter Ling Yi taunted Gohan, who writhed in agony, his expression brimming with arrogance. Subsequently, he raised his foot and pressed it firmly against Gohan's chest, grinding down with force. The temple reverberated with the poignant cries of a mere 10-year-old child. "Gohan!" cried Piccolo. "Gohan!" echoed Chi-Chi, unable to contain their distress any longer. Piccolo and Chi-Chi charged at the imposter Ling Yi, yet with a mere glance, he sent them flying, Chi-Chi colliding with her head and losing consciousness. Feeling the chasm of disparity between them, Piccolo's rage boiled over. His fingers dug painfully into his palm. Suddenly, as if a resolve had solidified within him, he dashed to the side of the deity, exclaiming, "Old man, fuse with me." The once staunchly opposed Piccolo, upon hearing Gohan's cries, lost all rationality, gripping the deity's cloak with determination, lifting him with fervor. Yet, the celestial being wished to express more, but was abruptly interrupted by Piccolo. "I know what you wish to say, yet I urge you to contemplate carefully. In this moment, what holds greater significance, a seemingly useless deity or a valiant warrior?" Upon hearing these words, the celestial being slowly lowered his gaze and let out a deep sigh. "Alas, you are right. At this juncture, I am indeed of no assistance. I understand now. Let us merge." With this declaration, Piccolo gently released the celestial being, his eyes filled with urgency. Without a hint of hesitation, the celestial being cast aside his staff, allowing his hands to fall as he gradually melded into Piccolo's form. In the distance, the imposter Ling Yi observed this scene with cold indifference. Perhaps even Piccolo himself was unaware of the potential outcomes of their fusion. Yet Ling Yi was acutely aware. Has the foolish creature lost his senses?" he muttered disdainfully, glancing at the unconscious Goku before shifting his gaze to Gohan at his feet. "No wonder they say Piccolo is your true father." As he whispered, a sudden rush of wind heralded an incoming attack, yet he did not even bother to turn his head. With a mere lift of his hand, he sent the approaching Piccolo flying. It was evident that he had exerted considerable force. As Piccolo was hurled away, he spat a copious amount of blood. Nevertheless, undeterred by the grievous blow, Piccolo swiftly adjusted his posture midair, landing and immediately propelling himself once more toward the imposter Ling Yi. Ling Yi continued to ignore him, merely raising his hand again, just as onlookers anticipated Piccolo would be repelled yet again. two figures abruptly appeared before Gohan. One of these figures managed to push Ling Yi back several steps. Chapter 51. Android number 0 in the battered Temple of the Gods. Panic enveloped the crowd. Wounded Piccolo and the incapacitated Gohan lay before them. Ling Yi surveyed the scene, quickly grasping the current predicament. With Bulma present, could this truly be Ling Yi? The enraged Piccolo halted upon the arrival of the two figures, but due to his severe injuries, he knelt on the ground, clutching his chest in exhaustion. Upon seeing Ling Yi's arrival, Krillin seemingly forgot his terror and rushed toward him. However, Ling Yi raised his hand to halt Krillin's advance, his expression grave as he regarded the injured Gohan. Slowly, he furrowed his brow in vigilance toward the adversary before him, then bent down to retrieve the last two senzu beans from his robe. While keeping his gaze fixed on the foe, he placed one bean into Gohan's mouth, then with a wave of his left hand, tossed the other to Piccolo. After completing this task, he exhaled in relief and gradually rose to his feet. After consuming the senzu bean, Gohan's eyes flew open, and he gasped for breath. Yet, upon seeing Ling Yi's face, he instinctively leaped up in defense. It was only when he noticed Bulma beside Ling Yi that realization dawned upon him. Is it truly you, Uncle Ling Yi? As he spoke, he surveyed the surroundings until he laid eyes on another version of himself standing nearby, which eased his expression. Gohan, why don't you go join the others? Ling Yi's demeanor remained stern, his gaze unwavering upon his doppelganger. Upon hearing this, Gohan displayed a look of reassurance, responding affirmatively before returning to the crowd. At that moment, the artificial being across from him spoke up. I thought you had abandoned them, though laced with a hint of mockery. His tone bore an earnest gravity, suggesting he genuinely believed so. Ling Yi, upon hearing this, did not exhibit anger. Instead, he pursed his lips and retorted. What exactly are you? As an artificial being, how can I still sense your energy? Moreover, what is your true purpose? Is it to eliminate Son Goku? After Ling Yi's words, the artificial being, Zero, chuckled as he rested his left hand on his forehead. My apologies, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Zero. As you said, I am indeed an artificial being. The reason you can sense my energy is likely because I was entirely cultivated from your cells, devoid of any mechanical components. As for the purpose you inquired about, Zero then slowly began to pace to the side. But just as the crowd's attention was drawn to him, he suddenly raised his hand and fired a laser that pierced through the unconscious Goku. Turning back to Ling Yi, he bore an enigmatic smile. Do you truly not grasp my intent? Goku, father, son, Sun Yun. The anguished cries of the crowd echoed in Ling Yi's ears, and he turned in shock, only to see Krillin shaking his head sorrowfully. Goku, he no longer breathes. In that instant, it felt as if thunder had struck in his mind. Ling Yi's heart clenched violently, and a wave of sorrow surged forth, rapidly transforming into boundless fury. Why would you do this? As he turned back, Ling Yi's eyes blazed with rage, and he nearly spat the word from between clenched teeth. Upon hearing this, Zero appeared momentarily taken aback, then let out a cold laugh, revealing a look of disappointment. Oh, you truly have developed feelings for them? Ling Yi roared in anger, ascending to Super Ling Yi Phase 2, as if he were on the verge of charging at his opponent. However, Zero, witnessing this, waved his hand dismissively. Spare me. If we were to engage in battle, all that would result is the destruction of this planet. What gives you such confidence? Even if you possess my cells, you can only endure for a maximum of 2 years. I could very well defeat you after 3 years of training, Ling Yi asserted, yet his body remained motionless. Why am I so confident? Zero replied, his expression shifting to one of resignation. Do you not understand? Because I am you, and you are me. My body is entirely devoid of impurities. I am entirely you. As he spoke, a hint of madness crept into his demeanor. Do you truly believe that posturing serves any purpose for you? My dear, the reason I am so confident that you cannot defeat me is that my own combat prowess has long since reached a plateau. Upon hearing this, Ling Yi's brow furrowed slightly, but before he could utter a word, the figure opposite him sighed once more. You must have already ventured into the hyperbolic time chamber, haven't you? I just returned from there myself, and to my dismay, whether in training or in despair, our combat abilities have not improved in the slightest. Am I correct? Ling Yi found himself unable to refute this, for the truth was undeniable. His own combat strength had indeed stagnated for quite some time, and he had indeed visited the hyperbolic time chamber on that fateful dusk following a tender moment shared with Bulma, experiencing the same outcome as Zero had described. It seemed that a direct assault would not yield results. However, since he was, in a sense, a reflection of my own self, perhaps a persuasive approach might be worth a try. With that thought, Ling Yi retracted his combative stance and donned as friendly an expression as he could muster. Since you are a part of me, it follows that you lack any compelling reason to act maliciously. Might we engage in a meaningful dialogue? He gazed at his counterpart with hopeful anticipation, only to see Zero's face contorted in a mocking grin. Oh, a dialogue? I did entertain that notion not long ago, but my perspective has since shifted. Why? Ling Yi stepped forward, his heart racing with emotion. Yet Zero remained unhurried, tapping his own temple with a finger, because just moments ago, after Goku's demise, your demeanor revealed your state of anger. You are grieving for his death, are you not? What does that have to do with anything? Shouldn't one feel anger at the loss of comrade? Ling Yi's expression grew increasingly perplexed. Observing this, Zero pointed a finger at him, once again raising his voice, because he was destined to die. If it were anyone else, your anger would not provoke this response from me. But Goku is different. Goku should die. Goku should die. I could be enraged by the death of others, but I am not supposed to be upset by Goku's passing? Suddenly, Ling Yi's eyes widened in realization as he turned to Zero. Could it be that you? Exactly, you finally grasped it, Zero replied, a look of resignation softening his features as he continued. Everything I have done has been for that damned grading system. Chapter 52, I refuse. How can this be? Do you also harbor a system within your mind? Ling Yi shouted in disbelief, though deep down, he had anticipated this revelation. Yet, when it was confirmed, he found himself unable to contain his emotions. Since we have come this far, allow me to explain from the very beginning, Zero said, shaking his head in resignation, his tone now more subdued. Let me start from the moment I awakened. He seated himself comfortably, gazing skyward as if lost in memory. It was approximately 6 months ago when I came to consciousness within a vessel filled with a green liquid. Upon awakening, I found myself engulfed in confusion. Yet, in the blink of an eye, a torrent of chaotic memories surged into my mind, causing me a significant headache. A fraction of these memories stem from the program implanted by Dr. Gallo, but as you may know, such information can be effortlessly erased. So let us set that aside and focus on the substantial remainder, your memories. As I spoke, I extended a finger and tapped my temple. Do you now comprehend why I incessantly assert that I am you? It is because I possess all of your memories from 3 years ago. Although these memories have instilled in me a certain aversion to my identity as an artificial being, it matters little. With my current capabilities, I believe I could thrive in any world. However, at this juncture, I furrow my brow. At that moment, the entity within your mind echoed in mine, proclaiming that only one anomaly like you is permitted in the narrative. If you fail to achieve a full rating and depart from this place, I shall be forcibly erased. Yet, I remained unperturbed, as I assumed you would, just as you did 3 years prior, orchestrate the fates of all, even leading them to their demise for your objectives. Thus, my first act upon emerging from the vessel was to assist you. I subdued Dr. Gallo, coercing him to journey to that small island in 6 months. Concurrently, I compelled him to implant a message within the other 3 artificial beings, instructing them to refrain from engaging with you, lest they overestimate their capabilities and be obliterated prematurely. After accomplishing all this, I eagerly sought you out, yearning to discuss our future plans. However, upon finding you, a flicker of disappointment crossed my features. Do you know what you were doing? You were training them? In that moment, I realized you had changed over the past 3 years. You may no longer intend for them to perish. Disheartened, I departed, resolved to address matters in my own manner. After all, I was destined to be the villain, either to be erased by the system or slain by you. Rather than await my fate, I chose to take a gamble. But do you know what transpired next? The entity spoke to me again, presenting me with a second option, to initiate a positional battle against you. A positional battle? I echoed in confusion, a sense of foreboding rising within me. Observing my expression, you elaborated with care. Indeed, the specifics of the positional battle entail that I must face you directly in a 5-day challenge. Regardless of whether you accept or decline, the battle will commence. I cannot be reborn, so within these 5 days, my objective is to avoid being killed by you, while your objective is, naturally, to slay me. Once the 5 days elapse, as long as I remain alive, the system will eliminate you and alter the memories of all, allowing me to take your place. Upon hearing this, I could no longer maintain my composure and stepped forward in excitement. How is that even possible? Our combat prowess is equal. If the rules are as such, does it not equate to a direct sentence of death for me? Ling Yi roared at Zero, but at that moment, a cold voice echoed in his mind. He is correct. This is indeed the positional battle I have presented to him. Upon hearing this, Ling felt a sudden throb in his head, and his expression turned grim. Zero, witnessing this scene, wore a mocking grin. It seems he has confirmed it with you. What do you think? I did not deceive you. Yet, given such a powerful condition, why have you not utilized it until now? Ling, caught between frustration and confusion, could only clutch his head and question Zero again. Sighing, Zero stood up and approached Ling, placing a hand on his shoulder. You know, we have been orphans since we were 7. Once we chose to love ourselves above all else, I did consider seeking you out directly, but you are in essence me. I still harbor compassion for myself, which is why I decided to grant you an opportunity. After all, I won't die immediately. I might as well observe your actions before making a decision. At this, Zero revealed a look of contentment. Do you know how pleased I was when I saw son Wukong collapse due to a heart condition? At the very least, I know you are still striving for that score. However, his smile gradually faded, replaced by an expression of disappointment. You foolish one, you cannot even lie properly, nearly causing Piccolo and the deity to fail to fuse. Fortunately, I was here. His demeanor shifted to one of pride. Thanks to my quick decision to embody a villain and come to this place, I managed everything you found inconvenient, allowing matters to proceed smoothly. I initially thought you would be delighted, yet I did not anticipate that you would attack yourself over a character from a story, a character meant to perish. Huh. He shook his head in disbelief, even letting out a strained chuckle. Yet in the next moment, his expression turned serious as he locked eyes with Ling. But I can still offer you another chance. Pointing at the deceased Wukong, he continued, as long as you travel to Namek, use the Dragon Balls to resurrect him, and then personally kill him, we can still collaborate, and neither of us need face death. Upon hearing this, Ling's pupils began to tremble violently, a flurry of thoughts colliding in his mind. Perhaps this truly is the optimal solution? After all, everyone can be revived with the Dragon Balls. Yet, how does this differ from being a beast? I can accept their demise, but I cannot bring myself to kill them. However, is there any other way? Are you willing to sacrifice your own life for theirs? Surely there must be another solution. Think, you fool. As Ling's mind was bombarded with chaotic thoughts from behind him, Ling Yi, Bulma's gentle voice, drifted over. Turning to look back, Ling Yi was met with the expressions of deep concern etched on the faces of those around him. Witnessing this scene, his previously helpless gaze transformed into one of unwavering resolve. He silently nodded to the crowd, then turned to meet Zero's gaze directly. I will not acquiesce to your demands. If you insist on initiating the positional battle, I will exhaust every means at my disposal to eliminate you without hesitation. Chapter 53. Zero's Deadly Threat. The positional battle commences. Upon hearing this declaration, Zero appeared momentarily disoriented, his body then shaking violently. His left hand rested on Ling Yi's shoulder, leaning in to bridge the distance. Yet his head oscillated between nodding and shaking, his expression alternating between anger and scorn. It seemed he wished to articulate something, but his lips parted and closed repeatedly, ultimately releasing only a silent sigh. He quietly withdrew his hand from Ling Yi's shoulder, gradually stepping back, straightening his posture, and with a nonchalant expression, he pursed his lips at Ling Yi. This is your choice. Do not harbor regrets. I will not be like the foolish antagonists in anime, passively awaiting your method to defeat me. I will conceal myself in a manner that you could never anticipate. Strive diligently to discover both a way and my whereabouts. With that, he retreated to the edge of the temple and lay back. The positional battle has begun. As Zero's figure vanished, a blood-red countdown materialized in Ling Yi's mind. Positional battle countdown. 4 days, 23 hours, 59 seconds. Ling Yi glanced at the countdown in his mind, then at the place where Zero had leaped, a tumult of emotions swirling within him. Was he truly about to engage in battle against himself? Could he possibly emerge victorious? Until this moment, Ling Yi felt a gnawing uncertainty. His opponent not only matched his strength, but also possessed profound insight into his abilities. The dire consequence of failure loomed: absolute annihilation, with no chance of revival. Confronted with this genuine life and death challenge, Ling Yi found himself in a state of panic. Fortunately, someone discerned his distress. Ling Yi. A gentle hand rested on his shoulder from behind, accompanied by a soft voice imbued with boundless concern. Ling Yi slowly turned, his eyes locking onto Bulma's worried gaze, followed by several others drawing nearer behind her. He looked up, bewildered, and surveyed the faces around him. Though no one spoke, their expressions mirrored Bulma's. In that instant, an indescribable emotion surged through his mind, a silent tear slowly cascading down his cheek. Was this the sensation of being cared for? It had been over a decade since he had felt such warmth, rendering it somewhat unfamiliar. An overwhelming sense of comfort swiftly quelled his anxiety. Ling Yi wiped the tears from his face and offered the group a reassuring smile. "Do not worry, everyone. I am fine." As he spoke, he slowly bowed to the crowd, expressing his apologies for having concealed the truth for so long. Observing Ling Yi's gesture, Qin's expression shifted to one of astonishment. "So, does this mean what that fellow just said was indeed true? Are you truly a time traveler?" Ling Yi nodded apologetically, then briefly explained his origins to the assembled group. After hearing all of this, the others were rendered speechless, their faces a mask of disbelief. Only Qin, brimming with excitement, posed the question that weighed most heavily on his mind. "Hey, Ling Yi, since you are aware of all our pasts and futures, could you tell me whether I ultimately get married?" Coughing lightly, Ling Yi's initial remorse morphed into embarrassment, and he averted his gaze. "Well, it's difficult to say at this moment. Perhaps there's a possibility." "What?" Qin furrowed his brows, clearly struggling to grasp Ling Yi's meaning. However, before he could press further, Ling Yi hastily shifted his attention to Bic. "Reflecting on it now, you must have known I was a time traveler for quite some time, right?" At this, Bic slightly turned his head, his tone calm, as he replied, "Indeed, I overheard your conversation with Trunks. However, at that time, I did not comprehend what being a time traveler entailed. I only understood that you did not originally belong to this world." Ling Yi, intrigued, inquired, "If you had already heard, why did you remain silent when I took the special medicine?" "There are two reasons," Bic replied nonchalantly. "Firstly, regardless of the situation, all the crises we have faced thus far have indeed been resolved by you. So I believe that whatever you did was ultimately harmless." He paused, casting a resigned glance at Ling Yi. "Secondly, no one can surpass you in combat, revealing it would serve no purpose." After he finished articulating his second reason, the group shared an awkward chuckle. Bic then turned the question back to Ling Yi. "I am curious about what that android mentioned regarding the rating system. What does it mean?" "Honestly, I am not entirely clear on the specific rules," Ling Yi admitted, scratching his head. "But to put it simply, I am aware of the crises you are destined to face and the original outcomes. My aim is to ensure that your final results mirror those outcomes as closely as possible. The more similar they are, the higher the rating will be. That is essentially the gist of it." Vic pondered this for a moment before stating, "So, it follows that our current predicament should align with the original events, correct? Otherwise, that android would not have had the opportunity to confront you." After this, he shifted the conversation. "What are your plans moving forward? Will you continue to pursue this rating system?" At this, a shiver ran through the group, and they looked to Ling Yi with anxious expressions. However, Ling Yi slowly shook his head. "I initially believed that I would still pursue this, but after meeting him today, I realized that I no longer hold much regard for it. The time spent with everyone has been the happiest period of my life." He paused, his gaze resolutely fixed on the crowd. "Thus, I have decided to cease my pursuit. In the days to come, no matter what transpires, I shall ensure that no one else perishes." Upon hearing Ling Yi's words, the crowd exchanged smiles. For a moment, the atmosphere seemed less burdensome. But then Bulma's worried voice broke through. "You must first ensure your own survival. What are your plans regarding this positional battle?" The mood instantly grew heavy again. Yet Ling Yi's expression was no longer as helpless as it had been at the outset. He surveyed the group, then bit his lip. "In retrospect, I possessed the capability to eliminate that android, but it originally required Goku's cooperation." The revelation left everyone momentarily stunned. However, Goku was now deceased, and the Dragon Balls on Earth were gone. Did that mean they would have to travel to Namek? Can you instantaneously transport to Namek from Earth? Krillin looked at Ling Yi hopefully, but Ling Yi slowly shook his head. Namek is too distant, and the Namekians cherish peace. Their energy is considerably weaker. However, he paused again, revealing a knowing smile. "Perhaps it does not necessarily have to be Goku. I believe I have another candidate, though I am uncertain if he will cooperate." Chapter 54, A Cliché de Heroic Rescue. In the Heavenly Palace, although the atmosphere among the group had lightened, Piccolo articulated the crux of the matter. "Even if you have a way to defeat him, how will you locate him?" In response, Ling Yi smiled confidently. "Actually, this matter is rather straightforward. As he mentioned, he is me, and thus his thoughts should be akin to mine. Are you suggesting that you can find him based on intuition?" Krillin clenched his fists, excitement glimmering in his eyes. "No," Ling Yi replied, slowly shaking his head. "On the contrary, precisely because we understand each other so well, he will likely act in accordance with my instincts." "What?" Krillin's eyes dimmed. "Doesn't that leave us at a dead end?" Yet Ling Yi smiled reassuringly. "It is of no concern. Finding him is merely the final step. I must first ensure that the initial phase proceeds smoothly." With that, He gestured to the group. Everyone, I will now outline my specific plan, and I deeply appreciate your cooperation. Seeing this, the crowd gathered closer, attentively focused on Ling Yi. Firstly, Krillin, you and Yamcha should go to Bulma's house and Master Roshi's, and bring back Launch, Broly, and Master Roshi. While you are at it, please search both locations, but ensure you search alongside Broly. I am uncertain whether this madman might attack you directly. Upon hearing this, Krillin swallowed hard but nodded resolutely. No problem. Yamcha nodded in agreement. Next, Piccolo. As Ling turned to Piccolo, he instructed, you and Tianjin will retrieve Vegeta and Trunks. They are essential for our upcoming plan. Tianjin readily agreed, but Piccolo pondered. Trunks is manageable, but persuading Vegeta to return is not as simple as mere words. No worries, Ling replied with a confident smile, exuding assurance. Simply inform him that there exists a chamber within the sacred time room that can enhance his strength, and he will undoubtedly return. Piccolo stroked his chin. The hyperbolic time chamber, I see. Understood. Ling then shifted his gaze toward Gohan, a flicker of unspoken emotion in his eyes. Gohan, remain here and safeguard your mother. Hearing this, Gohan glanced at the still unconscious Chi-Chi, then resolutely nodded at Ling. Yes, Uncle Ling, I understand. What about after you bring them back? Piccolo inquired. Once they are returned, allow Vegeta, Trunks, and Broly to train in the hyperbolic time chamber for 2 days. After that, I will conduct a day of specialized training for Vegeta, and the remaining 2 days will be dedicated to our search, Ling articulated. Are only those 3 going in? What about you? Krillin scratched his head, a hint of confusion in his tone. Ling crossed his arms, addressing him. I will not enter. I cannot improve any further. And I have other matters to attend to in the coming days. With a clap of his hands, Ling declared, all right, let us hasten our efforts. Time is of the essence, and the task is substantial. Upon hearing this, everyone sprang into action. Yet Gohan sighed at that moment. What troubles you, Gohan? Are you still grieving for Goku? Bulma approached him, eager to offer comfort. Gohan slowly shook his head. No. I am contemplating whether the androids might enact any egregious deeds during these 5 days. Bulma was taken aback, unsure of how to respond. However, Ling interjected, do not worry. Gohan, you still have me. In a desolate wilderness surrounding South City, a deafening roar erupted from the mountains, accompanied by a cloud of thick dust. As the dust settled, Android 17 was embedded in the mountainside, blood trickling from his mouth. To his right, Android 18 and Android 16 looked on in terror, while directly in front of him, a grotesque green creature with mottled skin advanced slowly. Run, 17. We cannot contend with this beast, 18 urged vehemently. Yet, 17 appeared oblivious to the danger. Spitting out blood, he extracted himself from the rock wall, retorting, run? What nonsense! How could I possibly be defeated by such an unsightly creature? Seeing 17's stubbornness, 18 turned to 16. We must confront it together, otherwise 17 will perish. It is futile, 16 replied. On the 16th, he shook his head, his tone remaining cold. According to calculations, even if we all attack together, we will not be a match for this creature. The most prudent choice now is to flee. What nonsense! How could I possibly abandon my twin brother here? The 18th shouted in anger, her expression no longer the calm demeanor it once was. At this, the 16th turned to look at her. Though his expression remained frigid, a flicker of something distinctly non-mechanical shone in his eyes upon witnessing her anxious demeanor. As a purely mechanical being, I do not comprehend the emotions you speak of. The data in my mind continually urges me to escape. Yet, he spoke while methodically detaching his 2 arms. For some inexplicable reason, this body resists that course of action. This is a first for me. The 18th widened her eyes in astonishment. Was there a hint of humanity in the 16th's words? It was utterly bizarre. 16th, you? She murmured. But before she could finish her sentence, he charged towards the green monstrosity. I will buy you approximately 30 seconds. Take this opportunity to flee with your brother. His chilling reminder snapped the 18th back to reality. Silently expressing her gratitude, she dashed towards the 17th. Meanwhile, the green beast had cornered the 17th, its quivering tail extending menacingly towards him. Just then, the 16th abruptly interposed himself between them, raising his arm, now devoid of hands, towards the creature. The beast seemed momentarily surprised, but the next instant, it revealed a sinister grin. With a sudden surge of power, it lunged forward, effortlessly tossing the tall figure aside. At that moment, the 18th reached the 17th's side, her eyes wide with shock. Had the creature not been using its full strength until now? Despair washed over her as her body instinctively began to retreat. Yet the beast swiftly appeared before them, its tail expanding ominously. Just as the looming shadow enveloped them, a tremendous roar echoed through the air. The creature was suddenly hurled backward. Hearing the thunderous sound, the 18th slowly opened her eyes, which had closed in fear. Before her stood a shadow, but it was not the tail she had feared. Instead, it was a tall figure muttering to himself. So Cell has finally made his appearance, the figure remarked. Chapter 55. Spit it out, you bastard. The 18th gazed at the scene before her, her heart racing. The creature that had rendered them utterly powerless was struck down by this person in a single blow. A shock coursed through her, a unique emotion, akin to the thrill of surviving a calamity, began to stir within her. At this moment, the individual before her seemed to sense her gaze. Slowly turning around with a smile. "Oh dear, are you all right? Fortunately, I arrived just in time. Otherwise, it would have been quite perilous. Is it you?" Upon recognizing the person's features, number 18 gasped in astonishment. Meanwhile, number 17, though silent, exhibited the same shock evident in his wide eyes. What's wrong? Aren't you happy to see me?" Ling Yi scratched his head, bemused by their reactions. Although he anticipated that they would not express gratitude, he did not expect such a response, especially from number 17, whose eyes appeared ready to pop out of his head. However, Ling Yi shrugged off the moment, turning to them with a wave of his hand. "Oh, never mind. Please wait a moment. I need to dispose of this trash first before I come to find you." With that, he strode towards the fallen Sorrow. At that moment, Sorrow had just risen, his right hand supporting his forehead as he shook his head. Observing this, Ling Yi chose not to waste words and swiftly appeared in front of him, delivering a powerful blow to his abdomen. Thud! Ugh! After the strike, Sorrow finally regained his senses, clutching his injured abdomen as he stumbled backward, his gaze fixed on the stranger he did not recognize. "Who are you?" He scoured his mind for any information about this individual, but found none. Just then, he noticed the swaying tail behind Ling Yi. A Saiyan? No. Aren't there only Goku and Vegeta left? He pondered, bewildered, as he scrutinized Ling Yi. Suddenly, Ling Yi flickered, and then smack! A resounding slap echoed across Sorrow's face. Yet, the force was peculiar. It struck him painfully, but did not render him unconscious. What is this guy playing at? Despite possessing such formidable strength, he has no intention of killing me outright? Sorrow mused, perplexed. Meanwhile, Ling Yi's assaults rained down upon him like a torrential downpour, each strike mirroring the previous slap, painful yet non-lethal. At this juncture, Sorrow finally comprehended that this excessively powerful individual before him had no desire for a swift execution. Rather, he sought to torment him. With this realization, Sorrow suddenly erupted in fury, his aura surging. "Why are you toying with me?" Yet the very next moment, boom! Ling Yi's powerful punch made it abundantly clear that the gap between them could not be bridged by mere anger. As a result, Sorrow attempted to flee. But the instant he began to turn, Ling Yi's figure reappeared directly in front of him. After numerous attempts, each yielding the same disheartening outcome, his mental state crumbled. "What do you want from me? If you intend to kill me, just do it. Please, spare me this torment." Ling Yi gazed upon the distorted features of Sheru, a faint smirk gracing his lips. He remained silent, delivering another forceful kick to Sheru. However, upon impact, Sheru was sent hurtling through the air, collapsing motionless on the ground. Observing this scene, Ling Yi furrowed his brow. "Feigning death will not work on me. I know you too well, Sheru. As long as that chip in your brain exists, you will not perish." Finally, he spoke, yet curiously, Sheru remained silent this time. Undeterred by the situation, Ling Yi approached Sheru directly. "I shall see how long you can maintain this charade." He spoke gravely, but as he neared Sheru, he noticed something amiss. The fallen Sheru appeared somewhat translucent, as if hollow within. Realizing this, Ling Yi swiftly directed his gaze towards androids 17 and 18, shouting a warning, "Be careful." However, he was a moment too late. Just as his eyes shifted, Sheru erupted from the ground, his massive tail transforming into a canopy that enveloped the pair. At that critical moment, Android 17 forcefully shoved Android 18 aside. Looking back at the still smiling Sheru, Android 18 let out a piercing scream. After hitting the ground, she quickly sprang back to her feet, lunging fiercely at Sheru. Yet it was too late. Sheru had completely consumed Android 17, his body beginning to shimmer with golden light. With a resounding boom, Android 18 was violently propelled away upon contact with the golden radiance. Despite falling, she gritted her teeth and rose again, attempting to retaliate against Sheru. Just then, the golden light emanating from Sheru erupted, dramatically altering his appearance. How vexing! I could have absorbed both at once, the evolved Cheryl lamented, slowly clenching his fists as he reveled in the power coursing through him. But this should suffice. After murmuring these words, he lifted his gaze towards Ling Yi, who was tugging at his hair in frustration, his expression one of deep regret. Witnessing this, Ling Yi's conviction solidified, and a mischievous grin gradually formed on his lips as he recklessly advanced toward Ling Yi. It seems you should know fear. Upon reaching Ling Yi, Sheru opened his mouth to mock him, but his taunt was abruptly cut short. A powerful punch struck his abdomen, the pain far more intense than before his evolution. What is happening? Are you not afraid of me? That you are clutching your head in despair? Sharul seethed, his teeth gritted as he posed this question. Yet the response he received was still Ling Yi's powerful punch. This time, however, Ling Yi was not his usual silent self. He shouted while striking, spit it out. You bastard, give it back. Upon hearing Ling Yi's roar, number 18 paused momentarily, and the peculiar sensation she experienced during her rescue surged within her heart once more. Could it be that his earlier frustration stemmed from feeling he had failed to protect us? Number 18 mused, her gaze softening slightly as she looked at Ling Yi. Indeed, any girl witnessing such a scene would likely share her thoughts. But was her interpretation truly correct? Let us shift our perspective back to Ling Yi. Though he appeared to be rescuing number 17 on the surface, his inner thoughts were tumultuous. Damn it, I have to use a wish to resurrect him. I had planned to reserve that wish for myself, although I am uncertain if I will even survive until that time. But hurry up and spit it out. Chapter 56. What do you intend to resist me with? In the desolate wilderness of the West City, the oppressive sounds of blows and curses persisted for nearly 10 minutes. Stop it, big brother. Can you not grant me a swift end? Sharul whimpered, curled up on the ground, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. His expression grotesquely twisted. No sooner had he uttered those words than Ling Yi delivered another brutal kick to his abdomen. What swift end can I provide you? Just hurry and return number 17 to me. Upon hearing this venomous command, Sharul finally comprehended what Ling Yi had been demanding he relinquish. However, he raised his head, his features contorted. Big brother, it's not that I refuse to comply. It's just that this form is a foundational stage for me. I cannot separate from it. His tone was earnest, his demeanor abjectly humble, as he believed such a display would earn him clemency. Yet after his plea, Ling Yi fell silent for 2.5 seconds before gathering a sphere of light in his hand. A sense of foreboding washed over Sharul. He quickly scrambled to his feet, retreating repeatedly. Big brother, I speak nothing but the truth. Please believe me. I believe you, Ling Yi replied, though his steps continued to close in on Sharul. What are you planning to do? Sharul stammered, pointing at the glowing sphere in Ling Yi's hand. Embarrassment etched across his face. Ling Yi did not immediately respond. Instead, he approached Sharul, placing a hand on his shoulder, expression devoid of emotion, as he stated. Didn't you ask me to grant you a swift end? I am here to fulfill that request. At these words, Sharul froze for a moment, his expression swiftly turning sinister. Then let us perish together. With a roar, his body suddenly swelled, his limbs becoming grotesquely swollen, as if he were being inflated from within. Ha 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 ha! Who told you not to eliminate me from the start? Now, the moment you lay a finger on me, the entire earth will vanish. Sharul laughed maniacally, his tone brimming with arrogance, but soon, the corners of his mouth froze in horror. In his eyes, the previously expressionless Ling Yi unexpectedly revealed a smile. Before he could comprehend the other's reaction, the scene before him underwent a dramatic transformation. The once earth-toned mountains morphed into a rich reddish-brown, while the azure sky shifted to a deep purple. He surveyed his surroundings in astonishment, realizing that apart from the two of them, the area was populated by creatures that bore a striking resemblance to dinosaurs. What was happening? Why were we here? He excitedly flailed his limbs, but due to his inflated physique, he found himself utterly immobilized. I don't know where this is. Consider your burial ground. Ling Yi's cold voice echoed from below him, startling him into glancing downward. Just as his gaze fell upon Ling Yi, the latter's fist struck his abdomen with force, with a thunderous impact. When Ling Yi opened his eyes again, he found Cell writhing before him, reviving. Without a moment's hesitation, he pointed, and a beam of laser energy pierced through the core of that mass of flesh. After executing this action, he pressed his fingers to his forehead and vanished from the spot in an instant. On Earth, Android 18 sat dazedly on the ground, panting heavily. When she had seen Cell swell, she had felt certain of her demise. Yet, inexplicably, the two figures before her had vanished in an instant. Struggling to her feet, she scanned her surroundings, which revealed nothing but the barren yellow earth and the discarded remains of Android 16. At that moment, she felt an overwhelming sense of confusion. 17, 16, she murmured their names, tears welling up in her eyes. These are my only two relatives in this world, and now they have both disappeared. With this thought, she felt the urge to weep uncontrollably. Just then, a rush of wind swept in from the distance, wiping her tears away hastily. Android 18 looked up to see Ling Yi, disheveled, hurtling towards her at great speed. She paused momentarily at his appearance, but quickly assumed a defensive stance, eyeing him warily. However, upon landing, he did not attack. Instead, he beckoned her, saying, "Come with me." Frowning, Android 18 replied, "Come with you? What do you mean? What do you think it means?" "It means come with me," Ling Yi replied as he took a couple of steps closer to her. Seeing him approach, she instinctively stepped back, her demeanor growing even more guarded. "No way. Even though you just saved me, I will not be manipulated by you." Upon hearing this, she observed Ling Yi let out a deep sigh. "Oh, so you know I saved you. Fine, let me ask you this. Could you have defeated that green lizard?" Android 18 shook her head. "All right, then let me ask you this. Could I have defeated him?" She nodded in agreement. "So why are you being so stubborn with me? Do you truly believe that if I wanted to capture you, you could escape? I am currently negotiating with you, and should my patience wane, I shall simply render you unconscious and take you away." Upon hearing the frantic shout from the other party, number 18 contemplated for a moment, sensing the truth in those words, and thus lowered her stance, although her expression remained unyieldingly sour. At that moment, however, Ling Yi slowly approached the severely damaged number 16 and lifted him with ease. "What are you doing?" Number 18 inquired, perplexed by the scene. Ling Yi cast her a sidelong glance and replied languidly, "I intend to bring him back. Perhaps Bulma can restore him." At his words, number 18 was momentarily taken aback, and the peculiar sensation that had surfaced twice before pricked at her heart once more, complicating her gaze towards Ling Yi. Nevertheless, she refrained from uttering more, merely snorting in disdain before silently following him. The duo, now united, returned to the sacred temple, where the others who had ventured out had also returned. "Everyone's back," Ling Yi announced, waving to the group as they landed. After this greeting, Krillin turned his head back, exclaiming, "Ling Yi, the android." Krillin's words faltered as he pointed at number 18 in astonishment, prompting the others to adopt a defensive posture upon hearing his exclamation. "Oh, it's fine. She poses no threat now," Ling Yi reassured them with a casual wave of his hand. Following his words, the group relaxed their stances, though their expressions remained cautious. "Oomph, how boring," number 18 scoffed, casually finding a tree to lean against. Ling Yi paid her no mind, and instead approached Piccolo and the others. "So, have Vegeta and the others gone inside?" Piccolo nodded. "How long do you intend to let them train? 2 full days?" Considering the question, Ling Yi pondered for a moment. But before he could respond, Krillin approached him with a piece of paper in hand. "Ling Yi, take a look at this. It was found in your bedroom." "Huh? What is it?" Ling Yi took the note, and upon glancing at it, his expression shifted subtly. After contemplating for a couple of seconds, he turned to Piccolo with a grave countenance. "Let them train for a day and a half. And oh, Gohan, you should join them too." Chapter 57. Not here. In West City, at Bulma's residence, Zero did not immediately hide after leaving the sacred temple. Instead, he chose to first visit Ling Yi's bedroom. Lowering his breath as he entered, he surveyed the room and then picked up a notebook and a pen from the table beside the bed. With a sinister smile, he inscribed 4 large characters, "Not here." After completing his note, he tore it out and carelessly tossed it onto Ling Yi's bed. Subsequently, he made his way to Kame House, Goku's home, and Vegeta's residence, affixing a similar note to each door. The saga is not yet concluded. He then instantaneously transported himself to every planet where he could sense energy, leaving identical inscriptions atop the most prominent peaks of these celestial bodies. After accomplishing this, he returned to Earth, visited a supermarket, purchased 2 cases of red wine, and made his way back to his birthplace, the laboratory of Dr. Gallo. For days passed in the blink of an eye. With only 3 hours remaining on the countdown, Ling Yi's spirits lifted. He retrieved the last bottle of red wine from the nearby box and shook it gently. Was there only half a bottle left? No matter. For as long as he could endure for 3 more hours, he would officially adopt the name Ling Yi and finally leave this wretched place. With this thought, he uncorked the bottle and downed the remaining half in one swift motion. The people outside must be in a state of utter disarray by now. He exhaled a breath of wine-laden air, reclined in a chair, and his gaze began to grow hazy. As for the people outside, they were indeed as anxious as he had surmised. At the Bulmer residence in West City, the assembled warriors sat together, their faces etched with concern. Ever since Ling Yi had completed his intense training with Vegeta, they had collectively embarked on a quest, scouring every corner of the world. However, apart from discovering a note at a few doorsteps, their search had yielded nothing. Only 4 hours remained. With this realization, Krillin leapt up, his face a mask of urgency as he turned to Ling Yi, who was lost in thought. What are we to do, Ling Yi? Do you still have no leads? You only have 4 hours left. Upon hearing this, Ling Yi, who had maintained a serious demeanor, suddenly broke into a bemused smile. Ah, I truly appreciate your concern. Though the wording leaves something to be desired. How can you still find humor in this? Look at everyone. They're all frantic over your predicament. At Krillin's words, Ling Yi surveyed the room and indeed noticed the worried expressions on everyone's faces. He then stowed away his smile and resumed his contemplative stance. Have you truly searched every corner? He inquired slowly after a moment. The reason for his question was that he had been searching off-world for the past few days, leaving Earth in the hands of his companions. Well, not every single corner, Krillin replied dejectedly, his hands falling limply to his sides. What about in the mountains? What of the laboratory we previously visited? Ling Yi probit tentativity. Krillin's eyes widened at this suggestion. Huh? The laboratory? Could he possibly return to such an obvious hiding place? So you had not searched there? Ling Yi exclaimed, rising to his feet, his expression one of exasperation. At that moment, Piccolo interjected. I, too, believe he would not return to such an evident location, which is why we did not investigate it. Are you suggesting he could be hiding there? Ling Yi did not respond to Piccolo immediately. Instead, he stroked his chin thoughtfully before finally saying, It's not certain. After all, what does it mean to not be certain? At that moment, Vegeta suddenly spoke up. Do you have other thoughts? Aren't you at all anxious about your impending demise? Why the suspense until now? Although his tone carried a hint of sarcasm. An undercurrent of concern for Ling Yi resided in his words. Ling Yi discerned this subtlety and cast a slightly surprised glance at Vegeta, silently pondering, oh my, can this fellow actually care about someone? It seemed that the 3 years spent together had transformed not just himself. Amused by this realization, he couldn't help but chuckle softly. Seeing his reaction, Vegeta stepped forward, fist clenched. What do you mean? Do you not care about your own life? If that is the case, then let's not search anymore. Just lie here and await your fate. No, that's not what I meant. Ling Yi waved his hands dismissively, then composed himself and resumed a serious demeanor. In any case, let's first visit the research facility. Regardless of whether he is there or not, we will arrive at a conclusion after we have seen it. After Ling Yi spoke, the group ceased their deliberations. Aside from Gohan and Trunks, who remained behind to protect those without combat capabilities, the rest followed Ling Yi to the research facility. Before long, they arrived at the entrance. Upon entering, they indeed found the previously opened lower entrance had now closed. It appears he should be down there, Krillin remarked, hastily moving to the wall to press the button to open the passage. With a rumble, the dark passage was revealed before them. In contrast to Krillin's excitement, Ling Yi remained remarkably calm. He cast a nonchalant glance at the entrance below and said in a flat tone, Let us proceed and take a look. With that, he leaped into the darkness. Upon landing, he predictably discovered signs of prior visitors, yet his expression remained grave. Once everyone had descended, he gestured for silence and proceeded down the singular passageway. As the group ventured deeper into the research facility, their expressions gradually transformed into excitement, particularly Krillin, whose eyes sparkled with fervor. Even though I was the one who put him in the worst predicament, he still cares so much about my affairs. It seems Goku was right. Krillin, you truly are a good person. Ling Yi mused silently at this scene, and just then, Piccolo's voice came low and urgent. Stay alert. We are almost there. Upon hearing this, the group peered ahead, and indeed, not far away, a door came into view. The last time we came here, this door was open as well, Krillin exclaimed, unable to hide his delight. Ling Yi nodded quietly in response, placing his hand on the doorknob. He slowly turned it, and everyone assumed battle stances. With a creaking sound, as the door swung open, they swiftly filed in. Krillin, upon entering, shouted, You are surrounded. Surrender now. However, before he could finish his words, he was astonished to discover that the laboratory was utterly vacant. Witnessing this scene, Ling Yi slowly approached the control panel and picked up a note from the desk. It's not here either, Krillin remarked as he stood beside Ling Yi, reading aloud the contents of the note. Upon hearing its message, Vegeta cursed in frustration. Damn it. The contents of this note are completely different from the others. Were they aware we would eventually come here, deliberately leading us on? Although the others did not exhibit his level of agitation, Their expressions were equally somber, reflecting their discomfort. Nevertheless, at that moment, Ling Yi let out a light chuckle and gestured to the group. "It's all right, everyone. I believe I have discerned his whereabouts." Chapter 58. A 3-year generation gap, viewing oneself as a fool. In a pristine white room, Zero groggily awoke in a chair. The first thing he did upon waking was glance at the timer in his mind, then stretch languidly, exclaiming, "Oh my, have I really slept an entire day? I might have overindulged." With that, he approached the refrigerator and retrieved a meat stick, seemingly crafted from the hind leg of some animal. This meat stick, golden brown and succulent, still emanated a faint aroma, despite having been taken from the refrigerator. However, upon seeing it, Zero wrinkled his nose. "I must admit, consuming this daily can indeed become tiresome." Despite his words, he brought the meat stick to his lips, but just as he was about to take a bite, bang! The white door behind him was violently thrust open, and a group of individuals immediately filed in, forming a line facing him. Zero stared blankly at the scene, maintaining his previous posture. After 2.5 seconds, he slowly withdrew the meat stick from his mouth and softly murmured, "What brings you here?" Hearing this, Ling Yi stepped forward, a teasing glint in his eyes. "You wish to ask how I knew you were here?" As he spoke, he pulled out a stack of notes from his chest pocket, the very ones they had previously discovered, and tossed them in front of Zero. "This is the reason." As the paper flew from his hand, Zero's expression turned to one of anger. "Are you kidding me? Just because of this note, you deduced I was here?" Upon seeing the first note, I was uncertain, merely sensing that if it were me, I would likely act in such a manner. However, he then produced the note found in the laboratory. Upon seeing this, I became certain. What a joke. Why on earth? Just because the content on this one differs from the others, you can conclude I am here? Zero's tone grew more agitated, his arms flailing uncontrollably. Observing his demeanor, Ling Yi merely smiled faintly. "Indeed, perhaps 3 years ago, I would have reacted just like you, furious and flustered upon encountering these notes. Regrettably, I find myself 2 years your senior." Ling paused momentarily before continuing. "Perhaps it is indeed due to the additional 3 years of experience, for upon reading the first message, my initial reaction was not one of anger, but rather a contemplation of why you would deliberately provoke me. What effect would such provocation yield? After much reflection, I could only deduce one possibility. You wish for me to lose my composure and search for you frantically. Yet, what significance would that hold for you? Is your intention not to remain hidden?" This notion of concealment struck me suddenly. The most suitable place for hiding in this world must surely be the time chamber. Could it be that you plan to take refuge there while we are out searching? However, upon further consideration, I pondered whether this might also be a ruse to confound me. Yet, the facts revealed my overthinking, for not only did you leave traces in these few households, but you also left them in desolate mountains and even in outer space, along with your potential final hiding place. Ling waved the note in his hand. "You even left a message at that research facility." Upon seeing this last note, I felt a mix of anger and amusement. I realized I must have been quite foolish 3 years ago. At this point, Ling's expression shifted entirely to one of pity. "Had you not left this note, I might have attempted to search that research facility for hidden doors, but your note has eliminated all possibilities outside, leaving only this one." He chuckled. Yet Zero interjected with a cold sneer. "Are you not concerned that I might truly be hiding behind one of those concealed doors?" Hearing this, Ling licked his lips and pointed to the side of Vegeta. "I must admit, I hadn't considered that at the time, but it matters not. A bad-tempered individual just emerged from the research facility and blew it up, which indirectly rules that out as well." At this moment, Zero's countenance darkened considerably. His face flushed crimson, brows furrowed, and teeth bared in a grimace, clearly wounded by Ling's words. Yet, in the next instant, he straightened abruptly, his expression turning cold. "So what? Only 3 hours remain, and we cannot determine a victor in this time. You have still lost." Ling unexpectedly. Ling sighed in resignation upon hearing this. "Ah, is this what it feels like to look back on one's childhood as an adult and realize how foolish one was? What do you mean by that?" Just a single sentence, and Zero's expression shifted back to one of fury. Ling merely waved his hand at him, unfazed, and began to explain leisurely. "First and foremost, indeed, less than 3 hours remain, but this is the time chamber. I could easily contend with you for at least a month within. Furthermore," Ling tapped his forehead. "Have you forgotten? After defeating Frisia, what other skills did we acquire besides instant transmission?" Upon hearing this, Zero was momentarily taken aback, his eyes widening in astonishment. Upon witnessing his expression, Ling Yi couldn't help but chuckle. "It seems you've recalled it. It must have been quite a challenge for you. This skill has gone unused for 4 long years. Had I not cast a glance at the system panel earlier, I might have forgotten it myself. With that, he turned to Vegeta, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Come now, Vegeta. It's time to showcase the fruits of our training. Vegeta shivered, his expression contorting instantaneously, yet he slowly approached Ling Yi, standing a few meters away. Observing Vegeta's demeanor, Ling Yi let out a quiet laugh, memories of their training sessions flooding his mind. There's no way I'd perform such a humiliating action, he recalled, as Vegeta had been shouting at him with clenched fists. Ling Yi had been pleading with his hands pressed together. Vegeta, Goku is gone. Gohan and Broly are far too different in stature, and Trunks lacks the strength. Only you can assist me. Even so, Vegeta's words were abruptly interrupted by Bulma's voice from behind. Vegeta, if you agree to help Ling Yi, I will waive the 2 million you owe me. What do you say? At her words, Vegeta hesitated, his expression shifting dramatically. It seemed he had made an immense decision. As he stomped fiercely on the floor of the Heavenly Palace. Fine, I'll help you this once. With that thought, Ling Yi retracted his smile, casting a grateful glance at Vegeta before calling out loudly. Let us do this, Vegeta. As his words echoed, they both entered the Super Ling Yi first stage and Super Saiyan second stage simultaneously, raising their arms in unison as they uttered a single word. Merge. Chapter 59. I'm just playing with you. Upon witnessing their actions, Zero's expression darkened with malice. I want to grant you any opportunities. He bellowed as he charged toward Ling Yi and Vegeta. However, at the same moment, a large figure leapt out behind Ling Yi. Broly? Zero was slightly taken aback, but did not falter. He instantly ascended to Super Ling Yi second stage, swinging his fist toward the newly transformed Broly. Bang! Broly, not yet in his legendary form, was staggered by the blow. Seizing the moment, Zero attempted to circumvent him, but before he could advance 2 steps, a petite figure crackling with electricity blocked his path. Gohan. Ling Yi had promptly brought Gohan into the hyperbolic time chamber, adding another layer of assurance to his plan. Yet, upon recognizing the newcomer, Zero sneered dismissively. Kid, have you not had enough of a beating? With that, he summoned all his strength to strike at Gohan. However, Gohan was ready to withstand the blow. As the saying goes, if Gohan doesn't study, even Beerus would cry. As he received the blow, although a slight reluctance was evident on his face, his feet remained immobile. It was clear that after rigorous training in the room of spirit and time, Gohan had acquired a power surpassing that of the ordinary Broly. Meanwhile, Zero was momentarily stunned by this scene. Just as he was lost in thought, Broly suddenly embraced him from behind. Gohan seized the opportunity, delivering a series of 3 powerful strikes to Zero's abdomen while Broly restrained him. The impact filled Zero with rage, prompting him to forcefully break free from Broly's hold, raising his intensity once more as he launched an attack towards Gohan. Just as this strike was about to connect, Gohan transformed into an afterimage, and at that very moment, he felt a fierce blow from Broly against his back. In an instant, the 3 of them were locked in a standoff. Zero turned his gaze towards Ling Yi, and upon seeing him, his expression transformed into one of sheer terror. There, Ling Yi and Vegeta had their fingers aligned, simultaneously uttering a resounding combine. I will not allow you to succeed. Zero roared, his aura surging dramatically as he tapped into his Super Saiyan form. With a swift motion of his arms, he hurled Gohan and Broly aside, then gathered a wave of energy in his palms, launching it towards Ling Yi and Vegeta. A resounding explosion followed, engulfing the pure white room of spirit and time in a cloud of dust, obscuring Ling Yi and Vegeta from view. Krillin, Ling Yi, Piccolo, Lingu Vegeta, Gohan, Uncle Ling Yi. After the explosion, everyone looked anxiously towards Ling Yi's location, while Zero, upon witnessing the smoke, became enraged and rushed towards the entrance of the room of spirit and time. Everyone attempted to stop him, but none could match his speed. Just as he was about to reach the door, Krillin, standing beside it, swallowed hard, his expression wavering for a moment before he resolutely blocked Zero's path. Taken aback for a moment, Zero's expression quickly turned sinister. Unyielding in his speed, he coiled his right hand in front of his chest, gathering energy, intending to obliterate Krillin into a pulp the moment he drew near. However, just as his fist was about to strike Krillin, a hand gently rested on his shoulder. At that instant, Zero was astonished to find that he could not advance even a fraction further. What were you just about to do? The voice, laced with unmasked killing intent, resonated from behind him, causing him to whirl around in shock. There stood a warrior, engulfed in green flames, clad in dark blue attire, his muscular form imposing. With slightly elevated black hair, glaring at him with fierce anger. Confronted by the palpable aura of menace emanating from the warrior, Zero found himself momentarily stunned. However, the other party immediately inquired, "Do you wish to kill Clint? You could easily knock him unconscious, yet you desire his death? Is he truly a man deserving of such a fate? Will he perish in this narrative? Have you lost even the slightest semblance of humanity?" The individual grew increasingly agitated, his grip on Zero's shoulder tightening with his rising emotions. The excruciating pain radiating from his shoulder jolted Zero back to awareness. Yet he chose not to respond to the questions posed. Instead, he unleashed a ferocious strike towards the man's cheek. A dull thud resonated in the air as the impact caused the man's head to tilt back, his grasp loosening. With the pressure on his shoulder alleviated, Zero did not flee. Rather, he began to unleash a flurry of punches upon the warrior, driven by sheer terror. After 100 blows, the man remained resolutely poised, exhibiting no signs of retaliation. It appeared that the fusion had allowed Zero to regain his composure. He scoffed, intending to hurl a few taunts. But before he could articulate his thoughts, his pupils constricted in shock. Before him, the man slowly straightened his head, revealing a visage unmarred by injury, devoid of any marks from the assault. "Are you finished?" he inquired with an air of indifference. Then a faint smile graced his lips. "You cannot achieve victory this way. It seems I must instruct you on what constitutes a true attack." Upon hearing this, an unfamiliar wave of dread surged within Zero. Instinctively, he sought to escape, yet the thought barely crossed his mind before. A jarring pain struck his abdomen, nearly shattering his consciousness. His body instinctively curled inward, clutching his aching midsection as he retreated, yearning to distance himself from this terrifying figure. However, before he could take a single step back, a fresh agony pierced his back, and at that moment, his suspended form plummeted to the ground like a cannonball. In an instant, dust erupted around him, only to dissipate moments later. At the center of the tumult, Zero found himself in disarray, yet his spirit surged anew. "You shall pay for your arrogance. If this continues, I will soon ascend to your level, and at that moment, you will be incapable of vanquishing me. Ha 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 ha." His declaration startled those present, prompting a loud warning from Piccolo, urging the warrior to cease his games and swiftly end the confrontation. Yet, unfazed by the situation, the warrior merely smiled, responding slowly, "Then by all means, give it a try." This derisive demeanor ignited Zero's fury, compelling him to charge at the warrior once more. Despite the outcome being no different than before, his rage, amplified by his unique attributes, surged to new heights. Thus, he continued to charge, only to be repelled repeatedly, and before long, 100 rounds had passed unnoticed. After yet another brutal blow sent him crashing down, he ceased his advance, paralyzed in place, drenched in cold sweat as he gazed at his adversary. After over 100 rounds of breath enhancement, each yielding significant results, he still felt that the gap between him and his opponent was as insurmountable as a chasm. How could this be? I have already enhanced myself hundreds of times yet. At this thought, Zero's eyes widened in disbelief as he shouted fiercely above, "You! How could you?" However, before he could finish his sentence, his opponent flashed before him, slowly forming a sphere of light with his right hand, a mocking smile adorning his face. "Indeed, I have been toying with you. Each time you enhance yourself, I merely match your increase. Hence the disparity remains unchanged." Chapter 60. You must strive with all your might to protect everything. What does fusion feel like? If you were to ask Ling Yi, he would undoubtedly say it is quite marvelous. I feel as if I possess a completely new persona, one that embodies the memories of both Ling Yi and Vegeta, albeit slightly more inclined towards Ling Yi's essence. The warrior stood before the crowd, stroking his chin, his voice a blend of the two. Not far behind him, Zero lay, smoldering on a dented floor, indicating that the battle had likely concluded. "Ah, Ling, Vegeta, what should I even call you?" Krillin stepped forward, seemingly about to articulate something, only to scratch his head and pose this question. Upon hearing this, the warrior pondered momentarily and then furrowed his brow. "Ah, naming is such a hassle. How about we just call me VE?" Just as he uttered this, the muscles of his face twitched suddenly, and soon his expression grew more ferocious. "I absolutely will not allow the name V to exist. It must be linked to..." This unexpected scene prompted the onlookers to chuckle awkwardly, with Gohan smirking and remarking, "Hee, it seems that Vegeta's persona has regained dominance." "Absolutely," Krillin agreed with a wry smile. Others nodded in tacit understanding. Just then, the time for fusion expired, and the two individuals before them separated. Once apart, Vegeta immediately leaped aside, pointing an accusatory finger at Ling Yi, exclaiming, "The experience of fusing with you was utterly revolting. I could never do this again." Upon hearing this, Ling Yi awkwardly waved his hand. "Oh, don't say that. What if such a situation arises again and you refuse to assist me? Besides, didn't T. Bulma waive your debts? Then you can go to hell." Vegeta retorted, his expression still fervent, his finger now clenched into a fist, as if waiving 2 million could ever compensate for my psychological distress. Observing his demeanor, Ling Yi became animated. "Is it really that outrageous, Vegeta? Is my memory so dreadful?" Upon hearing this, Vegeta's eyes widened in shock. "Wait, are you trying to make me admit that publicly?" "Do not regret it," he said. At the age of 14, in the classroom, he faced a situation where Ling Yi hurriedly approached and covered his mouth. The previous defiance on his face transformed into a semblance of embarrassment. Those are mere relics of the past. Who hasn't experienced youthful ignorance? Surely, my friend will not be that kind of person in the future. Onlookers observed this scene with expressions rife with nuance. Vegeta immediately shrugged off Ling Yi's hand, yet chose not to say more, merely snorting dismissively before stepping aside. At that moment, Ling Yi belatedly turned to Krillin. "Krillin, did you have something you wanted to ask me?" "Huh?" Krillin paused momentarily, then quickly regained his composure. "Oh, I wanted to ask if that guy is truly dead. I thought I saw his fingers moving just now." Upon hearing Krillin's words, Ling Yi anxiously glanced inward, and indeed, the countdown in his mind had not faded. Alarmed, he rushed to Zero's side, only to exhale in relief a second later. Zero was still alive, albeit barely clinging to existence. Ling Yi suspected that a single blow could extinguish the last embers of life within him. Coughing, Zero seemed to sense Ling Yi's proximity and, with great effort, turned his weary head towards him. "Cough, ha ha, you have one. I am on the brink of death. Before I go, Cough, may I ask you a question?" Observing Zero, who could barely articulate a coherent thought, Ling Yi silently nodded. After a fit of violent coughing, Zero fixed his gaze firmly on Ling Yi's eyes. "What does it feel like to have family and friends?" Ling Yi was momentarily taken aback, an overwhelming wave of bittersweet emotion washing over him. He quietly settled beside Zero, contemplating before finally meeting his gaze. "Having family and friends feels like," he began, pouring forth a torrent of thoughts, from his initial discomfort with others concerned to eventually caring for them. From his reluctance to share his feelings to laughter becoming a daily occurrence. From grappling with the meaning of life to experiencing the joy of welcoming new life. As he spoke, his voice began to quiver with emotion. Sighing, Zero let out a long breath. "How wonderful it is. This is what we have always yearned for. ISNT it? Will you fight with all your might to protect it?" As he uttered these words, Zero ceased coughing, and the light in his eyes gradually dimmed. Ling Yi, watching the fading vitality of Zero, gently closed his eyes with a tender touch and whispered in a voice only he could hear, "Ah, I will." After completing these gestures, he fell into a prolonged silence, as countless bubbles of memory began to flicker in his mind. Initially, these bubbles were gray, but as time passed, a striking shade of pink emerged at their core. As this pink blossomed, the surrounding grayness erupted in a swift explosion. As all shades of gray faded away, replaced by a vibrant pink in his mind, Ling Yi rose to his feet and inhaled deeply. Once his lungs were filled with air, he raised his arms skyward and exclaimed with fervor, "I've won. I am alive." This jubilant cry not only signified the elation of victory, but also encapsulated the redemption of severing ties with the past. The onlookers, initially taken aback by this display, were soon swept up in the exuberance of his shout, joining Ling Yi in laughter. Krillin and Gohan, filled with joy, rushed forward to embrace Ling Yi, only for him to collapse as their arms encircled him. The others hastily gathered around, exchanging knowing smiles. "This guy, has he really fallen asleep the moment he relaxed?" Yamcha remarked, shaking his head. Meanwhile, Piccolo lifted Ling Yi into his arms, stating, "Let us go. Everyone deserves a good rest." As he made his way outside, the rest followed suit, save for Vegeta, who merely scoffed. 3 months later, everyone reconvened at the Sacred Realm, but unlike the original tale, 2 additional figures. Androids 16 and 18 were among the gathering. Following 16's repair, he had chosen to remain in the Sacred Realm, thriving amidst nature, while 18 found herself rather bored. A month prior, with the assistance of King Kai, Ling Yi had brought Dandy over to serve as the new Supreme Kai. The purpose of this assembly was to use the Dragon Balls to resurrect Goku and Android 17. Come forth, Shenron, and grant my wish. As Ling Yi uttered the incantation, the dragon emerged in the sky. State your wishes. You have 3 to use. Ling Yi stepped forward without hesitation. Please resurrect the man, known as Son Goku, who perished here. A flash of red light ignited in Shenron's eyes, and Goku's lifeless form immediately sat upright. In Ling Yi's world, Goku did not believe that all misfortune stemmed from him, and thus had no reason to refuse resurrection. Witnessing the fulfillment of the first wish, Ling Yi quickly declared his second. Please resurrect the android, known as 17. Shenron's gaze glimmered red once more. Very well, this wish is granted. Now, you have one final wish. Speak it. The group exchanged glances, each pondering silently, until Ling Yi turned to Krillin. Krillin, don't you have a wish to make? Huh? Krillin paused, then furrowed his brow in contemplation. I suppose I don't have anything I wish to realize. Sighing in resignation, Ling Yi addressed Shenron once more. Shenron, please transform Android 18 and 17 back into humans, allowing them to lead normal lives. Chapter 61. I want to go home with you. With a resounding thud, a clear heartbeat echoed within Android 18's body as Ling Yi articulated his wish. At this moment, the expression on Android 18's face was remarkably intricate. What could this fellow possibly mean? 3 wishes, and 2 of them had already been bestowed upon us. Moreover, he had anticipated this situation earlier. A sudden heaviness enveloped her chest, and that peculiar sensation of electric current surged through her once more. However, unlike the previous instance, this feeling did not dissipate rapidly. Instead, it lingered like a continuous low-voltage current, tingling her heart. She grappled with the implications of this, uncertain of how to navigate the predicament. Her thoughts spiraled into confusion, prompting her to shake her head, instinctively lashing out with a harsh tone. Have I ever expressed a desire to revert to being human? What a futile endeavor. Though she uttered these words, her gaze towards Ling Yi had already shifted entirely. Upon hearing Android 18's call, Ling Yi furrowed his brows and turned back. What is the matter with you, woman? Have I done you a disservice by trying to assist? Is there something amiss in your heart? Should my final wish be for the dragon to cure your ailment? Ling Yi readily unleashed his frustrations upon Android 18, having long desired to do so. Ever since his confrontation with Zero, he had come to recognize his true self. He was not fixated on a harem. Rather, his past circumstances had led him to seek fulfillment in such a manner. Now, however, he found himself no longer in need of such distractions. The void within him had been filled, and thus, Android 18 had transformed in his eyes from the goddess of his youth to a rather unappealing woman. Nevertheless, he did not press the matter further, choosing instead to conclude his remarks. Let us go, Bulma. It's time for us to return. Once the crowd had mostly dispersed, he turned to Bulma, speaking gently. Wait, before Bulma could respond, Android 18's irritable voice interjected. Ling Yi, visibly annoyed, glanced back at her. What now? He watched as Android 18's eyes flickered, a faint blush blooming on her cheeks. You need to take me back with you. What? Speak up. I can't hear you. Ling Yi exclaimed, frowning, even leaning his ear towards her. After his outburst, Android 18 reverted to her characteristic scowl. I said I've had enough of this dull place. Either you take me back, or you kill me. Otherwise, I'll simply run away. And I can't guarantee I won't cause trouble. Upon hearing such unreasonable demands, Ling Yi's temper flared instantly. He was on the verge of reprimanding Android 18 further when Bulma, standing beside him, gently patted his arm. What's wrong, Bulma? Ling Yi turned to her, only to find a knowing smile adorning her face. Let her come along. We have plenty of vacant rooms at home. It's no trouble at all. With Bulma's suggestion, Ling Yi found no substantial reason to object, although he still cast a discontented look at Android 18. I must inform you that while you are welcome to come, I advise you to refrain from any mischievous intentions. I remain at home every day, and should you contemplate escaping to cause chaos, it would be far less reliable than attempting to flee from Piccolo. Do you understand? The 18th made no reply, merely emitting a cold snort as she approached the two. Meanwhile, Ling Yi lifted Bulma into his arms and waved goodbye to Piccolo. Thus concluded the entirety of the Android saga, and at that moment, the system's reward notification chimed. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully resolving the crisis of Android Dilemma. With completion assessment underway. Upon hearing this notification, Ling Yi scoffed, for he had long ceased to care about the completion rate. Nevertheless, he was momentarily taken aback upon receiving the score. According to system analysis, the host's main storyline completion has significantly impacted subsequent plot developments. thus receiving a comprehensive rating of S. Reward. Clear mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, for exceeding expectations by defeating the unbeatable enemy, Android Zero, earning the reward, Spirit Bomb. An S rating? How could it possibly be rated as such? Although I did revive Sun Wukong, wouldn't that merely warrant a lower tier? Why is an S? Ling Yi questioned in confusion, yet the system coldly responded with vague statements. Due to a pivotal character deviating from their original narrative trajectory, the system has granted you an S rating based on comprehensive evaluation. A pivotal character? Who could that be? Aside from our group, are there any noteworthy characters? Wait a moment, could it be? Indeed, is the one who should have become the savior by now, Satan. Upon hearing the system's response, Ling Yi could only smile wryly and shake his head. Indeed, if it pertains to Satan, then this reasoning holds merit. With this thought, Ling Yi ceased to dwell on the rating and turned his attention to the unfamiliar skill, Clear Mind. Clear Mind, a martial technique that clarifies the spirit and sharpens the will, forcing the practitioner into a state of absolute clarity for 30 minutes. An essential skill for nocturnal studying. An essential skill for nocturnal studying. Ling Yi repeated this last phrase with a twitch of his lips, then, feeling a sense of relief, closed the system panel. Well, a reward is a reward. I shall accept it. Please refrain from using figurative language. Oh, come now. You understood that. Yet you inexplicably assigned me a formidable opponent. Am I not entitled to voice my grievances? This time, the system chose not to respond. Seeing this, he made a face in his mind and refrained from further comments. At this point, the trio arrived at Bulma's residence. Upon landing, Bulma took the 18th to select a room. However, the room chosen by the 18th was rather peculiar, located right next to their bedroom. Bulma, perceptive yet discreet, agreed and even thoughtfully reminded the 18th that spare keys for all rooms were placed under the welcome mat at the entrance. Upon hearing this information, number 18 paused momentarily, yet chose not to elaborate further, merely nodding silently. Thus, the four of them, 3 women and 1 man, began their shared existence under the same roof. In the blink of an eye, a month had elapsed. One afternoon, in a fit of anger, Ling Yi stormed into the bathroom, muttering curses under his breath. What on earth is this person thinking? As he spoke, he removed the clothes that had been soaked by number 18. Indeed, throughout this month, the relationship between him and number 18 had not improved. The primary reason for this was that her behavior struck him as exceedingly peculiar. Bulma and Lan Qi ventured out daily, leaving only the 2 of them in the house. Number 18 would linger by Ling Yi's side after they departed, silently observing him without uttering a word. Several times, Ling Yi had contemplated seeking clarification, yet she merely responded with a cold grunt, saying nothing. Today, he could no longer contain his irritation and snapped a few words at her. To his astonishment, she retaliated by splashing milk at him before turning away with a frosty expression. Perhaps I should play matchmaker for her and Krillin. If this continues, I shall surely go mad. Ling Yi grumbled as he stepped into the bathtub, mumbling to himself. Just then, a crisp sound of a door opening echoed behind him. Upon hearing the door, Ling Yi stiffened and turned around. To his surprise, he found himself staring directly into number 18's eyes. What on earth? How did you get in here? He exclaimed as he leaped into the water, leaving only his head exposed. Number 18 stood at the bathroom door, holding a towel in one hand and a set of dry clothes in the other. Her face was flushed with embarrassment, yet her tone remained as icy as ever. I merely fear that you might catch a chill. Who would have thought you would be parading about in the nude during the day? Seriously, do you even hear what you're saying? Ling Yi retorted, gesturing to the bathtub beneath him. I'm in the bathroom, and this is my room. I can dress as I please. And you still haven't explained how you got in here. Number 18 remained silent, simply raising her hand to jingle the keys she held. Upon seeing the keys, Ling Yi was momentarily taken aback before smirking and furrowing his brow. You sly creature, did you secretly make a copy of my room, S-key? You can't possibly have a crush on me, can you? It was evident that his thoughts regarding the keys had strayed, yet the moment he uttered the words crush, number 18's face reddened even more intensely. The atmosphere fell into an oddly tense silence. Observing her reaction and the ensuing stillness, Ling Yi's heart skipped a beat. He hesitated, contemplating whether to inquire further. However, the moment his mouth opened, number 18 promptly tossed the clothes she was holding onto the floor. Don't be ridiculous, fool. Who would ever like someone like you? Upon finishing her words, she crossed her arms and swiftly made her way towards the door. Ling Yi stared in bewilderment at the scene before him. The resolute words of number 18 echoed in his ears, yet her retreating figure appeared to him as though she were shyly fleeing. Could it be that she has genuinely developed feelings for me? Ling Yi pondered it, submerging himself entirely in the bathtub, his heart a tumult of emotions. Had this been 3 months prior, he would have been overjoyed at such a sight. However, now he felt nothing but confusion and entanglement. During dinner that evening, in the kitchen downstairs, number 18 was conspicuously absent, despite it being customary for her to dine with everyone at this hour. Bulma, noticing the anomaly, squinted at Ling Yi and inquired, Ling Yi, what's going on? Why isn't number 18 here for dinner? As she spoke, Ling Yi shivered slightly, responding, how would I know? Perhaps she is simply not hungry. He hastened his pace in devouring his meal. Oh, is that so? Bulma raised an eyebrow and stood up. Since you're not forthcoming, I shall inquire directly with her. With that, she began to ascend the stairs. Wait. Ling Yi exclaimed, hastily blocking her path. Sighing, he recounted the events of that afternoon to Bulma. He had anticipated her reaction to be one of great anger, yet to his surprise, she merely chuckled softly. You're not angry? Ling Yi ventured cautiously. To which Bulma shook her head with a smile. Angry? Why would I be? It's such an amusing situation. Confounded, Ling Yi scratched his head, wondering if the women in the Dragon Ball universe were inherently so open-minded. Why then, he mused, had he needed to console Bulma for so long back then? Lost in thought, Bulma brushed past him and continued her ascent. Wait, that is not what I meant, Ling Yi called after her. Haven T, I already explained everything. Why are you going up there? To his astonishment, Bulma smiled and uttered a phrase that Ling Yi hardly comprehended. Of course, I'm going to enlighten number 18. Some individuals are as unyielding as steel. Indeed, very hard steel. Such people require a direct approach. With that, she disregarded him and ascended the stairs without a backward glance, followed by Lan Chi, who nodded in agreement. This left Ling Yi standing there, scratching his head in confusion. Later that night, in Ling Yi's room, the three of them were nestled together on the bed. Ling Yi lay there, completely bare. To his left, Bulma was clad in a delicate blue lace nightgown, one leg draped over him. To his right, Lan Chi wore a similarly styled yellow nightgown, turned away and pressing her body against him. Despite having borne children, both women maintained exquisite figures, with curves that captivated and no excess flesh to be found, enhanced further by the ethereal quality of their sheer lace garments, igniting a fervor within him. The seamless connection between the two women and Ling Yi had long stirred his desires. At that moment, Bulma's leg draped over him began to rub against him incessantly, sending a wave of tingling sensations through him, prompting his hands to instinctively reach towards their collars. Just as he was about to delve deeper, both women grasped his hands simultaneously. Let me ask you something, Ling Yi. What do you think of Android 18? Upon hearing Bulma's question, he couldn't help but smile wryly. Must you inquire about such matters now? To his surprise, upon finishing his sentence, Bulma pouted playfully, her ample form pressing against him as her fingers traced gentle circles on his chest. Oh, come on, just tell me. I'm dying to know. A chill ran down Ling Yi's spine. In his memory, Bulma had always exuded an aura of strength and assertiveness. Yet today, her sudden display of softness left him feeling uneasy rather than comforted. However, he chose not to disrupt the atmosphere and pondered carefully. Well, Android 18. How should I put it? In my eyes, she is quite a beautiful and formidable woman, albeit with a bit of a foul temper. But for someone like her, that might not be regarded as a flaw. Ling Yi spoke candidly, acknowledging that while Android 18 no longer appeared as a goddess in his mind, she remained an admirable individual. After he spoke, Bulma's tone softened further, her fingers transitioning from tracing to gently kneading. Since you hold her in such high regard, would you like her? At this, Ling Yi straightened his posture, his expression turning serious. To be honest, if I hadn't met you both, I might have developed feelings for her. But now, my heart is entirely occupied by you. He spoke with utmost sincerity, expecting Bulma to be touched by his response. However, she abruptly sat up, regarding him with a look of exasperation. Let me rephrase my question. After a brief pause, Bulma pursed her lips. If both I and Lan Chi were to agree, and Android 18 were interested in you, would you accept her? Ling Yi was initially taken aback by Bulma's proposition, before breaking into a chuckle. Of course, I'm in great shape. There is no reason not to accept her. He intended this remark as a playful tease towards Bulma, but to his astonishment, she darted towards the door, exclaiming, "That is good to hear." Dumbfounded by her reaction, Ling Yi barely had time to process it before Lan Chi leaned in closer, whispering in his ear, "Tonight, just get used to this from now on. Every day will be at this intensity." Chapter 63, The Open-Hearted Girl and a Formal Confession. The voice in his ear momentarily distracted Ling Yi. In that fleeting moment, Bulma swung open the door to the room. As the door creaked open, Ling Yi's eyes widened in astonishment, transforming his prior confusion regarding Bulma's actions into a wave of sheer shock. Standing outside was Android 18, her hand cupped by her mouth, casting furtive glances in his direction. The next moment, Ling Yi regained consciousness, only to find that it was already noon the following day. Apart from Android 18, the other two individuals had mysteriously vanished. It truly felt as though he were ensnared in a dream. Observing the still, slumbering Android 18 beside him, Ling Yi murmured softly to himself, almost simultaneously with his utterance. She turned over, edging closer to him. Gazing at her delicate features, Ling Yi found it hard to suppress a gulp, cautiously wrapping his arm around her. However, the instant his hand made contact, Android 18 stirred, rubbing her eyes and awakening in a daze. Ling Yi could distinctly sense that when her eyes fully opened, her body momentarily stiffened, and her expression instantly morphed into her signature scowl. Yet, she did not break free from his embrace. Instead, she continued to gaze at him coldly. Under her scrutinizing gaze, Ling Yi felt an overwhelming wave of embarrassment. Yet, recalling the events of the previous day, he pondered why he should feel awkward when it was she who had initiated the encounter. Thus, he mirrored her expression and held her gaze. The two maintained this peculiar stalemate for quite some time, until the strain in Ling Yi's eyes became unbearable. Unable to resist, he blinked, shattering the delicate balance. "Do you like me?" Almost as if on cue, Android 18's voice reached his ears, barely above a whisper. It was so soft that had they not been so close, Ling Yi might have missed it entirely, much like the last time. But this diminutive sound reverberated in his mind like thunder, echoing relentlessly. He had never imagined that Android 18 would utter such words, particularly in this context. He immediately furrowed his brow and rubbed his eyes, but regretted it the very next moment. Unaware of his internal turmoil, Android 18 instinctively interpreted his expression as a rejection, her previously feigned icy demeanor crumbling, tears welling in her eyes. Witnessing this scene, Ling Yi was momentarily taken aback, but soon a profound sense of melancholy washed over him. He recognized that expression all too well, one of brave vulnerability, yet feeling like a fool in the eyes of another. Suddenly, it dawned upon him why Android 18 perpetually wore a scowl and maintained emotional distance from everyone. It was because, as an orphan, she had been deeply wounded by the world around her. Her frigid exterior was akin to his own superficial charm, a mere facade crafted to shield her innermost self. In that fleeting moment, Ling Yi felt a pang of heartache as he gazed upon the tearful young girl before him. Unable to contain himself, he enveloped her tightly in his embrace. "I apologize. That was not my intention. I have never seen you in such a state before, and it took me by surprise. I did not mean to hurt you." After uttering these words, Ling Yi gradually released her, retreating to his previous position, and then, with utmost sincerity, he looked into her eyes. "I must express my gratitude. Thank you for believing in me, for revealing your softer side, for shedding your facade to show me your true self. I vow to protect you from any further harm. I cherish you." Number 18. This heartfelt confession would leave anyone else bewildered, yet upon hearing it, Number 18 felt as though something deep within her had been gently caressed. It was a sensation so extraordinary, so comforting. As she savored this moment, 2 warm tears streamed down her cheeks. This time, she chose not to suppress her emotions, but instead clung to Ling Yi's neck and wept openly. Ah woo ah 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 woo ah ah. During dinner that evening, Ling Yi's family gathered once more. Number 18 resumed her usual pout, yet instinctively moved a fraction closer to Ling Yi with each gesture. This subtle detail did not escape notice, and with a playful smirk, she teased the two of them, saying, "Your relationship has blossomed so beautifully." Cough, cough. Upon hearing this, Number 18 cleared her throat twice, but quickly regained her composure. Ling Yi said nothing. He simply laughed heartily while serving food to Bulma. Everything seemed to speak volumes without uttering a word. From that moment onward, Earth entered a period of tranquility, during which Ling Yi's family peacefully thrived for 7 years. Chapter 64. Teasing the Proud Vegeta. Throughout these 7 years, Ling Yi sought countless ways to break the shackles of his battle power, but all his efforts ended in failure. Gradually, he set this pursuit aside. However, although his foundational combat strength could not be enhanced, he dedicated some effort to mastering his transformations. Approximately 3 years prior, he and Bulma had ventured into the depths of a mountain in a peculiar machine, and following that day, the terrain transformed into a plain. Since then, Ling Yi had not engaged in any training. His days were spent either accompanying Bulma on shopping excursions or relaxing with the already trained Ling Mo and Ling Xian. Until this day, when Gohan and Goku arrived at his home. Bulma, are you home? Gohan, oh my son Goku, you are here too. How rare. Usually, Gohan comes alone to fetch Ling Mo and Ling Xian for training. Hearing the call, Bulma greeted them with a smile, though her expression shifted to one of surprise upon seeing Goku. No, Goku waved his hand. I am here to ask Ling Yi if he is interested in participating in the World Martial Arts Tournament. Is Ling Yi home? As he spoke, Ling Yi had just descended from the upper floor. Has Gohan arrived? Goku is here too. Upon noticing Ling Yi, Goku hurried over. Ling Yi, in a month, the World Martial Arts Tournament will take place. Are you interested in participating? The mention of the tournament made Ling Yi pause for a moment, and then a look of realization crossed his face. Oh my, has it really come to that time already? Time flies so swiftly. How about it? Are you interested in joining? Goku inquired further, noticing Ling Yi's silence. To his surprise, Ling Yi decisively shook his head. I will not participate. I will cheer for you all instead. Goku's expression immediately fell in disappointment, but he refrained from pressing further. Instead, he called out to Vegeta, who was in the distance, struggling with heavy equipment. At that moment, Vegeta, with a towel around his head and a multitude of unknown apparatus in hand, was heading towards the storage area. Due to his debts, Bulma had summoned Vegeta for labor whenever there was something to move over the past 7 years, often granting him partial debt forgiveness. It remained unclear whether Bulma was intentional in her approach or simply careless, as she consistently assigned him delicate items to transport. Consequently, despite the passage of 7 years, Vegeta's debts had not diminished. In fact, they had only grown. This time, he was carrying highly sensitive machinery, compelling him to exercise great caution and maintain intense focus. In such a state, Goku's shout startled him, nearly causing him to drop the items he held. Fortunately, after a moment of unsteadiness, he managed to regain his composure. Vegeta let out a deep sigh before turning to Goku, his voice filled with agitation. What do you want? Kakarot? Don't call me so loudly all of a sudden. My apologies. Goku waved his hands, flying to Vegeta's side. In a month, there will be a martial arts tournament. Are you interested, Vegeta? Gohan and I will be participating. The phrase martial arts tournament made Vegeta hesitate for a moment. The innate warrior spirit of the Saiyans ignited a strong desire within him to join, especially with Gohan's participation. Since Goku had not perished, Gohan's training had continued uninterrupted over these 7 years, and as their neighbor, Vegeta had also trained alongside them when he wasn't working. Yet the more he trained, the more discontent brewed within him. As the prince of the Saiyans, he felt the sting of inadequacy, unable to surpass that half-breed boy. To make matters worse, even Kakarot, who was once weaker than him, had gradually caught up. With this thought, his desire to compete surged to its peak. But a glance at the equipment in his hands ignited an internal struggle. I longed to participate. However, if I do not settle my debts promptly, my training will inevitably be hindered by various circumstances in the future. Without adequate practice, I shall undoubtedly be left behind by that father and son. Alas, I ultimately sighed in resignation. I shall not partake. I am exceedingly busy every day. Upon overhearing their conversation, Bulma approached. It's quite all right, Vegeta. If you wish to join, you need not come those days. I shall be there to watch anyway. Vegeta's pupils flickered momentarily, yet he ultimately declined. Forget it. Even if I participate in this martial arts tournament, my debt to you will not diminish. I only wish to clear my obligations swiftly to avoid being at your beck and call daily. Seeing Vegeta's resolve, Bulma ceased her persuasion and lamented. Is that so? Well, it is your choice. However, it is truly unfortunate. The winner of this martial arts competition seems to be awarded 10 million. If you prefer working, then I shall not press you further. After Bulma spoke, Vegeta, who had just begun to deliver goods, suddenly froze, his pupils trembling violently. What did you just say? How much is the prize? He impulsively threw the equipment he held to the ground, turned, clenched his fists, and shouted at Bulma. Bulma, initially intending to scold him, paused upon witnessing Vegeta's fervent expression and reluctantly repeated, 10 million, yes? You claim to have no interest. Vegeta did not respond to her, but immediately turned to Goku. I shall participate in this martial arts tournament. Before Goku could reply, Ling, who had been indifferent until then, rushed over. You're participating? Then I shall as well. Upon hearing this, Vegeta immediately butted heads with Ling Yi, gritting his teeth. Didn't you say you wouldn't join? Why do you suddenly want to participate now that I am? Ling Yi, unyeding. pushed back just as forcefully. I can't let you win. If you do, all the tasks you handle will fall to me. The two continued their competitive banter, neither yielding an inch. Eventually, Vegeta snorted coldly, exploded with energy, and soared towards the direction of Bowsy Mountain. Goku remained indifferent to Vegeta's emotions. Upon learning that Ling Yi would also participate, he shouted with excitement and then took Gohan to inform the others. Once everyone had departed, Bulma smiled at Ling Yi. Do you truly intend to thwart Vegeta? Huh? Of course not. Ling Yi waved his hand dismissively. I'm merely teasing him. The truth was, he had little genuine interest in the tournament, yet the opportunity to provoke Vegeta was too tempting to resist. Hearing Ling Yi's words, Bulma playfully patted him. You're quite mischievous. Are you planning to let him win in the finals? Ling Yi nodded, his tone taking on a more profound meaning, provided, of course, that he makes it to the finals. Chapter 65, Late Again. After that day, Vegeta never returned to Bulma's home. Ling Yi has visited Bowsy Mountain several times, yet he has never encountered him. At that time, Yukong remarked, Vegeta? I'm not sure. Ever since that day, he has locked himself in the gravity chamber, ignoring everyone. Upon hearing Yukong's words, Ling Yi dismissed his concerns about Vegeta, but a subtle feeling suddenly emerged within him. He pondered, surely Vegeta wouldn't be late on the day of registration. However, he immediately shook his head, reasoning, that is utterly ridiculous. How could that be? After all, he lives with Yukong and the others. Such a thing is simply inconceivable. Ha ha ha. A month later, at the venue for the World Martial Arts Tournament, Ling Yi and his family arrived a bit early. After completing the registration, they waited at the entrance for Yukong and the others. This time, he had also brought Broly along and registered him as well. After a considerable wait, Piccolo and Krillin arrived first. After registering, they approached Ling Yi and his family. Yamcha soon followed, but he was not competing this time. He merely came as an audience member to visit everyone. Ling Mo and Ling Xian. Have they grown so much? Krillin greeted Ling Yi, his gaze shifting to the two little ones beside him. The children, seeing their long-lost Uncle Krillin, joyfully rushed over. At that moment, Piccolo approached and inquired, are those two going to compete as well? Gesturing towards the little ones. Yes, indeed. They have been training for quite some time now. It is about time they engage in some practical experience, Ling Yi replied, shrugging his shoulders. However, with their height, they can only participate in the junior division. While they conversed, not far away, Android 18 approached, cradling a little girl in her arms. The girl had just called out Daddy. Hey, Air, come here for a hug, Ling Yi called out, taking the girl from Android 18. Yes, this little girl is named Ling Air. Since Android 18 does not particularly care about names, and Ling Yi insisted on this name, it was settled as such. Nearby, although everyone was already aware of the situation, they could not help but smirk when they heard Ling Yi say Air. Hello, everyone. At that moment, Wukong and his son squeezed through the crowd, waving cheerfully. Chi-Chi was behind them, holding on to son Goten. Upon arriving, Goten immediately began playing with Ling Mo and Ling Xian. Uncle e Piccolo. Gohan rushed over to Piccolo. Hearing this, Piccolo revealed a fatherly smile. Gohan, you've grown taller. Wukong then approached Ling Yi, his gaze landing on Broly. Broly is here too? Will he be competing as well? Ling Yi nodded with a smile. Yes, after all, he is also a Saiyan. When it comes to martial arts, he would naturally want to participate. Excellent. Goku slowly clenched his fists, his face brimming with excitement as he gazed at Broly. This time, I am determined to showcase the fruits of my training. Broly paused momentarily, then smiled and nodded in response. Very well. Witnessing this exchange, Ling Yi couldn't help but ponder. Over the span of these 7 years, has Broly truly become the most courteous, pure-blooded Saiyan? This is quite a stark contrast. In my recollection, pure-blooded Saiyans are typically rather impolite. There's no need to mention the likes of Bardock and Raditz. Even Goku himself, regardless of who he encounters, greets them with a manner of speaking that is entirely devoid of decorum. Then there's our proud prince. Well, he's another story altogether. As these thoughts crossed Ling Yi's mind, he suddenly realized and hastily inquired of Goku, Goku, why is it just the two of you? Where's Vegeta? Upon hearing this, Goku furrowed his brow and replied, I don't know what is up with him. I went to the gravity chamber to call him, and he told me he would come in a moment. So Gohan and I left first. Ling Yi, licking his lips, revealed a subtle expression. Did you not inform him that he needs to register to participate in the tournament? To his surprise, Goku scratched his head, He doesn't know? I thought he was aware. Ling Yi promptly covered his face in exasperation. Brother, Vegeta has never participated in the Earth's martial arts tournament. How could he possibly know that registration is required? After Ling Yi spoke, Goku appeared momentarily taken aback. Just then, a powerful rush of wind signaled Vegeta's arrival. He had flown directly to the scene, causing quite a stir among the crowd. Upon landing, he cast a disdainful glance at everyone and proclaimed in his signature haughty tone, "Let's go. It's time to participate in the tournament." However, upon finishing his statement, he noticed a peculiar expression on the faces of the crowd, leaving him perplexed. He furrowed his brow and inquired, "What is wrong? Aren't we going?" At that moment, Ling Yi approached him, awkwardly clearing his throat. Vegeta, it seems you may not be able to compete." "What?" Vegeta's frown deepened at these words. "What do you mean? Are you afraid I might lose, so you intentionally want to prevent me from competing?" By the end of his statement, there was a hint of pride in Vegeta's demeanor. "No, Vegeta." Ling Yi pointed towards the registration booth, which was now being dismantled. "To participate in the tournament, one must register, but you arrived too late. Registration has already closed." Upon hearing this, Vegeta paused, then slowly turned to look in the direction Ling Yi indicated, and indeed saw the 3 large characters registration booth. However, it was nearly empty, with even the sign being carried away by 2 staff members. Realizing this, Vegeta hurried towards them, shouting, "Wait, I want to register too." One of the staff members glanced at Vegeta and slowly shook his head. "Sorry, kid, but it's past the deadline. Come back next time. There will be another tournament next year." Upon hearing these words, Vegeta clenched his fists in anger, yet a voice behind him interrupted. "Let it go, Vegeta. There's no point in tormenting them." However, infuriated, Vegeta knew that Ling Yi spoke the truth, yet he could not acquiesce to his feelings in that moment. With a furious shout, he took to the skies. The onlookers exchanged glances, perplexed, yet felt powerless and could only shake their heads as they made their way to the martial arts arena. Once inside the venue, Ling Yi greeted the others and began his solitary search. Before long, he spotted his quarry, a white-haired mohawk and a long-haired man with a red face. After a brief moment of contemplation, he proceeded towards them. Chapter 66. I will eliminate him. "Do you see that, G-Bite? Those individuals are the Saiyans we seek," Saiyan said, subtly lifting his chin towards Goku and the others. "Ah," G-Bite replied, directing his gaze towards the direction indicated by Saiyan. "Is this the group that triumphed over Frieza? They appear rather ordinary, don't they, Lord Kai?" Hearing G-Bite's words, Saiyan's lips curved into a slight smile. "Heh, do not underestimate them, G-Bite. While they may seem unremarkable, they possess the ability to transform into what is known as Super Saiyan, which is the essence of their formidable strength. Is that so?" G-Bite nodded, somewhat understanding. "But I heard from the North Kai that an adult Saiyan should number 5, correct?" "Indeed." Saiyan pointed towards the group and counted 1, 2. "Wait, there are truly only 3. What about the other 2 Saiyans?" Saiyan stroked his chin, furrowing his brow in contemplation. At that moment, a voice unexpectedly called out, "Oh, I did not anticipate that Lord Kai would be seeking me as well. What an honor." Startled, the 2 turned rapidly to face the source of the voice and beheld a man approximately 176 centimeters tall, clad in a blue-gray martial arts uniform. The man scratched his head, wearing an innocuous smile that suggested he posed no threat. However, Saiyan and G-Bite maintained their serious expressions, not out of mere suspicion, but because he had just referred to himself as Lord Kai. Such a term was certainly not uttered by a mere earthling. Who was this individual? What were his intentions? Contemplating this, Saiyan scrutinized the man closely, and as his gaze fell upon the individual's waist, he was astonished to discover a tail wrapped around it. "Are you a Saiyan?" "Sin inquit cautio sili." The man scratched his head once more, replying, "Yes, Lord Kai. I am one of the 2 Saiyans you mentioned, Ling Yi." "Ha ha!" Upon hearing Ling Yi's name, Saiyan's brow twitched, for he recognized that this was indeed the formidable Saiyan referenced by the North Kai. The North Kai had stated, the Saiyan known as Ling Yi is extraordinarily formidable. Not only did he effortlessly defeat Frieza in just a few moves, but he also dispatched several artificial beings on Earth, who surpassed even Frieza, seemingly without exerting his full strength. The North Kai cannot perceive the temporal realm, and thus remains oblivious to the true extent of Ling Yi's power. Yet, even this brief account is sufficient to leave a profound impression on Shin. However, something feels amiss. Shin furrowed his brow, his gaze remaining icy and discerning. "Even if you're a Saiyan, how do you know the title god of destruction? The only one privy to our information is the North Kai, and I specifically instructed him to keep it confidential prior to my arrival. Thus, there remains an inconsistency in your knowledge." Upon uttering these words, the individual approached them directly, chuckling as he did so. "Ah, Explaining this is quite cumbersome. Just know that I'm aligned with you. Moreover, as he spoke, he moved closer to Shin, lowering his voice conspiratorially. I can assist you in dealing with Majin Buu. This statement sent a jolt through Shin's very being. Majin Buu, a name whispered only among the gods, unknown even to the various Kais, raised the question of this individual's true identity. Could he merely be a Saiyan? Why should Shin place his trust in him? Despite his overwhelming astonishment as a god of destruction, Shin merely adjusted his thoughts slightly and resolved not to be led by the nose. Instead, he countered with a question of his own. I possess great strength, sufficient to eradicate Majin Buu entirely. A cold laugh escaped Shin's lips. I expected something more substantial than such an audacious claim. Ling Yi, let me inform you. You have no comprehension of the terror that is Majin Buu. Regardless of your strength, you cannot possibly contend with a being of his caliber. To Shin's surprise, the other party laughed in response. Ha ha ha. No, no, no. God of destruction, please believe me, my understanding of the Majin exceeds yours. For I am a being from outside the story. Outside the story? Shin's eyes widened in disbelief. What do you mean? Sighing, the individual shook his head. I initially did not wish to explain, but since we have reached this juncture, allow me to clarify briefly. Ling Yi succinctly recounted his origins from a higher realm and summarized the current circumstances. In essence, our world is merely a story you have previously encountered, and you have traversed from the outside into it. Furthermore, your arrival has precipitated significant changes within our realm. Shin could hardly believe his ears. Is that truly so? Indeed, it is, Ling Yi affirmed with a nod. What nonsense is this, Lord God of Destruction? The notion of a higher realm is utterly preposterous. This Saiyan must be deranged. Before Shin could inquire further, Jebit erupted with fervor. Not at all, my brother, Ling Yi replied, shaking his head in exasperation. Do I appear to you as someone unhinged? Moreover, my knowledge extends beyond just the Kaioshin. I am also well acquainted with the gods of destruction, angels, and the Omni King. Is that not sufficient to illustrate my point? Jebit let out a derisive huff, his eyes reflecting disdain. Although information about the divine realm is typically shrouded in secrecy, it is not entirely devoid of traces. Furthermore, given that you Saiyans have long been invading other planets, it is not implausible that you might have inadvertently acquired some knowledge regarding the divine realm. As Jebit spoke, he nodded confidently, his expression akin to that of an exceedingly clever individual. Ling Yi regarded him with an expression reminiscent of one observing a fool, his brow furrowing tightly, his lips parting and closing intermittently, occasionally licking them as if contemplating how to retort to Jebit, yet uncertain of where to begin. Witnessing the spectacle, Xian interjected, You are Ling Yi, correct? What you have mentioned is quite intriguing, yet we must ask for your forgiveness. We truly cannot place our trust in such claims. However, regarding your earlier suggestion to resolve the issue with the Majin, I am inclined to listen further. Jebit wished to persuade him further, yet Xian cast him a glance, prompting Jebit to obediently fall silent. Ling Yi also noticed that significant glance, which conveyed not only a warning to Jebit, but also an undercurrent of mistrust directed towards himself. However, he paid it little mind, as he had not come to engage in negotiations. He scoffed lightly, shaking his head in resignation, leaning a fraction closer to the Kaioshin. Kaioshin-sama, your original plan was to eliminate Babidi, thereby ensuring that the Majin could never escape their seal, correct? Indeed, came a reply. Then I shall speak candidly. That plan is unfeasible. Merely relying on a seal will not suffice to address the Majin. Upon hearing this, Xian raised an eyebrow. Oh, what do you propose instead? After posing the question, Ling Yi's lips curved into a rather perilous smile. I intend to kill him. I will ensure he is utterly eradicated from this universe. Chapter 67. The Kaioshin's Dilemma. The Majin Buu possesses rather remarkable abilities. Even when his body is shattered into countless pieces, he does not perish. However, this ability conflicts with Ling Yi's intentions, for in order for his system to function, death is a prerequisite. Moreover, the Majin's other abilities, such as creation, absorption, and transformation into candy, are of little utility to Ling Yi. Krishishan, Piccolo already possesses that talent. Absorption? Should he desire another's abilities, a simple demise would suffice. Thus, it is entirely unnecessary. Transformation into candy? Preposterous. As the son-in-law of the world's richest universal chef, there is no delectable dish he cannot savor. Consequently, he finds himself unable to contrive a reason to be deliberately slain by the Majin. Additionally, the Majin's potential is exceedingly high. he can even absorb deities. It remains uncertain whether he will encounter Satan in this realm, and the ultimate outcome is unpredictable. Leaving an egg behind raises further concerns about whether he might be inadvertently released by others in the future. In the midst of his battle, it remains uncertain whether being absorbed equates to death. Nevertheless, the variables are exceedingly numerous, and from any perspective, eradicating Majin Buu entirely seems the most prudent choice. You, my dear fellow, do you not comprehend the gravity of the situation? The Lord of the Kais has just declared that Majin Buu is a foe far beyond the capabilities of a mere mortal like yourself. How can you utter such hubristic words? Before Xian could respond, Ling Yi interjected, but this time he did not afford him a pleasant demeanor. His smile vanished instantly, replaced by a fierce glare directed at his opponent, his murderous intent radiating unabashedly. Just a single glance caused Jebbet to crumble to the ground, while Xian, caught in the crossfire, was drenched in cold sweat, overwhelmed by the palpable aura of menace. He gazed at Ling Yi's profile and swallowed hard. May I inquire about your motivation for such a course of action? In response, Ling Yi turned back, donning a beaming smile once more. It's simple. I wish to protect my family. Protect your family? Seeing VP, Bui, is that truly your sole reason for challenging a demon? Is that reason not sufficient? Ling Yi furrowed his brows deeply. He was unaware that deities do not possess the concept of family. Gods are inherently solitary beings. Even those who share blood ties before ascension often sever those connections thereafter. Conversely, Xian could not fathom the depth of familial significance to Ling Yi. He only recognized the terrifying nature of the demon. Were it not for the responsibilities of the Kai and the fact that the demon remained sealed, he would never dare confront such a being. At this juncture, their thoughts could no longer converge. Staring into Ling Yi's eyes, Xian stubbornly asserted, I still believe this is not a prudent plan. I apologize, Mr. Ling Yi, but I cannot accept your assistance. Upon hearing this, Ling Yi was momentarily taken aback, sensing an obstinacy in this Kai that was rather frustrating. No matter how he framed his argument, it seemed futile. Ling Yi straightened up, preparing to issue a direct threat, yet suddenly recalled, this was not a discussion he intended to have. Clearing his throat awkwardly, he softened his expression. Your disagreement is noted, but I must impart a word of caution. He gestured toward Gohan. Your strategy likely involves using Gohan as bait to draw out Babbidi's minions. But I must remind you that you cannot control Gohan in his current state. However, he continued, shifting his tone, if you were to consider me as the target instead, I would be more than willing to cooperate. With that, he turned away, striding towards Goku and the others, leaving the Kai with an expression of complex emotions. Meanwhile, in a distant, desolate mountainous region, far from the site of the martial arts tournament, the ground trembled with the sounds of explosive force. A resounding roar echoed relentlessly from the valley, interspersed with the frantic screams of an individual. Damn it. Boom. Cursed martial arts tournament. Boom. Accursed registration. Boom. So close, ah. After departing from the venue, Vegeta sought solace in the depths of a secluded mountain, unleashing his frustration. He swung his arms vigorously, striking the rocky surface before him, causing the entire mountain to tremble under his blows. His final roar unleashed the prince's combat technique, indiscriminately wreaking havoc around him. Yet, even after this cathartic display, he felt unsatisfied and resolved to fly to another peak. At that moment, an unexpected circular hatch of a spacecraft appeared on the ground within the valley behind him, promptly opening to reveal a white extraterrestrial. Who dares to make such a commotion above Lord Babbidi's ship? Are you courting death? The alien bellowed upon emerging, its curses immediately capturing Vegeta's attention. With a smirk, Vegeta regarded the alien and the entrance to the ship below. Unfazed by the mention of Babbidi, his foul mood only deepened at the serendipitous appearance of this individual. I advise you to come out and face your demise, lest you provoke my wrath further. Or else I shall, bang. Meanwhile, the white extraterrestrial continued to rant irritably. However, before it could finish its sentence, Vegeta's fist collided with its face, sending the creature hurtling backward until it crashed into the mountainside. Spitting at the swirling dust before him, Vegeta approached cautiously. As he stepped into the haze, he instinctively focused his senses, ever vigilant for a potential ambush. This habit had been ingrained in him through years of battles across the universe. Yet curiously, despite venturing far from the initial point of impact, he sensed no movement from the alien, nor could he detect its aura. What is this? Is it truly attempting to ambush me amidst the smoke? Such is the struggle of the weak, he mused. However, as he neared the mountainside, A startling scene unfolded before him. What? Is it already dead? Vegeta furrowed his brow at the sight of the white alien's lifeless body. He had anticipated a formidable plaything, only to discover it was easily vanquished. In that moment, a peculiar sensation enveloped his heart. The sensation was akin to the imminent thrill of ecstasy, only to be abruptly severed by a sudden loss of tactile awareness. This exacerbated his agitation. Damn it, he muttered, his frustration boiling over as he delivered a powerful blow that shattered his opponent's skull into fragments. Still feeling unsatisfied, he followed up with several more kicks. Yet, regardless of his actions, the pent-up frustration within him remained unresolved. Consequently, he turned his gaze towards the entrance of the alien spacecraft. Without a moment's hesitation, he soared towards it, unleashing a wave of energy that obliterated the door above. He then leapt inside. Chapter 68. A joke. This is the mightiest Earthling. In the arena of the martial arts competition, Ling Yi strolled back from the Kaishin's domain. Strangely, a crowd had gathered, encircling one another, their voices intertwining as if engaged in a fervent discussion. What's going on, everyone? What are you all doing? Ling Yi inquired as he approached Krillin, craning his neck to peer into the center of the throng. Huh? Ling Yi, Krillin exclaimed, swallowing hard upon recognizing him. He gestured towards the crowd's nucleus. Did you see that girl beside Gohan? She's Gohan's girlfriend. I can't believe it. I don't even have a girlfriend, and Gohan has already found one. As Krillin spoke, Ling Yi caught sight of the girl in question, none other than Videl. He paused momentarily, reflecting on the remarkable changes in this world, realizing that Gohan had indeed crossed paths with Videl, a curious twist of fate. However, upon hearing Krillin's last remark, he couldn't help but cast a guilty glance in Krillin's direction. Meanwhile, Gohan had donned a mask and was blushing as he waved his hands, declaring, "Hey, it's not what everyone thinks, we're still just classmates." Though Videl remained silent, she shot him an incredulous look. This exchange did not go unnoticed by the onlookers. "Oh, we understand, just classmates," the crowd chimed in unison, their expressions laden with knowing amusement. Noticing their reactions, Gohan sought to elaborate further, but at that moment, Ling Yi stepped forward to address Videl directly. "Your father is Mr. Satan, correct?" At Ling Yi's question, both Gohan and Videl displayed expressions of shock. "Gohan, unde Ling Yi? Do you know Videl's father?" "Videl, yes, sir. Are you a friend of my father's from the martial arts community?" In response to their inquiries, Ling Yi scratched his head. "You could say that. I know your father, but he does not know me." "What do you mean, Uncle Ling Yi?" Gohan furrowed his brow, but soon his eyes widened in realization. Could it be? Is Videl's father someone of great significance? Ling Yi pursed his lips. He may have been once, but his current standing is uncertain. Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged meaningful glances, while Videl appeared utterly bewildered. "Hello, Gohan, what does this uncle mean? What does it mean to be possible but uncertain?" Coughing lightly, Gohan felt a twinge of embarrassment at Videli's question, pondering how best to respond. Just then, two staff members emerged from the contestant studio. One held a megaphone to gather the crowd, while the other pushed out a boxing machine. Their entrance instantly captured everyone's attention, and Videli seized Gohan's hand, appearing to move on from her earlier dilemma, thus providing him with some relief. As the crowd gathered, the staff member with the megaphone continued. "The preliminary rounds of this martial arts tournament will adhere to the same rules as previous editions, to ensure a fair and just selection process. The rankings will be determined by the scores on the boxing machine, with the top 15 advancing to the semifinals." He paused, spreading his arms wide, his tone rising in enthusiasm. "Now, let us welcome Mr. Satan, the reigning champion for 7 consecutive tournaments, to demonstrate for us." Thunderous applause erupted from the crowd, and from behind the black doorway, a man with an explosive hairstyle stepped out. "Welcome, aspiring martial artists, to the world's foremost martial arts tournament. Who among you is here to challenge me? Do you possess the confidence to take home the grand prize of 10 million? Instead of immediately showcasing his prowess, Satan engaged the audience with a few warm remarks. Although he was no longer a savior, he was indeed a legitimate 7-time champion, and his impassioned words elevated the atmosphere to new heights. Basking in the cheers, Satan approached the boxing machine, assuming his stance before the striking area. A hush fell over the crowd as everyone watched intently. He bent his knees, settled into position, and took a deep breath. With a mighty shout, he unleashed a powerful right punch. The machine emitted a series of beeps as the numbers flickered, finally settling on 137. The previously silent crowd erupted into a flurry of excitement, with nearly everyone astonished by the score, except for Ling and her companions. "How impressive, Dad. Vidalai exclaimed, her voice rising above the others. She turned to boast to Gohan, only to find him wearing a calm expression. Gohan, aren't you amazed? This is my father's record, held for 7 consecutive years. Her tone reflected confusion, yet it was laced with unmistakable pride. Huh? Yes, your father is truly remarkable, Gohan replied, gazing at the unremarkable number without a hint of emotion. Despite his lack of surprise, he felt compelled to affirm her excitement. What's with this attitude? Upon hearing Gohan's response, Biddy muttered her dissatisfaction, but refrained from elaborating further. Just then, the staff called out Krillin's name. Krillin, be careful not to damage the machine. Ling Yi softly advised him. Ah, understood, Krillin replied gently. Their hushed exchange, though subtle, was distinctly audible to Biddy. Did I hear correctly, Gohan? Did that man just say not to break the machine? How could such a thing possibly happen? Biddy remarked, just think a skeptical glance toward Ling Yi. Ha! Gohan chuckled awkwardly. Indeed, that notion is quite exaggerated, isn't it? Ha! Biddy squinted her eyes. She found Gohan's demeanor peculiar today. It was evident that what they discussed would astonish an ordinary person. So why was Gohan so nonchalant? Unable to comprehend this, she felt that pressing him with further inquiries would be futile, so she turned her gaze towards the punching machine. Meanwhile, Krillin had assumed a stance before the punching machine. Yet he was troubled by uncertainty. Throughout his training, he had never encountered such devices, leaving him unsure of the appropriate force to exert. If he struck too hard, he risked damaging the machine. If he struck too softly, he might fail to register a score, leading to an embarrassing situation. These conflicting thoughts swirled in his mind, rendering him momentarily dazed. However, his expression was misinterpreted by others, leading to a different interpretation altogether. Hey, Shorty, are you going to hit it or not? If you're afraid the number will be embarrassing, you might as well forfeit now. A bald-headed man jeered from the crowd. Krillin ignored him, focusing intently on his dilemma. Yet the bald man, oblivious to Krillin's thoughts, assumed the little one was too intimidated to respond and escalated his taunts. Hey, can you hear me? With your stature and those twig-like limbs, what are you even doing at a martial arts competition? Why not just go home and find your mother? Laughter erupted from the onlookers, who clearly doubted Krillin's ability to advance past the preliminaries. Hey, are you deaf or something? Just standing there. How can he compete? Why not declare him unqualified and not waste everyone's time? Voices from the crowd chimed in, urging for a quicker resolution. The bald man, seeing Krillin's continued silence, pressed the referee to declare Krillin a loser outright, and the spectators echoed his sentiment, joining in the ridicule. The referee, witnessing the situation unfold, contemplated intervening. But before he could speak, Krillin scratched his head and shouted, "What a hassle! Forget it!" With that, he delivered a powerful strike to the punching machine's target area. Bang! A dull thud abruptly silenced the crowd's jeers. All eyes widened in disbelief at the scene before them. What appeared to be a mere casual strike produced a sound akin to a heavy punch landing on a sandbag. Yet, that was not the end of it. Before the spectators could fully comprehend the moment, the referee's trembling voice delivered another staggering blow. 386? The arena fell into a hushed silence, beads of cold sweat trickling down the faces of the onlookers, while the bald man who had just mocked them silently retreated from stage. Ling Yi observed everything keenly, and as he watched the bald man scurry away in defeat, he couldn't help but think, what a joke, the strongest being on earth, and he still dares to jest? Chapter 69, Wuxian Ling Montag. Huh? Bai Di Li's mouth gaped wide open, and as she let out a sound of astonishment, she rubbed her eyes in disbelief. However, before she could recover from her shock, the next contestant's name was called. Contestant Sun Wukong, please come to the stage. Oh, it's my turn, Wukong exclaimed, shaking his wrist excitedly as he approached the platform. Wukong, you should use only about half your strength, otherwise the machine will break. Krillin advised as they brushed past each other. Got it, Wukong replied, stepping up to the punching machine. Without making any adjustments, he followed Krillin's advice, using less than half his strength to lightly tap the striking zone. 462. What? A wave of astonishment swept through the audience once more. But it didn't end there. Piccolo, 384. Broly, 471. Son Gohan, 500. Next up was Ling, the final contestant in this round since Android 18 was absent. He quietly approached the punching machine and slowly extended his left index finger. Subsequently, he bent that finger back under the thumb. In the midst of the astonished gazes, he aimed his finger at the striking zone. With a sharp pop, he flicked his finger forward. 702. As the referee's trembling voice echoed, silence enveloped the crowd for a considerable time. What on earth was that? After a long pause, A middle-aged man in a white martial arts uniform weakly uttered those words. His statement seemed to act as a switch, prompting the crowd to flow out of the venue like a torrent of water. That was quite an exaggerated move, Ling. You told me to hold back. Krillin called out to Ling Yi, who was walking back. Ah, my apologies, my apologies. This was the lightest approach I could think of, but I didn't expect it to turn out like this. Ling Yi scratched his head sheepishly as he returned to the crowd. He then turned to Gohan and said, Gohan, it seems that the matches involving Ling Mo and Ling Xian have already begun. Would you like to join us to watch? Gohan shook his head, no. I wish to wait here until Bidalai finishes her test. Upon hearing this, Ling Yi glanced at the petrified Bidalai and chuckled. Very well, Gohan. We shall wait for you over there. Oh, by the way, saying this, Ling Yi retrieved 2 senzu beans from his bag. Take these. They may prove useful shortly. Huh? Are we really going to fight to that extent? Gohan responded, scratching his head in bewilderment as he accepted the beans. Who even suggested this? Ling Yi offered no further explanation, but left with a cryptic remark. Within the venue, the junior group competition was reaching its climax. To Ling Yi's surprise, he discovered that the 2 opponents in the ring were none other than Ling Mo and Sun Goten. In the audience, Lan Chi and Chi Chi were engaged in a spirited exchange, each fervently praising their respective children. Observing the scene, Ling Yi and Goku exchanged glances and shook their heads in exasperation. In the center of the arena, Goten and Ling Mo faced each other for a moment before Goten slowly lowered his hands. Ah, I give up. I can't defeat you, Ling Mo. I've never won against you since childhood. Ling Mo, evidently anticipating this response, smiled and said to Goten, how about this? In this match, I won't fly or use energy blasts, and I'll only use one hand. What do you think? With that, she tucked her right hand behind her back, leaving only her non-dominant left hand exposed. Upon hearing Ling Mo's proposition, Goten's eyes sparkled with determination. He resumed his stance, facing Ling Mo. All right, but this is your promise. You can't back out. I want to back out. Ling Mo replied indulgently, standing with her hands behind her, as if waiting for Goten to make his move. Goten, not one to hesitate, launched himself at Ling Mo with a powerful thrust of his right leg, shattering the stone beneath him and propelling himself forward like an arrow loosed from a bow. This display left the audience in stunned silence, many rubbing their eyes in disbelief that such a feat could be accomplished by a mere 7-year-old. Yet in contrast to the astonished spectators, Ling Mo remained remarkably composed. She stood smiling, watching Goten charge toward her without moving a muscle. In an instant, Goten was upon her, and without a moment's pause, he unleashed an elbow strike toward Ling Mo. Boom. A deafening roar erupted, causing everyone to instinctively shut their eyes. However, when they reopened them, their mouths fell agape. Ling Mo remained standing, hands behind her back, her body slightly angled. She positioned her left side toward Goten, extending her left arm to press against his incoming elbow. Goten felt as though he had collided with an immovable boulder. Not only was her stance unyielding, causing his elbow to ache, but no matter how much force he exerted, he could not advance even an inch. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, Wu Tian resolved not to engage further with his opponent. Instead, he swiftly retracted his strength, took a decisive step forward, and executed a powerful knee strike aimed squarely at Ling Mo, caught off guard by this sudden maneuver. Ling Mo lost her balance and began to topple uncontrollably towards Wu Tian. In the next moment, she found herself perilously close to his knee, which hovered near her temple. Yet her only available hand, her left, was rendered powerless due to her instability. Seeing this, Wu Tian exclaimed in surprise. But his moment of excitement was abruptly cut short as his pupils constricted in shock. Reflected in his dark eyes was a scene that left him astounded. Despite being unable to utilize her hands and having lost her equilibrium, Ling Mo managed a faint smile. Then, she turned her head and struck Wu Tian's knee with her forehead, which was her hardest point. Following the impact, Ling Mo regained her balance, while Wu Tian staggered back, clutching his knee. Were these two truly mere children of 7 or 8 years? A middle-aged man in the audience voiced the unspoken question lingering in everyone's minds. Indeed, the boy unleashed lethal strikes from the outset. Any of his elbow jabs or knee thrusts could incapacitate his opponent. The girl, however, was even more formidable. Not only did she effortlessly counter the boy's attack, but after enduring such a severe blow to her head, she stood her ground as if unfazed. As the spectators remained engulfed in astonishment, Ling Mo slowly extended her hand in a knife-like gesture, addressing Wu Tian with a calm assertion. Wu Tian, it's over. In the next strike, you shall be defeated. Momentarily taken aback by her declaration, Wu Qian's hesitation gave Ling Mo the opportunity to dart behind him. Sensing a presence at his back, Wu Qian spun around only to see a delicate hand drawing closer to his head. With no time for contemplation, Wu Qian instinctively retreated. However, that hand seemed to have locked onto him, pressing against the tip of his nose without yielding an inch. Left with no alternative, Wu Qian unleashed his energy, soaring into the sky while gathering a Kamehameha in his hands. Chaos erupted among the crowd, and Chi-Chi shouted frantically, "Don't Wu Qian!" Yet, Wu Qian was beyond caring for anything else. The glowing orb in his grasp continued to materialize, ready to be launched at Ling Mo. Just then, she smiled slightly, bent low, and propelled herself upward with tremendous force, leaping directly towards him. Wu Qian stared in disbelief. He ascended high into the air, fearful that Ling Mo might leap up to interrupt his attack. However, what he dreaded came to pass. Ling Mo soared above him, landing atop his head. "I told you. This strike will conclude it for you, Wu Qian," she stated calmly, her expression gentle yet resolute, devoid of any hesitation as she struck down upon his shoulder with her hand. As the palm made contact with Wu Qian, he felt a sudden darkness envelop him, and he instantly lost consciousness. Chapter 70. The conclusion of the children's group and the draw for the adult group. Witnessing Wu Qian plummet from the air, Ling Mo swiftly flew to his side, gently cradling him in her arms. Upon landing, she cast a tender glance at the young boy before carefully handing him off to the sidelines. The host promptly checked on the boy's condition, and once confirming he had indeed left the arena, he loudly declared the outcome of the match. The winner of this bout, having stepped out of bounds, is the young participant, Ling Mo. As the host's announcement resonated, the venue erupted into fervent cheers. At the rear of this jubilant crowd stood Ling Yi, who was astonished by the spectacle. "Wow, Ling Mo is so strong," he muttered in disbelief while scratching his head. Upon hearing this, those around him frowned in confusion. Clin, with a look of disdain, remarked, "Isn't Ling Mo your own daughter? How could you be unaware of her prowess?" Feeling somewhat embarrassed by Clin's expression, Ling Yi chuckled awkwardly. "Ah, I haven't practiced in years. I've only been dropping Ling Mo and the others off at Wukong's place and leaving. It seems I haven't been attentive enough." Clin's frown deepened, his lips moving as if to speak several times before finally exclaiming, "You really ought to pay more attention." Meanwhile, the youth group was entering the final match, featuring the anticipated contestants, Ling Xian and Ling Mo. The two exchanged smiles atop the arena, with Ling Xian speaking first. "You just had a fierce battle with Wu Tian. Should I let you win?" Ling Mo tossed her hair and replied, "It's fine. My battle with Wu Tian didn't exhaust much of my strength. We can compete normally. Besides," she raised her chin, a playful smile gracing her face as she continued, "given that you and the others have never managed to defeat me in tandem, I certainly have no reason to request your leniency in a one-on-one match." "Ah, you?" Ling Xian scratched his head, looking resigned. "You're a girl, yet you aren't even slightly charming. With your demeanor, how could Wu Tian possibly like you?" "Like you have any say in that," Ling Mo huffed. But then she sensed something amiss. "Wait, who said I liked that little brat?" Upon hearing her words, Ling Xian appeared somewhat flustered. "Then why do you always go easy on him but fight me with all your might? Last time, he stole my candy, and you protected him. Aren't you my sister?" "Enough of this nonsense." Ling Mo, unwilling to continue the banter, shouted as she charged towards him. Ling Xian quickly assumed a defensive stance, but Ling Mo's speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, she was mere steps away from him, delivering a swift jab aimed directly at his face. Seeing the fist hurtling toward him, Ling Xian swiftly turned his head to evade the blow. The sound of wind slicing through the air startled Ling Xian, who widened his eyes in disbelief. "You truly came?" he exclaimed in frustration, but Ling Mo paid him no heed. Instead, she swiftly transformed her fist into a knife hand, striking horizontally towards Ling Xian's cheek. Faced with this formidable blow, Ling Xian had no choice but to crouch quickly to evade it. However, just as he bent down, he saw Ling Mo's knee hurtling towards him. This time, evasion was futile. He had to quickly stack his palms in front of his face to prevent being rendered defenseless by the impact. With a resounding thud, his palms met her knee, producing a dull echo. The immense force from Ling Mo sent a jolt through Ling Xian's arms, and he realized that if this continued, he would be unable to retaliate. Thus, he forcefully pushed his arms forward, leveraging the recoil to leap backwards, distancing himself from Ling Mo. Without a moment's pause, upon landing, Ling Xian propelled himself forward, launching a counterattack against Ling Mo. In an instant, a flurry of punches rained down upon her, each strike imbued with considerable power. Ling Xian had anticipated that she would choose to dodge such an onslaught, but to his astonishment, Ling Yi not only stood her ground, but also retaliated with her own punches. What was even more disconcerting for him was that each of her strikes perfectly aligned with his. The two exchanged blows for nearly 2.5 minutes, and Ling Xian gradually felt himself lagging behind Ling Yi's speed. Doubts began to creep in, and he contemplated retreating, yet he knew that taking a step back would only invite a barrage of counterattacks from her. Caught in this predicament, he shouted desperately at Ling Yi, "Sister, please stop. I concede." But it seemed as though Ling Yi was oblivious to his pleas, her gaze sharp as ever, and her speed only intensified. Observing her fierce expression, Ling Xian panicked. "Sister, do you truly wish to harm me? I am your own brother." This outcry appeared to have a slight effect, as Ling Mo's pace did indeed slow. Seeing that she might be softening, Ling Xian also began to ease up, but just as they were about to cease hostilities, Ling Yi unexpectedly changed her tactics. She swiftly advanced and landed a punch squarely on Ling Xian's abdomen. The force of the blow caused him to double over, and in the next moment, a sharp pain shot through his back, leading him to collapse onto the arena floor. "Let us see how much more you'll talk in the future," Ling Yi remarked, exasperated, as she looked at Ling Xian, who was still convulsing. With that, she raised her foot and kicked him off the stage. As Ling Xian hit the ground, the host promptly announced the champion, marking the successful conclusion of the Children's Division competition. "Come on, Ling Yi, they should be drawing lots for the adult division now. Let us head over," Klein said to Ling Yi after the match concluded. "Ah, let us go," Ling Yi replied, following the crowd toward the drawing area. Upon arriving at the lottery area, the crowd was astonished to discover that, of the 15 expected contestants, only 10 had shown up, and half of them were from their own group. Observing this, Wukong seized a staff member by the arm and inquired, "Excuse me, sir, what is going on? Wasn't it stated that there would be 15 participants in the preliminary rounds?" The staff member, referred to as Sir, turned to Wukong with a glance and replied curtly, "This is all due to your group. The other contestants have withdrawn, leaving us unable to fill the schedule. I wonder if any audience members will seek refunds." Upon hearing this, the group could only manage an awkward smile before hastily making their way to the drawing area. Once everyone had gathered, the host began to announce names and draw lots one by one. When it was Ling Yi's turn, as his hand reached in a box, he felt a number magically fly into his grasp. He pulled it out to reveal a large number 6 inscribed on the ball. Turning his gaze toward the direction of the two Supreme Kais, he noticed that Jebbet had already revealed his number, which was 5. It seemed the Supreme Kai had not heeded his advice after all. Ling Yi pondered this and then began to inquire about everyone else's numbers. "Hey everyone, what number did you draw?" Hearing Ling Yi's question, Krillin chuckled wryly and shook his head. "I drew the same number as Piccolo. I might as well concede now." Piccolo remained silent, merely displaying the ball marked with the number 10. Gohan and Videl also revealed their respective balls, which bore the numbers 8 and 4. Just then, Wukong returned from the drawing, holding his ball with excitement as he exclaimed, "I'm number 2. That means I'm in the first match." "Oh, who's your opponent in the first match?" Ling Yi asked with keen interest. However, before he could finish his sentence, someone from the crowd tapped him on the shoulder and presented him with a ball marked with the number 1. Chapter 71, Wukong vs. Broly. A peculiar tranquility enveloped the vast sea of spectators in the arena. On the martial arts stage, two young men faced each other. One, clad in an orange martial arts uniform, was poised in a distinctive offensive stance. The other, dressed in dark green trousers, stood quietly with his hands resting at his sides. Though no combat had commenced, the palpable tension between them rendered the audience so still that they scarcely dared to breathe. After a prolonged silence, a flicker of a smile appeared on Wukong's stern visage. "It must have been nearly 7 years since our last encounter, Broly. I truly miss those days. During this time, I have trained diligently. I hope you will show no mercy in our match." Upon hearing Wukong's words, Broly paused momentarily, then smiled and nodded. "Very well, Mr. Wukong." With that, he gradually bent his knees and opened his arms wide, adopting a grand and expansive posture. Upon witnessing the scene, Wukong's excitement intensified, and his hands trembled with anticipation. He had awaited this day for far too long. Although Ling Yi was universally acknowledged as the strongest among them, Wukong had never faced him in combat. In Wukong's memory, Broly stood as the only opponent, aside from Raditz, against whom he felt utterly powerless. Moreover, after the battle with the androids, Broly had not returned to Baozi Mountain. Whenever Wukong sought him out, Broly would offer various excuses to evade him. Over time, He became a lingering obsession in Wukong's heart. Recalling this, Wukong could no longer contain himself. He dashed toward Broly, eager to experience the sensation of Broly's fist. Broly, too, did not remain stationary. As soon as he noticed Wukong's movement, he propelled himself forward, simultaneously drawing his right arm back. In less than half a meter from Wukong, he unleashed a powerful blow. Wukong's pupils constricted sharply. It seemed as if two images of Broly were slowly converging in his vision. One was the present Broly, and the other was the fist from their first encounter 7 years ago. Back then, even in his Super Saiyan form, he could not withstand that punch. Yet now, gazing at the colossal fist, he smiled faintly and crossed his arms in front of him. With a resounding boom, the arena reverberated with the impact. The spectators were momentarily stunned by the sound. Broly, having landed his blow, did not pursue further but instead remained stationary, gathering energy for a second strike. Wukong, though not as severely affected as during their first clash, was still pushed back several steps by the sheer force. Despite his disheveled appearance, his heart brimmed with joy, for he recognized the fruits of his 7 years of effort, and sensed he had approached the threshold of a one-on-one battle with Broly. Gradually regaining his footing, Wukong prepared to launch a second attack. However, before he could act, Broly's second heavy strike bore down upon him. Aware that he could not withstand it head-on, Wukong sidestepped the incoming blow, grasped Broly's wrist, and executed an over-the-shoulder throw, sending Broly flying. The momentum shifted dramatically. As Broly soared through the air, Wukong swiftly moved to intercept him at the point where Broly would land. With a resounding thud, Wukong delivered a high kick, propelling Broly even higher into the sky. Following this, he instantaneously teleported above Broly, raising his right foot high to stomp down upon Broly's back. However, just as the strike was about to connect, Broly abruptly spun around and seized Wukong by the ankle. A wave of dread washed over Wukong as he realized the precariousness of his situation. The next moment, he was forcefully slammed down to the ground. The impact sent shards of stone flying, creating a deep crater at the center of the arena. In the audience, Chi-Chi gasped at the sight, unable to suppress her concern. Yet, scarcely had her words escaped her lips when a blue shockwave erupted from the crater, hurtling toward Broly with ferocious intensity. Broly realized that evasion was no longer an option. Thus, he raised his arms before him, resolutely absorbing the luminous wave. The intense radiance instantly tinged the sky a brilliant blue, leaving the audience momentarily blinded. As the light dissipated, they were astonished to discover that the robust figure in the sky bore not a single mark, save for a faint wisp of smoke emanating from his arms. Goku, witnessing the spectacle, was momentarily taken aback. Although he had not unleashed his full power with the Kamehameha, its might was undeniable. He could hardly fathom how effortlessly Broly had withstood it. Unbeknownst to Goku, Broly was equally astounded. Had he not summoned his entire aura for defense, he would have sustained considerable damage, if not worse. As they returned to the ground, the gravity of their gazes intensified, both men feeling a stirring urge to transform. Had it not been for Ling Yi's explicit caution against using transformations at the venue, they would likely have already ascended to their Super Saiyan forms. Nevertheless, this was of little consequence. Even in their base forms, the clash was exhilarating. The atmosphere grew palpably tense as they resumed their standoff, clearly preparing for a second round of combat. Goku, now tempered by caution, recognized the disparity in pure strength between them. Fortunately, as a martial arts master, he understood the allure of the discipline lay in the ability to utilize technique to overcome far stronger foes. He pondered strategies to gain the upper hand, and soon a plan began to crystallize in his mind. A subtle smile graced his lips as he shifted his stance. Unlike before, he did not charge directly at Broly. Instead, he swiftly maneuvered laterally, circling around him. To Broly's astonishment, as Goku's figure moved, multiple afterimages of him began to materialize, creating the illusion of several Gokus. Faced with this bewildering scenario, Broly found himself momentarily flustered, spinning to strike the surrounding apparitions. Yet each blow met only an afterimage, and with each phantom's dissolution, he felt a heavy impact on his back. After several rounds of this exchange, Broly, growing increasingly frustrated, unleashed a powerful sweeping strike that shattered all the afterimages. The genuine Goku, caught off guard, had to crouch to evade the blow. Observing this, Broly transitioned from a palm strike to a fist, aiming to hammer him down. However, just as the attack was about to connect, Goku suddenly crossed his hands at his temples. "Solar Flare!" he shouted, unleashing a blinding burst of light that pierced Broly's eyes. Reacting swiftly, Broly halted, shielding his eyes with his hands. Almost simultaneously, he felt a pair of hands push him from behind. They were already at the edge of the stage, and the force of his previous charge, compounded by this sudden shove, propelled him directly out of the arena. Chapter 72. The plan succeeds. Ling Yi is absorbed into a dried corpse. The victor of the match is the participant's son, Ryukong. Hooray! As the host declared the outcome, the audience erupted in cheers alongside Ryukong. Immersed in the jubilant atmosphere, the blonde-haired host discreetly wiped away a tear, reflecting inwardly. It has been many years since I have witnessed such an exhilarating competition. Truly, you are remarkable, son Ryukong. After the cheers subsided, Ryukong leaped off the stage and approached Broly, who was rising from a kneeling position. Upon seeing Ryukong approach, Broly shyly smiled and said, "Congratulations, Mr. Ryukong. I never expected you to have grown this strong." In response, Ryukong scratched his head and laughed heartily. "Oh, not at all. I still have a long way to go. If this were a real battle rather than a martial arts tournament, I would have undoubtedly been defeated by you by now." Broly chuckled softly, remaining silent, clearly conceding to this truth. The two then walked side by side back to the backstage area. At that moment, the host announced the participants for the second match. "Please welcome participants Spabich and Videl to the stage." Upon hearing the host's words, Videl stretched her wrist and proceeded towards the platform. "Videl?" Gohan's voice suddenly called from behind her. She turned back in confusion, smiling at Gohan. "What is wrong, Gohan?" After a moment of contemplation, Gohan shook his head with concern. "It's nothing, I just feel a bit uneasy. Please be extra careful on stage." Hearing this, Videl smiled and reassured him by clasping her arms. "Don't worry, Gohan. We trained rigorously before this. Just watch how I swiftly take down my opponent." Gohan nodded earnestly, forcing a smile, yet his gaze towards Videl remained laced with worry. As Videl stepped onto the stage, she was astonished to discover that her opponent appeared quite different from her recollections. In her memory, the participant Spabich was a scruffy, long-haired giant. However, the figure standing before her now was a muscular bald man. Despite her puzzlement over the change in appearance, Videl remained composed. After all, the opponent was merely someone who had been defeated multiple times by her father. Although her strength might not match her father's, she believed it was not far off. With this thought in mind, Videl sprang into action, swiftly darting towards Spabich and leaping high to deliver a kick aimed at his face. However, to her astonishment, he effortlessly caught her foot. Videl struggled to free herself, but to her horror, she discovered that no matter how hard she fought, she could not escape his grip. In desperation, she aimed another kick at his face, hoping he would relent and release her. Yet, a terrifying scene unfolded. Videl's kick sent his head spinning a full 180 degrees. She had inadvertently committed an act of violence. Following this scene, the audience was initially taken aback. But soon a spectator from the front row let out a startled scream, plunging the venue into chaos. Bidalai stood there, her gaze fixated on the unfolding spectacle, her heart racing with dread. She yearned to approach and assess Spabich's injuries, yet what transpired next left her even more astounded. Spabich's neck had contorted grotesquely, yet he grasped Bidalai's hand with a grip that showed no signs of loosening. In fact, it tightened further. Bidalai furrowed her brow, absorbing the gravity of the moment, when suddenly her pupils dilated in shock. In her dark irises, an absurd tableau was reflected. To her disbelief, the seemingly lifeless Spabich extended his other hand and forcefully twisted his head back into place. This jolt momentarily stunned Bidalai, rendering her mind blank. However, in that fleeting moment, she became acutely aware of his arm's growing strength, lifting her upward. An ominous sensation surged within her, prompting a frantic struggle, yet against his terrifying might. All efforts proved futile. Spabich hoisted Bidalai above his head, then bent his knees, gathering his strength. With a resounding crack, he hurled her down onto the arena floor. As blood erupted from Bidalai's mouth, Gohan could no longer contain his fury, unleashing a primal roar. Yet at that moment, Bidalai had already succumbed to unconsciousness from the brutal impact. The referee, witnessing this, moved to initiate a count, but Spabich seized Bidalai once more. With another resounding crash, the tremendous force jolted Bidalai awake, simultaneously depriving the referee of his reason to count. Upon hearing Bidalai's anguished cry, Gohan's restraint shattered. He swiftly retaliated, delivering a fierce kick that sent Spabich sprawling. After the blow, he refrained from pursuing further, instead cradling Bidalai and addressing the referee. "We forfeit." By forfeit, the winner of this match is Spabich. As the referee's words echoed, a collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd. Although the young woman had lost, everyone felt a sense of gratitude, for had the match continued, she might have faced dire consequences. Once Gohan had gently lowered Bidalai from the stage, he promptly retrieved a senza bean, placing it near her lips. Bidalai, consume this, and you shall recover swiftly. In her haze, Bidalai heard Gohan's voice. Uncertain of what lay beside her, she nonetheless obeyed, trusting him completely. With a soft gulp, she was astonished to discover that all her pain had vanished, and every wound had remarkably healed. Concurrently, the announcer's voice resonated through the arena. Now, may I invite Ling Yi and Jebit to the stage? Hearing the announcement, Ling Yi patted Gohan on the shoulder and ascended the platform with measured steps. He gazed at Jebit, who stood across from him, a faint smile gracing his lips. Excellent. It appears you have accepted my suggestion. Jebit hesitated momentarily before responding. Lord Kaioshin has merely acquiesced. It is you who will serve as bait. As for your plan to eliminate the demon, Lord Kaioshin remains resolute in his disapproval. Upon hearing this, Ling Yi shook his head in resignation. Very well, I understand. Your acceptance of my proposal is an objective achieved. What? Jebit exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. Objective achieved? Even if the bait changes, Majin Buu will not be resurrected immediately. How can you claim success? Ling Yi offered no response, merely letting out a cold laugh as he replied, You shall see shortly. With that, he unleashed his energy, instantly transforming into Super Ling Yi second form. His muscles swelled dramatically, and at that moment his aura surged, exerting pressure so intense that it caused beads of sweat to form on the brows of the warriors present. In that instant, Jebit comprehended the implication of Ling Yi's words. Such a terrifying energy signature might very well catalyze the resurrection of the demon. Realizing this, Jebit quickly turned and shouted, Lord Kaioshin, please stop him. Xing, dazed by the unfolding scene, snapped back to reality upon hearing Jebit's call. Yet he lamented inwardly, Is there anything I could do to stop this? Nevertheless, he felt compelled to act. He promptly extended his hands towards Ling Yi. However, it was too late. Just as his hands lifted, two gray figures, one tall and one short, leapt forth behind Ling Yi. The taller figure swiftly embraced Ling Yi, while the shorter one produced an odd device, forcefully inserting it into Ling Yi's body. Chapter 73, The Demon Realm King. Witnessing this, Xing hastily aimed his hands at the gray duo. But at that moment, a figure clad in an orange martial arts uniform materialized beside him, pressing down on his hands. Apologies, Lord Kaioshin, but Ling Yi instructed me not to allow you to interfere. Hearing Goku's words, Xing struggled momentarily, only to be astounded by the realization that no matter how hard he exerted himself, the opposing grip remained unyielding. He could only look to Jebit, placing his hopes in him. However, when he raised his gaze, despair engulfed him further. Gohan had also leapt onto the stage, positioning himself before Jebit. As Jebit sensed Gohan's energy, he involuntarily broke into a cold sweat. He attempted to break through Gohan's defenses multiple times. Yet each effort was thwarted by the haunting image of Gohan's strike, rendering him unconscious. In that moment, he grasped how ludicrous his initial doubts had been. What on earth was happening? What manner of people were the Saiyans? These thoughts flashed through Jebit's mind in an instant. Yet in that fleeting moment, Ling Yi collapsed, emaciated, behind Gohan. As Ling Yi collapsed, the gray duo behind him hurriedly soared in a particular direction. Witnessing this scene, Gohan ceased to obstruct Jebit and turned to assist Ling Yi, offering him a senza bean. Ah, is this the sensation of energy being absorbed? It seems akin to the struggle I had with Bulma and the others, Ling Yi remarked after taking a deep breath. Gohan, puzzled, scratched his head and replied, What do you mean, Uncle Ling Yi? I don't quite understand. Coughing lightly, Ling Yi chuckled awkwardly before asking earnestly, Gohan, did you clearly see which direction they just flew? Pointing towards the path the gray duo had taken, Gohan responded, Over there. Nodding in acknowledgement, Ling Yi turned to Piccolo and the others. Everyone, the place I am heading to is rather perilous. You should remain here. Only Gohan, Goku, and Broly should accompany me. Huh? Ling Yi, are you going to confront formidable foes again? Do you truly not require our assistance? Krillin stepped forward, anxiety etched on his face. At that moment, Piccolo placed a hand on his shoulder, advising, Let Ling Yi decide. If he believes the enemy is beyond our capabilities, our presence could merely become a hindrance. Krillin glanced at Piccolo and, with a resigned sigh, lowered his hands. Sigh, very well, but you must ensure you return safely. Rest assured, Ling Yi replied with a thumbs up to Krillin. This adversary will undoubtedly not match my strength. If you can keep an eye on Ling Xian and the others, that will be a tremendous help. Hearing this, Krillin's gloom lifted, and he nodded emphatically. Yet at that moment, Bidalai rushed forward, embracing Gohan. Gohan, where are you going? Can you take me with you? Noticing Bidalai's worried expression, Gohan awkwardly turned to Ling Yi. Ling Yi slowly shook his head, frowning as he stated, "No. If you accompany us, you will surely become a burden to Gohan. If he becomes distracted while trying to protect you, the consequences could be dire." Ling Yi's frank words elicited an awkward smile from Gohan, who then resolutely faced Bidalai. "Do not worry. While I may not possess Uncle Ling Yi's strength, ordinary foes are not my match. Please stay here with everyone and wait for me, all right?" Upon seeing Gohan's gentle yet determined gaze, Bidalai bit her lip and softly nodded. "All right, but you must promise me that you will return alive." "I promise you." After their farewell, Ling Yi shouted, "Let us depart." And the trio of Goku, Gohan, and Broly followed him as they flew towards the direction the gray duo had fled. Once the four had taken off, Jebbit and Shin exchanged glances, each reflecting the apprehension of losing control of the situation. However, burdened by his responsibilities as the Supreme Kai, Shin inclined his head towards Jebbit and followed in the direction of Ling Yi and the others. Upon departing from the martial arts arena, Ling Yi meticulously locked onto the presence of the two gray figures, swiftly trailing them to a position not far behind. To avoid detection, he instructed his companions to diminish their speed and follow discreetly. Shortly thereafter, Saiyan caught up with them, initially surprised by their sluggish pace. He soon grasped the rationale behind it. Consequently, he advised Jebbit to lower his speed as well, maintaining proximity to Ling Yi and the others. After approximately 10 minutes, Ling Yi and his entourage gradually descended upon a desolate mountain. Observing this, Saiyan also landed nearby and approached them. However, as he drew closer, he noticed an unusual expression on their faces, accompanied by faint sounds of cursing and striking emanating from the valley ahead. Curiosity piqued. He turned his gaze toward the valley, revealing an even more astonished countenance. Within the valley, a man clad in a blue combat uniform, with a notably high hairline and blonde hair, was mercilessly kicking a figure beneath him while hurling curses. "The king of the demon realm. Is it? Thud. Dabura, is it? Thud. How dare you spit at me? Thud." Each of his utterances confirmed the identity of the person beneath his feet, none other than the king of the demon realm, Dabura. Witnessing this scene, Xen rubbed his eyes, his mind racing with thoughts. What in the world is happening? That is the king of the demon realm, being trampled by that man. Who is he? Just as his queries took shape, Ling Yi exclaimed, "Huh? Is that Vegeta? What is he doing here?" At Ling Yi's words, Xian's thoughts spiraled further. What? That is Vegeta? The last surviving Saiyan? Do the Saiyans possess the ability to vanquish the king of the demon realm? He felt as though his worldview had been shattered repeatedly that day. Though he himself was a supreme Kai, an entity beyond the reach of lower beings, how could everyone he encountered today surpass him in strength? While grappling with his existential crisis, Ling Yi and the others had already soared toward Vegeta. "Supreme Kai, we cannot linger here. Those Saiyans have already descended." Jebbit's voice jolted Xian back to reality. He quickly nodded and began scanning the valley for Babbidi's presence. Yet, the next moment, his pupils constricted in horror. In his terrified gaze, Babidi had inserted the small vessel used for energy collection into the device, sealing Majin Buu. Chapter 74, I am Babidi. I am Babidi, a dark sorcerer. I possess a father of immense power, named Babidi. He is a figure who instills fear even in the divine, for he created a terrifying entity, Majin Buu, who has previously slain many gods. The two of them had traversed the battlefield, conquering the northern, western, and southern galaxies, vanquishing all deities in their path, and even devouring two of them. With only the eastern galaxy remaining, the annihilation of its gods would crown my father as the sovereign of the universe, and I would ascend to the status of a true heir to the throne. Yet at that moment, my father made a decision that I found utterly perplexing. He chose to seal away the demon Majin Buu. I was convinced he had lost his mind. We were merely a step away from dominion, and yet he relinquished it all for a ludicrous reason. He claimed that Majin Buu had become uncontrollable, and for our own safety, it was imperative to seal him away. For heaven's sake, that was his own creation. Did he not consider the aspect of control when he brought him into existence? Later, I discovered that the demon was not a product of my father's ingenuity, but rather a being he had stumbled upon in some chaotic region of the universe. To instill fear in others, he perpetuated the myth that he was its creator. How absurd was that? Did he not possess the incantations to seal the demon? Surely, a mere threat using those spells would suffice to keep the demon at bay. Every being yearns for freedom, especially a demon. It would never acquiesce to being confined within a dark shell. Yet, regardless of my protests, my father remained steadfast in his beliefs. I resolved to cease my attempts at persuasion, for for I had devised a plan of my own. I would wait for his demise, and then I would personally liberate the demon, coercing him to serve my purposes. This notion was nothing short of brilliant. I found myself waking from dreams, amused by my own cleverness. However, I overlooked a critical detail. Our lineage is blessed with longevity. Although my father was in the twilight of his years, he still had at least a century left to live. A century may not seem extensive, yet for one as impatient as I, it felt interminable. Fortunately, I managed to endure. One day, my father summoned me to his chamber, grasped my hand, and informed me that he was nearing death and wished to bequeath all his magic to me. Elated by this revelation, my mind was consumed with visions of the spell book in his possession, leaving no room for sorrow over his impending death. When he handed me the tome, he admonished me not to release the demon, lest I be filled with regret. Outwardly, I acquiesced, but inwardly I thought, how could I possibly refrain from unleashing it? The moment he passed, I would liberate it, for it was an invaluable tool for my conquest of the world. However, when I encountered the conditions for releasing the demon, I was taken aback. The inscription read, to release the demon, one must not only recite the incantation, but also gather sufficient energy. Sufficient energy? How much is deemed adequate? I had previously infused an entire star's worth of energy into the demon's egg, yet that infernal gauge hadn't budged even a fraction. Subsequently, I made several attempts, yet the outcome remained unchanged, leading me to harbor doubts about the integrity of this egg. It was not until a decade ago, on a day like any other, as I traversed the cosmos in search of a method to resurrect the demon, then unexpected and formidable shockwave nearly overturned my spacecraft. It seemed as if a nearby planet had met its explosive demise. Such cosmic calamities are not uncommon. I regarded it merely as a stroke of misfortune. However, curiously, once the shock subsided, my ship's receiver relayed a peculiar audio transmission. The noise was cacophonous, yet I discerned fragments of phrases like thousand-year kill and why would you do this? I was not particularly interested in the personal vendettas that seemed to permeate the message. My singular focus was the resurrection of the demon. Just as I resolved to depart from this tumultuous scene, another shockwave upended my vessel. This time, the tremor persisted for an extended duration, causing my ship to roll several times, scattering everything within the cabin into disarray. After what felt like a protracted 10 minutes, the tumult finally abated. I instinctively rose to unleash a torrent of expletives, but an astonishing revelation silenced my tongue. The indicator for Majin Buu had flickered to life. Though it was but a slight movement, it was undeniably genuine. Without hesitation, I steered my ship towards the epicenter of the disturbance, eager to unravel the mystery behind it. Upon arrival, I discovered that indeed, two individuals were engaged in a personal vendetta. However, one, a rotund fellow, appeared on the verge of being vanquished by the other, who was enveloped in blue flames. I observed them silently from a distance, intent on using their conflict to validate my hypothesis. As anticipated, when the flame-wreathed youth delivered a decisive blow that cleaved the spherical figure, Majin Buu's counter activated once more. So it was true. The demon's energy could only be replenished through biological vitality. Overcome with excitement, I yearned to approach the young warrior, intending to exert my magical influence over him, compelling him to ceaselessly supply energy for my demon. Yet, strangely, immediately after dispatching his foe, the youth vanished into thin air. Witnessing this, I hastened my pace, but upon arrival, I found myself utterly alone. However, this time I felt no despondency, for I had uncovered a method. The remaining tasks would be far simpler. I embarked on a quest through the universe, seeking out various formidable races, manipulating those among them with the darkest intentions to assault their more benevolent counterparts. Yet, after several years of endeavor, I relinquished this pursuit, for they proved exceedingly feeble. The energy they accumulated through mutual conflict scarcely surpassed that of the leaking egg. How could this be sustainable? Would I forever be unable to dominate the cosmos? Thus, a year ago, I ventured into the demon realm, where I exerted control over its sovereign. I believed that by subjugating a powerful entity, my grand design would undoubtedly come to fruition. Yet I was still mistaken. The king of the demon realm was far too powerful, capable of extinguishing lives with a single strike, rendering the collection of energy utterly futile. Everything seemed to fall into a state of stagnation once more. Chapter 75. The Resurrection of the Demon. I was unwilling to surrender. We were so close, and I had even procured the necessary sustenance for the demons. Was there truly no alternative? Fortunately, there exists a glimmer of hope. Among the captives I had seized, there was one individual whose combat prowess was lacking, yet his intellect was remarkable. He devised a device capable of siphoning energy directly from living beings. Elated, I tested it on him, and indeed, it extracted biological energy sufficient to nourish the demon. However, the clever individual perished shortly after the extraction, yet I remained indifferent, for his purpose had been fulfilled. From that moment onward, I embarked on a relentless quest to seek out higher forms of life, continuously absorbing their energy to sustain the demon. Yet the age-old dilemma persisted. The intake was insufficient compared to the loss. At this juncture, my gaze shifted towards Dapula, the king of the demon realm, and I began to contemplate whether it was time to utilize him. However, after scrutinizing him time and again, I ultimately relinquished that notion, for I understood that his power alone would not suffice. Thus, my immediate priority became finding an individual with combat capabilities akin to those of Dapula. Possessing just two such beings would surely facilitate the demon's revival. Yet, where could one easily find a power like that of the king of the demon realm? Fortunately, Dapula then imparted a piece of good news. He informed me of a mirror in the demon realm that could reveal occurrences in this world and several years prior. He had glimpsed a place named Earth within that mirror, populated by warriors who could rival his might. Elated by this revelation, I resolved to acknowledge Dapula's contribution. If I could gather sufficient energy from those individuals on Earth, I would no longer require Dapula, and I would retain him as my subordinate for eternity. Thus, we excitedly journeyed to this place called Earth. To be candid, upon arrival, I felt a twinge of disappointment as the inhabitants appeared far too weak, and I had yet to encounter the formidable warriors Dapula had described. However, I soon received another piece of information. This planet was set to host an event known as the world's greatest martial arts tournament in a month's time, where all the strong would gather. Therefore, I resolved to grant this planet another chance. On the day of the tournament, I controlled two minions, instructing them to identify individuals with considerable energy. Should they find anyone, they were to employ the energy siphoning device by any means necessary. After detailing my instructions, I awaited quietly aboard my ship. Truth be told, I harbored a sense of trepidation, as I held little faith that those two would successfully accomplish such a monumental task. However, I had never held much hope for this planet. I merely sought to test the waters. If it turned out that there were no formidable beings here, I would eliminate the two and obliterate this place. Thus, I anxiously awaited in the spaceship, only to be met not with news of the two, but with a succession of relentless tremors. My already frazzled mood was further exacerbated by this incessant shaking. I hastily summoned one of my commanding officers, urging him to investigate the cause of the disturbance. To my dismay, shortly after he ascended, the entire ship was engulfed in a red alarm. I rushed to the monitoring station, eager to discern what was transpiring. Much to my astonishment, I witnessed a man with a receding hairline, nearly bald, descending from above. What was happening? Where was my officer? Based on my understanding of this planet, there should be no one capable of overpowering my officer. Yet, this was not the time for contemplation. The man was swiftly approaching my cockpit. I immediately dispatched all available guards, hoping to intercept the bald man mid-flight. However, these inept individuals proved unable to withstand even a single strike from him. At that moment, Dapura spoke up, and it was then I realized that this man was indeed one of the few capable of matching his strength. I felt a mix of excitement and tension, but fear dissipated as Dapura assured me that he could contain the adversary. What then was there to fear? If he could hold his ground, perhaps I could even absorb more energy from their ensuing battle for the Majin. My thoughts were filled with exhilaration, yet not long after, I sensed that something was amiss. Initially, Dapura and the bald man exchanged blows with some measure of parity. However, after a while, the bald man suddenly employed a peculiar form of magic. This spell not only dyed his hair a vibrant yellow, but also summoned crackling bolts of lightning around him. From that moment forth, every strike from Dapura seemed futile against the bald man. In a mere few exchanges, Dapura was swiftly overpowered. Yet, he appeared unwilling to concede, spitting defiantly at the bald man. Yet, this gesture was effortlessly evaded, and in the aftermath, the bald man began to tremble ominously. Witnessing this, I knew that the situation had turned dire. Dapura's actions had effectively severed my escape route. Consequently, I promptly shifted the entire scene to the land above the spacecraft, making my escape a priority. Almost instantaneously with the scene's transition, the bald man erupted with a ferocious roar, his presence commanding enough to send Majin Buu's egg soaring far away. He then began to berate Dapura. I had intended to discreetly slip away during this chaos. Yet, at that moment, the two minions I had dispatched returned, exhilarated, clutching a collector and exclaiming loudly, "Full? Full! What a jest! This vessel is capable of containing all the energy required by the demon. Even if it were to drain Dobra completely, it would still be impossible to fill it." With skepticism, I connected the collector to the demon's pedestal, and in the next instant, a violet glow emerged. Astonishingly, it was indeed full. I never expected that despite everyone's doubts about you two, you would prove to be the most formidable. Overjoyed, I began to dance with glee. But this exhilaration lasted barely 2.5 seconds before I sensed a murderous intent locking onto me. In a panic, I looked up towards the source of this ominous energy, only to find my final obstacle to world domination, Kaioshin. That fellow was drawing ever closer, and I knew I could not delay any longer. Thus, I shouted the unsealing incantation at the demon's egg. Babidi babidi boo. Chapter 76. You are strong, but not strong enough. In the desolate canyon, Ling Yi, somewhat startled, flew to Vegeta's side. "Vegeta, what are you doing here? And who are you fighting?" "Dobra?" Upon seeing Dobra, he furrowed his brow, inwardly pondering. Has Dobra already been defeated by Vegeta? What Babidi? Just as this thought crossed his mind, he began to scan the surroundings, but almost instantaneously, a loud, jetting sound erupted nearby. Following the source of the noise, Ling Yi beheld Babidi, who had been cleaved in two by Shin, and beside them, the purple giant egg had cracked and fallen to the ground. Shin gazed at this horrifying scene. Realizing he was a moment too late, Majin Buu had indeed been unsealed. In an instant, a profound sense of despair enveloped him, rendering him momentarily frozen in place. "Lord Kaioshin, run! Majin Buu is about to emerge." Ling Yi's shout snapped Shin back to reality. He looked at the massive egg, from which pink smoke was ascending into the sky, fully aware that Ling Yi spoke the truth. Hastily, he flew towards the others, shouting as he went, "Mr. Ling Yi, it has come to this. I hope you truly have a way to deal with the demon." "Ah, rest assured, I shall resolve it," Ling Yi confidently replied. "What a jest. With this lineup, I cannot fathom how we could possibly lose." He surveyed Goku and the others, inwardly contemplating. Upon hearing the exchange, Vegeta kicked the nearly defeated Dobra aside and, clenching his fist, turned to Ling Yi. "This demon you speak of, is he truly formidable?" At this, Ling Yi paused slightly, smiling with intrigue at Vegeta. "What? Are you interested? You are quite powerful. Perhaps he might even defeat you." Stop trying to scare me," Vegeta retorted, his expression turning fierce as he pointed his finger at Ling Yi. "If that fellow is indeed that strong, all the better. I have a mountain of anger that needs venting." Seeing his demeanor, the others couldn't help but smile wryly. "Wukong, Vegeta's voice is rather loud. It must be due to his tardiness." "Gohan, indeed it is." Ling Yi shrugged. "Then you shall take the lead, if you please." Meanwhile, Xian, observing the relaxed expressions of the others, found himself bewildered. However, upon hearing Ling Yi suggest that Vegeta confront the Majin alone, he could not help but exclaim, "Mr. Ling Yi, what do you mean by taking the lead? Are you suggesting that you face the Majin individually? With all due respect, that is an exceedingly irrational decision. To combat the Majin, we should unite our efforts and obliterate it entirely." Ling Yi turned back, helplessly shrugging his shoulders. "I wouldn't mind charging in together, for I lack the tedious obsession typical of Saiyans." However, he glanced around at Goku and the others. "I believe they would not consent to such an approach." "Indeed, Lord Kaioshin, battles are far more entertaining when conducted one-on-one," Goku chimed in, echoing the sentiment. "Entertaining?" Xian's expression grew more perplexed. He shouted in an incredulous tone, "Do you comprehend the terror of the Majin? In this situation, you would risk everything for mere amusement. Engaging in such foolishness could endanger the entire universe." Hearing Xian's fervent outburst, Ling Yi wished to offer some consolation, but before he could speak, a gathering of pink mist in the distant sky coalesced into a rotund, pink figure, Buu. A colossal roar pierced the air, capturing everyone's attention. Upon hearing that nightmarish sound, Xian instinctively trembled. In stark contrast, the warriors appeared remarkably at ease, especially Vegeta. Upon sensing the pink creature's aura, even laughed derisively. Is this the formidable adversary you speak of? I dare say is hardly stronger than that previous fool." At Vegeta's words, Xian briefly halted his trembling, his eyes widening as he scanned the group and noted their indifferent expressions. A fleeting moment of doubt crept into his mind. Could these individuals truly possess the ability to defeat the Majin? This thought barely lingered before it was swiftly dismissed, for he understood that the Majin's menace stemmed not only from its formidable combat prowess, but also from its unkillable, grotesque abilities, and various bizarre tricks. Realizing this, he hurriedly sought to warn everyone not to underestimate their foe. But Vegeta had already soared to face the Majin directly. "Humph, you pink bloated creature. I've heard you're quite strong. Do you dare to test your mettle against me?" Vegeta stood not far from the Majin, uttering these words with a cold smirk. Yet, the Majin merely glanced at him without responding, instead unleashing a bizarre dance while emitting strange sounds. Oh. You insolent fool. Are you ignoring me?" Vegeta's temper flared as he pointed accusingly. "Hey, you ugly monstrosity, did you hear what I said? If you don't come over here, I will certainly come to you." The utterance seemed to have an effect. As soon as he finished shouting, the peculiar dance ceased, revealing a ghastly grin. "What did you just call me?" The moment he sensed a reaction, Vegeta let out a disdainful chuckle and retorted, "Is there a problem with me calling you an ugly monster?" No sooner had the words left his lips than he noticed the creature before him beginning to expel jets of energy. Vegeta furrowed his brow, puzzled by the implications. But the creature offered him no time for contemplation. "I'm angry," the beast bellowed, its aura surging exponentially. "What?" Vegeta felt a fleeting surprise at the shift in the creature's energy, and in that split second, the monster lunged towards him, delivering a powerful punch to his cheek. The impact reverberated through the air, coinciding with a thunderous crash as he fell. This sound jolted Shin, who had been momentarily stunned by the creature's overwhelming presence. "Mr. Shin, I've told you this is too risky. Mr. Vegeta has already sacrificed himself. If we don't unite our efforts, we shall all perish here." However, upon voicing this concern, he found himself puzzled by the lack of change in the expressions of Ling Yi and the others. They continued to smile faintly, showing no inclination to act. Shin thought to himself that these individuals must be mad. The creature's terrifying power had been so thoroughly demonstrated, yet they still laughed. With this in mind, he grasped Ling Yi's arm, intending to persuade him once more. However, just as his fingers brushed against Ling Yi, Vegeta erupted from the pile of stones he had fallen into, reappearing before the creature. He regarded the monster, now once again engaged in its bizarre dance, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and his expression grew serious. "It appears Ling Yi was correct. You are indeed formidable, but at this juncture," he suddenly drew his arms in tightly against his waist, bending slightly forward. "To defeat me, you simply lack the strength." With that declaration, he unleashed a ferocious roar, and as his energy soared, his hair began to elongate. Chapter 77. Oh my Vegeta. As Vegeta's hair continued to stretch, a terrifying aura surged from his being, the sheer force of which propelled the creature backwards several meters. "Huh!" With an explosive shout, Vegeta ceased his movements. In this moment, not only had his hair grown, but his energy was now brimming with vitality, radiating a golden light that shimmered around him. Transformed, Vegeta gazed coldly at the creature, rather than striking immediately. He smirked and extended his right arm, palm upward, beckoning to the monster. Upon witnessing this gesture, the creature's narrowed eyes widened in alarm, releasing even more energy from its crown. With a swift movement, the fiend materialized before Vegeta, raising its colossal fist and unleashing an even greater force than before, striking Vegeta squarely in the face. However, this time, the sound was singular. Vegeta, suspended in the sky, not only remained unscathed but barely flinched. He turned with a cold smirk, gazing at Majin Buu and taunted, "Are you finished? Now it's my turn." Witnessing this, a rare expression of shock flickered across the fiend's visage. Yet before it could react, an immense force struck the top of its head, sending it crashing into the depths of the mountains. Vegeta did not linger like the fiend, but immediately pursued after delivering his blow. On the ground, the onlookers, in comparison to the fiend's formidable presence, were rather astonished by Vegeta's display. Has Vegeta also attained new heights? They mused. It appeared that he had indeed dedicated considerable effort over the past month. Ling Yi stroked his chin, observing the spectacle above with intrigue. "Incredible. I never anticipated Vegeta's success. It seems I must exert myself even more." In contrast to Ling Yi's fascination, Goku's tone was laced with a sense of frustration. Meanwhile, the bewildered Shin, upon hearing their conversation, turned to Ling Yi in disbelief. "What do you mean, Mr. Ling Yi? Are there more individuals as powerful as Mr. Vegeta?" "Indeed," Ling Yi replied, gesturing towards Gohan beside him. "Gohan should be even stronger than Vegeta now, and perhaps he has become the mightiest among us." Upon hearing this, Gohan shyly waved his hand in modesty. "Oh no, Uncle Ling Yi, I still have much to learn compared to you." Their light-hearted exchange stirred a tempest within Shin. No wonder they were unafraid of the fiend. It turns out they possess such formidable strength. How terrifying. The Saiyan race is truly formidable. Shin pondered, though his expression gradually settled into a calm demeanor. In the canyon, Vegeta was in search of the fiend's whereabouts. I never imagined this creature would be so foolish as to hide itself using the terrain, he muttered, scanning the surroundings. However, after a prolonged search without success, impatience began to gnaw at him. He gathered a yellow orb of energy in his hand, intending to flatten the area with his princely technique. Just then, a purple energy wave shot forth from behind him. Sensing the attack, Vegeta swiftly turned and deflected the wave with a swift chop, only to reveal Majin Buu's rotund face behind it. What? Vegeta exclaimed, momentarily startled, before being struck in the face by the fiend's headbutt. Surprisingly, this blow had no tangible effect on him. Instead, he seized hold of the fiend's antennae. Now you can't escape, Vegeta coldly declared, and proceeded to pummel the fiend relentlessly like a rubber ball. Yet, after a fleeting moment, the diabolical Majin Buu's antennae abruptly radiated a violet luminescence. Observing this eerie light, Vegeta was gripped by a foreboding sense of dread. Acting swiftly, he enveloped his hand with energy and severed the fiend's antenna. As it fell, the violet glow indeed vanished. But Majin Buu slipped from Vegeta's grasp. Nevertheless, Vegeta remained unfazed. Now that the adversary had revealed himself, he would not allow him to escape his sight again. How pitiful, Vegeta mused, as the fiend carelessly discarded the severed appendage, a sly smile creeping across his face. Initially, that diminutive creature boasted of his formidable strength. Yet, now he appeared rather inconsequential. Buu, you wretch, I shall end your existence. Upon uttering these words, Buu emitted a piercing scream and, with a surge of power, regenerated his lost antenna. Vegeta blinked in astonishment, pondering the implications. Does this creature possess the ability to resurrect? Is it truly necessary to behead such a being to ensure its demise? As he contemplated, Majin Buu executed yet another perplexing maneuver. He tore a substantial chunk of flesh from his own abdomen, stretching it outwards, and then hurled it towards Vegeta. The piece of flesh seemed imbued with sentience, wrapping itself around Vegeta's body as it approached, ensnaring him. Feeling the constricting mass tighten, Vegeta furrowed his brow, yet a cold smirk soon graced his lips. Do you truly believe such a thing can restrain me? He retorted, observing Buu's advance. With a mighty roar, he summoned his strength, and at the moment Buu drew near, he shattered the binding tendrils into countless fragments. Having accomplished this, he slowly approached the now dazed Majin, placing his hands upon the creature's rotund abdomen. With a triumphant laugh, he unleashed an energy blast that pierced through Buu's form. Strangely, no blood flowed from the wound, and the creature remained suspended in the air, devoid of any signs of mortality. Vegeta, observing this peculiar phenomenon, found himself slightly perplexed. Is this creature truly impervious to death? He mused aloud, only to witness Buu exerting himself once more, causing the gaping hole in his chest to vanish. You cannot kill me. As long as I possess a single cell, I shall resurrect. I will consume you. Buu taunted, his voice dripping with mockery. Yet Vegeta's patience had worn thin. You insolent creature, he scoffed, stepping forward to deliver a powerful kick that sent Buu soaring into the sky. Then he interlaced his fingers, gathering a sphere of azure light in his palms. In that case, I shall obliterate you to the point where not a single cell remains. Let us see how you survive then. Amidst the roar, a powerful artillery blast surged forth, striking the airborne demon squarely. A resounding explosion filled the canyon with a brilliant blue light, and as the radiance dissipated, the demon's presence vanished from the sky. Unable to sense the demon's aura, Vegeta returned to his companions, reverting to his normal state while casting a cold smirk towards Ling Yi, remarking, "Such a wretch, do you think you can kill me? You truly underestimate my abilities." Ling Yi, with an awkward smile, replied, "I did not anticipate your progress over the month. By the way, Vegeta, have you eliminated all of that creature's cells?" Upon hearing this, Vegeta furrowed his brow and said, "What? Its aura has already disappeared. Is there really a need to deal with the remnants?" As soon as he finished speaking, he noticed a sudden change in Ling Yi's expression, who exclaimed with urgency, "This is bad. I must act quickly. Is it necessary? There are merely a few chunks of flesh remaining, and the sentient parts are," Vegeta said nonchalantly. But before he could finish, a startling scene unfolded before him. A mass of pink flesh abruptly appeared at Broly's feet, rapidly expanding and enveloping him completely. Chapter 78. Everyone absorbed? The birth of Super Bu. The strange phenomenon immediately captured the attention of the onlookers. What is that? Goku shouted, gazing at the now pink Broly. However, just as his voice faded, another large mass of pink flesh emerged behind him. Not just him, but Gohan, Ling Yi, King Kai, and Jebbit. Everyone except Vegeta found themselves shrouded in the shadow of the flesh. Not good, Ling Yi shouted, unleashing his energy to break free from the mass. Vegeta was also on high alert. As soon as Goku encountered the flesh, he unleashed a wave of energy to disperse it. They managed to escape, but the others were not so fortunate. All, including Gohan, swiftly lost their strength after being engulfed by the mass, ultimately dissolving into the pink substance. Once it had consumed everyone, the pink mass began to writhe together, gradually coalescing into a humanoid form. With a resounding roar, a torrent of force surged towards Ling Yi and the others. Reacting instinctively, the three lowered their centers of gravity and raised their hands to defend themselves. Yet even so, they were pushed back several meters by the overwhelming force. Ling Yi glanced at the marks left by his dragged feet, then looked up at the now fully formed Bu. The once rounded body had transformed into an extremely inflated mass of muscle, with its once short tentacles elongated significantly. Its upper body was bare, while the lower half sported trousers akin to those worn by Gohan. At that moment, it gazed down at its slowly moving hands, seemingly reveling in the surging power within. Shortly thereafter, it raised its hands above its head. Witnessing this scene, Ling Yi hurriedly called out, "Here it comes again." No sooner had he uttered these words than a resounding cry erupted from the front Bu. An even more ferocious aura surged forth, propelling Goku into the air. Sensing this violent energy, a glint of cold light flickered in Ling Yi's eyes, and he silently mused that his decision was indeed correct. Such a creature as Majin should be eradicated without hesitation. After Bu's roar subsided, he did not immediately attack the group, but instead turned to face Vegeta. Beckoning him with a taunting gesture, "Come on, you worthless fool. Weren't you just so fierce?" As he spoke, a provocative grin spread across his face. Observing this, Ling Yi instinctively attempted to intervene and stop Vegeta, but he was a moment too late. Before Bu could finish his taunt, Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan 3 and soared toward him. "What a fool. Is your damned pride so overwhelming?" Ling Yi cursed vehemently, feeling utterly powerless. He transformed into Super Ling Yi and rushed toward Bu to prevent Vegeta from being annihilated. Meanwhile, the blasted Goku managed to rise again, but as soon as he stood, his eyes widened in shock. His pupils reflected the scene of Ling Yi and Vegeta besieging Bu. Though the two appeared to be exerting their utmost, Bu's expression remained unfazed. After a moment of astonishment, Goku transformed into his peak Super Saiyan 2 form and joined the fray. Faced with the trio's onslaught, Bu's countenance showed no sign of change. In fact, he even laughed while deflecting their attacks. What's wrong with you? Weren't you all so formidable just a moment ago? Especially you. The balding one. Didn't you just proclaim you would kill me? Why do your punches feel so feeble now?" Vegeta, incensed by these words, abruptly ceased his assault, leaped backward, and began to gather energy for a powerful blast. "You disgusting creature, I will ensure that not a single fragment of you remains." As he roared, the energy in his hands reached its pinnacle, the force contained within this attack surpassing that of his previous one by several magnitudes. Sensing the wild energy, Ling Yi and Goku prudently stepped aside. However, the intended target, Majin Bu, remained stationary, a smile still plastered on his face, and he mockingly beckoned Vegeta with his finger. Vegeta could no longer contain himself and unleashed his energy wave upon the Majin. Yet, the anticipated clash never occurred. Just as the energy wave was about to strike, Bu opened his mouth wide and swallowed the attack hole. With a muffled thud and a soft puff, steam erupted from every hollow in Bu's body. Yet he appeared completely unscathed. "How is this possible?" "This is my ultimate attack," Vegeta murmured, casting a doubtful glance at his own hands. "Is this truly your utmost effort?" Bu shook his head, a look of pity crossing his face. "Then you are indeed remarkably weak." As he spoke, the corners of his mouth, which had been curled in a smirk, suddenly drooped. "In that case, I must fulfill my promise. I shall consume you now." No sooner had he spoken than Bu's tentacle whipped around, a flash of purple light shimmering at its tip. Witnessing this, Ling Yi's expression turned tense as he urgently called out to Vegeta, "Run, Vegeta!" Yet, Vegeta seemed oblivious, still lost in self-doubt as he stared at his hands, unaware of the impending danger. Seeing no other option, Ling Yi launched a ki blast toward Vegeta just before Buu's attack could strike. Boom! The ki blast hit Vegeta, allowing him to evade Buu's assault. Have you lost your mind, Vegeta? Do you truly wish to die? Ling Yi shouted angrily after Vegeta narrowly escaped. The shout jolted Vegeta back to reality. He slowly floated back to Ling Yi's side, his expression a complex mixture of emotions. I apologize. This is all my fault. Ling Yi was taken aback by Vegeta's unexpected apology. He had anticipated a haughty retort or even silence, but never this. The sight of Vegeta's remorseful demeanor struck him as both familiar and foreign. Hey, you three, are you not coming to attack? If not, I shall devour you all. Buu's voice interrupted Ling Yi's thoughts. What a detestable creature. Vegeta gritted his teeth. Indeed, he was arrogant, yet undeniably powerful. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Goku's forehead. As they prepared to charge at Bu once more, Ling Yi raised a hand to halt them. Enough. You cannot keep up with this level of intensity. Leave the rest to me. Though Vegeta wished to protest, Goku placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, shaking his head. Reluctantly, Vegeta swallowed his words, his spirit visibly deflating. Ling Yi disregarded their exchange and began to ascend toward Bu. As Ling Yi advanced, Bu grinned, "Oh, what is this? Have they sent you to meet your demise first?" Ling Yi remained silent, instead muttering to himself, "Though I am not fond of being covered in fur, it seems I have no choice now." Bu paused, momentarily perplexed by Ling Yi's words, but before he could comprehend their meaning, Ling Yi bent down and unleashed a fierce roar. As the sound reverberated, green fur began to sprout across his body. Chapter 79, The Cunning Demon. The orange-red sunset cast its glow upon a valley, where winds howled fiercely. Countless colossal stones were swept away by the tempest, ceaselessly soaring towards the precipice of the valley. In the very heart of this valley stood 4 figures. Among them, 3 adopted identical stances, their arms outstretched before them, valiantly resisting the ferocious winds. The 4th, however, was hunched over, bellowing with unrestrained fury, exuding an aura of wild ferocity, as though he were the very source of the gale itself. Since when did Ling Yi possess such power? Vegeta gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with resentment. "I have no idea," Goku replied, his expression grave, yet his gaze fervent. "But Ling Yi is truly formidable. Every time I feel I'm closing the gap, he seems to widen it even further." As the two conversed, the howling winds abruptly ceased. Vegeta looked up and forward, astonished to discover that Ling Yi's appearance had undergone a remarkable transformation. The azure flames that once enveloped him had morphed into a refreshing turquoise hue, and his once short hair now cascaded down to his waist, his stature seemingly increased as well. Yet, the most striking change lay in his formerly fair skin, now covered in a coat of green fur, and even his once brown tail had turned green. As the green tail flicked about, Ling Yi slowly exhaled a wisp of white smoke from his mouth. Casting a disdainful glance at Bu, the corners of his mouth curled into a slight smirk. "You should feel honored. You're the first to witness this form. Super Ling Yi, Stage 3, the original legendary type." Upon hearing this, Buu's expression momentarily froze. Ling Yi sought precisely this effect. In that fleeting instant of Buu's distraction, he ruthlessly delivered a powerful punch to his abdomen. Boom! Gagging, Bu staggered back, clutching his belly. Observing this, Ling Yi let out a cold chuckle and stepped forward, intent on delivering another blow. However, as he took a single step, he watched in astonishment as Bu expelled 2 chunks of flesh. Bang! Bang! With 2 explosive sounds, the flesh transformed into King Kai and Jebit. Ling Yi's eyes widened in disbelief, providing him with a fresh perspective. Could it be that those absorbed by Bu could be regurgitated? To test his hypothesis, Ling Yi decisively approached Bu, grasping his head with one hand while swinging the other to pummel Buu's abdomen repeatedly. Yet, curiously, no matter how many times he struck, Bu merely gagged, failing to expel anything further. Boom! Gagging. Boom! Gagging. "Come on, just spit out," Ling Yi exclaimed, growing increasingly anxious. The Super Ling Yi, Stage 3, was immensely taxing on his stamina, and after 7 years of neglecting his training, his energy reserves had severely depleted. Given his current state, he could only sustain this form for another 5 minutes. While sparing his allies had always been his principle, in light of the current circumstances and the lives at stake, he found himself with no alternative. "Apologies, Gohan and Broly. It seems I must resort to the Dragon Balls to resurrect you." With his thoughts clarified, Ling Yi silently apologized to himself, and then gathered all his strength. He intended to incapacitate Bu with his punch and subsequently obliterate him with a wave of light. However, bang! The sound and sensation of this punch were distinctly amiss. Sensing something unusual, Ling Yi looked up at Bu, and in the next moment, his pupils constricted slightly. There, on Bu's contorted face, a hint of a smile emerged. Simultaneously, he felt as though his arm was being drawn inward by Bu. Startled, he quickly leaped back. Not fighting anymore? Bu licked the blood from his lips, revealing an even more deranged grin. This is quite unexpected. That big guy seems rather foolish. Yet his abilities are remarkably convenient. With that, Bu exerted force, and the scars on his body smoothed out completely. Big guy? Ling Yi furrowed his brow. Are you implying that you have adapted to Super Ling Yi's third stage, using Broly's abilities? At this point, Ling Yi excitedly swung his fist. How is that possible? Even if you possess Broly's powers, you couldn't possibly adapt so quickly. Bu shrugged. I wouldn't know. I merely wanted to test it out, and to my surprise, it actually worked. Are you suggesting that those two were deliberately expelled by you? Of course. Bu replied with a nonchalant expression. They were practically useless, so I decided to gamble with them. I never expected you to take the bait. Is this what humans call friendship? How amusing. Such a trivial concept serves no purpose but to become a hindrance at crucial moments. Stop spouting nonsense. Ling Yi was becoming increasingly agitated. Though the Zero incident had transpired 7 years prior, the events of that day remained vivid in his mind. To him, friends were never a burden, and he absolutely would not allow anyone to insult them. Yet Bu, unfazed, pointed at Goku and Vegeta. Oh, am I mistaken? Just look at those two useless beings. Apart from adding to your burden, what else can they do? Shut your mouth. With those words, Ling Yi could no longer contain himself. He charged at Bu, unleashing a punch filled with fury. However, Bu at that moment was not something he could resolve with a single blow. Upon their collision, they immediately engaged in a tug-of-war. The shortcomings of Ling Yi's physical capabilities began to manifest as time wore on. Bang! After yet another clash, Ling Yi distinctly felt Bu's strength intensifying, while he himself began to gasp for breath. It seems there's no other option left. It must be done this way. Ling Yi muttered to himself, preparing to revert his transformation. Why give up so soon? Bu continually twisted his body, a mocking expression adorning his visage. Stop with the nonsense, you pink blob. If you possess any prowess, come and kill me. Indeed, Ling Yi had resolved to take a gamble. He aimed to provoke Bu into utilizing methods other than absorption to end his life, thereby allowing him to employ the powers of the demon to reverse the absorption. However, Bu appeared momentarily taken aback before discarding 3 chunks of flesh from his form. Kill you? You are such a splendid source of nourishment. Why would I wish to end your existence? Wait, do you not comprehend what I just articulated? I'm insulting you. Are you not enraged? Of course I am angry. Bu responded with a maniacal grin, but what of it? I can still absorb you and torment you thoroughly from within. As he spoke, he manipulated the 3 chunks of flesh, slowly advancing towards Ling Yi and his companions. Goku and Vegeta leaped to Ling Yi's side, prepared to fight valiantly. Just as Ling Yi intended to dissuade them, the pieces of flesh lunged towards the trio. Yet at that very moment, Ling Yi felt a hand rest upon his shoulder. In the next instant, the scenery before him transformed. Chapter 80. I cannot be without you. Ling Yi found himself amidst the mottled yellow mountains, which had transformed into a lush green meadow, and he immediately grasped the situation. Turning his head, he indeed beheld the Supreme, Kai, and Jebit. They had transported him and his companions to the realm of the Supreme Kai. This should have been a moment of exhilaration, having narrowly escaped death. However, Ling Yi's expression bore no semblance of joy. That was perilously close, Mr. Ling Yi. Thankfully, I did not awaken in time, Exion remarked, patting his chest, a hint of trepidation still evident in his demeanor. Ha! Ha ha! Ling Yi scoffed, seizing Exion by the collar. Thankful? Do you realize that because of this action, we just squandered our sole opportunity to defeat the demon? Exion's expression flickered with surprise, but quickly morphed into indignation. Mr. Ling Yi, was it not your own actions that led to this predicament? If your initial plan had been to eternally seal the demon, would this situation have arisen? Eternalizel. Ling Yi's countenance darkened further. Resolving Babidi in the moment would indeed provide temporary stability. But can you guarantee that no one else seeks to resurrect the demon? As long as this creature exists, it remains a ticking time bomb. Had you encountered us elsewhere, you would not have merely failed to kill Babidi. You would not have even survived the trials of Dabra. Upon hearing these words, Exion bowed his head in silence. Yet he murmured softly, but now. Has it not become this way? Ling Yi fell silent as well, pondering the weight of Xian's words. Yes, it had indeed come to this. He released his grip on the Supreme Kai and settled upon a moderately sized stone, sinking into contemplation. Before long, Goku and Vegeta approached him, observing their actions. It seemed they wished to express something, yet remained silent. What troubles you? Ling Yi inquired upon noticing their demeanor. Alas, it is our ineptitude, Wukong lamented, scratching his head, his tone deeply disheartened. Upon reflection, I realized that during past crises, I have rendered little assistance. Perhaps the demon's words hold some truth. Indeed, Vegeta concurred, furrowing his brow. This matter ultimately stems from me. Had I exercised greater caution, such a predicament would not have arisen. Ling Yi regarded the two before him with a sense of intrigue. Is this truly the Vegeta and Wukong I know? Shouldn't they embody a bold warrior's confidence and a proud demeanor? Why, now, one admits to impotence, while the other acknowledges his faults. Could it be that his presence had altered the course of their lives, thereby transforming their very characters? Contemplating this, Ling Yi felt a sharp pang within his heart. Gazing at the despondent figures before him, he felt as if he were the harbinger of their lost spirits. Thus, he silently resolved to restore their confidence. What nonsense are you speaking? Ling Yi approached and patted their shoulders. Do not heed that pink nuisance's foolishness. You are the keys to my forthcoming victory. Keys to victory? Wukong's eyes sparkled with renewed hope as he turned to Ling Yi. Have you devised a plan? Indeed I have, Ling Yi replied. But can we truly be the keys to victory? Vegeta's expression remained forlorn, clearly harboring doubts about Ling Yi's assertions. Absolutely, without you. I fear I shall never triumph in this lifetime. Ling Yi assured Vegeta with a resolute nod, then turned his gaze to the Supreme Kai. Supreme Kai, do you not possess the Supreme Kai sword? How do you know of the Supreme Kai sword? Shin exclaimed, his expression shifting to one of caution. Ling Yi, shaking his head in exasperation, replied, is that truly the crux of the matter? Our immediate concern is to vanquish the demon, is it not? Upon hearing this, Shin reflected for a moment before solemnly nodding. You are correct. Indeed, there exists a Supreme Kai sword in the divine realm, and it should possess the capability to defeat the demon. However, a hint of frustration crossed Shin's face. No one has been able to draw the sword for 3,000 years, and I doubt you could do so either. Enough with the superfluous words. Ling Yi intergestit impatiently. Just leave me there. Taken aback by Ling Yi's demeanor, Shin hesitated momentarily before slowly nodding. Very well, follow me. At that moment, the previously silent Jibite interjected, Supreme Kai. The Supreme Kai sword is our realm's greatest treasure. It is not something mere mortals can touch. Shin did not respond, merely shook his head at Jibite. The latter fell silent, casting a disdainful glance at Ling Yi. Thus, the crowd followed them to a lofty mountain peak. Upon landing, they indeed beheld a sword hilt protruding from the platform's edge. Mr. Ling Yi, I must remind you once more, this sword is exceedingly heavy. Xian remarked with a furrowed brow. However, Ling Yi paid him no heed and strode directly towards the hilt, grasping it firmly. The onlookers held their breath, their eyes fixed upon him. Suddenly, his arm tensed, clearly exerting force. Yet the divine sword of the king remained utterly immobile. Observing this, Jebet began to mock. I told you, as a mere mortal, how could you possibly pull the divine sword of the king? Even the great king of the realm could not wield it. Xin, shaking his head, stepped forward with an open palm. Let it go, Mr. Ling Yi. We should contemplate other methods instead of attempting to draw the divine sword of the king. Ling Yi disregarded the naysayers and resolutely transformed into Super Ling Yi, summoning his strength once more. Do you not understand? The divine sword of the king is beyond your mortal grasp. As Ling Yi persisted, Jebet was about to intervene and pull him away. Yet, as he took a step forward, he felt a violent tremor beneath his feet. This uncanny phenomenon startled him into looking down, and at that moment, a voice echoed in his ears, "It's out." He immediately lifted his gaze towards Ling Yi, his eyes widening in astonishment. There stood Ling Yi, gripping the sword hilt with one hand, his legs gradually gaining strength as he rose from the platform. As he completed his standing motion, the divine sword of the king was slowly extracted. With a resounding crash, the moment the divine sword was drawn, the entire stone mountain crumbled and collapsed. The crowd quickly employed their flight techniques to hover in the air, while Jebet, overwhelmed by shock, plummeted alongside the mountain. Mr. Ling Yi, I never anticipated you would truly accomplish this, Xian exclaimed excitedly upon landing. Yet, in the next moment, his expression shifted from elation to terror. For Ling Yi did not swing the divine sword. Instead, he leaned it against a massive rock. He then lifted his foot and stepped down upon the sword's most vulnerable point.